For the first 20-some years of my practice, I never prescribed vitamin D. I just didn't think it was necessary. And then in the early 2000s, the studies started coming out, and now there's over 2,300 studies that just show that vitamin D is absolutely necessary. It's not just a good idea. It's absolutely necessary. It's a hormone that should be in the body, and it's not there.
Can you share some of that research, Dr. Pincus? And more importantly, what's the conclusion of the research related to vitamin D?
Well, one of the biggest studies ever on vitamin D were from the U.S. Navy.
Okay.
So I think it was like 145,000 men and women were studied, and they found that the number one non-combat reason that people died in the Navy was due to melanoma.
So skin cancer.
So I'm reading this study, I kind of paused right there and I went, yeah, it makes sense. People are out on the decks of ships in the equator and all over the world, and they're getting the harmful
exposure,
UV sun rays, and they're developing skin cancer. But then I read on, and it said most of the victims were office workers, like clerks and people in hangars and inside. And I went, oh, my God. So it was a link going back to vitamin D deficiency in the body.
What about muscle and bone strength? Can your D3 formula help with that?
Yeah, it's critical. Like if you're someone that's over 50, especially, you're seeing a progression of the core muscles in your body starting to slow down. First, it's kind of a clumsiness that people kind of feel like they're getting clumsy physically. And then it's a lack of flexibility that you start to stiffen up, and you feel it at night, especially if you're in bed, rolling from side to side. You'll wake up with your knees hurting, your legs are restless, your shoulders hurt. That's that stiffness setting in that's associated with the lack of this vitamin D3 in my formula. So if you're someone listening right now and you're having a lot of joint pain, bone pain, muscle pain, fibromyalgia, I would say start on my formula like immediately and start taking 1 or 2 of my vitamin D3s a day for the first week or two to get your doses up quickly.
So let me ask you about these gummy vitamins. Does that work? Can you put enough vitamin D into a little gummy bear, and is that the best way to get it into your body?
No, of course not, Chris. They'll go to any type of lengths to try to market things that seem good, but you're taking a lot of sugar and gelatin and wax. My thing is, it's not what you take, it's what your body absorbs.
Well, I want to talk more about what happens when people start taking your fast melt D3 formula.
Boy, that's a really good question, because the first area that the vitamin D seems to affect is your energy, your sleep, your outlook, your moods. And then after being on it for a while, your core strength will come back. So for those of you who have slowed down, you're going to feel more energy, like physically. So it's kind of like feeling a little bit younger, Chris.
And who wouldn't want that?
Right.
And maybe you can share again, for those that may have just joined us, some of the responses that you get from people that have been taking your formula, and what kind of results have they seen?
Well, one of the surprising ones was I gave it to my brother-in-law, who had gone to his doctor and was very concerned about his cholesterol, his blood fat, and his weight. And I put him on my vitamin D3, and he went back in 3 months later, and his blood profile was perfect.
All right, I want to take a moment here to let you listeners know that, again, if you want to try Dr. Pincus's vitamin D3 formula, there is a special toll-free number for you to call right now. It's 1-800-467-0053. As we've been talking about here, Dr. Pincus's vitamin D3 formula is a fast-dissolving melt, which makes it available for immediate absorption by your body for rapid results. And by getting Dr. Pincus's vitamin D3 into your body, you're going to have a bolstered immune system, improved balance, stronger muscles, and fewer aches and pains. And again, keep in mind that Dr. Pincus has arranged a very special offer that's only available to you listeners today. So when you do call, please be sure to mention this program, and you're going to get a risk-free trial of Dr. Pincus's vitamin D3. Again, this is only available to you listeners, and only if you call this toll-free number. It's 1-800-467-0053. Plus, if you call right now, you'll also qualify to receive an extra free supply with your order today to keep for yourself or share with a family member or friend. but you must call right now because this special radio offer is not available in stores or online. So that number to call is 1-800-467-0053. And keep in mind, folks, you have absolutely nothing to lose here because Dr. Pincus's vitamin D3 formula is guaranteed to be safe and effective or your money back. And when you do call and order, you're not going to be enrolled in one of those automatic monthly subscription programs. This is a one-time order. So I encourage you, the number to call is 1-800-467-0053. I'll give it to you again. It's 1-800-467-0053. So how about it, folks? I mean, what it really comes down to here is we're not getting the right form or enough vitamin D delivered the right way, which is why we have so many of these health concerns that you probably can't put your finger on. And Dr. Pincus, I want to start just recapping here that there are a couple different forms of vitamin D, and maybe explain why the typical form that you would find in most off-the-shelf D formulas is different from what you've put together here.
Well, there's vitamin D2 and there's vitamin D3. And D2 is the type of vitamin D that has to be activated by your body, so it has to be converted into vitamin D3. Vitamin D3 is the activated form, so it's ready to go to work. Now, the vitamin D3 that I use in my formula, I think it's the best because I've seen the best results with myself, with my family, with my patients. Plus, I've worked with the lab where the people in the lab have taken this and they test their blood every day to see how the D is going, and it's going up and out through the roof where it should be.
Wow. So, Dr. Pincus, I mean, who should consider taking your fast melt vitamin D formula?
Well, I would definitely start with kids for development and immunity. Obviously, young adults in their 20s need vitamin D to keep their immune system strong.
Mm-hmm.
Then men and women in their 30s, you're talking about heart health, immunity, cardiovascular problems start to turn on. But it's also the child-rearing years, and vitamin D for pregnant women is very, very important.
Mm-hmm.
People in their 40s, that's when, you start feeling more of those aches and pains like you've never felt before. You think you're getting older. And again, it's important for your hormones and to keep yourself physically active. And of course, when you're in your 50s, you start feeling stiffer. You can't golf. You can't play tennis. You start becoming aware of your body not functioning.
Mm-hmm.
And then people over 60, I just wish that every senior citizen would go on this formula. Imagine living in your senior years where you have confidence in your balance and you're able to have the energy to get things done and the mental clarity. This is more and more important as we go along because people are living longer, but the quality of life is not great.
Is it ever too late, Dr. Pincus, such that your Fast Melt D3 formula wouldn't be a worthwhile investment?
If you can see the breath on the mirror in the morning, then you know that you're a candidate for this. Because a lot of the things that people suffer from, they're suffering from a lack of this vitamin in their body. So it's never too late to try something like this. And the sooner you can get on my formula, the better odds you're going to have of having a really healthy, high-energy, high-mobility life from here on out.
Yeah, well, it makes a lot of sense. And Dr. Pincus, what can someone expect when they start taking your Fast Melt D3 formula?
Well, you're going to notice within the first several days that something's changing in your body because this kickstarts so many different cycles in your body that you'll start having less pain, having more energy, and having better mental clarity, better sleep. Your moods can be affected by this. Vitamin D3 is necessary to get these things running.
Well, Dr. Pincus, unfortunately, we only have a few minutes left. Anything else you want to share with our audience here in our final minutes?
For those of you listening, we've covered a lot of ground. Working with the body is tricky, as you know. And we're talking to your listeners of your show. They're of all walks of life with all various conditions. And so I'm trying to give some good health advice here, Chris. The point is get yourself out of it. Get yourself on this formula and see for yourself. It's not against the law for you to try something to see if it works.
It's an interesting way to put
all
it.
We're doing. We're talking about nutrition. We're not talking about rocket science here.
Right,
but
right.
There's a lot of science behind what I'm talking about. The key is to get on this formula and give it a month or two. Every day, take one of these things and start to see improvements in your pain, your blood pressure, your blood sugar, your energy, your sleep habits. This is my appeal to your listeners to get on this formula and try it for themselves.
Well, Dr. Pincus, again, thank you for taking time to be with us today.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, folks. Well, here is your final opportunity. If you want to try Dr. Pincus's vitamin D3 formula, there's a special toll-free number for you to call. It's 1-800-467-0053. As we talked about in today's show, Dr. Pincus's vitamin D3 formula is a fast-dissolving melt that makes it available for immediate absorption by your body for rapid results. And by getting vitamin D3 into your body, you're going to have a bolstered immune system, improved balance, stronger muscles, and fewer aches and pains. And keep in mind that Dr. Pincus has arranged a very special offer. It's only available to you listeners. So when you call, be sure to mention this program, and you're going to get a risk-free trial of Dr. Pincus's vitamin D3. Again, this is only available to you listeners, and only if you call this toll-free number. It's 1-800-467-0053. And keep in mind, if you call right now, you'll also qualify to receive an extra free supply with your order to keep for yourself or share with a family member or a friend. But you must call right now because this special radio offer is not available in stores and it's not available online. The number to call is 1-800-467-0053. And remember, you have absolutely nothing to lose here because Dr. Pincus's vitamin D3 formula is guaranteed to be safe and effective or your money back. And when you do call and place your order today, you're not going to be enrolled in one of those automatic monthly subscription programs. This is a one-time order so you can try Dr. Pincus's vitamin D3 formula and see the benefits for yourself. So the number to call is 1-800-467-0053. I'll give it to you one more time. It's 1-800-467-0053. Well, that's all the time we have for today. Thanks again to our sponsor, Dr. Newton's Naturals. You can visit them online at drnewtons.com for all your supplement needs. And be sure to join us again next week for another great show. I'm Chris McKay. Have a great day, everybody.
The preceding was paid for by Two Lights Media. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. The preceding program was pre-recorded.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Vicki Barker. President Trump says he will meet his Russian counterpart in Alaska next Friday, suggesting he plans to strike a deal with Vladimir Putin over Ukraine.
Some swapping. It's complicated. It's actually nothing easy. It's very complicated, but we're going to get some back. We're going to get some switched. There'll be some swapping of territories.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is not invited. He insists Ukraine will never give up land to the Russian invaders. In Nagasaki, Japan, the city's peace bells ringing out on a tragic anniversary. The BBC's Shaima Khalil has more.
At 11:06 exactly, the bells tolled because that was the time the atomic bomb was dropped. The city fell silent. 80 years ago, the survivors who were burning alive, scrambling for safety, begged for water. So there was a moment where there was water offering from participants in the ceremony to pay respect to those who perished in nuclear fire.
74,000 people died. Police in Atlanta mourning one of their own after a gunman opened fire outside the headquarters of the CDC yesterday.
This officer responded to the call as he was trained to do. During that incident, he received gunfire and he lost his life.
The gunman died during the incident. The Republican Attorney General in the state of Texas is asking its Supreme Court to declare vacant the seats held by absent House Democratic lawmakers. The Democrats are trying to block a congressional redistricting plan that would create an additional 5 Republican seats in the House, ensuring GOP control. And CBS political reporter Hunter Woodall tells us Texas could just be a beginning.
This fight is now spilling into multiple states. You have California Democrats saying they might try and redraw those maps. That could essentially offset the Texas gains that Republicans are trying to make. But it also could expand to other Republican states, Missouri, Indiana, Florida.
History will be made in Major League Baseball today. CBS's Steve Kathan has more.
48-year-old Jen Powell is the first woman to umpire a big league regular season game, working today's Marlins-Braves doubleheader. Violet Palmer, the NBA's first female referee, thinks she'll do fine.
All she has to do is be herself, trust her training, and I guarantee you she will be successful.
On Sunday, Powell will be behind the plate calling balls and strikes.
France's biggest wildfire in 75 years is finally being contained. The blaze in the Aude region has consumed an area larger than Paris. A woman who refused to leave her home was killed. 13 people, including 11 firefighters, have been injured. More than 2,000 firefighters and some 500 fighting vehicles continue to be involved. This is CBS News.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a good deal of sun to start the weekend and warmer conditions with a high of 88, leading to a clear to at times partly cloudy night tonight with a low of 65. Then more warmth for tomorrow under sunshine, high 89. Monday looks to be hot and sunny with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Frax on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Seth Davis producing the big show today. Good to have him here. Alonzo enjoying a couple of days off. Let's get to it, and let's talk about the peace president, the president of the United States. Big ticket item coming up next week, Alaska. He and Mr. Putin will sit down and hopefully figure it out. Listen, I've talked so much about this president as far as the art of the deal. that it even amazes me that he always finds a way to do something else that even takes it up just a few more rungs on that ladder of what has been very successful first 6 months in office, second term. It's almost staggering to think how many moving parts that the president actually is involved in. When I think of his daily grind, I think that I need to work a little bit harder. And nobody works as hard as me, the hardest working man in showbiz. But this guy is the real deal. Now, I know many of you are saying you just continue to be the conductor on the Trump train. Look, I'm all about America steamrolling forward. I'm all about making this country a better place to live. And the only way you do that is by getting up and making things happen. And if somehow, some way, he can actually broker some sort of peace between Russia and Ukraine, and this senseless war comes to an end, maybe what the Prime Minister of Israel said just a few weeks ago, Benjamin Netanyahu, could actually take flight. He could get the Nobel Peace Prize. You realize the things that he is doing right now, he won't really live to see a lot of them come to fruition. Neither will I. But people that are in their 20s, in their 30s, in their 40s, are going to be thanking this president. Look, it's not about whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. It's about if you're an American and you want this country to move forward as a nation, as one, bringing people together to end the Great Divide. I can promise you one thing. He'll be more than just a Wikipedia footnote. He will be written about in history books for generations to come. However they get that source of information, President Donald J. Trump will be the topic of many classrooms, essays, and more. Look, could it all fall apart? Yeah, but I highly doubt it, because I think he has found a way to broker deal after deal after deal. And when you look at everything that has happened in this administration, there is a method to his so-called madness. And I believe that method is simply he wants to put America first again. Can he? Well, whether or not he does, I know one thing is for sure. He's already made America a very special place to live, because there's hope again, because of the President of the United States of America. Jim Lovell passed away, the astronaut. We remember him from the Apollo era, a real American hero. So when I look at the heroes of my youth, many of them weren't on the ball field or doing things scientific or on that big screen or performing some of my favorite songs. But it was those men and women who worked in Florida at Cape Canaveral down there in Cocoa Beach that kept reaching for the stars. Even looking at the moon coming into work today in that 3 a.m. hour, I would peek up through the windshield at every red light, just because the feeling that that period of time gave me as a kid, and especially in the summer of 1969, which doesn't seem so long ago when you mention a name such as his, because we were all hoping for the same thing, getting to the moon and beyond. And it has been a while since we have dared to dream. But I believe this nation, because of our leadership and how our thought process is, because of space exploration and people like SpaceX and Elon Musk and Blue Origin and Jeff Bezos and, of course, NASA, the driving force behind reaching for the moon and beyond. Sometimes I wish I was a little younger, just so I could be around long enough to see it happen all over again and to get that feeling that I had on that hot summer night in 1969. I don't know if there's ever been anything more exhilarating. I've enjoyed all of the championships that my favorite teams have won. I've enjoyed all of those Academy Award performances by some of the movie stars that I have appreciated, and those songs from the artists that I have listened to since I was a child that with a bullet went all the way to number one. But there was nothing like those astronauts in Florida back in the day when we believed we could do anything as Americans. And I think now more than ever, we need to get that feeling again. We need to get on the launching pad and we need to start thinking and dreaming big, because America now more than ever needs hope. Hope rings eternal. I've said it so many times, and I'll say it again. What they were doing back then, we are still living on the headlines today. And I'm sure they all feel the same way. Even those that are still here with us that were a part of the space system back during that very incredible time, that now more than ever, we need this type of hope in America. We need to start thinking about getting back on the launching pad and doing things that we thought many times back in the day that mere mortals couldn't, until Neil Armstrong finally made it happen and took that first giant step on the moon's surface. So thank you, sir, Jim, for your great service, Mr. Lovell, and we will never forget a true American hero. That is what I call a great opening. It's going to be an incredible day today. I got my man Seth, the pride of the Philadelphia Eagles. That's his team. He told me moments ago that they're ready to strike again. But tonight, the big story is our Pittsburgh Steelers. At Jacksonville, we got a report coming up in about, 2 hours with Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, during the Goodrich and Geist Black and Gold report. I've got some tidbits for you in the Coons Market sports reports coming up at 5:15 and every half hour until 7:45. And the big ticket item tonight is Travis Hunter, number 2 overall pick, and his new coach of Jacksonville, Mr. Cohen, Liam Cohen, said this kid's going to go both ways. So tonight, if not anything, you're going to want to tune in, KDKA Television, Bob Pompiani, Charlie Batch, and see this phenom do what he can do. But his former quarterback got a start last night, Shedeur Sanders, for the Cleveland Browns. And guess what he did? Count him. He threw a couple of touchdown passes. And social media was going wild. Deion Sanders Jr. even got Jamie Foxx in on it. Deion Sr. was talking about it. And I know, as Andrew Fittipaldi said from 93.7 The Fan on X, pump the brakes. It's only a preseason game. But I got to tell you, it makes it a whole lot easier to talk sports when you have something like that to talk about. That's pretty cool stuff. I mean, think about it. Just in that performance alone, preseason or not, to come out like that and do what he did, and at the end saying, this is what we do. And he also said, Dad, I'm sorry, I wish I could have done more, and I know there's certain things I have to do better, and I will. Humble. You won't stumble. And last night, it was really a cool thing to witness. I loved it. And I was up on the treadmill at 2:30 this morning watching those highlights, and it just made me smile. Look, I love those naysayers being basically shut down. I've loved it my whole life. When I was in love with Muhammad Ali as a kid, every time he would do all that talking and everybody would just throw it back at him, and then he would go in there and not only defeat the opponent, but pick the round. I used to just absolutely run around my bedroom going, yeah, yeah. And that's how I felt, honestly, with Shedeur Sanders. I'm happy for the kid. And because here's the thing. Many people believe, and I do, and sometimes I think I wish the Steelers would have taken him, but neither here nor there. I really thought he would go in the first or second round, and I was disappointed that he didn't. I think I showed more disappointment than he did. And he really has said nothing. He has been so humble throughout all of this, going into the community, doing great things, basically nose to the grindstone, whatever it takes, rep after rep after rep at practice, and all the naysayers, all the negative stuff, the media that has tried to kind of get him out there on the ledge, he just stays cool and gets it done. So really exciting stuff. Okay, we're going to take a break here in just a moment, but we only have 1 hour of open talk today because we have a really busy day. Salvation Army next hour, Dina Schmidt, One Health Benefits, and then Secure Money Advisors on the Money, MediConnect, the Inside Connection. What another busy day. I mean, it's incredibly busy today. True Value Home Improvement Show, 11 o'clock, AAA Central Talking Travel, and then zooming in from vacation, Parts Unknown, Dr. Don Spalla, Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. We've got a crazy day today, so stay where you're at. As always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK or on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, but you can watch us online, KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on KDK Radio Livestream, or now you can go to our KDK Radio YouTube page and watch everything we are doing in studio. We always have fun. All right, quick look at sports, short break, and then we're going to take some calls. Stay with us. Good morning.
Planning a vacation can be fun, but don't get taken by service fees and processing fees. SWAC Vacations lets you book direct. SWAC owns its own properties. The price you see is the price you pay. Michael Bartley here. My friend Jeff is the owner of SWAC, and you can trust you're going to get the best deal possible. That means more money for your family trip to Myrtle Beach, a luxury lodge in Deep Creek, or that massive Outer Banks house with room for everyone. Book direct. Save at SWACvacations.com. That's SWACK Vacations.com.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Cruise Market with 8 locations to serve you better. Brian Reynolds got the go-ahead run in the 8th inning as the Pirates went on to defeat Cincinnati last night at PNC Park. 6:40, first pitch tonight. For a Saturday, you can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. Jacksonville Jaguars head coach Liam Cohn told reporters this week that his starters will see the field tonight in the team's preseason opener against the Steelers. That, of course, includes number 2 overall draft pick and two-way star Travis Hunter, whom Cohn said, in fact, will play both sides of the football. Meanwhile, the Steelers taking a much different approach as Coach Tomlin announced an extensive list of starters who will be healthy scratches in the exhibition, including Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, Jonnu Smith, and Pat Freiermuth, along with running back Jaylen Warren. To golf at the FedEx Championship, Tommy Fleetwood is your leader. He's a 13 under. That's good for a 4-shot lead. And this weekend, NASCAR goes for the checkered flag at Watkins Glen. More sports at 937thefan.com.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, do you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year? Nominate them now, kdkradio.com, to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. All right, again, number to dial, 866-391-1020. And when you call in, say hi to Seth Davis. He's my producer today. Alonzo is enjoying the day off. So lots to talk about, little time to do it because we only have 1 hour of open talk today. So get on the line and make it count. Let's get up to Mount Washington and say hello to Ted. Hey, Ted.
What's going on, Rob?
Man, I got to tell you, I've been a busy man. You know when you're busy that you can't wait to get back to work so you can rest. But it's just been, I've been all over the place the last couple of days. So it's good to be back in the air chair. How are you?
Oh, doing fantastic.
Great.
I'm telling you, you got to tap the brakes, man.
I
know.
know.
Tap the brakes.
Pump those brakes, baby. That's what I'm going to do this weekend. I'm going to do a little nap action after I get off today and tomorrow. Go ahead.
There you go. It's like the honeymooners. To the moon, Alice.
To the moon, Alice. And back. I love that name. I love that show. Go ahead.
But yeah, I'm glad you gave a salute to the astronaut of Apollo 13.
Mr. Lovell. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't for the Soviets and Sputnik, we would never went to the moon. And we need a challenge. We definitely need a challenge. So we need to get back to the moon. That'll be the first thing. Then we need to go to Mars.
But weren't we supposed to? Weren't we supposed to go back to the moon in November of 2024, and something happened? Weren't we? And now that's on hold. What happened? Do you remember?
Well, Obama, he had a plan of going, I think, to Mars, and then it was scrapped, and then now we're supposed to go to the moon, and then leap to the Mars. So the mission is always changing. Also, money. It's amazing what Elon Musk has done, because I'll never forget when you said he talked to, what's it, Armstrong, one of his heroes, and he asked, do you think, somebody in the private sector could ever get to the moon? And I think it was Armstrong. He said no, and it broke his heart. But it gave him motivation to prove that Armstrong was wrong. I'll never forget that. You ever see that interview? I mean, he said, what happens when you meet your heroes and he disappoints you? But that gave him the motivation to create rockets and also be the first private company to get to outer space. Which, sometimes you need a challenge like that. And sometimes your heroes, let you down. But you said that was devastating for him, but at the same time, it made him work harder. and think about what's going on today. A private company going to the moon. I mean, that'd be incredible. I mean, absolutely incredible. But hey, you never know. Miracles do happen. But real quick, when it comes to Putin, I don't expect much. I mean, I hope you're right. I don't expect much. Like I said, Putin's going to eat something like a sandwich. He knows his man. Whatever he deal comes through, he's going to break it.
Well, at least but here's the thing. At least he's getting him in the room.
Yeah, look, I hope I'm wrong. But let's be honest. What's Putin fighting for? For the Russian Empire. What is Zelensky fighting for? Freedom. Not that hard. Okay, it's not that hard. And with Trump, what he did to India, it's wrong-headed. That's why I don't like tariffs, because he forced India into Russians' hands. I just don't like it. And what did I tell you about Maduro? What did I tell you about him in Venezuela? Mm-hmm. Okay? You need to treat him just like the first Bush treated Noriega. Got to go get him. Okay? Maduro is one of the biggest drug dealers in the world. It doesn't matter if you secure the border, do anything. That guy is pumping drugs, fentanyl, into the streets, along with gang members. You can forget it. Biden didn't do it, but Trump better do it. That's why I criticize foreign policy. You need to go get Maduro. You need to go get him, put him in handcuffs, just like he did Noriega with Panama. If you don't, doesn't matter what you do at the border. And when you talk about the border, you're talking about foreign policy. Putting a bounty in the head, $50 million, who cares? You need to use the military. That's the biggest thing I criticize Trump with. Same deal with Iran. You got to get rid of that regime. So we're going to see. We're going to see what this administration can do when it comes to foreign policy. I still think the foreign policy is a mess. There is no foreign policy. He's just winging it. And the one guy in the administration that I'm disappointed is Rubio. As being Secretary of State, I expect a lot more from him. I view that guy as a contender to be president. I'll be honest, he's turned out to be a flop so far. I'm really expecting a lot from Rubio.
Well, listen, I was talking to some people who will remain nameless, but some people that know politics, and we're talking about J.D. Vance, and we're talking about, the vice presidential role, and Rubio's name came up right away, that he will be the vice presidential candidate in 2028 with J.D. Vance.
I don't see it.
I would go after.
I do like him.
I'd go after DeSantis if I were him.
Yeah. Well, DeSantis is going to be a player. He's definitely going to be a player. They got a lot of talent on the bench. And like I said before, I think when Trump's gone, the Republican Party is going to go back to being a conservative party. You're going to hear them talk about deficits. You're going to hear them talk about small government. But it's going to be tough with Trump's record. It's going to be extremely tough. I don't think the MAGA is going to be around. I really don't. I think it's like the Tea Party. Once Trump's gone, all bets are off.
Well, that's why I tell people who are panicking, and I get people say some really rotten things to me about him, and stuff. And people need to understand. My job is to make people want to talk, to engage. Look, I like to push buttons. This is showbiz. I mean, do I believe everything? Absolutely, that I talk about. But I also do a lot of things just like Trump's doing with the art of the deal, to make people want to get engaged. And it's just sad that people don't understand. He's only going to be around for 3.5 more years. And once the midterms happen, it's going to be the next person in line. And if Josh Shapiro is the guy and he's smart, he can do a lot between now and then. This doesn't mean this stuff's all set in stone and everything's going to remain this way. People have to understand, ebb and flow. Donald Trump will leave the White House. This is not going to go on forever.
Oh, I agree with you. I mean, let's not forget, Trump plays rough too. Okay? The president plays real rough with the media, with people. But I see Shapiro, I'll be honest, no. The longer this budget thing goes, the more it hurts him. It really hurts him. That means he can't govern. And people, one lesson from Trump, I hope Democrats take away: get things done. Okay, the bottom line is you have to get things done. That's one thing I give Trump a lot of credit. Whatever needs to be done, he gets it done. Fetterman is also like that. No matter what happens, he does get things done. That's what people want. So if you're a Democrat, you got to get things done. If you don't, forget it. And Shapiro's being hurt. I'll be honest, I think he's really hurt about this budget. I mean, over a month, maybe 2 months, that's crazy.
Well, in my opinion, this budget is an embarrassment. And this week I have I have State Senator Kim Ward, who's very outspoken. She's Monday night, and then Jay Costa, equally outspoken. He's Tuesday night. This is absurd. I mean, this is absolutely absurd, especially when you have all of the resources and all the opportunities to create all the stuff that we could do with natural gas and the steel industry with this Nippon Steel deal getting done. This nonsense should not be happening. It's ridiculous.
I agree with you, brother. We're taxpayers, and these lawmakers get paid, okay, to sit on their hands. Absolutely get paid. And it should be a bill, some legislation says you do not get paid unless the budget's done. It's outrageous. There's no excuse for both sides. But Shapiro has to lead, and he hasn't shown anything. Hasn't shown nothing.
Well, listen, in my opinion, he's going to have an opportunity to make things happen for this party that I'm a part of. And they better start learning a little bit about what the president has been doing, because it is the art of the deal. It has always been the art of the deal. It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. I just can't understand how people can't see what this guy's doing. I mean, they listen. You think everything he's doing, like the whole funding thing, the cuts, that was just a way to get Democrats to lean in a little bit. Like, okay, I'll give you some of the money back, but I want you to at least consider some of the things that I'm trying to get done that I think will make America better. And they're actually doing it. So, and the tariffs went into effect Thursday. One headline after another. Bad, 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 bad. We're still here. The lights are on. We're alive. The sun's going to come up in about an hour. I mean, life is okay. But if he doesn't start doing some of this stuff, Ted, what is going to be left 50 years from now when we celebrate our 300th birthday? I mean, during the last couple of administrations, I didn't even know if we were going to make it to 250. So at least that's something we can look forward to. But more importantly, what he's doing now could actually get us to that 300th birthday, being a solid nation again. Right now, we're torn. The people are torn apart. Our economy is torn apart. The infrastructure is torn apart. We have to do something to make it better. And I think he realized he had no other choice.
Well, I'll say this. If it works, I'll give him credit. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I will give him an A for effort. He's very ambitious. Do I think it'll work? Not with a $37 trillion deficit. Okay, I'm just saying.
I know.
The bottom line, I'm a deficit hawk.
It's ridiculous. I mean, how do you go from a balanced budget 30 years ago to 30+ trillion in debt? It's crazy. All right, we're going to head to Michigan. We got someone waiting in the wings for us there, and we'd love to hear from you, too. Just a half hour left of Open Talk, and then we roll into some great Pittsburgh Works programming. Really excited about equipping the front lines, the Salvation Army. I'm such a big fan. They're going to be here today. And then it's Dina Schmidt, One Health Benefits. Following that, Secure Money Advisors on the Money, Brian Claranta here today. And then MediConnect, the Inside Connection, of course, the guys from True Value, AAA Essentials Talking Travel. And then it's Dr. Dawn Spalla, who will join us in the Metropolitan Window video screen. She's on the Zoom line today from the beach. Stay with us on KDKA.
Have you been told there is nothing that can be done for your neuropathy? Tri-State Neuropathy Centers is pleased to tell you that's not true. As one of the largest and most successful neuropathy treatment practices in the country, Tri-State Neuropathy Centers has grown to 9 regional centers and helped over 14,000 patients, like Bill from Mars. Bill's neuropathy got so bad he couldn't sleep due to the pain and was losing his balance, causing him to have frequent falls. Then Bill found Tri-State Neuropathy Centers. Their effective FDA-approved treatment program greatly improved Bill's neuropathy, and now he's sleeping through the night, can feel his feet again, and has no more pain. Listen to Bill's complete story at marydanston.com. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bill along with thousands of others. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
There's not a whole lot of people when you say my name, they're like, all right, he's just what it is. Some people are like, man, I really like that guy's show. The other opinion is, I hate that guy. I hope he gets hit by a pat bus. I'm okay with that. If I've got this far in life expressing exactly how I feel, why would I change now?
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
News Brief. The art of a deal when President Trump sits down with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Alaska next week to negotiate Ukraine's fate.
It's very complicated, but we're going to get some back. We're going to get some switched. There'll be some swapping of territories.
But Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is not invited, and he insists Ukraine will never give up land to the Russian invaders. Ceremony in Nagasaki, Japan. The city's peace bells ringing out 80 years to the day after the U.S. dropped a second atomic bomb. Some 74,000 people died. Survivors heard their mayor say, never again. Police in Atlanta mourning one of their own after a gunman opened fire outside the CDC yesterday.
This officer responded to the call, as he was trained to do. During that incident, he received gunfire and he lost his life.
The gunman died during the incident. The fallen cop left 2 children and a heavily pregnant wife. I'm Vicki Barker, CBS News.
Did you miss this week's Allegheny Health Network Medical Frontiers? Log on to the Allegheny Health Network website to listen to your favorite Medical Frontiers show. Visit ahn.org/Medical Frontiers podcast and look for your favorite Medical Frontiers show.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The start of the weekend brings the start of a warmer stretch, and that means more sun than clouds today with a high getting up to 88. For tonight, it's looking clear to partly cloudy with a low of 65, followed by more sunshine and more warmth for tomorrow, high 89. Then a hotter day for Monday under sunshine with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
NASCO Roofing, instant access to our show, just a click away. Email us at instantacess@kdkradio.com. Want to also remind you to make plans to attend Variety's Got Talent at the Sunken Bus Studios on Babcock Boulevard, August 16th. Variety's Got Talent will showcase 9 entertainers of all varieties in a competitive, engaging showcase, with a winner taking home a grand prize of $1,000, including our own Pat Septak. All proceeds benefit Variety, the children's charity, a local nonprofit organization that empowers children with disabilities and their families to truly live life to the fullest through social experiences and life-changing mobility and communication equipment. Tickets are limited. Visit the events page at kdkradio.com for more information. All right, as promised, let's go talk to Ron in Michigan. Hey, Ron.
400,000 unionized workers at the Veterans Administration were stripped of their union coverage by President Trump. Now, the VA was already cut under Musk, and the remaining 400,000 workers are strained. They're doing a good job, but they're being strained. And now what's going to happen, those workers, they're not going to have the protection of union coverage. So, in other words, they're going to be overworked. It's going to mean less coverage for the veterans. This government is at war with our own veterans and as an extension, the military, because every soldier who's in there now is in the Veterans Administration. Once you get in there, you're part of the system. So that means the mental, and especially the mental health coverage. Didn't we just see a veteran go off and start shooting? This was an active duty soldier. I'm not talking about the active duty soldier at Fort Stewart, but there was a veteran who just went off and killed his family and was on the run. I think he was just captured. You know, that's mental health for veterans. It's being denied. Okay, and we're seeing this grow and grow, and shrinking of the Veterans Administration, the coverage of veterans. It spells disaster, plain and simple, for this country and for our military. Okay, and that's my opinion. And you know, as far as that deal with Steel in Japan, you know, there's still a special golden package that Trump is asking for, and it's a bribe. It's a bribe, plain and simple. And if the bribe is not right, that deal will fall through. And I'll bet you if that deal does go through, they'll be stripped of their union coverage, those United Steelworkers. So that's my opinion. And
okay. All right, Ron. Thanks. Appreciate it. Listen, I let people talk because you deserve the opportunity. But you can't argue. America seems to be moving forward, and this president will not forget our veterans. All right, let's go to George in Clairton. Hey, Georgie.
Well, I concur with that gentleman 1,000%. I was going to come off a little satirically humorous. I don't know if I even should now, because what he said has a lot of gravitas to me, and I really feel where he's coming from. I was going to say, with you squawking on this Bose stiff speaker behind me about 10 feet, and my German Shepherd Blitzy, Pittsburgh's Blitzy, barking out the window, probably at a rabbit. I guess this is my carpe diem. You know, that's just me seizing the day. And why I called was when you mentioned something about the 90s, I think talking to Ted. That was when Clinton was in, and I voted for Clinton twice. I was critical of him the second time, but I really bought into him. I don't know why. I didn't know much about him, and I remember everything going down in L.A., and that was even horrible the year before. It was a tough time, and he seemed to have had the charisma. He made things work. And again, they were all boys, too. He was boys with Trump, and everyone else has been in the news lately. So that was a whole super elite clique. And I think part of the remnants are still there. I really do. It's just a different world. But back to the dollars and cents, you know, we didn't have a war under Clinton. Maybe we should have. Maybe we should have pursued Osama bin Laden back in that 3, that parking lot in New York that got bombed. And I think bin Laden was behind that. But we didn't pursue it. So, you know, there's things that we didn't do. We did get involved in the Wag the Tail of the Dog, or however that movie was back around 97, 98 with the Serbs. I think that was a distraction, what was going on in the White House. And then what happened about 2002? And you were the main cheerleader on this, and it was the Christmas time of 2002 into the spring, late winter of 2003. With WMD. I wish I could imitate you. That's all you talked about. The Clintons are even behind the weapons of mass destruction theory. And maybe Assad has gotten the money. We wound up going back into Iraq, and I always wondered, was it maybe because of Saddam Hussein threatening Papa Bush 10 years prior, 12 years prior? And that started our spiral of money away. And I bought into that too, under patriotism, false patriotism. Probably fascism. That's what fascism really is. And it's not too far away from socialism. It's really not. No one's intellectual enough to deduce that. But when we got into the summer of 2004, and it was actually Italian Day at Kennywood, and I was riding home, and I was going over the Elizabeth Bridge. I think you were working on an afternoon shift. What were you saying then? 1,400.
Hey, Georgie, back then I was always on the air, morning, noon, and night. Nobody cares about back then. Let's talk about now, 2025. Don't you see a little bit good coming in the way of this administration? Can't you just peek for one moment behind the curtain and give them a little credit? I mean, aren't you happy for a guy from Clairton that at least the mill's going to be around for a while?
Maybe it's not. Maybe what this guy was saying in the previous about what Nippon still's doing. And what did Nippon say today? What did they say today? Never again. There's a lot of angst still there. Maybe we can learn a lot from the Japanese culture. But I'm wondering. I really want to see these other people in this town. It's a show me state, man. Okay, it's Missouri. Show me. We're tired of the promises, and we ain't going to change our lifestyle.
Okay, Georgie, I appreciate it. So much pessimism. Oh, Let's go to Kathy in Imperial. Kathy, shed some light on me, please. I need a bright light on me. I know.
Oh, my goodness.
Listen, this is how I start my 10-hour radio day. I mean, so it's a miracle I can even get through the first hour. They're always coming after me. Go ahead. Listen. Somebody actually, I could tell you stuff people have done to me. And what people need to know, I got people in my corner. You know what I'm saying? And all I'm trying to do is to make people understand we have to take charge in America because the rest of the world would love to take everything from us until we have nothing left. This president is the only reason why people are actually listening to us. This is the only reason that Putin's coming to Alaska, because of him. And if we can save one life because of this president, everybody should salute him. Go ahead.
Well, that's a perfect lead into what I want to talk about because, the two previous callers before me, this is what your fellow Americans don't want anymore. We want to see people have a balance. We want to see bipartisanship happening in our government to where Republicans and Democrats come together and, look at Fetterman. He's willing to say, if it makes sense, let's do it. And, just different. We need more and more of that. As again, I'll say the two previous callers, that mindset where you're locked down, you're not going to look at anything good no matter what. You're invested and you're in that narrative. You're just going to hate Trump, and no matter what he does, it's going to fail. That is what your fellow Americans turned out in record numbers and voted against. Your mindset cannot be for the better good of this country. I don't even look at parties. I mean, of course, I've been a Republican all my life, but and that's just my party. But I'm an American first, and I think that is what we need to focus down on. If it's working for the better good of America, then we all need to be all in. This whole, I'm going to stay true to a narrative, even if it's like going back to 2003, and quoting you from your shows. This stuff, this cannot be healthy for us as a nation. Even if you live your life like that, it's not healthy. We all have to be willing to evolve and change and grow as people. The what person I was 5 years ago, I'm not today, because I'm willing to learn and grow. But, Josh Shapiro, you had talked about him with Ted. Here's the problem with Josh Shapiro running again. I think Josh doesn't do enough of what I just described. His state went for Trump in 2024. That's not a good sign for him running again or running for presidency. And also, this is his audition right now, and it's not great. I wish there was a Democratic candidate that could bring something to the table and, be more neutral and things like that. But Josh has done a couple things. Wasn't it the very first Nippon thing that he didn't show up to? I forget which thing he didn't show up where Trump was there, and it was like, yikes, that was probably not a good idea politically for his career. These kind of things. But to your point, and to the two previous callers before me, I'm so glad they were right before me. You guys are what your fellow Americans don't want. We want to be all Americans together, and these narratives that keep us stuck in negativity and doom and gloom, that doesn't do good for anybody in any scenario. So, it's time for that kind of change. And I hope to see a lot more politicians that wake up and think about that.
Well, look, there's been too much divide in this country. Look, this guy's just trying to make it better for working class people. And listen, if you don't want your children to actually have a chance to earn a good living, whether they want to go to college or not, if you don't want to see more things built in America, then okay, fine. But we could not continue down the path. You ever hear of divine intervention? And I'm a spiritual person, but I don't talk about it, and I'm not a Bible-thumping individual to where I'm going to quote scripture. But it's kind of ironic how this guy got put back in office after being out 4 years. And if we would have had 4 more years of what we've been doing, I'm telling you right now, we'd have never made it to our 300th birthday. This nation would have been completely flat, busted. And I know people are saying, well, that wouldn't have been my problem. But guess what? I have something in the game here called children. That I want them to have the same opportunities that I did, and they might actually have a better chance than I had growing up, as opposed to watching everything disappear. Maybe my children can see things come back again, and wouldn't that be a nice thing to actually have happen in their lifetime?
Well, for sure, and it would have been everybody's problem. And, the thing that we're watching die, and thankfully so, is political careerism. For those who got real comfy and got political positions for personal gain, their days are numbered, as they should be. If you're going to hold a political position, you need to understand that you're in this for America, not for yourself. And that's been the page that, Trump has stayed on all this time. That's the things that we see. He's in there. He doesn't need this for personal gain. He's there for America. And, that's, isn't that what a political position is for? It's we the people, we're the government, and you are representing us. And that got way lost in the shuffle with all these people that got in there and just were like, oh, I could cut this deal, and I could earn $150,000 as a politician, but be worth $5 million,
right.
And
let me
all that. Yeah.
Let me jump in. I got to get to a break, but I appreciate you, Kathy. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
All right, be good. All right, we're going to get to Etna and Jim on the other side. A lot of calls this hour. Hey, really excited about next hour. Equip the Front Line, Salvation Army. I've been a fan of, and if you've been listening to me for a long time, a long time, from the kettle and the bell to everything that they do. We're going to have some really cool people drop by, some of their frontline donors, because it's all about equipping the front lines. And then at 7 o'clock, Dina Schmidt, One Health Benefits, will be here. We'll be talking Medicare and more. And then at 8 o'clock, Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Mr. Caranta back in the building today. 9 o'clock, it's the Inside Connection, MediConnect. 10 o'clock, the guys from True Value. 11 o'clock, AAA Central's Talking Travel. Caitlin will be here today. Saigon. And then in the noon hour, Dr. Dawn Spola, who's on vacation, but she'll join us via Zoom, Metropolitan Window Screen, maybe from the beach. She'll be doing her program all about neuropathy, Allegheny Health, and physical medicine. Rob Taylor coming up with the news at 6. Lots more to come today, including Jim from Etna on the other side on KDKA. Good morning.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. News Radio KDKA. Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you better. Brian Reynolds got the go-ahead run in the 8th inning as the Pirates went on to defeat Cincinnati last night at PNC Park. 6:40 first pitch tonight. For a Saturday, you can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. Jacksonville Jaguars head coach Liam Cohn told reporters this week that his starters will see the field tonight in the team's preseason opener against the Steelers. That, of course, includes number 2 overall draft pick and two-way star Travis Hunter, whom Cohn said, in fact, will play both sides of the football. Meanwhile, the Steelers taking a much different approach as Coach Tomlin announced an extensive list of starters who will be healthy scratches in the exhibition, including Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, Jonnu Smith, and Pat Freiermuth, along with running back Jaylen Warren. To golf at the FedEx Championship, Tommy Fleetwood is your leader. He's a 13 under. That's good for a 4-shot lead. And this weekend, NASCAR goes for the checkered flag at Watkins Glen. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, they are here, the Salvation Army. We're going to be talking to them about Equip the Front Lines. Really looking forward to the next hour. And one of my longtime friends, Pittsburgh Fire Chief Daryl Jones, is going to drop by. We're going to talk to him. I've known him for a very long time. He's got Beaver County roots down there in Aliquippa, so I'm really pumped about that hour. All right, here he is, Jimmy in Etna. Jimmy, go ahead. You're on KDK. How you doing? All right, no Jimmy. I don't know what happened. So long, Jimmy. Anyway, let me just kind of summarize some of the things that we've talked about here in the first hour, and we can carry some of this stuff over into tomorrow's show. And then I want to remind everyone the budget continues to be a major issue in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And I've got really pedal to the metal on this story. And I'm going to continue to pump the brakes just enough to let you listen to what some people have to say. But I'm going to go full throttle asking questions that need to be answered. And it simply is, how can you, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, when you have to have the revenue stream, well over 30 days, the deadline, and no one seems to be panicking at all. And there are people in desperate need of certain fundings, and there's a lot of people concerned, including regional transit, which is the main artery to your e-commerce to actually make money in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. If you take that away, you have nothing to really layer the foundation. Do you understand how many people rely on regional transit in this region? How many people, when you see the buses go by, you have no idea. That's their lifeline. So I think it's just absolutely ludicrous that we're out there dealing with something this large and nobody seems to panic. And I will say my two guests next week on both sides of the political aisle have a different opinion, but at least they're standing up and speaking out, as opposed to many who are just kind of sitting on the fence. I got State Senator Kim Ward Monday night at 8, and I've got State Senator Jay Costa Tuesday night at 8. This has got to get better. This cannot continue to go on the way it's been going on, and we just kind of sit back and expect, oh, it's going to get better, because it's not. It's not going to get better. And we're going to talk to a former politician whose seat is now held by Josh Kale, Jim Christiana, who's now an NFL agent. He's an entrepreneur. He runs the Shell Recreational Center down there in that Center Township, Aliquippa, Beaver County area. And we're going to talk about why are we dealing with an issue when he and Tom Corbett and others got that Shell cracker plan here years ago. The revenue stream is out there. It's coming in. It's only going to get better. We as a nation have to face reality. We have to go back to work. And I know this whole thing about there's 2 million people in unemployment. I understand. I feel for them. I get it. Okay? But the president wants us to go back to work, to get up and actually take charge of America again. And we're not doing it. We're not taking charge of America again. And if we don't do something about it, well, guess what? There's going to be no America to take back or take charge again. It's just frustrating to me. This budget thing has just got me steamed. Sean, Northside. How you doing, Sean? Welcome to KDKA.
I'm pretty good. How are you?
Welcome. Thanks for calling in. Go ahead, please.
Man, you know, this is the first time. I'm a first-time listener. You know, I'm in the morning waking up to this. Some clowns, man, for real. Real clowns, man. I think so.
They don't. Well, listen, people need to understand. America's in a desperate place right now.
No, actually, I'm not even talking about you right now. I don't even know what you're even talking about. I just heard how you hung up on the last caller. I'm like, well, I gotta call in. You're just hanging up. You're a real ignorant, man. So don't talk about anything else.
I had to go to work. Had to go to a commercial break. Come on, brother. I'm just trying to work for a living here. I gave her and Kathy and I go way back. I was a minute late for a commercial break, brother. I had to go to break. My goodness. First time caller just to tell me I hung up on someone I didn't hang up on? Crazy. All right, listen, that's it for the calls for the first hour of the big broadcast today, but we've got so much more still to come today, including the Salvation Army. Equip the front lines. It's all about making you aware of what they do in time of need and how you can step up and help out. And I think you'll find it to be a fascinating hour. And then we're going to spend a little bit of time telling you all about what's happening in the world of Medicare as the open enrollment period is literally just weeks away. It'll be here before you know it. We're going to have Dina Schmidt from One Health Benefits. And then everything happening with the bulls and bears on Wall Street and financial news and notes and that topic that we always discuss, annuities, and how it really can give you a clear path to a very secure future. That literally is coming up with the 8 o'clock hour. Secure Money Advisors on the Money. Brian Carranza will be here today. And then at 9 o'clock, more of the information that you come to know and love with the Inside Connection. MediConnect's going to drop by. 10 o'clock, all sorts of late summer projects in and around your house. It is the True Value Home Improvement Show. And then today at 11 o'clock, it's AAA East Central's Talking Travel. We'll have a couple of itineraries for you. Of course, a tour of the week, cruise of the week. Caitlin Seigan is going to be here. And then at noon, it's all about helping people with neuropathy. We're going to be joined by Dawn Spalla of the Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine locations in Brackenridge and Sarver. Rob Taylor coming up with that news shortly at the top of the hour. Then we'll get right back and spend a little time with the Salvation Army. I do want to kind of get you caught up on a couple of other things, including what we're going to be doing on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show. Of course, the Steelers getting ready for their first preseason game of the night. Most of these starters are going to be silent on the bench, healthy scratches, but we are going to get a chance to see some of the rookies get a chance. Caleb Johnson running the football. We'll have a Goodrich and Geist Steelers Black and Gold report. Jeff Hathorn will give us that coming up in just a little bit at 7:15. Rob's going to have a couple of those wraps from our sports director, too. The game tonight with Bob Pompiani and Charlie Batch on KDKA television. But the big thing tonight, honestly, you want your Steelers to look good, but I really am rooting for Travis Hunter. I mean, he's the number 2 overall pick, obviously played at Colorado with Coach Sanders and Shedeur Sanders and Shiloh Sanders, but I really want to see this kid do great things. And you know what? I like people daring to dream and doing different things. And his coach, Liam Cohen, said, look, he's going to play on both sides of the football. He says he can play every down. I don't know if it'll come down to that as we get close to the season, but I could see him starting every down on defense at cornerback and then obviously red zone, selective third down plays on offense. But tonight he gets a chance to play on both sides of the football. And granted, this isn't the Steelers starting lineup, but it is still very interesting to see. So I'm really looking forward to that tonight. And, of course, KDK Television, Bob Pompiani, and Charlie Batch. Speaking of Sanders, and I mentioned this a little while ago, I have a little extra time and I want to bring it up again. Again, only preseason, and they are our arch rival, the Cleveland Browns. But if you didn't enjoy what Shedeur Sanders did last night, you don't like happy stories, feel-good stories, you're not a fan of football. I mean, this young man basically said nothing, but he went out there and did all of his talking on the football field. I mean, imagine what he went through that day with his family, expecting to go in the first or second round, and then the third round, and the fourth round, and it just kept ticking away and going away round after round, and then finally he gets an opportunity, and what does he do? He throws 2 touchdown passes and no picks, and he even looked good at times running, scrambling with the football. Because I'll be honest with you, the only thing that I've ever said about Shedeur Sanders that I've been concerned about, that he seemed to be a little slow of foot. And in the National Football League, you can get flushed out of that pocket quickly because sometimes Shedeur likes to hold on to the football too long. But he was accurate, pinpointing those passes, had the deep ball going, had some happy feet, but definitely always in control. And he looked spectacular. And throughout this entire process, he has not said one negative thing about anybody or anything. He's not said that he's the best. He just was not the greatest. He's just the latest. He wants the opportunity. And he went out there and made the most of it. And in the end, very humble in his interview and obviously throwing some love to his father, who's dealt with some health challenges of late. So if not for anything, the NFL season officially is beginning with some really good stories, and that is a good story. And I am really stoked to see what Travis Hunter does tonight. I really wish, though, Will Howard, young man from Ohio State, broke his hand out for 3 weeks. I wish he would have been around tonight because I would have loved to have seen him get an opportunity and maybe had that same kind of feel-good story that Shedeur Sanders had, because I think Will Howard is a future franchise quarterback in the National Football League. I think a lot of people overlooked him because he transferred a couple of times, but everywhere the young man from Pennsylvania has gone, he has done nothing but win. All right, stay with us. We're just underway, having just too much fun on a Saturday. And after Rob checks the news, you're going to meet the good people from the Salvation Army. Equip the front lines. I've been waiting for this, and I know you're going to love it. Moments away, KDK with your Pratt Pack.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridges Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridges brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 66 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a teenage girl was shot Friday night in East Hills. It happened around 10:30 Friday night in the 200 block of East Hills Drive. The girl was shot in the calf. She's in stable condition at a hospital. Right now, no suspects have been arrested. A man is in custody accused of crashing a stolen vehicle into a Pittsburgh police cruiser. This happened Friday night around 8:30. Police say a car stolen out of Wilkinsburg was located in East Hills in the 8,000 block of Bryceland Street. When Pittsburgh police tried to stop that vehicle, the vehicle allegedly crashed into a police vehicle and then crashed at Bryceland Street and Wilkinsburg Avenue. The alleged suspect was arrested and treated for minor injuries. Parkway East will be closed in both directions, a portion of it this weekend. Between the Squirrel Hill Tunnel and the Edgewood-Swissvale interchange, that closure will begin tonight at 9 o'clock and last until Monday morning at 5 a.m. And it's due to crews demolishing and replacing an overhead sign structure. Now, on the Big K Morning Show, Senator Jay Costa, who lives in the Forest Hills area, is asking people to stay calm.
I think they just got to stay cool, figure out what the alternative route's going to be, and more importantly, recognize that this is going to be what's in place since early part of 26. So we need to get used to it, but I think at the end of the road, the end of the day, I should say, the benefit is well worth the wait to be able to get done what needs to be done.
Traffic will be detoured, and PennDOT recommends avoiding the area if possible. State police continue to investigate a fatal officer-involved shooting in Mercer County. 46-year-old Tyler Askernies of Farrell was killed in the incident when Mercer County Sheriff's and Shenango Township Police were trying to serve a warrant at the Park Inn by Radisson and Middlesex. It was on Thursday. Troopers say Askernies refused to surrender, and then the shots were fired, killing him. KDK Sports, Steeler football back. Preseason game number 1 tonight in Jacksonville, and KDK Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn has a preview.
He might be the easiest player to judge during the preseason game tonight at 7. Steelers rookie running back Caleb Johnson says he's excited as Mike Tomlin will likely give him a number of carries.
I love his general demeanor regarding to get better. He's a work in progress like a lot of young runners in terms of blitz pickup. Not only recognition on the NFL level, but technically. He's been really impressive in that he's a young man that doesn't run away from things. He runs 2 things, and so he's getting better in all areas.
Bob Pompiani and Charlie Batch on the call in Jacksonville. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDK Radio News Time, 6:03. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a good deal of sun to start the weekend and warmer conditions with a high of 88, leading to a clear to at times partly cloudy night tonight with a low of 65. Then more warmth for tomorrow under sunshine, high 89. Monday looks to be hot and sunny with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by the Salvation Army. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
You know, I was just telling our illustrious guests that it was many years ago that one of my many heroes and mentors in this business, Fred Hansberger, said, let me tell you a little bit about the Salvation Army. And it's been a partnership, a relationship that has lasted a very long time for your Pratt Pack, especially with the kettle and the bell at Christmas time. But it's also very important to talk about everything they do at the Salvation Army, especially when it comes to equipping the front lines. I've got some amazing guests in studio. I've got some great guests that we're going to be sharing some thoughts with you as far as this hour is concerned. But before we go any further, he outranks us all. So please, Major, introduce yourself to everybody.
Good morning. My name is Major Marcus Jugenheimer. I'm the Divisional Commander of the Salvation Army for the Western Pennsylvania Division, serving the western 28 counties of the state.
It's great to have you here. And you, please, Dean, introduce yourself.
I am Dean Hanna. I am the Emergency Disaster Services Director for the Western Pennsylvania Division of the Salvation Army.
All right, Nicole Hara is also in the building with us, so just want to spread the love a little bit because this is what they do all the time. And we have a very long-time friend of mine, our Beaver County roots going way back. He'll be joining us in just a little bit. Pittsburgh Fire Chief Daryl Jones is going to drop by as well. But Major, let's begin with you. You know, people often see the Salvation Army on the news at the scenes of fires, floods, snowstorms, and other disasters. Please tell everyone about how the Salvation Army works to help both survivors and first responders. Go ahead.
When disaster strikes, the Salvation Army Emergency Disaster Services responds. Every year, thousands of people face disasters, fires, floods, snowstorms, power outages, and other emergencies that deeply affect our communities. For more than 100 years, our dedicated staff and volunteers have equipped the front lines throughout 28 counties of western Pennsylvania by providing food and drink to first responders, along with safe shelter, clothing, cleanup kits, and essential assistance to disaster survivors, so emergency personnel can focus on saving lives and addressing critical situations.
You know, I think people need to understand, Dean, that there's a lot of history here when it comes to emergency disaster services, particularly when it started right here in western Pennsylvania. So just talk a little bit more about the history. Go ahead.
So, yeah, the history, you know, we cover 28 counties here in the Salvation Army. We began in emergency disaster services work during a historically devastating time in 1936 floods, and we've continued thus far to continue that service ever since. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. our EDS department is on call to provide food, clothing, shelter, cleanup assistance, and spiritual support. We just recently did that with our local floods and power outages. We were all over the community just recently. But we position ourselves as a Salvation Army to be able to respond to any and everything that we have out there. So.
All right, I want to remind everyone, I'm going to do this more than once because I want you to actually stand up and help them in what they're trying to do. Salvation Army, WPA, as in Western Pennsylvania, WPA.org/shield. Or you can text the word SHIELD, SHIELD, to 31333, 31333. All right, let's get back to the major here and talk about more about the history and how really every dollar helps. This is something that has to be ongoing for not just this generation, but for generations to come. But to live in the present, people need to understand the funds are needed now to continue to what you do every day, because every day there are more and more challenges, right, Major?
Absolutely. This whole idea of equipping the front lines during the blue sky days is so critical when a disaster does strike, whether it's a natural disaster or a man-made disaster, which we've experienced as well. The Salvation Army needs to be prepared to respond in a moment's notice and to help meet those most immediate needs of that critical response time. And so individuals coming alongside us through donations, through our Equip the Front Lines campaign, enables us to be ready for whatever tomorrow might bring.
Yeah, and a lot of times we could be on the other side of this thing. So just in case we need them, it's nice to know if we step up now, Dean, they're going to be there for us, right?
Yeah, that's 100% sure. And the thing that's really great about, having that support from the Salvation Army, it's your own community. It's your own people that are out there. It's volunteers, it's relatives of volunteers, it's people of the community, it's strangers you don't know. And we've been doing it, ever since the beginning here. So and even things outside of just Pittsburgh that people don't focus on. We have Flight 93 that we've responded to, the Tree of Life Synagogue. And like I said earlier, just those most recent devastating power outages and floods that we had here locally a few months back. So.
All right, Major, before we kind of talk about this mobile feeding program, I want to get back to Dean on that. Just talk about the people who are the troops, the boots on the ground, those people that work with you in the Salvation Army that are out there doing what they do. What a blessing they are, right?
Oh, absolutely. So the Salvation Army provides this service to the 28 counties with 2 full-time staff members. And so we rely so much on volunteers who come alongside and want to do something. I was amongst the first Salvation Army personnel at Ground Zero in New York City, living in the city at the time. And on that first day, there were just such a wide variety of individuals who came up wanting to do something, feeling the need to do something. And we were able to connect them with a way that they could serve, their neighbors in need and others who were devastated by that situation.
Let me ask you something personally about that, because I obviously covered that story, and literally I just finished the overnight show and I was home just trying to catch a quick nap, and I saw the second plane hit the World Trade Centers. I can't imagine what it would have been like without the Salvation Army, but you have to think about that every single time September the 11th rolls around.
Oh, absolutely. I've been part of anniversary, recognitions each and every year, and whether in New York City or in other locations. And it's just, there's a constant reminder of really the worst of humanity, but also the best of humanity.
Amen. Couldn't agree with you more. All right, now I want to talk about this mobile feeding program. This is something that I really want you to talk about. Go ahead, Dean.
So, yeah, we're out feeding every single week. We feed to go out to help our unhoused population, but more so over than that, whenever there's a response needed, we are like the primary food and the primary feeding lead when it comes to the state and when it comes to response in emergency disaster services. We've served over 53,000 individuals, including more than 11,000 first responders. And Chief Jones will be able to speak to that just firsthand. And they helped us get on the scene and everything like that. But served 26,000 meals and 90 to 110 meals per week. So we're out there every day. When you see the Salvation Army canteens, our trucks, our logos, and we're out there handing out food, I say we're handing out hope because that's what we provide to our community.
All right, great stuff. Just underway, the fire chief of Pittsburgh, my longtime friend Daryl Jones, on the other side of the break. We'll get to him in a moment. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When disaster strikes in western Pennsylvania, the Salvation Army's Emergency Disaster Services is there providing food, water, shelter, and hope to first responders, survivors across 28 counties. And again, you can step up and make a difference. SalvationArmyWPA.org/shield or text the word SHIELD, SHIELD, 31333, 31333. The Chief on the other side. It's your Pratt Pack on a Saturday with the Salvation Army on KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Americans spend $66 billion on weight loss products and services each year. And you know what? Right here in our hometown, Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff has helped thousands of people do just that. Lose weight, keep it off. In fact, he's been helping people take back control of their lives for more than 20 years here in Pittsburgh at the PA Hypnosis Center. You have an opportunity to do the same. Are you battling anxiety? So many people are. He can help you with that. If you want to quit smoking, Dan Vitchoff is the call you should make at the PA Hypnosis Center today. Schedule your free consultation at 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446. Dan can help you reach your goal with a 98% success guarantee. 724-934-8446. Call now.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you better. Brian Reynolds got the go-ahead run in the 8th inning as the Pirates went on to defeat Cincinnati last night at PNC Park. 6:40 first pitch tonight. For a Saturday, you can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. Jacksonville Jaguars head coach Liam Cohn told reporters this week that his starters will see the field tonight in the team's preseason opener against the Steelers. That, of course, includes number 2 overall draft pick and two-way star Travis Hunter, whom Cohn said, in fact, will play both sides of the football. Meanwhile, the Steelers taking a much different approach as Coach Tomlin announced an extensive list of starters who will be healthy scratches in the exhibition, including Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, Jonas Smith, and Pat Freiermuth, along with running back Jaylen Warren. To golf at the FedEx Championship, Tommy Fleetwood is your leader. He's a 13 under. That's good for a 4-shot lead. And this weekend, NASCAR goes for the checkered flag at Watkins Glen. More sports at 937thefan.com.
This special alert is for all Americans who own a vehicle. If you have a warranty that's about to expire or no warranty coverage at all, this message is for you. It's time to stop worrying about future car repairs today. Your vehicle is essential, but unexpected breakdowns can derail your plans and your wallet. It's time to future-proof your ride with CarShield. CarShield offers a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that saves drivers thousands from out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Imagine if your engine quits or your transmission fails. You could pay a fraction of the repair cost. This protection plan is at an all-time low, and to give you even more peace of mind, drivers who activate today also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Don't wait for a breakdown to drain your savings. Future-proof your car with CarShield today and drive with confidence. Call CarShield for your free quick quote. Call 800-220-6409. That's 800-220-6409. What do you have to lose? Call 800-220-6409. 800-220-6409. Again, 800-220-6409.
If you're turning 65 this year, review your Medicare Part C options now. You need to know the difference between Advantage plans versus supplement plans. Contact locally owned and operated Need Part C today for a free consultation. That's Need Part C. Beat the annual enrollment rush. NeedPartC.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, sometimes the stars are aligned and you just can't wait to get to work because you know ahead of time that one of your old friends is going to drop by, and he's so proud of him. I am. He is now the fire chief of Pittsburgh, Daryl Jones, going back to our days in Aliquippa. Chief, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. Listen, we're going to get everybody involved here because everybody has some things they want to ask you. But I'm going to start off by simply talking about the Salvation Army being unique in serving both disasters, survivors, and first responders. So tell the folks why it is so important for first responders to receive support in times of crisis. Go ahead, please.
Especially for us as firefighters. And during the seasonal times that we have here in the city of Pittsburgh, the Salvation Army helps us with our rehabilitation. This type of temperatures, guys get worn out real fast, dehydrated. We have the Salvation Army coming out on our second alarm fires, and when they arrive on scene, they immediately start to provide water and maybe some of the other Gatorade, other fluids like that to help our people recover so that they can get back into the fight.
All right, Dean, jump in here for the chief. Go ahead.
So, Chief Jones, how's it going this morning? Can you talk a little bit about just what the Salvation Army means as far as a beacon in the community, specifically here in Western Pennsylvania?
Well, like you stated earlier, the Salvation Army is the main provider of meals in times of crisis and disaster. And it doesn't have to be necessarily a major disaster. Everybody's personal disaster is catastrophic. But just to give you an example, last year we had a fire at 2nd Avenue Commons, which is a shelter for the unhoused. And so we had to move those people out of that area and into the convention center for a temporary amount of time. And immediately the Salvation Army was there to provide meals because the contractor for 2nd Avenue Commons wasn't quite set up to deliver meals to the convention center. Salvation Army stepped in, provided a couple meals right off the bat. That's the kind of thing that the Salvation Army does for the community.
Major, I know how much you really respect the chief, so I want to give you a couple of moments just to chat with him a bit, so go right ahead.
Yes, I want to start off to say, Chief, thank you for all that you do to provide support, you and all of the firefighters, to people in really what is, as you said, is a catastrophic disaster in their lives. I think often we think of the major disasters that impact regions, but that single house fire, we see that as you do as a catastrophic disaster for that family, and just really wanted to hear your thoughts on what is that emotional impact on that family at that time, just so that all of the listeners can understand that the what's being provided is not only help but hope.
And so, I tell my guys, I tell people about the fire service. I say, look, we see people on the first day, worst day, last day of their lives. Those are the three things. They call us when there's a problem, and they're looking for someone to step in and to bring that problem to a successful conclusion. So they're already under stress when we get there, and the emotional stress is effective. They're losing their property, things that may have been in their family for generations. Maybe a life may also be at risk. And so this is putting an incredible amount of stress on people. They are not the most pleasant when they are under stress like this. And I have to remind people all the time, look, understand what these people are going through. They're not intentionally rude. They're not necessarily bad people. It's just the circumstances that they're dealing with right now has them under stress. So when someone like the Salvation Army comes out and offers comfort to these people, understanding, maybe even a shoulder to cry on, these are the things that help the recovery process when they move from the disaster to recover, to try to get back to some sense of normal.
I want to remind everyone, you can step up and help out. Salvation Army, WPA.org/shield, or text the word SHIELD, SHIELD, 31333, 31333. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When disaster strikes in Western Pennsylvania, the Salvation Army's Emergency Disaster Services is there, providing food, water, shelter, and help Hope for first responders and survivors in 28 counties. Again, that's Salvation Army, WPA.org/SHIELD, or text the word SHIELD to 31333, 31333. Chief, appreciate the early wake-up call. Two things before you go. First off, to the people who work with you every day fighting fires, saving lives, and helping put lives back together again. Talk about your boots on the ground, please. Go ahead.
So, as I was stating earlier to another friend of mine at another time, that the City of Pittsburgh Bureau of Fire, the members of this department are part of that community. We are so proud of each neighborhood that we serve within the City of Pittsburgh. As a matter of fact, we have the name of the neighborhood on the side of our rigs that we represent. Whenever there's a tragedy inside that neighborhood, it affects the whole neighborhood, and that includes my firefighters. So we know that we're the first ones. That's the whole point of being a first responder. People are expecting for highly qualified, highly trained, highly motivated people to get off that rig and dive into their problem. And my people understand this. And therefore, they work hard, they train hard to make sure that they can give the highest level of service to the citizens and visitors of Pittsburgh.
Last thing for Chief Darrell Jones of the City of Pittsburgh, please stress how important it is for people to step up and support the Salvation Army. Then we'll say goodbye. Go ahead.
We also support the Salvation Army. We have an automatic withdrawal from our paychecks to donate to the Salvation. We specifically put the code in so that that money goes to the Salvation Army Disaster Relief Services. And people, we're out there trying to help. The Salvation Army is helping those who help. And we need your support to make sure that they are able to do what we are counting on them to do. First responders are counting on them, and the community is counting on them. So I implore you to make every effort you can to donate what you can.
Hey, you're still the best. I appreciate you. Come around anytime, okay?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. He's a good guy, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
He's solid, man.
Yeah.
He should be a chief.
Yeah.
We got a chief. We got a major. That's a good show. All right. As we go to break, why don't you just take a little bit of time, Dean, to urge people to step up, and then I'll give the way that they can actually pledge their support as we continue to equip the front lines. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So the Salvation Army, we've been here for a long time. We will continue to be here. That's one of the things that I feel is so rewarding, is that no matter if I have to take a day off, the Salvation Army never takes a day off. It's always will be there. It continues going. If major leaves, there will be another major there. That's the way that we're set up. We're set up to be persistent and consistent. And because of the structure that we have an incredible scalability to be able to respond to whatever we can. So if you have that ability to donate either your time, funds, or share the message to someone else, I would appreciate it if you did so.
All right, sounds good. Hey, don't forget the virtual program right now on the air, but they need help with budget shortfall. Salvation Army is now turning to your community, the community they serve in their time of need. Your help is urgently needed to equip the front lines. Visit Salvation Army, WPA.org/SHIELD, or text the word SHIELD, SHIELD, to 31333 to donate today. Together, we can do the most good, and if your family is in need, they will be there for you, too. Stay with us. Much more to come as we continue with the Salvation Army this morning, equipping the front lines with your Pratt Pack on KDKA.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It's the second annual KDKA Radio Kickoff Classic live at the Wolverina, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. The best high school football showcase to begin the 2025 season on Friday and Saturday, August 22nd and 23rd. North Allegheny versus Woodland Hills, Central Catholic versus LaSalle College on Friday. On Saturday, it's McKeesport versus Delaware Valley, Steel Valley versus Westinghouse, and Elizabeth Forward versus West Mifflin. $13 per ticket or weekend passes, just $25. Get your tickets at kdkaradio.com.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 66 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Happening right now, crews are on the scene of a multi-vehicle crash on Route 28. This is right near the East Ohio Street exit that's on the inbound side. 3 people were taken to the hospital. You will encounter some lane restrictions on the Route 28 near East Ohio Street at this hour. Also, Pittsburgh police are investigating after a teenage girl was found shot Friday night in East Hills. It happened around 10:30 in the 200 block of East Hills Drive. That girl was shot in the leg. Right now, she's in stable condition at the hospital. Right now, no suspects have been arrested. Also, a man is in custody accused of crashing a stolen vehicle into a Pittsburgh police cruiser. This happened Friday night around 8:30. Police say a stolen car out of Wilkinsburg was located in East Hills in the 8,000 block of Bryceland Street. When police tried to stop that vehicle, the vehicle allegedly crashed into a police vehicle and then crashed at Bryceland Street and Wilkinsburg Avenue. The alleged suspect was arrested and treated for minor injuries. Former Pittsburgh police officer who was fired after using a taser on a homeless man during a 2021 arrest who later died must be reinstated to the force and given back pay and benefits. That was the ruling from a Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court judge on Friday afternoon, reversing a decision reached last year by the Allegheny County Court of Common Pleas that Officer Keith Edmonds would remain off the force. Edmonds used a taser on Jim Rogers after Rogers was accused of stealing a bike in Bloomfield back in October of 2021. Rogers died the next day. Allegheny County coroner ruled Rogers' death accidental. City of Pittsburgh settled with the Rogers family in 2023 for $8 million. Edwards was fired by the city but reinstated 2 years later, only for that decision to be reversed by the Court of Common Pleas. Well, the grand opening of the new Apple store on Shadyside's Walnut Street takes place later this morning, but as it opens, what's being done to fill the vacancies in other properties along the street? Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
As Apple moves into the old Gap store a block away, it means its old location will be yet another vacancy on a street that in the past few years has lost not only the Gap, but other long-term tenants, including Banana Republic, Rite Aid, Shadyside Market, E.B. Pepper, and Footloose. Soon to go, Mazer Gallery and Francesca's. Some retailers have said online that rents are to blame. City Council member Erica Strasburger says while retailers like Henny Jewelers have expanded, she hopes the city can help restore the street's luster.
Maybe the Urban Redevelopment Authority, maybe City of Pittsburgh, maybe other entities issues, but I'm certain we can, if necessary, fill the gaps to be able to meet the price points that every business owner needs.
There are rumors that Restoration Hardware is interested in moving in, and she says residents and businesses alike are meeting monthly to see what can be done to revitalize the street with attractions for people of all ages throughout the day. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 6:33. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. How did you get 30, 30, did you get 30, did you get 20, 20, 20, did you get 20, 20, did you get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The start of the weekend brings the start of a warmer stretch, and that means more sun than clouds today, with a high getting up to 88. For tonight, it's looking clear to partly cloudy with a low of 65, followed by more sunshine and more warmth for tomorrow, high 89. Then a hotter day for Monday under sunshine with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by the Salvation Army.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Back on your Saturday morning Pittsburgh Works, and today we're all about equipping the front lines for the Salvation Army, and we have one of our donors joining us right now, a real Pittsburgher. So please introduce yourself to everyone.
Hi, my name's Bill Engelman. I've lived in Pittsburgh all my life, and Wexford probably for the last 45 years. My wife Pauline and I are veterans of the U.S. Air Force. I met her in the service. We've been married for almost 47 years, and both of us are volunteer firefighters. We were with the Marshall Township Fire Department for many years, and currently we are down the street from our house at Bradford Woods, where I'm assistant chief, and Pauline is a firefighter with Bradford Woods.
Pauline, let me just say good morning to you, too. How important has it been, that journey, as far as being a firefighter? What has that meant to you?
Yeah, I've been there for 47 years as a firefighter, helping out with the community. So.
All right. Now, let's get back to you, Bill, a little bit about the Salvation Army. You know, this whole thing that we're doing, Equip the Front Lines, I think people need to understand that the Salvation Army, I love them for what they do during the holidays with the bell and the kettle, but there's so much more. But what they do to help during disasters, 365 days a year, they're always there, and more importantly, from one generation to the next. So obviously, you being a firefighter for so many years and your wife, there's a good connection there between the Salvation Army. So when did you really appreciate and understand why the Salvation Army is so important along your journey as being a firefighter?
Well, one of the most important things is if we had a major incident, at some point in time, the Salvation Army would show up with their, we call Sally Wagon, which is a truck that provides us with hot drinks, some snacks. And one of the things that was most important to us was many years ago, we were freezing at a sub-zero fire, and they showed up with dry gloves for everybody. And that is something we still talk about to this day, how the Salvation Army came with dry gloves. And we were literally thanking them just to be for the warmth in our hands. The Salvation Army has always been a part of the fire service for many years, as long as we can remember. And not only do they provide to the firefighters and the EMS and police at the scene, if the folks that are having the worst day of their life need assistance, the Salvation Army is there to provide for them, get them a place to stay, give them some food, money, whatever they need to get them back on their feet. We got involved with the Salvation Army through an estate plan because of what they have done in Pittsburgh, especially with emergency services.
Yeah, I want everybody to know as we continue this Saturday morning about the equipping the front lines, you can step up as well and donate by going to Salvation Army WPA, as in Western Pennsylvania.org/shield, or you can text the word SHIELD, that's SHIELD, to 31333, 31333. So in the couple of minutes that we have left with Bill and Pauline, obviously because of your many years being a firefighter, and I thought this would be an appropriate time to mention this, you know, I never thought I would see a billboard asking people to volunteer to be a firefighter. I grew up in a neighborhood literally 2 doors from the local fire hall. My father was a firefighter. Just in a minute or so before we come back to why you're here, the Salvation Army, talk about the importance of being a volunteer firefighter and stepping up in your community, because you never know when you may need the services. So it's always good to help your neighbor. Talk about that a little bit, Bill.
Well, it's something that's been ingrained in my life. I've been in the fire service since I was 15 years old. I'm now 72. My wife had an opportunity when we first got married and moved back to Pittsburgh when we were discharged from the service. I told her, I said, I'm spending a lot of hours at the fire department. You're more than welcome to join me. So she did, and she's gone through all the schools and has been a firefighter since basically we got married. One of the biggest things right now is the lack of volunteers. Recruiting is a problem. People are too busy. People do not have the time to go through the required training. Years ago, it was just maybe a 40-hour course. Now you're talking hundreds of hours to be certified. It's a bad situation now with manpower. You're calling multiple companies in because companies are showing up with maybe 2 or 3 guys. The fire service is getting gray. We have, for example, on our first 2 crew today, if we would get a call, the 4 or 5 people that I can count on are all senior citizens. We're getting too old to do this. We need younger people.
Sounds good. Yeah, absolutely. I echo those sentiments. All right. So if you can, just tell the folks why they need to step up and help out the Salvation Army as we continue to equip the front lines this Saturday morning on KDK. Go ahead, Bill.
The main thing to do is realize what the Salvation Army is doing, and it's a charity that has very little overhead compared to some of the other charities or organizations that provide help to people out there. They don't have the high executive salaries. They don't have the high overhead. More of your money goes right to the Salvation Army for its programs. The reason we support the Emergency Services Division of Pittsburgh is because of all the good things we've seen over the past 50 years of people completely caring and helpful, and they do not ask for anything in return. They just are a wonderful organization, and the best thing to do is, even if you can give a few dollars with your charitable giving over the course of the year, think of them in your will. Put them as a part of your estate plan, which is something we've done. It's something that we planned for that'll continue a legacy into the future for supporting, as we call them, the Sally Wagons.
Yeah, it's the gift that keeps on giving for sure. The Salvation Army Emergency Disaster Services is a top-notch program for disaster preparedness and response that begins with the local community and extends throughout the Salvation Army's 28-county Western Pennsylvania division. Staff and volunteers equip the front lines with food and drinks for the first responders and survivors, as well as providing safe shelter, clothing, cleanup kits, and assistance to disaster survivors. The Salvation Army Western Pennsylvania Division's Emergency Disaster Services is facing a significant budget shortfall. Support is needed to continue their work serving survivors and first responders across the 28 counties to serve. So please step up. SalvationArmyWPA.org/SHIELD, or text the word SHIELD, SHIELD, to 31333, 31333. Bill, Pauline, thank you for your service in the military and obviously fighting the good fight as firefighters in Marshall Township and standing shoulder to shoulder with the best. And that, of course, is these amazing people that are out there every day on the front lines and have been for generations at the Salvation Army. Have a great rest of your weekend, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was an honor and a privilege to talk to you.
Really good people there. We're going to come back with some other good people and wrap up the hour with Dean and Major as we continue to equip the front lines. Can't remind you enough. Step up, help out, WPA.org/SHIELD. That's Salvation Army, WPA.org/SHIELD. Or you can text the word SHIELD, SHIELD, to 31333, 31333. Donate today. Your help is needed. We'll be back.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Hi, it's Lynn Hayes Freeland. Now, if you enjoy happy hour with a purpose, you are going to want to mark your calendar. AARP Pittsburgh is hosting a special evening to celebrate the 90th anniversary of Social Security, and they're doing it in style. It's called the Simpson Social Security Happy Hour. And here to tell us more is AARP volunteer Barbara Hill. Welcome.
Thanks for having me. We're thrilled to invite the community out to join us for this fun and informative event on Thursday, August 14th from 6 to 8 p.m. We'll be at Wiggle Whiskey in the Strip District for our SIPS and Social Security Happy Hour. It's a chance to enjoy a relaxed evening with your neighbors, all while learning about something that affects nearly every American, Social Security.
Now, that is a subject we have all been hearing a lot about lately, and I'm sure folks in our area have a lot of questions. So what exactly can people expect at this event?
Guests will receive one complimentary beverage, either a cocktail or non-alcoholic drink, plus light hors d'oeuvres served while supplies last. You'll also have the chance to connect with AARP staff and volunteers, hear about the importance of Social Security, and learn how AARP is working to protect and strengthen the program for current and future generations.
Now, this sounds like a great mix of information and fun, but do people need to register ahead of time?
Yes, advanced registration is required at aarp.org/local. The event is free. No purchase is necessary, but space is limited. So if you're interested, don't wait.
So food, drinks, and a little Social Security knowledge? What a combo. Thanks, Barbara, for joining us.
Don't forget to register, aarp.org/local.
News Radio, KDKA. Sports
brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you better. Brian Reynolds got the go-ahead run in the 8th inning as the Pirates went on to defeat Cincinnati last night at PNC Park. 6:40 first pitch tonight. For a Saturday, you can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. Jacksonville Jaguars head coach Liam Cohn told reporters this week that his starters will see the field tonight in the team's preseason opener against the Steelers. That, of course, includes number 2 overall draft pick and two-way star Travis Hunter, whom Cohn said In fact, we'll play both sides of the football. Meanwhile, the Steelers taking a much different approach as Coach Tomlin announced an extensive list of starters who will be healthy scratches in the exhibition, including Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, Jonas Smith, and Pat Freiermuth, along with running back Jalen Warren. To golf at the FedEx Championship, Tommy Fleetwood is your leader. He's a 13 under. That's good for a 4-shot lead. And this weekend, NASCAR goes for the checkered flag at Watkins Glen. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This has been a real treat for me. I really have such respect for the Salvation Army, and having a chance to spend time with Major and Dean and obviously Nicole in the studio today, and those two people that we just had, incredible, and the chief, just wonderful stuff. So I highly urge you to step up and help out, because you never know when you're going to need them, so you want to make sure they're there. Again, Salvation Army, WPA.org/shield, or text the word SHIELD to 31333, 31333. First, we're going to talk to a Major. You know, I told them during the break, you know, I've been in this business a long time, and I've covered a lot of weather-related stories. But in my life growing up, when you got a tornado warning or an alert, you thought, okay, we'll see. We had one, 1984, and then we didn't have anything. But now we've had multiple tornadoes, flooding, obviously the recent tragedy in Texas, but even here as well. And maybe it's just me, but Major, I really think the weather pattern has truly changed in a big way here in western Pennsylvania. So you never know what to expect. It's just been bizarre, hasn't it?
It has been absolutely bizarre, and it really doesn't matter where you live. I've deployed to disasters in North Dakota and Alabama, and things that you could expect then in those locations: flooding in North Dakota, hurricane in Alabama. But yeah, everything. We were talking about how areas such as Kentucky and Indiana are becoming part of the tornado alley.
Right.
That really wasn't the case before, and so that's why for the Salvation Army, each disaster is local. And so while we do have the scalability that Dean spoke to, it all starts with the local units being able to prepare. And that's why this Equipping the Front Lines campaign is so important, so that in each and every community, we are ready to provide that immediate care that is needed.
Yeah, and when we say immediate, it's like you're there, right, Dean?
Absolutely. We're there and on the spot. And just speaking to the local and the community aspect of it, I remember a couple of years ago, there was two communities, I can't remember specifically, but two communities that had a water issue. So where they either had to do like a boil order, or they were giving out water. And then we always meet every year on what we need locally to support our communities. We meet with the emergency manager, some of the city leaders, and what we heard was, hey, there's a water issue. It's happening 2-3 times a year throughout the 28 areas in western Pennsylvania. How can you guys help? So what we do, we got a water buffalo. So now we're using our resources to help specific communities and help the specific hazards that our communities have here in western Pennsylvania. So now that water buffalo is known, and when there's a disaster, we've used it 7 times already. Whenever there's something going on, we could deploy that asset to be able to provide water to those areas. So there's not a big gap in between, you got to get bottled water or you got to get this. You can have something in between until you get your full plan worked out there. So.
All right, I'm going to give each of you a chance to do what you do best. Just tell the folks to step up and help out and why the need now has never been greater. Go ahead.
The need has never been greater because Western Pennsylvania is a helpful area. They're a very resilient area, but that resiliency doesn't happen without people helping people. So do your part to help our local community and invest in our local community and our emergency responders and volunteers to help as many people as you can.
I can't thank you enough. It's been a real pleasure to meet you, and I hear you're heading to my old stomping grounds later today, Rochester. So have a nice trip to Beaver County and come back real soon, okay?
Thank you.
Major, final minute, all yours, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, we often say that disasters do not discriminate. It can happen to anyone, anywhere. And so in the Salvation Army in the Western Pennsylvania Division, we want to be prepared for whatever community might be facing that disaster of any kind. You know, we've cited some earlier that, and didn't even mention the train derailment in East Palestine that,
right.
That this division was so supportive in helping to meet those needs.
Right.
And so we never know where it's going to happen, and that's why it's always so important that we equip the front lines so that we are prepared.
Been a real honor to have you all here. Dean, Major, Nicole, thank you all very much, and enjoy the rest of your day. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. When disaster strikes in Western Pennsylvania, the Salvation Army Emergency Disaster Services is there providing food, water, shelter, and hope to first responders and survivors across 28 counties. Now's the time. Step up, salvationarmywpa.org/shield, or text the word SHIELD to 31333. 31333.
The proceeding was paid for by the Salvation Army. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridge's Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridge's brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
Amazing August specials underway right now at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Boneless, skinless chicken breast or breast tenders, $2.98 a pound. Chambersburg, Pennsylvania peaches, 99 cents a pound. And Essential Everyday Awesome paper towels, 8-count packages, $4.99 each. Additional savings in our meat department. Bone-in country-style ribs, $1.99 a pound. And dinner-cut tuna steaks, 10-ounce portions, $4.99 each. In our produce department, locally grown zucchini or yellow squash, 99 cents a pound. And locally grown sweet corn, 6 for $3. In our deli department, plain or garlic Eckrich bologna, $4.99 a pound. And Silver Star Italian-style hot ham, $9.59 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper, 24-pack 12-ounce cans, $9.99 each.
So get into Coons Market for the amazing August specials. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, your neighborhood grocer. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case?
There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
ABC Transit is urgently hiring for CDL and van drivers. Current sign-on bonus for Class B with S&P endorsements is $2,500. Van drivers get a $1,000 sign-on bonus. Complete their CDL program and earn up to $1,000 in additional bonuses. Safety and attendance bonuses available. You must be able to pass all background and clearance checks, must be drug-free. 9 locations in Allegheny, Beaver, and Butler counties. Apply in person. Call 724-831-8500.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 67 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A multi-vehicle crash on the Route 28 this morning sent 3 people to the hospital. That crash happened near the East Ohio Street exits. That was around 5 this morning. No word on the conditions of the 3 people who were taken to the hospital. Route 28 has fully reopened in the area at this hour. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a teenage girl was shot Friday night in East Hills. It happened around 10:30 in the 200 block of East Hills Drive. That girl was shot in the calf. She is in stable condition at the hospital right now. No suspect descriptions. A man is in custody accused of crashing a stolen vehicle into a Pittsburgh police cruiser. This happened Friday night around 8:30. Police say a car stolen out of Wilkinsburg was located in East Hills in the 8000 block of Bryceland Street. Now, when Pittsburgh police tried to stop that vehicle, the vehicle crashed into a police vehicle and then crashed at Bryceland Street and Wilkinsburg Avenue. The alleged suspect was arrested and treated for minor injuries. Well, a former Pittsburgh police officer who was fired after using a taser on a homeless man during a 2021 arrest, who later died, must be reinstated to the force and given back pay and benefits. That was a ruling from a Commonwealth Court judge Friday afternoon, reversing a decision reached last year by the Allegheny County Court of Common Pleas that Officer Keith Edmonds would remain off the force. Edmonds used the taser on Jim Rogers after Rogers was accused of stealing a bike back in Bloomfield in October of 2021. He died the next day. Allegheny County coroner ruled Rogers' death accidental. City of Pittsburgh settled with the Rogers family in 2023 for $8 million. Edwards was fired by the city but reinstated 2 years later, only for that decision to be reversed by the Court of Common Pleas. State police continue to investigate a fatal officer-involved shooting in Mercer County. 46-year-old Tyler Askernies of Farrell was killed in the incident when Mercer County Sheriff's and Shenango Township Police were trying to serve a warrant at the Park Inn by Radisson. That was in Middlesex Township on Thursday. Troopers say Askernies refused to surrender, and then shots were fired, killing Askernies. KDK Radio News Time. It's almost 7:03. We have the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
It's the second annual KDK Radio Kickoff Classic live at the Wolf Arena, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. The best high school football showcase to begin the 2025 season on Friday and Saturday, August 22nd and 23rd. North Allegheny versus Woodland Hills, Central Catholic versus LaSalle College on Friday. On Saturday, it's McKeesport versus Delaware Valley, Steel Valley versus Westinghouse, and Elizabeth Forward versus West Mifflin.
$13 per ticket or weekend passes just $25. Get your tickets at KDKA-Radio.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The success you've already had matters at University of Maryland Global Campus because we're a school for real life. An accredited state university, UMGC lets you earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer affordable tuition and online and hybrid courses. Classes start August 13th. Apply now and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a good deal of sun to start the weekend and warmer conditions with a high of 88, leading to a clear to at times partly cloudy night tonight with a low of 65. Then more warmth for tomorrow under sunshine, high 89. Monday looks to be hot and sunny with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by One Health Benefits. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, let me just say at the outset, Dina Schmidt is here, One Health Benefits. You know that enrollment period around the bend, but you need to get on the books now for a interview, an appointment, and there is never a charge for her services. You don't want to put it off. You don't want to wait till the last second. So before I go into anything or get Dina on the air, I want to remind you to get that appointment set up. It's very simple. 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873, onehealthbenefits.com. Never a charge for her services. And Dina, call for action. Let's begin on that. It'll be here before you know it. So people need to get scheduled. They need to get on the books, do they not?
Exactly. First of all, good morning, Pittsburgh, and all my loyal listeners out there. Rob, I can't tell you, after our show we had a couple weeks ago, I had so many of my listeners call in and get on the calendar and make sure that, you know, they had their spot, because there is reason to be concerned. I don't want to cause any kind of, I'm not going to be like the media and make everyone go, but this is something that's that important. And I understand, because we all do it. We procrastinate on things that aren't comfortable, things we don't know about, things that just aren't. Well, quite frankly, this is painful. Dealing with stuff we don't understand as important as our health insurance, whether you're going to be getting onto Medicare, whether you're currently on Medicare and you want to know the changes, or you are under 65, you want to retire, you lost your insurance, whatever you knew of to be true yesterday probably isn't going to be true tomorrow. That's how quickly all this stuff changes. And you need to make sure that you have a licensed professional helping you, because it's free. You don't pay to use a licensed broker. The rates are what they are. They're determined by the Department of Insurance. So the beautiful thing to all of us is you can have somebody, as long as you find somebody you trust, whether it's me or somebody else, you got to find someone you trust. And that service is no cost to you. And guys, I can tell you, I bleed insurance. I live it every second. I'm always on the latest and greatest educational. I do everything I can to keep myself updated, to make sure I know how to prepare my clients. And it's just that important. This is important stuff, and I can't stress enough to get people more involved in, calling in advance. I get people the day before you can't sign up anymore, calling with some big changes in their own health, and they waited to the last minute. I know it's human nature, but let's try not to do that this year. Let's get on the calendar, give me a call, give my office a call, and we'll talk about today some of the changes, and hopefully we have some call-ins, because I know if there's a question for one person, chances are you want to know the answer too.
All right, so here's the deal, and I couldn't agree with her more. If you have a question about your health care, Medicare, now is the time. Call us. You'll get some free advice, answers that you need, give you a little bit of peace of mind as you head into the weekend on this Saturday morning. Our number, and she can be reached at 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020, and her number to set up that free appointment. That's right. You do not pay a single cent. 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873. Before we get into the Affordable Care Act and all the other things we plan to discuss, please tell the audience why there is not a charge for your services. Go ahead.
Yeah, again, because that's just not the way the industry works. Whenever the carriers file their rates, which they do in the beginning of the year, everyone includes something called M&A, Marketing and Administration. And in the M&A, they reimburse agents. So if you pick an agent like myself in One Health Benefits, and you talk to either myself or Michael. Michael is my right-hand man. He can't be on the show today, but you may talk to Michael. We represent all the carriers. So we're not loyal to a carrier. We're loyal to our clients. And we don't care whether you pick Plan A, Plan B, or Plan C, because it's all the same to us. We're here to help you and be your advocate. And that's the thing that separates us from the rest, is I can truly say here at One Health Benefits, we're your advocate. And it's a free service to you. I mean, I will fight to the end to make sure that you're done right by. And I think that says everything, because I don't think that exists much anymore. I personally go through things with insurance on my own side, and I'm like, can I just get somebody to answer the phone and not connect me to 15 different people, right? And here at One Health Benefits, for no cost, it isn't for any agent, but we're your true advocates.
You know, I don't think I met anybody as passionate as you. And I just have to ask you, why did you decide to do this for a living and make it your career, your passion? But I've never known anybody who really is an advocate like you are for your clients. Why did you get into this?
Yeah, that's a great question, Rob. Well, first of all, it's my personality too. I guess I'm hypervigilant, and that's a pro of my personality and also a negative, because I won't let it go. You know, I am blessed, so blessed beyond that I get to do something to make a living helping people every day. And I'm reading right now, and she's probably listening to the show. She sent me an email. I passed your name on to my friend. His wife just died, and he just had surgery, and he just talks about how you just saved him at that time. And she called after listening to the show last week and said, I want to get on the calendar. And she says everything about the show. She just, loves us educating. I got into it, though, Rob, to answer your question, back about 30 years ago when my husband was on the other end. My husband worked for the carriers, and he worked for one of the largest carriers in Pittsburgh. There's only two. You have a 50% guess. And he said, there's really a need for the individual. He said, all the agents work for groups, and the groups deal with HR. And there's just a need. People who lose their job have nowhere to go. People who, no one wants to work with a one man. There's no money in that. There's only money in groups and big numbers. And he goes, you just need, because my husband's, I always say he's like Jesus. He's like such a good person. And he just said, you really need to be an advocate for these people. There isn't one. And so 25 years ago, I was one of none. There was nobody out there doing what I did back then. It was just, I focused on that individual need, on that individual space. And I loved it, Rob, because it's very intimate and personal. And that's the thing that people don't like. People don't like that. People like dealing with an HR person who is not going to talk about specific situations, individual people, and there's no personal compared to the individual. There's no crying because I lost my job. What am I going to do? I can't afford it. That's what I get, and I just fell in love with it. I love when I get that phone call of someone crying saying, what am I going to do? And I know I have a solution and I can help. Or, people, I don't care how smart you are, if you don't follow this space, you don't know the information. And people who would call me and be like, I've had employer insurance my entire life. I'm going to be 65. I have no idea what to do. And I love that I have those answers. It just makes me feel good inside 10 times a day. And Rob, I can tell you, I bet you could understand this. You know how many friends you have because people listen to your show? And the clients, I just love having, there's friends all across the country from being able to touch someone's life. It's just a great, rewarding opportunity, and I feel very blessed.
She is incredibly talented. She's passionate, and she will follow up. And some of the very first shows we did, people would say to me after, she called me that day. So I'm just saying she is a go-getter because she wants to get it done for you. We're going to come back. Affordable Care Act, so much more. Big, beautiful bill, everything that you need to know. But what you need to know, you can reach her to set up that appointment. Remember, get in early. It'll be here before you know it, the enrollment period. 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873, onehealthbenefits.com. And if you have any questions, prescriptions, co-pays, hospital stays, anything, Medicare, should you revisit, first time signing up, 65, going to be 65, call us. Let us give you the answers that you need. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Dina Schmidt, back with more One Health Benefits in a moment on KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565. News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you better. Brian Reynolds got the go-ahead run in the 8th inning as the Pirates went on to defeat Cincinnati last night at PNC Park. 6:40 first pitch tonight. For a Saturday, you can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. This Black and Gold update is brought to you by Goodrich and Geist. The Steelers will see some action tonight from a rookie at the running back position as they take on Jacksonville. KDKA Radio's Jeff Hathorn has the story.
He might be the easiest player to judge during the preseason game tonight at 7. Steelers rookie running back Caleb Johnson says he's excited as Mike Tomlin will likely give him a number of carries.
I love his general demeanor regarding to get better. He's a work in progress like a lot of young runners in terms of blitz pickup. Not only recognition on the NFL level, but technically. He's been really impressive in that he's a young man that doesn't run away from things. He runs 2 things, and so he's getting better in all areas.
Bob Pompiani and Charlie Batch on the call in Jacksonville. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
To golf at the FedEx Championship, Tommy Fleetwood is your leader. He's at 13 under. That's good for a 4-shot lead. And this weekend, NASCAR goes for the checkered flag at Watkins Glen. More sports at 937thefan.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Pittsburgh's annual Little Italy Days. This Thursday through Sunday. Authentic Italian foods. Entertainment from over 30 acts. The region's largest heritage festival. Little Italy Days in Bloomfield. Free admission. Learn more at littleitalydays.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, I love when stories connect. And, you know, Dina just got a nice text, somebody listening, and just was thanking her for being the advocate. And, you know, Dina, you and I are really cut from the same cloth. We're type A, we're driven, no days off. We love what we do. But isn't it nice when you get a little note from somebody just to kind of give you a thank you? That can go a long way. I know that does a lot for me, and I'm sure it does the same for you.
It's amazing. And you know, one thing I do every day, and my husband's like, you got to stop doing this. Well, I get up early in the morning, very early, and I have thousands of clients. But you know what's one thing I do every single morning? And I don't care. I said to my husband, he's like, Dina, I don't feel good today. Let it go. Nope. Every morning I send a personal happy birthday. And if you don't have an email, I call my clients. Because tell me when someone you don't think reaches out and wishes you a happy birthday, what that does to you. And I appreciate texts when people say thank you and tell me that I've done something to change their path, their future, whatever. So every morning I sit here and I send out a personal email, not a ChatGPT email, but a personal email that I've, something about that person every single day. Some days I have over 40 people and I'm like, oh, whoa, this is a big birthday day. But that personalization and being an advocate for someone is what sets us apart here on Health Benefits, because, you know, there are tons of agents out there, but to have somebody who truly will fight for you, I just don't even feel like that exists anymore. I think I told you, Rob, I had some experiences this year. I built a new home, and it was not a good experience at all. I mean, I just was shocked by things people do and sleep at night, completely shocked. And I was just like, wow, that's just not right. Well, things like that happen. That's what makes us different here. We don't let that happen. I will fight for you to the end to make sure that you get what you should. And I will always give you the advice that's the good advice, not the advice that I make money on, but the advice that's right for you. And that's important too. I'm never going to sell you something or tell you about a plan that it's for my monetary benefit. That will never happen. I can tell you that today. So don't want to be all gooey and everything. I'm just trying to say that this is something that's important. Our health insurance is something I've been given that responsibility, is having a license to always make sure I do what's right. And this is life-changing stuff. It is. There's going to be a day, unfortunately, where we are all going to need to make sure that we have coverage, because we could lose. The number one reason for people being bankrupt is healthcare. And if you have a plan, you at least have a stop loss. You at least have a maximum amount of pocket that you were responsible for. So that's the other thing, Rob, is there is nobody out there who should be uninsured. Nobody. Because there's something for you. There's so many different options, and there's something, either the government's going to help you, you can go on Medicaid, you can get a subsidy, you can get a plan that at least gives you the network discount for a carrier. Those are very inexpensive, not my choice for somebody, but it's better than being uninsured. Okay? Because tomorrow, cancer doesn't pick just the people who don't eat good. Unfortunately, we don't have 100% control of our destiny and health. So if there's anyone out there who's uninsured, please don't let that happen one more day.
All right, we are ready to go to the phones. Already people wanting to talk to her. We wanted to get your questions. We love talking to you folks. 866-391-1020. Cindy, you're on the air with Dina Schmidt, One Health Benefits. How can we help you this morning? Welcome to KDKA.
Good morning. I happen to be a client of Dina's, and I just wanted to call and thank her for all she's done for us over these years. When we got on Medicare, we called a number of carrier of I guess what you call people that do this, help you find coverage. And we chose her because there was a plan that we had investigated, but a lot of the people that do this didn't have the license for that or didn't renew whatever they needed to renew. And she was willing to do that for us. And then I had recommended her to my sister recommended her to a friend who had a disabled child, and Dina found things for that child that this woman didn't even know she was eligible for. So Dina does go beyond, and I just wanted to call and thank her for what she's done for me over the years.
Well, thank you so much. Actually, I know exactly who you are, and I know who your sister is, and that was a amazing situation because her sister, was it your sister's daughter, had a situation where she could have got the best coverage ever, and no one ever told her. They knew nothing about it, and it's amazing the extra things that that were available to her. I know exactly who you are and what you're talking about, and thank you so much for calling. That was actually a joy for me to be able to help with that, because I have a child that has a disability, and they need everything they can, and to have those extra things really makes life a lot better. That's for sure.
Yes. So thank you, and just keep doing what you're doing, and we're happy to have you, knowing that you're with us.
Thank you so much. Thanks for calling.
All right, here's Mark, somewhere in Beaver County. Hey, Mark.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. I have a close family friend that's 63 that has the ankylosing spondylitis that has Medicare, and I was inquiring to find out whether or not there was any type of an insurance policy that he could get to get additional coverage.
So they're on Medicare disability because they're 63, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So a specific situation like that, there's so many details I would need to know, but for chronic conditions like that, first of all, that is the one thing that they are getting, is because you have to be 65 to get Medicare unless you have a disabled condition. Boy, my tongue is tied this morning. They have a disability, and obviously your friend has that if they're on Medicare under 65. So all the plans are unique in themselves, and each carrier kind of focuses on something different. So I'd be happy to look at what they have, because they do obviously have a chronic condition, and see what plan might be best for them. I don't know how they got the plan. Did they just sign up? Did a carrier call them? Did they work with an agent to make sure that it was specialized to their needs? So those are some of the questions I would ask my friend. And if they feel that they'd like to have me call, I'd be more than happy to see if they're in the right space, if that's the best thing for them or not.
Okay. Well, will somebody give your number out eventually?
I'll do it right now. And I'll do it a couple of times, many more times actually, before the hour is up. But here we go, Mark. It's onehealthbenefits.com, the website, onehealthbenefits.com. She's Dina Schmidt, and her number is 724-799-8873. 724-799-8873. I'll give it to you one more time. 724-799-8873. You know, Dina, we only have about a minute before the break, but that was a very unique question. But this just gives people an idea how you're constantly learning and studying every day, correct?
It's constant. It's constant. There are so many things that are people are doing, with going to Congress to help fight for rights, helping for our rights as an agent. There's so many things that need to be done to make this a smooth process. And unless I know my stuff, there could be one little thing that you have that a certain carrier or a certain plan gives benefits for. And I would be doing you a disservice if I didn't know that and didn't get you that plan. So it's important that I know these plans intimately. And I can, from as many times as I do this a day and as many people as I talk to, I can talk to you for like 5 minutes and know exactly what I think would be a good option for you. And you can only do that, Rob, by making this your life. I bleed this. I eat this. Like I said, my husband is also in the same space. Although he's retired, lucky him. But
all I know is I got to get to a break, and the passion in your voice is working because our phones are going crazy today. People wanting to talk to you. So just take a breather. We're going to come back. We want to talk to Paul next in Whitehall. We'd love to hear from you. 866-391-1020. All the things that we have planned are great, but we'd much rather talk to you to give you help in real time. It's what she does every day. Dina Schmidt, One Health Benefits. Back with more in a moment.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Do you consider someone in our Pittsburgh area a hero? A hero can be your neighbor, a teacher, a church leader, or even your parent. Someone who has done something extraordinary. Once again, KDKA Radio needs your help as we honor 5 local heroes in our community. Nominate your hero for Larry Richards' Hometown Heroes event at KDKARadio.com. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 66 degrees Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A multi-vehicle crash occurred this morning on Route 28. It happened near the East Ohio Street exit around 5 this morning. 3 people were taken to the hospital. Right now, no word on the conditions of those people. Route 28 was had some delays around East Ohio Street earlier this morning, but it is since Route 28 is since fully reopened at this hour. Parkway East will be closed in both directions this weekend between the Squirrel Hill Tunnel and the Edgewood Swissvale exits. That closure begins tonight, 9 p.m. It will last until Monday morning at 5. And this is due to crews demolishing and replacing an overhead sign structure. Now, on the Big K Morning Show, State Senator Jay Costa, who lives in the Forest Hills area, is asking people to stay calm.
I think they just got to stay cool, figure out what the alternative route's going to be, and more importantly, recognize that this is going to be what's in place since early part of 26. So we need to get used to it, but I think at the end of the road, the end of the day, I should say, the benefit is well worth the wait to be able to get done what needs to be done.
Traffic will be detoured, and PennDOT recommends avoiding the area if possible. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a teenage girl was shot Friday night in East Hills. It happened around 10:30 in the 200 block of East Hills Drive. That girl was found shot in the leg. She's in stable condition at a local hospital right now. No suspect descriptions. KDKA Sports tonight. Steeler football returns. Preseason game number 1 in Jacksonville. KDKA Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn.
Steelers will rest most of their starters tonight, but 4 of the 5 first-team offensive linemen will play against the Jags on KDKA TV. No injuries kept them from being together as a unit until Sunday, as Mike Tomlin said of their progress.
I think with each passing day, man, I'm seeing signs of growth and development, but that's to be expected. I like their general approach. I like their level of conditioning. I like their commitment to continued conditioning. I love the way that they're communicating. It's a work in progress, but so far so good.
Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson are the quarterbacks, with an outside shot of new Steeler Logan Woodside playing. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 7:33. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
There are things in this world that are just a bad combo, like morning rush hour on the Parkway and an empty stomach.
Well, folks, it looks like today is going to be a doozy. Be safe out there.
But you know what's actually a smart combo? Upside cash back with your credit card rewards. That's right. With Upside, you can earn cash back every time you fill up or grab your morning coffee at hundreds of nearby gas stations and restaurants in Pittsburgh, like GetGo, Circle K, and Dunkin'. The best part? You can combine Upside with your credit card perks and loyalty programs. It's like double dipping your rewards with an extra side of cash back. Download Upside, and for a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PIT39. That's promo code PITT39 for an extra 10% cashback bonus. See why millions of Upside users have racked up almost $1 billion in cashback earned. Next time you're filling up or fueling up, choose the smart combo with Upside. Don't forget to use promo code PIT39. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
Attention, small business owners. Do you need funding for your business? At lendseek.com, we provide revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 million. So whether it's funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll, or other needs, seek no more. All it takes is just one simple application to access over 100 funding products that are powered through our breakthrough AI-enabled lending platform to get you the best options in today's marketplace. If you've been in business for at least 1 year, with monthly revenue of at least $50,000, you could receive the business funding you need when it matters most, regardless of your personal credit score. Funds in your account in just 24 hours with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. There's no obligation and zero out-of-pocket costs. So apply for the business funding you need today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The start of the weekend brings the start of a warmer stretch, and that means more sun than clouds today, with a high getting up to 88. For tonight, it's looking clear to partly cloudy with a low of 65, followed by more sunshine and more warmth for tomorrow, high 89. Then a hotter day for Monday under sunshine with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by One Health Benefits.
All right, back One Health Benefits. Dina Schmidt here today, and the phones are on fire. Lots of folks want to talk, and I got to tell you, it just gives you an idea how passionate she is. Months away before the enrollment, and people are engaging in conversation on this Saturday morning in August. Let's go to Paul in Whitehall. Paul, how can we help you? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. I'm a veteran, and I have both Medicare. I have an advanced program of they call Soldier Troops and TRICARE for Life. I want to know if that's still a good program.
Oh, my goodness. TRICARE for Life is the best there is. It's the best coverage in the country. You're very blessed to have that plan, and thank you, sir, for your service. It's well-deserving. However, there is some things that the government's put together for vets to help you with your Part B. So I'd love to help you with that and explain to you that option. So you would keep your TRICARE and nothing would happen. I mean, TRICARE, if I knew how good TRICARE was back in the day, I would have went into if I could have made it through training, but I would have went into some kind of military. But it's the best in the world. But there are things that can help you with Part B that the government has come up with. And I'd love to share some of those with you. So if when you're done, give the office a call. I'm going for a run as soon as the show's over, but I promise to give you a call back either today, tomorrow, or Monday morning. and I'll explain it to you, that can help you with your Part B and keep everything you have with TRICARE. Nothing would change with that. So absolutely, you're in a great spot, and thanks for your service.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Paul. Good
You
stuff.
bet.
We appreciate it. Anybody else wants to jump in here, especially you veterans? We love helping you. 866-391-1020. Okay, here's Dina's number again to set up that free appointment, 724-799-8873. You want to get on the books now before we get any closer to the enrollment period, 724-799-8873. All right, let's talk about the Affordable Care Act. We hit on it a little bit last month, but talk about it heading into the open enrollment period. Go ahead.
Yeah, so there are some big changes to it this year. More changes coming up the following year, but we don't want to focus on that. Let's focus on the here and now, okay? So there's a lot of media out there, and of course, sometimes they just grab one word and exaggerate it and cause a lot of drama. Don't want that to happen. People are seeing that prices are going to increase by 800%. That's some of the things out in the media right now. Things like that. What is changing that is a big deal? Okay, this is the biggest deal. Well, first of all, rates are going to change every year because of inflation, right? And you're going to pay more every year because, unfortunately, we can't stop mother time. We can't stop father time. We're all aging up, and it costs more the older we get because the rates are based on our age. So you pay more at 60 than you pay at 7. So for one, absolutely the rates are going to go up, okay, because of inflation, and we're aging up a year. Now, here's the biggest thing for 2026 is back when COVID hit, you were able to make over 400% of the poverty level and get a subsidy. Well, really, Rob, that was like shocking, okay, because you can make over $100,000. And I don't think that's considered poor. In my mind, that's not poor. But the government was paying your insurance because you were considered at a percent of a poverty level. That got to a point where it can't sustain that. You can't sustain giving everybody money to buy their insurance. There's a certain population that does need help. And there's a certain population that maybe they want help, but you can't sustain that, giving money to everybody. I mean, people were making 6 figures, and I'm like, you get a subsidy. And they're going, no, I don't. I'm like, you get $1,000 off your plan a month. And they're like, oh, my. I mean, they didn't even want it because it was insane. That is going away, okay? So if you're not under that percent of poverty level that they determined for 2026, and it's under 400%, you'll still get a subsidy, but you're not that. When they extended it for COVID, that's going away. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of people impacted by that. A lot of people are going to lose that subsidy, and it's not fun when you take something away, right? Whether you wanted it or not, you've had it. Give anybody anything for free and take it away, there's going to be a lot of anger. And my job becomes so tough because things have been given away for free for so long that now everybody's cutting back and people are angry, even if they didn't want it, even if they didn't use it. And when you take something away that was given to you for free, people are angry. So be prepared now, because if you aren't under 400% of the poverty level, you're going to lose that subsidy. You won't be eligible for 2026. And that is going to financially impact you substantially. So be prepared. I can't give you rates now. The rates aren't even announced till November. So I can't get anybody rates for under 65 plans until November. Now, remember, guys, I get a lot of calls throughout the week after the show confusing what I talk about with under 65 with Medicare. Right now, we're talking about people who are getting subsidized and who have plans and who aren't on Medicare. Okay, I don't want to confuse anyone. It's hard to follow along here, especially when I talk, because I get so animated. I keep going and going. But right now, we're talking about people who are getting help paying their premium who are not on Medicare. You are going to lose that subsidy if you're earning over 400% of the federal poverty level. However, If you really needed it, you are earning under that, and you will not lose your subsidy. Okay? I can't give you rates, though, for 2026 because they're not even out yet. So we'll have to deal with it when it happens. Just get on the calendar now so we can be prepared.
All right, listen, before we go to break, just remind everyone, even though we're months away, why they need to get in now and set up their appointment. Then I'm going to tell them how they can do that. And again, no charge for their services, but why this sense of urgency? I know, but please explain to them. Go ahead.
Well, even more, Rob, in the last 2 years because it changes. Rob, my job was so easy 3 years ago because all they were doing is giving more stuff away for free, more and more and more, and giving people more subsidies if you were under 65, people who were taking Medicare, more dental, more this, more that. So people were happy staying where they were because nothing was changing. They were getting more. Now the entire paradigm has changed. Everything is starting to be real because you can't sustain that. For some reason in my mind, all I think about is a bodybuilder, right? A bodybuilder, when they go to have their contest, they don't look like that every day of the year. They can only sustain that for that competition, right? They're lean, they don't eat, they don't drink. They're sustaining that for that one day. You can't sustain giving everything away for free and doing all of that for this long time. It's going to combust. So you got to get on the calendar now because when it hits people, my phones are going to ring off the hook. When they get that renewal, when they get their ANOC, annual notice of change, that's for people who are on Medicare. They get something called an annual notice of change. People who are under 65, not in Medicare, they're going to get their new premium for 2026. My phones will literally ring off the hook, and there's going to be a lot of angry people, which is so hard to have that happen. And I want to make sure I take care of the people who planned in advance, right? Get on the schedule now because I want to take care. I want to be able to help everybody, and I'll work those extra hours because I won't let anyone go without, if I answer your call, I'm going to help you by all means. But I don't make my life easier. Let's get on the calendar now. Let's get, so that you have peace of mind you'll be taken care of for the changes coming up.
Sounds great. All right, listen, here's the number. Call today, 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873, onehealthbenefits.com. Back to wrap it up with Dina Schmidt in just a moment.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Market with 8 locations to serve you better. Brian Reynolds got the go-ahead run in the 8th inning as the Pirates went on to defeat Cincinnati last night at PNC Park. 6:40, first pitch tonight. For a Saturday, you can hear it on 93.7 The Fan. Jacksonville Jaguars head coach Liam Cohn told reporters this week that his starters will see the field tonight in the team's preseason opener against the Steelers. That, of course, includes number 2 overall draft pick and two-way star Travis Hunter, whom Cohn said, in fact, will play both sides of the football. Meanwhile, the Steelers taking a much different approach as Coach Tomlin announced an extensive list of starters who will be healthy scratches in the exhibition, including Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, Jonnu Smith, and Pat Freiermuth, along with running back Jaylen Warren. To golf at the FedEx Championship, Tommy Fleetwood is your leader. He's a 13 under. That's good for a 4-shot lead. And this weekend, NASCAR goes for the checkered flag at Watkins Glen. More sports at 937thefan.com.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh and Heinz Hall with Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, National Geographic photographer Christina Mittermeier, former Russian political prisoner Vladimir Kara-Murza, and geopolitical economist Pippa Malmgren. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org, sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, thinking back to our first caller, Cindy, those are the kind of things that can make your entire week that lies ahead, because you never know what's going to happen day to day. But when you get a call like that early on a Saturday morning, it makes it all worth it, does it not, Dina?
I don't think Cindy knows what that did for my day. You know what? Everybody needs a little bit of that. Something as simple as her taking the time to call the show and say that. I mean, you know, you get called, you get put on hold, you know, and she went through taking the time to call. And Cindy, I can't tell you how much that means. It's what fuels the passion for sure. And it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day, Rob.
Well, I want it to be an even better day for everyone. That's why I want them to definitely take this call for action, even though the enrollment period is way away. It'll be here before you know it. We're already at the end of summer. 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873. Dina, we have so much more to get to, including the Donut Hole Affordable Care Act. We can talk about the big, beautiful bill and how people are all worried about everything. So kind of just summarize, just give us a little recipe here, a couple of minutes left on some things that people need to be looking for. Go ahead.
Sure. Okay, so I can't summarize in 2 seconds all the changes. So I do want everyone just to say, I do want to say to everyone to get on the calendar now so we can work them through together, okay? Don't fall into things you hear in the media and get all worried. Sometimes they focus on things for drama. I want to make sure you have the facts, okay? For one, we have great health care. Things are going to be fine. We will take care of you. It's still phenomenal. We have some of the best plans in the country here in Pennsylvania. So that's one amazing thing is our plans are different than other parts of the country. We are the second largest elderly population. We have good plans, guys. So there, I want to leave the show saying that. Also, thanks for the vet who called. It reminds me to remind vets out there that there are some things out there for you guys to help you with your Part B. If you're a vet and you have TRICARE or you just go to the VA and you don't have anything else and you don't know what I'm talking about, call One Health Benefits. Talk to Michael or I. Michael is my agent. He was a vet. He can explain to you exactly some of the things that are available to you so that you can get help paying your Part B. And people who are looking at retiring, don't be afraid of that. I've learned, getting older, not being as healthy as I was in the past, seize the day, right? If you think that you want to retire and you're hanging on for one reason, and that one reason is you're scared of health insurance, call and see if it's feasible for you. We have those answers. We can look at it, and it's at no cost to you to do so. If I can let somebody quit work and enjoy their life moving forward, then that is something that I would love to be able to help you work through. So, again, no services. Call One Health Benefits. Talk to Michael or I. Again, Michael is my agent. It took me a long time to find somebody I trust to talk to. I call my clients my people, because you are my people. And like last night, we went out to dinner at 10 o'clock at night. I'm reading my messages, and I see a message. I'm like, I got to get back to her, Tim. I can't wait till Monday to tell her this. I got to tell her. I go, can you put that movie on hold? My husband puts the phone or the movie on hold. I call from my cell phone. I'm like, hey, look, I just want you to know we have a solution to that. I'll give you a call on Monday. Anything if I can make you have less anxiety about something as important as this, we're going to do so. I love what I do. I love my Pittsburgh fans and anyone who listens to the show. Please stay tuned for my next show next month. We're going to dive a little deeper into some of those changes. Actually, in some states, this is pretty interesting. They're actually using artificial intelligence for appeals. So AI is coming into insurance in more ways than they has in the past. All kinds of stuff that is new, that's exciting. And let's focus on that, and we'll make sure that you get the best coverage.
So, the thing that really amazes me, and we actually have a couple of minutes left, is the fact that some of the freebies were around for as long as they were. So, hey, when you think about it, Dina, think about the things we've talked about in recent years. It's amazing, isn't it?
You know what? And the thing is, it's cyclical. So we're talking about this now. I'll probably be retired by the time this happens again, but it's all going to come back. It's going to, in another 5 years, everyone's going to be getting $10,000 in toothpaste, $20,000 in dental work. It'll all come around, guys. This is all cyclical. Agents who have been in the business for a long time, this doesn't scare them because we've gone through it before. I'll never forget the day that Obamacare came out and the plans went from one price to 10 times that price. And the carrier said, you know what? Even though you wrote all those plans for us, we're not going to pay you this year. And that was, a lot of people stopped doing what I do. I stuck through it. It's all cyclical, but we got to focus on what's important, and that is getting the best health care. Don't focus on whether you get toothpaste and you get Band-Aids. Focus on the fact that you can get the best prescription, that God made someone that could develop something as good as it is now, because we have prescriptions that are life-changing that they didn't have for our parents. And our parents didn't care if they got toothpaste because they didn't have these prescriptions that we have.
Right.
So I want to get everyone in the right mindset so that when you do call, you're not mad. I had so much anger this year with, can you believe they took away my toothpaste?
Hey,
it was really hard.
Listen, go get your run in. One of your best shows ever. A lot of call for action. People calling you. Lots of good information. You're the real deal. Keep doing what you're doing. Okay.
Thanks, Pittsburgh. Thanks, everyone who listens every week.
All right, there you go.
Once a month.
You'll be back September 13th. Same time, same station. Dina Schmidt. One Health Benefits. That number, 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873, 724-799-8873. Never a charge for her services. News coming up next.
The preceding was paid for by One Health Benefits. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridge's Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridge's brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Buy more, save more at Scandinavian Designs Furniture. For a limited time, save $200 instantly for every $800 you spend in our showroom. It's the perfect way to complete your look for less or splurge on your dream piece for your living room, dining room, outdoor space, home office, or bedroom. Stop by your local showroom today or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/fax. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the costs down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and DeLisandroLTD.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 67 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Parkway East will be closed in both directions this weekend between the Square Hill Tunnel and the Edgewood Swissvale exit. That closure begins tonight, 9 o'clock, and it will last until Monday morning at 5. This is due to crews demolishing and replacing an overhead sign structure. Now, on the Big K Morning Show, State Senator Jay Costa, who lives in the Forest Hills area, is asking people to remain calm.
I think they just got to stay cool, figure out what the alternative route's going to be, and more importantly, recognize that this is going to be what's in place since early part of 26. So we need to get used to it, but I think at the end of the road, the end of the day, I should say, the benefit is well worth the wait to be able to get done what needs to be done.
Traffic will be detoured. PennDOT recommends avoiding the area at all, if possible. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a teenage girl was found shot in East Hills. It happened Friday night around 10:30 in the 200 block of East Hills Drive. A girl was shot in the leg. She's in stable condition at the hospital. No suspect descriptions as of yet. A man is in custody this morning accused of crashing a stolen vehicle into a Pittsburgh police cruiser. This happened Friday night around 8:30. Police say a car stolen out of Wilkinsburg was located in East Hills in the 8,000 block of Bryceland Street. Now, when Pittsburgh police tried to stop that vehicle, the vehicle crashed into a police vehicle and then crashed at Bryceland Street and Wilkinsburg Avenue. That alleged suspect was arrested, then treated for minor injuries. Well, state police continue to investigate a fatal officer-involved shooting in Mercer County. 46-year-old Tyler Askerny was killed in the incident when Mercer County Sheriff's and Shenango Township Police were trying to serve a warrant at the Park Inn by Radisson, that's in Middlesex Township, on Thursday. Troopers say Askerny refused to surrender, then shots were fired, killing him. Well, the grand opening of the new Apple store in Shadyside's Walnut Street takes place this morning, but as it opens, what is being done to fill the vacancies in other properties along the street? Here's News Radio KDKA's David Colorado.
As Apple moves into the old Gap store a block away, it means its old location will be yet another vacancy on a street that in the past few years has lost not only the Gap, but other long-term tenants, including Banana Republic, Rite Aid, Shadyside Market, E.B. Pepper, and Footloose. Soon to go, Mazer Gallery and Francesca's. Some retailers have said online that rents are to blame. City Council member Erica Strasburger says while retailers like Henny Jewelers have expanded, she hopes the city can help restore the street's luster.
Maybe the Urban Redevelopment Authority, maybe City of Pittsburgh, maybe other entities, but I'm certain we can, if necessary, fill the gaps to be able to meet the price points that every business owner needs.
There are rumors that Restoration Hardware is interested in moving in, and she says residents and businesses alike are meeting monthly to see what can be done to revitalize the street with attractions for people of all ages throughout the day. David Colorado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time. We're coming up on 8:03. The AccuWeather forecast is on the way.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a good deal of sun to start the weekend and warmer conditions with a high of 88, leading to a clear to at times partly cloudy night tonight with a low of 65. Then more warmth for tomorrow under sunshine, high 89. Monday looks to be hot and sunny with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I absolutely love spending time with these gentlemen, and you're going to see them in a matter of moments on the Metropolitan Window video screen by clicking on KDKARadio.com and clicking on KDKA Watch. Neil Majors is here, and our fearless leader, Brian Carranza, Secure Money Advisor. So welcome back to your golden years. We're going to explain all about it. I am Rob, along with Brian and Neil, of course, founder of the Secure Money Advisors, and our guest advisor again this week is Neil Majors. Today we're going to be talking about hidden problems that I think a lot of people don't see coming, the gap between what you think your retirement plan will do for you and what it's actually capable of doing. We're going to start with something that affects everyone. No matter how much money you saved, longevity and the illusion of a guaranteed plan. Go ahead, Brian. Good morning.
That's right. Good morning, Rob. Good morning, Rob. And good morning to my boys, because they're like, Dad, we're going to watch you this morning. So we want to make sure you put on this shirt. And they came walking out. Rob, I don't know if you saw this shirt.
That's beautiful. I
thought they're giving that away at the Pirate game tonight.
It's Godzilla. I mean, who has a Godzilla button down? Come on. My goodness. But yeah, longevity is something Neil and I are constantly talking about in the conference rooms, and it's one of the most underestimated risks out there. And people tell us all the time, well, I've got a pension, I've got Social Security, I've got my investments. I'm set, right? Well, the reality is living longer means that every little flaw in your plan, which a lot of people don't identify these little flaws, another way of saying that is little mistakes become big headaches. Mm-hmm. when that plan plays out over decades, and if your income isn't protected from inflation, taxes, or your spending patterns shift because life shifts, that guarantee starts to look less and less secure.
Right. Yeah, absolutely, Brian. I've seen it with clients who are doing really well financially. I mean, we're talking multi-million-dollar portfolios, healthy pensions, and they're still anxious. Why?
I know.
Because they don't have a clear picture of how much they can safely spend each year without jeopardizing their lifestyle 15, 20 years from now.
Yep. Isn't it true? I mean, that clarity is so important. And if you read just even the front of the book, Right Track Your Retirement, it's all about retiring with clarity, because clarity gives you confidence, and confidence, heck, for me, clarity and confidence makes me sleep pretty well at night, but you'll often see, just like you were saying, that people with money will spend less than they can afford because they fear running out of money. And then there's the flip side, those who overspend, in those first few years of retirement, which we've always called the go-go years. And I don't want to take credit for that. I think somebody else came up with that, but who knows who came up with it. But the go-go years, right? And it puts pressure on the plan later. And that's the hardest thing for us to see. Think about it. Do you know what you're going to have for dinner next Thursday night? I don't. I'm not even thinking about it. Most people, it's very difficult to think about what your plan is going to look like in 20 years from now, 25 years from now.
For sure.
And this is why we've preached the 5 key areas of income, taxes, investments, healthcare, and estate planning, because all of those areas need to be dialed in and buttoned up, and all of those is what makes up the retirement plan itself.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Kiplinger's had a great article talking about the average retirement lasts about 20 years, right?
Yeah.
So you got 240 paychecks that you're going to need, right?
Yeah.
Retire at 65, live till 85. That's 20 times 12, 240 checks. But here's the catch, Brian. You are now responsible for the paychecks
That's
yourself, right?
Yes.
Your employer isn't responsible. So they talk about how 88% of non-retirees said they're slightly concerned about how to generate income in retirement. And more than half, 53%, admit that they don't follow a specific strategy. So the folks that are retired, they actually have no specific strategy of where they take money from.
Yeah.
They just pull it.
Yeah.
And we've seen stats and studies that say when you don't have an income strategy, to talk about exactly what you're speaking about, you either blow through money very, very fast.
Yes.
Or the opposite.
Right.
You don't do much of anything, and a lot of money ends up being left over.
Because you're just scared to spend it. And by the way, when you die, all that money that's left over, Rob, all that money that's left over, it goes to your kids. They go buy all the things that you were going to buy.
For sure. Yeah, we hear that all the time.
That you delayed gratification on. That's
My
right.
kids, they spend money like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
We hear that all the time.
You should see the house they just bought and the cars they have.
Yeah. All the toys.
That's all the toys it took us 40 years to get.
Yeah. They go, my colleague was just telling me this the other day. The average inheritance is spent in 5 months.
Yeah. You know what? I read that in AARP 1 year, and it was like 5 to 6 months, and I was blown away when the national average of an inheritance being spent was 5 to 6 months. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, and if you ask our clients what they think, would that happen to their family, and it's actually I could see it because my kids, with all the things that they enjoy and the trips they go on, the houses, the cars, all that stuff.
Well, look, I'm going on 25 years of business now and helping people plan for retirement. And, after 25 years of doing this, you start to see, a lot of death in your clients, right? And you start to process, the end of the plan.
Mm-hmm.
And I will tell you, that's a very surreal moment when you're sitting with the beneficiaries and the planning you did for somebody 15 years ago, 20 years ago, is falling in line just like you had talked, for 20 years about that with them. And, and we do get sometimes, you can tell that the beneficiaries that are there and we're processing, they know they're getting a big check. So I can spend this right away, you say?
I had a client that passed about probably 2 years ago, and I remember meeting with both the sons in the office, and the one, I mean, he was constantly calling for money.
Right. Yeah,
he always, I felt like he had to justify it to me. It's some sort of an excuse. I'm like, it's your money at the end of the day. You do whatever you wish, but when it's gone, it's gone.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. Yes.
So yeah, we definitely see that for sure.
So we've got these great checklists and flow charts, and I printed one off. If you're a client of ours listening, I mean, if you call the office and you want any of these checklists, just let us know. These are very, very valuable checklists, but we update them for every year. But this one is, what issues should I consider before I retire? And here's questions you should be asking yourself. Will your cash flow needs change? If so, consider developing a new income and expense plan. Will you receive a pension? If so, consider the following. There may be multiple payout options, which we see a lot. Right? You got the single payout, the joint, the lump sum, you've got, and then when you get in the joint, you've got 70% survivorship, 60% survivorship, 50% survivorship, and then coordinating those strategies, right?
It's super important to understand that. I couldn't tell you how many times people
thank you for saying that, right.
They have a pension. One of the folks have a pension, but they're not real sure how it passes.
Correct.
I'll give you an example, Brian. I have a client who has a Peasers pension.
Yep.
Okay. Now, the Peasers pension, there's multiple ways to set it up.
Correct.
They had thought they chose joint survivor.
Okay.
They chose the option where it starts with a lump sum.
Oh, boy.
And once the lump sum expires, it's gone.
Yes.
They had no idea it worked like that. So as planner, how important is it for me to understand the potential significant loss of income? Because most likely that pension will be gone.
And after 25 years, we've seen just about every pension there is, SIRS, FERS, Peasers. I mean, I can go on and on and on. Most of the big companies around here in Pittsburgh. But folks, this is why I want you to go to righttrackpittsburgh.com and get a copy of my book. I really do want you to have essentially a checklist, a roadmap to building a retirement plan and what a real retirement plan looks like, because most people believe that if they have a 401k plan and they have an IRA and they've got some investments and they're just pulling money out of there, that's a plan. Folks, I promise you it's not a plan. And I will tell you, I've seen so many people come in over the years saying, I just wanted to come in and see Brian, because you've always offered a second opinion at no cost. I just wanted to see what you had. I did not think my wife and I would actually be moving our money right now. We had no intentions. We've been with our advisor for 20 years, 15 years, 10 years, whatever. But after seeing what you guys do, and you guys bring it all up on that big screen there, it's hard for me to go back to the advisor I've had for the last 20 years and look at him the same way anymore, because I think to myself, what have you been doing for the last 20 years? Brian and Neil in 1 hour taught me more about my planning strategy than you've taught me over the last 20 years. So, folks, get a copy of my book. I'm telling you right now, that book will be the roadmap that gives you that clarity and confidence you want.
All right, how do you get that book? Go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. It's free. They pick up the shipping too. And to get that first in-office review, that is free, 800-656-8616. Well said, gentlemen. Coming up in segment 2, even if you have the perfect income plan, the markets can still, throw you a curveball. We're going to explain all of that when we get back. More Secure Money Advisors on the Money with Neil and Brian today. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, folks, NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader, continues to exceed customer expectations. Carol from Pittsburgh praised NASCO Roofing for their quality workmanship and the timely manner NASCO completed her new roof. She loved how friendly and easy NASCO roofing was to work with. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Carol. Get NASCO on your roof next. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Only 1 in 5 people with autism are employed, despite many having the skill set and desire to work.
Maybe it's because employers don't know what kind of jobs they can do. Like, what about a programmer?
That's a job for someone with autism.
How about a healthcare worker?
Yep, that is too. People with autism can do a lot of different jobs, but often get overlooked due to outdated stigmas. Introducing WIN by Autism Speaks. We help businesses lead the way in inclusive hiring.
What about a ranch hand?
To learn more, go to autismspeaks.org/win.
I've heard everything you tell yourself every time you felt different. And I want you to know, taking care of your mind is taking care of everyone you love. Love your mind. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA, the source you trust for news and information that matters. News Radio, KDKA.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, welcome back to your golden years. I'm Rob Pratt here with Brian Caranta and, of course, Neil Majors, Secure Money Advisors. We're going to be talking about how longevity and inflation can silently chip away at your retirement and why just having a pension or fixed income source isn't enough. Now, we're shifting gears a little bit, something different that can hit a retiree like a sucker punch. The sequence of return risk. Brian, this is one of those things people don't even realize exist until it's too late.
Yeah, Rob, and that's the scary part. Sequence of return risk is invisible until it does real damage. And as a matter of fact, there is an entire chapter in my book dedicated to sequence risk. And to this day, I still can't believe how many financial advisors are not speaking about this with their clients. And here's the simple version. When you're in retirement, the order of your investment returns matters as much, sometimes more than the average return itself. And if you saw the math of just how changing the order of returns that you receive, how much damage that can do to one's plan when they're withdrawing money, quite frankly, it shifted. It was the one reason that it shifted me, my own personal planning, into going very, very heavily, even in my own plan, with annuities, because the sequence risk, no matter how good I invest the money on the stock market side, I can never, ever predict what rate of return I'm going to get on a year-to-year basis.
Yeah, for sure, Brian. I mean, if you hit a bad market right out of the gate in retirement, you're forced to pull money from a shrinking portfolio, which means you're locking in losses you can't recover from. You're pulling money, not putting money in.
That's right.
Right? Now, I met with some folks a couple of weeks ago who had been retired 4 years. They were 59 years old when they retired. Okay?
Yep.
Now, very conservative investors, working with a advisor on a very limited basis at a big box firm.
Right.
And a lot of their portfolio is in conservative investments.
Okay.
Which means bond funds at that big box firm.
Okay.
Okay.
Individual bonds or bond mutual funds?
Bond mutual funds.
Okay, very different.
Okay?
Yep.
So far in their retirement,
okay,
they've been withdrawing money, and they're down $400,000 in 4 years of retirement.
Oh my goodness. And
when you pull up the bond fund that they're in,
yeah,
the fund over the past 5 years has a negative 0.73% rate of return. Now, the market's been really good.
Right.
4 out of the past 5
But
years.
we're talking about bonds.
But we're talking about something entirely different.
Right.
So they are withdrawing money from these bond funds.
Wow.
They're losing money on the fund. They're withdrawing money. And now they're worried sick. They're only 4 years into their retirement, still very, very young.
Very young.
That they're going to run out of money.
And again, I've seen this happen over and over with bonds, especially bond funds. I stay away from them. I don't like them.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, the fixed annuity, the indexed annuity is your ultimate bond replacement.
For sure.
Number one, you don't charge a fee on it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And number two, you can't lose money.
Can't lose money.
You cannot lose money. I mean, literally, our fixed annuity rates, and I'm going to give GBU a shout out here, right? GBU right now, 5 year is what?
5.2%.
5.2%. Come on, are you kidding me? 5.2%.
That's your net rate of return.
Net rate of
There's no
return.
fees on it.
Net rate of return with zero fee.
Correct.
I will purchase that all day long, every single day, because even some of the best bond portfolios I've seen, Neil, like individual bonds, maybe 4.9. Right?
Yeah, well, I was telling you that story as we were coming in today.
Yeah, share that story, by the way.
I met with high net worth folks. They have about $8.5 million.
Right. Yep.
$2.5 million was in bonds. Okay?
Individual.
So individual bonds, which is a big difference.
Yes, it
and
is.
I like individual bonds, do not like bond funds.
Correct.
And the average yield on their bond funds was 4.9%. So
okay.
Pretty good.
Right.
That's a pretty good individual bond yield.
And that, by the way, is probably what they're looking at during their reviews with their advisor. And they're going, the advisor's sitting there going, look, you see the bonds have produced a 4.9% rate of return. But, what's
more
the catch?
To the story.
Yeah.
So they're paying 1%.
There you go.
Now we're not actually receiving 4.9, we're receiving 3.9, right?
Yes.
There's more to the story, okay? They had $2.5 million in these bonds, paying 4.9, really 3.9.
Yep, because of the 1% fee.
But it didn't satisfy all of their income needs. Okay, so I used the.
You're telling me $2 million at 4.9%, not satisfying their income. I think I know where you're going to go with this, and this is going to give me heartburn. Go ahead, tell me.
So because it wasn't solving all of their income needs, they were having to pull
from the
money from their stocks. Funds,
yeah, I knew you were going to tell me
right?
this. Yes.
So now,
cannot believe this.
The story. I mean, so one, we went with a 5.45% multi-year guaranteed annuity,
right?
Fixed rate, right?
Right.
So that increased the yield by $40,000 a year. Okay, so $40,000 a year. But the biggest impact was actually to the fact now we could pull 100% of our income from the fixed annuity.
Right.
Now we can leave the
stocks
alone.
Yes.
Right. And it made perfect sense to him. And what I said to you the other day was, these high net worth, they get it. They get the value of that annuity and how it works.
Yes.
And how they can make their plans so much better, but also certain.
Because they understand one thing, and that is they understand that if you leave those stocks alone, that is the best thing you can do, because those stocks left alone and not disturbing them will compound at such a rapid rate.
Absolutely.
Versus taking that money out. And if we go back to that checklist you and I were talking about, the 2025 checklist, which, by the way, if you're a client and you want any of these checklists that I'm talking about today, just call the office and talk to Ashley, and we'll get you I can send you over a copy of these checklists. But and by the way, for those of you that are not clients, please go to righttrackpittsburgh.com and get a copy of my book. I promise you that book will give you the clarity that you're looking for on how to build a plan. And when I wrote the book, I wanted it to be an airplane read. Remember that, Neil? I said, I need it to be written in a way that if you hop on an airplane, you got a 2-hour flight, you can get through the book, because I'm tired of reading investment books that take me a week and a half to get through. And I'm a pretty, avid, fast reader, but they just drone on and on and on and on. But folks, not only do I want you to get a copy of the book, when you're there getting a copy of the book, which I send absolutely free to you, please schedule a second opinion, okay, to come in and sit down with one of our advisors and go through your plan. What do you have to lose? 45 minutes of your time? That's it. No one's going to sell you anything. No one's going to press you to do anything, but your eyes will be opened up to ways of planning that maybe you're not seeing just yet.
RightTrackPittsburgh.com to get a free copy of the book. They pick up the shipping too. And for that in-office review, the first visit is free. 800-656-8616.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
7 races, 7 dogs, and KDKA Radio. Colin Dunlap takes his show on the road in support of the Wiener 100 race at EQT Park as part of the Bark in the Park night on August 19th before the Wild Things game.
The race is on, the field is set. See you on the 19th in Washington, PA.
Hot dogs, baseball, the Wiener 100 race, and Colin Dunlap. Only on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is 66 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police continue to investigate this morning after a teenage girl was found shot Friday night in East Hills. Happened around 10:30 in the 200 block of East Hills Drive. The girl was shot in the leg. Right now, she's in stable condition at a local hospital. No suspect descriptions have been announced. Well, a man is in custody accused of crashing a stolen vehicle into a Pittsburgh police cruiser. This happened Friday night around 8:30. Police say a car stolen out of Wilkinsburg was located in East Hills nearby in the 8,000 block of Bryceland Street. And when Pittsburgh police tried to stop the vehicle crashed into a police vehicle and then crashed at Bryceland Street and Wilkinsburg Avenue. An alleged suspect was arrested, treated for minor injuries. Coming up tonight, 9 o'clock, Parkway East will be closed in both directions between the Squirrel Hill Tunnel and the Edgewood-Swistville exit. Closure begins, as mentioned, 9 o'clock tonight, lasting until Monday morning at 5. This is due to crews demolishing and replacing an overhead sign structure. On the Big K Morning Show, State Senator Jay Costa, who lives in the Forest Hills area, is asking people to remain calm.
I think they just got to stay cool, figure out what the alternative route's going to be, and more importantly, recognize that this is going to be what's in place since the early part of 26. So we need to get used to it, but I think at the end of the road, the end of the day, I should say, the benefit is well worth the wait to be able to get done what needs to be done.
Traffic will be detoured. PennDOT recommends avoiding the area if at all possible. KDKA Sports, Steeler football is back. Preseason game number 1 happens tonight, 7 o'clock in Jacksonville. Here's KDKA Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn with a preview.
He might be the easiest player to judge during the preseason game tonight at 7. Steelers rookie running back Caleb Johnson says he's excited as Mike Tomlin will likely give him a number of carries.
I love his general demeanor regarding to get better. He's a work in progress like a lot of young runners in terms of blitz pickup. Not only recognition on the NFL level, but technically. He's been really impressive in that he's a young man that doesn't run away from things. He runs 2 things, and so he's getting better in all areas.
Bob Pompiani and Charlie Batch on the call in Jacksonville. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 8:33. The AccuWeather forecast next.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Hey, your Pratt Pack, it's a big weekend at Janoski's, the farm, Route 30 in Clinton. Pick your own weekend. Today and tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., $15 per peck basket. Over 5 acres of fields to pick from, including vegetables, produce, and things like tomatoes, zucchini, peppers, beans, cucumbers, eggplant, lettuce, and more. And it's a whole lot of fun, too. So get the family and get to the family-owned farm, the Janoski Farm, for Pick Your Own Weekend today and tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And as I've been telling you for over 30 years, all roads lead to the farm. Janoski's.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The start of the weekend brings the start of a warmer stretch, and that means more sun than clouds today with a high getting up to 88. For tonight, it's looking clear to partly cloudy with a low of 65, followed by more sunshine and more warmth for tomorrow, high 89. Then a hotter day for Monday under sunshine with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, welcome back to your golden years. It's your Pratt Pack here with Brian Carantha from Secure Money Advisors and our guest advisor this week, Neil Majors. We've talked about how inflation can quietly shrink your income and how the market downturns can cut your retirement short. But now we're going to tackle a threat that is even closer to home, your own mind. Brian, this is where behavioral basis comes into play. So let's talk about it.
Yeah. Well, I always tell our the advisors, I said, you guys have to remember, we're more coaching and psychology than anything else. Mm-hmm. And, you do need a good financial coach during certain times, and you have to have someone that you can go in and talk to that can actually make sense of all of these confusing terms and all of these moving parts that we deal with. And it's probably the hardest one to guard against because it's not about markets or the economy. It's about you, human psychology. It's the way you're wired, the way you make emotional decisions with money. And I'm sure there's many people listening knowing that they probably make emotional decisions with money, especially in retirement. One of the biggest traps is loss aversion. We feel the pain of losing money twice as much as we feel the joy of gaining it, actually.
Right, and that's why people often will hang on to a bad investment.
Yes.
Just to avoid locking in a loss, even if selling it and moving it to something better would be the much smarter move.
Neil, I'm so glad that you brought that up because that's people do get that emotional attachment to a stock, and they just believe in their heart that it's going to come back, and it doesn't. And that loss aversion is it's a real heavy one to deal with, and people will just make really poor decisions because they just think that one day this thing is just going to pop back and it's all going to be back to normal, and it never gets that way. And as a matter of fact, it's called the disposition effect, and it's not just investment. It's also why people freeze up when it's time to increase their savings contributions. Like my sister, Michelle, you need to put like $200 more away a month. Oh my God, I can't do that. I'm not gonna, and giving up some of that paycheck feels like a loss, even if it's the right long-term move to make. Also.
Yeah, Brian, you had told me about the Save More Tomorrow.
Yeah,
I love that. Right, it's where people commit in advance.
Yes. To
raising their savings when they get a raise. Right. So they never actually feel the loss. But it's brilliant psychology at work.
Yeah, Maddox says last night we went to the container store and we bought some containers, and he's like, I think I'm going to buy this for Braden. And I said, but you don't need to buy anything. And he goes, yeah. He goes, I'm rich. And I go, what do you mean you're rich? He goes, yeah, I'm rich. I got a lot of money. I go, where's all your money at? And he goes, it's in the bank. Because I tell you the story. I made him a little bank, right? Yeah. And we made a little bank. It's just a jar. It's painted black. And I taught him that when you put the money in there and you put it in the closet and you come back at the end of the week, there's more money in it. so every week I always will put a few quarters in it or whatever. And I go, well, how the heck does your bank work? He goes, you just put it in the closet and shut the door, and on Fridays you open it up, and there's more money in it.
How about Ben Affleck told his son when he wanted to buy a $13,000 pair of tennis shoes, the actor Ben Affleck said, I'm rich, you're broke.
Yeah, I saw that. That was funny. That was a good lesson, right?
Yeah, a real good lesson. I think Shaq treats his kids very similar to that.
I'm rich, you're not.
But Neil, I want to talk to you about a couple other things about, all these things that we should consider before retirement, because this is really where your mind kind of gets in the way, because especially if you're retiring early, you really got to consider the following: Social Security benefits maybe be reduced if you are collecting them early. And if you earn more than $23,400 and you're collecting benefits prior to your full retirement age, or if you earn more than $62,160 in a year before you reach your FRA, I mean, you could be paying some penalties. Social Security benefits, will be reduced if you collect prior to your FRA also, which again, FRA, it's a term used by Social Security. It stands for your full retirement age. And you can access, people don't realize this one too, and this is a mistake that I see. Let's say that you're, one of the lucky few that is able to retire, let's say in your 50s, okay? Well, we all know that you can't touch your IRAs and 401ks before 59 and a half without incurring a penalty. But did you know that you can access your 401k penalty-free if you leave your employer after turning 55? Now, here's the key to that. You have to leave it in that employer 401k to get access to accessing that money without paying that 10% penalty. And, we've built plans that way where we said, okay, well, let's keep this money in the 401k, right? And we can use that as a little bit of a temporary bridge for cash flow.
Yeah, so if we have 2 years till 59 and a half, let's leave 2 years worth of money in the 401k so you have access to
That's right. And, I met with a guy many years ago that he retired at 56 and went and saw an advisor, and the advisor took it all out of there. And I said, listen, I wish I could help. I could have gotten you cash flow, because he's like, I need cash flow and I want to take it out. Right. Yep. And now it's all in an IRA and you can't. Yep. Now you could still use 72T and, that's another way.
It becomes a little more challenging.
And complicated. Right. How about, were you married previously and are you currently unmarried? If so, consider this. If the marriage lasted 10 years and ended in divorce, you may be eligible for benefits under your ex-spouse's record. And, you can see if you're eligible. The Social Security benefits, it's if you've been divorced, again, you got to be married for 10 years, right? And you can't get remarried, by the way, right?
Sometimes people will say, "Oh, good, I want to take more of his money or her money by taking their Social Security benefits." They love when it doesn't work like that. But
I know they love when they find out they can collect on the ex-spouse's record. It makes them so happy, right? Yeah. Because sometimes they get remarried and it's like, well, the ex-spouse made more money, right? So it's like, well, who should you collect off of? For sure. Well, if you collect off the ex-spouses.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there's so many things to consider here. Yes. I was working with a couple yesterday. They're 60.
Yep.
They want to retire next year, and we're going over Social Security, the pros and the cons of taking it at 62 or deferring it.
Yep.
We know about the solvency and the concern of the year 2033 with Social Security, which has made a lot of people choose to start taking it earlier.
Yep.
Which is actually causing more pressure on the system.
Yeah. Well.
We were going over healthcare.
Yep.
We have a fantastic healthcare specialist at our office.
We do. Yeah.
She's phenomenal. She was able to run all these quotes for me.
Yep.
Because we were looking at income. They actually have a pretty.
Is this from Penny? Was she doing it through
Penny?
She was
helping us, through Penny. Yeah. So we have options with these folks because they have pretty good amount of money in bank savings.
Yes.
So technically we could make their income look really low. But we also have a lot of tax planning to do for these folks.
Yeah.
So she ran us, 3 different quotes so we could understand what the cost would be until they hit Medicare age. So big factor.
Explain that a little bit more, because I think that's a unique strategy some people might not think about, is the fact that if you're taking bank money, right, you don't have to count it as income, but
under the Affordable Care Act.
Yeah, right.
You can get subsidies based on your income.
Yes.
So if you were withdrawing money from a bank account,
yes,
well, technically you're not going to have maybe any income.
Yes.
I mean, you got to remember that interest counts as income,
right.
Dividends count as income, any withdrawals from retirement accounts. So there's a lot of things that you could look at, but there's also ways that we could structure it where we could technically get you to pay almost nothing
for health
care.
Yeah, right. And by the way, speaking of health care, don't forget about long-term care, folks, okay? Because if you get sick and you have a terminal illness of some sort, please, that is the one thing that make people go bankrupt faster than anything else. I promise you. You got to have a plan for that area also. Again, go to righttrackpittsburgh.com, get a copy of my book, and schedule a time to come in and get a second opinion. I've always said this. You can't get a second opinion from the person that gave you the first opinion, and nobody from my office will ever pressure you to do anything. They will just help you see things differently and give you the right track to run on.
All right, sounds good. Get Brian's book, Right Track Your Retirement, righttrackpittsburgh.com. They pick up the shipping, too. Won't cost you a single cent. And to get that first in-office review that is always free, 800-656-8616. Coming up, we've talked about risk and traps. Now it's time to put it all together. Brian and Neil will walk you through the provocative strategies upper-class retirees can use to lock in a true security of life. Stick around. You'll want to take notes for this one. It's Secure Money Advisors. Back with more in a moment.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, Supervisor and Funeral Director. To keep the costs down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and DeLisandroLTD.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a Canine Companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Hi, I'm your kid's old jeans. I've been in the drawer for a while and really missed the playground. You should swing by Goodwill and drop me off. Donating me helps Goodwill's mission to provide career training and support services right here in the community. Plus, I can get back into the game. Donate today. Tag, you're it.
To find your nearest Goodwill locations and to learn more about our mission, please visit goodwill.org. Goodwill, where your things start new lives.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
And we are back, Secure Money Advisors. We have one more segment, so let's just get right back to the guys and let them do what they do. Brian, Neil,
let's talk about the RMD, the required minimum distribution, and knowing about your RMD is the first step in all of this. Your required beginning date, some people know it as too, is April 1st of the year. After you turn 73 or 75, this goes back to the Secure Act, where they changed the RMD age, which forever was 70.5, and now it's 73, and then eventually it's going to be 75. So delaying your first RMD until April 1st could mean taking 2 RMDs in the same year, which can double your taxable income. But RMDs, are something that you have no choice. You got to do it.
A lot of people don't even understand what they are.
Right.
And, so it's a required distribution from any accounts that you deferred the tax bill on.
Right. Qualified account. Yeah.
A qualified account. A lot of times people don't understand how much they have to take.
Yep.
Right. We'll hear people say, what is it? 10% you got to pull out?
Yes.
Meaning if you had $500,000 in a retirement account, they're saying, do I have to pull out 50 grand?
Right.
No, that's not the case. It's about 3.75%.
And it's not even really a percentage. The way you actually figure it out, if you go to the IRS's website, there's an actual uniform table, and it's a factoring number, right? So it's like, what is it, 27.2 or something like that?
It's a divisor number. Because it's up to 73, it's 26.5.
Yeah. So explain that. So explain how you.
So if you had $500,000 in an IRA, you divide that by 26.5. They're saying that's your life expectancy. You'll come up with a number, and you'll have to withdraw that amount of money.
So that's going to be like that's going to be like $19,000, somewhere around there, maybe a little bit more.
So
and that's what's got to be coming out
from, or have to pay the taxes at whatever ordinary income tax rate you are.
Yep.
And then you can do whatever you want with the money. If you need it for cash flow, you use it as cash flow. If you don't need the money, you reinvest it potentially.
Yep.
But there's a lot of confusion around RMDs. Now, the case I was working on yesterday, the concern is the amount of money they have in pre-tax accounts.
Okay.
And the little income they actually need. So,
they get
about $3.5 million in pre-tax investments.
And they don't really need the income, right?
They need like $48,000 a year.
Okay, so now they're going to have that money compounding over time, and eventually that money is going to go to $4 million, $5 million, $6 million, and then they're going to turn 75 or whatever, and whack, they're going to have to take out a ton of money.
And guess what happens? Well, a lot of different things, right? You could be paying a much higher tax rate.
Yep. Oh, that's for sure. You're going.
You might have the cost of your Medicare increase. A lot of people don't understand that. There's something called IRMA.
Yep.
That's when your IRMA or your Medicare, the base price is adjusted according
based on your income. Yeah. RMDs are ugly, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, one nice thing you can do with RMDs is, and this is again with the Secure Act, is that you can give all or a portion of your RMD to charity. So those of you that are charitable, you can give a portion or all of your RMD to charity. So I have people that give their churches every single year. They take it from their savings account or their checking account, and if they're becoming a client, and I go, "Do you guys give the charity?" And they go, "So yeah." I say, "How do you pay for it?" Whoa, time out. We should be giving this with the RMD because you're paying income tax on this RMD, and we can avoid the whole income tax if we just change the order in which you're doing this.
Yeah, if we give it direct.
Yeah, so folks, go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. That's where you'll find my book, Right Track Your Retirement. It's a simple planning guide to help you reduce risks and maximize your income and give you a track to run on, folks.
All right, sounds good. Again, to get that book, righttrackpittsburgh.com, Right Track Your Retirement. They'll send it to you for free and pick up the shipping too. But to get that very important in-office review, the first one is free. It'll change your life. 800-656-8616, 800-656-8616.
The proceeding was paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. Investment advisory services are offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is intended for informational and educational purposes only. The views, statements, and opinions expressed herein are those of the individual speakers and not necessarily those of Foundations or its affiliates. The information contained herein does not constitute an offer to sell any securities or represent an express or implied opinion or endorsement of any specific opportunity, offering, or issuer. Any discussion on performance or returns is not indicative of future results. Foundations does not provide legal or tax advice.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle. Or forget extra diapers. And never give in to a meltdown. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never let them have too much screen time. And never bribe them for just one more bite. You say you'd never let them out in public without their hair brushed. Never, ever become a minivan mom. And you'd never give them your phone for a quiet dinner.
Calling boss work phone.
So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 66 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Coming up tonight at 9 o'clock, Parkway East will close in both directions between the Squirrel Hill Tunnel and the Edgewood Swissville exit. And that closure will last until Monday morning at 5 a.m. Closure begins, as mentioned, tonight at 9 until Monday morning at 5. This is due to crews demolishing and replacing an overhead sign structure. Now, on the Big K Morning Show, State Senator Jay Costa, who lives in the Forest Hills area, is asking people to remain calm this weekend.
I think they just got to stay cool, figure out what the alternative route's going to be, and more importantly, recognize that this is going to be what's in place since early part of 26. So we need to get used to it, but I think at the end of the road, the end of the day, I should say, the benefit is well worth the wait to be able to get done what needs to be done.
Traffic will be detoured, and PennDOT recommends avoiding the area if possible. Well, a former Pittsburgh police officer who was fired after using a taser on a homeless man in 2021 who later died, must be reinstated to the force and given back pay and benefits. That was a ruling from a Commonwealth Court judge Friday afternoon, reversing a decision last year reached by the Allegheny County Court of Common Pleas that Officer Keith Edmonds would remain off the force. Edmonds used a taser on Jim Rogers after Rogers was accused of stealing a bike in Bloomfield back in October of 2021. Rogers died the next day. Allegheny County coroner ruled Rogers' death accidental. City of Pittsburgh settled with the Rogers family in 2023 for $8 million. Edwards was fired by the city, but reinstated 2 years later, only for that decision to be reversed by the Court of Common Pleas. A gunman opened fire near Emory University, just outside the CDC headquarters in Atlanta late yesterday afternoon. Here's the latest from CBS News correspondent Dave Malkoff.
Police say when it was all over, the gunman and 33-year-old DeKalb County officer David Rose were both dead.
We don't have any civilians that have been shot in this active shooter incident. Thank God for that.
Officers responding to the incident heard gunshots at a nearby drugstore.
We later found the shooter on the second floor of the CPS. He had been struck by gunfire. We do not know at this time whether that was from officers or if it was self-inflicted.
State police continue to investigate a fatal officer-involved shooting in Mercer County. 46-year-old Tyler Askernies of Farrell was killed in the incident when Mercer County Sheriff's and Shenango Township Police were trying to serve a warrant at the Park Inn by Radisson in Middlesex on Thursday. Troopers say Askernies refused to surrender, and that's when shots were fired, killing him. Well, in KDKA Sports, it's preseason game number 1 of the season for the Steelers. They're in Jacksonville to take on the Jaguars at 7 o'clock, and KDKA Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn has this.
Steelers will rest most of their starters tonight, but 4 of the 5 first-team offensive linemen will play against the Jags on KDKA TV. No injuries kept them from being together as a unit until Sunday, as Mike Tomlin said of their progress.
I think with each passing day, man, I'm seeing signs of growth and development, but that's to be expected. I like their general approach. I like their level of conditioning. I like their commitment to continued conditioning. I love the way that they're communicating. It's a work in progress, but so far so good.
Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson are the quarterbacks, with an outside shot of new Steeler Logan Woodside playing. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 9:03. AccuWeather forecast next.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a good deal of sun to start the weekend and warmer conditions with a high of 88, leading to a clear to at times partly cloudy night tonight with a low of 65. Then more warmth for tomorrow under sunshine, high 89. Monday looks to be hot and sunny with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
He's back, Sean Horn. And this is MediConnect, the Inside Connection. And we have a lot to get to on the program, plus that ever-popular trivia question just moments away. And when you say hello to my producer, it's Seth Davis, the man with the plan. His maiden voyage on the Marathon, the Saturday edition with your Pratt Pack, doing a 5-star job on his opening performance as the man behind the glass. But here he is right now on Metropolitan Window video screen. You can watch this show stream live, and you can hear it at the same time, KDKRadio.com, KDKA Watch. Mr. Horn, it's good to see you. Football's back.
We made it. It's been it feels like it's been a pretty... Last time I was here, we talked about the beginning of really the training camp process, and now it's all finished up, and we're heading towards our first preseason game. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on what you are looking forward to tonight as they debut. But also want to let the audience know that today, actually, I'm going to skip talking about Medicare other than the seminars in the first segment, because I want to have a little bit of fun, because this will be a heavy show for you. There's going to be a lot of content we're going to go over. that is going to impact you as far as what we're getting, as far as the early market readout and what's going to be coming in this annual enrollment period, which is only 2 months away now. So the phones are going to start ringing again, and all of that madness that we all hate on the consumer end, and we feel bad for you, it's about to ensue. But want to make sure you're all paying special attention to the annual notice of change documents that you should be getting in September. You get that from your current health insurance Medicare provider. That'll give you a breakdown on how your plan is looking to change from what you're currently enjoying and into next year. You are definitely going to want to pay attention to that. And if you need help uncovering what the details are going to look like and what that means for you specifically, you're always welcome to call MediConnect at 888-818-6334. So we're in the process of recertifying with all the carriers right now and getting a lay of the land. And like I talked about just a moment ago, we'll get into a lot of those details in the next segment when we go into the boardroom, and also when we hit the roundtable, where we will welcome your phone calls so that you can air your grievances or concerns or your compliments of your Medicare coverage. So by all means, we'd love to talk to you as well. But before we get all into that, Rob, because we let off with it, what are your feelings about tonight, and what are you looking forward to when it comes to this preseason game?
None of the starters are playing, so it doesn't really matter. Honestly, I want to see Travis Hunter play.
That's interesting.
With Jacksonville, both sides of the ball. Liam Cohen, his coach, first-year head coach in Jacksonville, and obviously this is a make-it-or-break-it year, I think, for Trevor Lawrence, the exceptional player from Clemson. But if he can play both ways, even if they spot him on the offense, like the red zone, third down plays, whatever, but if he plays on both sides of the ball and does as well as his former teammate Shador did last night in his opening preseason game, I don't care if it's the second team, third string. I really kind of want to see the kid do well.
You know, he's an anomaly. It's kind of like Shohei Ohtani being a pitcher and a hitter out for the Dodgers, right? Never seen a player who did both sides of the ball at the professional level, so I could totally resonate with that.
Well, let me tell you how I'm going to make it full cycle and kind of make an importance of what you do, and just bear with me. I saw that many times with a guy by the name of Deion Sanders. Played baseball, the Reds, the Braves, the Yankees, tremendous baseball player. Obviously, the best shutdown corner in the history of the National Football League.
Agreed.
Here he is now, a few years younger than me, already has lost part of his foot because of blood clots, a bladder cancer, getting over that. And I really love the guy. I mean, I've always been a fan, but I respect him as a father and as a coach. But even the great Deion Sanders, probably the most high-octane athlete in the history of all sports, maybe next to Bo Jackson, but even his health has broken down. So you have to have great medical coverage when you get older, and that's what we do every week on this show.
That's why they pay you the big bucks, Rob. Look at how you make that come full circle for us. I appreciate that. That's great, but you're right. Father time is undefeated, unfortunately, and we see some of that as we get older. And, you know, I've been battling that on my own when it comes to, you know, once you're integrated into the healthcare system as we know it, they get their leash on you and they don't let go. So you got to go to your doctors, your specialists, your procedures, your routines, your physicals, all that. They need to see you constantly. And now you know why, because, again, you're talking about a world-class athlete. Probably did everything right in his playing days. And even after he was still in good shape.
I don't ever remember him dealing with any outside issues like addiction issues.
Right.
Nothing.
And
his weight has always been pretty much the same. Looks like he's in the peak of health. But I've said many times as I prayed for him, because I really do like him, I've said, my goodness, if it can happen to Deion, it can happen to anyone.
It can happen to anybody. You're absolutely right. So, you know, health is the one asset that you have in your life that you cannot buy. So if you can, you know, set yourself up with the coverage to at least help you out when it is needed as things do arise. I mean, again, that's what we're here for. We love to do that for people and make this whole process simple.
But that's why when you're getting better or going through treatment, you don't want to worry about the bill.
Correct.
And that's what's happened in our society. I know I think about it. I think everybody thinks about it. But if you can get with MediConnect, get that free in-office review, sit down with them and get a plan that's right for you. God forbid, we don't want anybody to get sick, but we don't want you to worry about the financial end of it.
Without a doubt. So if there's a way to comprehensively cover you in a way that fits your budget, we will extend and uncover every rock and stone that we possibly can to make sure that you're met with the best coverage for your individual needs. So we'll get into a little bit more in that in the next segment. And
what do you think about the Steelers with the starters moving forward?
I think all eyes are on Aaron Rodgers, obviously, because he's going to be the one throwing the pigskin around. So it's all going to come down to him, really. I think they built. I think wide receiver 2 is still a glaring hole, unfortunately. But we'll see what Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson and Robert Woods can potentially do. I think they're going to use the tight ends a little bit more, so I'm excited to see what like Jonnu Smith can do here. And but I think it really all comes down, surprisingly enough, it's going to come down to the offensive line. If they hold up, we stand a chance because I think the running game is going to be pretty good. If they don't, quarterback gets hurt, all bets are off at that point. So
you want Darnell Washington to move to tackle?
No.
Me
keep
neither.
Keep him at tight end. He's a weapon. You can't. Who wants to tackle that?
How about the nickname that Mason Rudolph gave him?
I don't know.
Mount Washington.
It's perfect.
I mean,
it's perfect.
Get the T-shirts printed up for Dick's Sporting Goods right now.
That's right. That's right. Well, before we get the break, I do want to get over some history points this day in history, August 9th. Back in 1945, the second atomic bomb was dropped on Nagasaki, Japan during World War II. Moving on from there. In 1969, Sharon Tate and 4 others were murdered in Los Angeles by the followers of Charles Manson.
Horrible.
In 1974, Richard Nixon resigned as president on this day. And moving all the way ahead to August 9th, in 1995, the icon of Grateful Dead, Jerry Garcia, died of a heart attack.
What year was that?
1995, 53 years old.
My goodness.
Yep.
It's been that long.
It has. Absolutely.
Wow.
Crazy.
How about this? You know what happened on this date in 1974?
What's that?
Richard Nixon left the White House.
That's what I just mentioned that. Yep. Crazy, isn't it?
Isn't it?
A big day in history. A lot of impactful things that happened to us Americans here. So, because it is relevant to the first point of the what happened in Nagasaki, our trivia for today. This is, I think, a tough one, but I'll let the audience determine. Please go easy on our producer. But
Seth can handle it.
I'm sure he can.
He's done great today.
I'm sure he can. But the question today is, what was the nickname of the atomic bomb that was dropped on Nagasaki?
Don't look at me.
All right. Okay, so this is going to be a tough one because if it passes the eye test with Rob, then it's going to be a tough one. What was the nickname of the atomic bomb that was dropped in Nagasaki? The correct answer will get you a $15 Get-Go gas card. We'll get out in the mail on Monday. And upcoming, we do have...
By the way, the number is 412-922-1020. They do pay me to do a few things here. 412, you're just so good. Honestly, I was going to compliment you before you gave me the compliment. You really are good at this.
Thank you.
You really are. 412-922-1020. First person that calls in with a correct answer, you will get that $15 Get-Go gas card. Go ahead.
The seminars. We have new to Medicare seminars upcoming. August 12th, we're going to be at the Hampton Inn in Bell Vernon. August 19th, Hampton Inn in Butler. And August 26th, we're going to be at the Cranberry Library. And we have a lot more events upcoming. As we get into September, we're going to have Medicare market update presentations as well as our new to Medicare seminars. So if you are somebody who is going to be approaching Medicare in the next year, must attend events. Again, Bell Vernon, Butler, Cranberry Library, we're coming to your locations, 888-818-6334 or MediConnectInsurance.com. Click on the seminars tab.
And listen, if you have any questions about Medicare coverage, whatever it may be, if you're thinking about it because this is the year you're going to sign up, you're going to be 65, you've just turned 65, we're going to open our phones up too as well. Any questions for Sean Horn that really have you considering issues when it comes to Medicare coverage? 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right. Phones are really lit up there on that trivia question. We got some history buffs out there. All right, we're going to wait for that answer, and we'll get the $15 Get-Go gas card. We're back on MediConnect, the Inside Connection. Here he is, your host, Sean Horn. Sean.
And once again, until we get the answer, the question being, what was the nickname of the atomic bomb that was dropped on Nagasaki this day way back in 1945? So you got the correct answer. Call on in. But until then, now we head into the boardroom to talk about what is coming as far as the early market readouts for Medicare as we head towards 2026. And listen, folks, we think that this might be a turbulent market that we're heading towards coming up here in October and with the plan year taking effect in January 2026. One of the big things we're kind of monitoring and watching is it's looking like Medicare Part B premiums could increase by about 11% next year. Now, what's the impact? What does that look like? The national average for Medicare Part B, what most people pay for Medicare Part B in 2025, is about $185 a month, or exactly $185 a month, excuse me. So for those folks, if this report holds true, and I got to be very clear with you, this is speculative, but some good sourcing, we believe. If this reporting is true, 11% increase, it's looking like the Part B premium could be around $205 a month starting in January for the average beneficiary. So it's a pretty hefty increase. If you're somebody who is impacted by having to pay more for Medicare Part B, either through a late enrollment penalty or you're paying more due to the income-related monthly adjustment amount, you too will be impacted by that same increase, just at a different dollar amount. So whatever it is that you're paying, potentially times that by 11%, that's going to be your potential premium starting in January. So we got to start accounting for this and thinking ahead, because I know that most people that we service and help through this process, you're on fixed incomes, right? Social Security, you might have your pension, or you're living off of your retirement savings, as you should. Work very hard for all of that. What we're also understanding, and again, early readout, where this is not written in stone just yet, but this year's COLA increase for Social Security is going to be extremely important for everybody listening who is on Medicare or nearing, maybe more than any other year before, simply because of that Part B potential increase in cost. So we're going to be paying special attention to that. Typically, the announcement for what for what Social Security is going to increase it comes right around the first day of the annual enrollment period, which is October 15th. So around then, we should get definitive word. But once more, early reports are suggesting that the increase to Social Security for 2026 looks like it's going to be between 2.6 and 2.7%. So not a wide margin of error there, but if this too holds true, this would equate to about a $52 a month increase in your raise that you get with Medicare. So as you see, and this has been the way pretty much historically, Rob, where you get a raise with Social Security, a lot of it goes towards the cost of Medicare. But this year in particular, moving forward into January, it's looking like a pretty sizable amount could potentially be going towards your increased cost to Medicare, leaving you with about $30 expendable dollars for the national average for a Medicare beneficiary. So we really got to pay attention to what the costs are going to look like, how your plan is going to be changing, and what coverage adjustments are going to be happening, because there could be other things impactful that you're going to want to pay attention to. I have a belief that there's going to be more widespread Part D deductibles for drug coverage, both for those who have Medicare Advantage and Medicare Supplement. I think it's going to be more implemented across the board. And for 2025, the Part D deductible is $590. I don't imagine that's going to stay the same. That's probably going to go up too, meaning you might have to pay the first almost $600 out of pocket in your drug costs. That's a problem for a lot of people. We hear many complaints in the open enrollment period in January, February, March, where people go to the pharmacy and they're like, what the heck happened? Probably could be the case as well, because unfortunately a lot of these plans, when the donut hole was closed in January of this year, there was a lot of adjustments and the insurance companies did not meet the moment. Let's just put it that way. So they're adjusting a lot of things to make it a little bit more bearable for them. I don't agree with it, but we have to pay special attention to it. You're going to need to pay attention to where your prescriptions come in on tiers. We want to get you on the lowest tiers possible because that's going to reduce your out-of-pocket spend. So we got to pay attention to a lot going on there. Again, big potential Part B increase, not a huge increase in Social Security, it sounded like. So we're going to have to work with the market to see what's going to best fit your needs. On top of that, I know I'm hitting you with a lot of information right now, but on top of that, another thing that we're tracking is that there was news that happened this week where United Healthcare announced that they are trying to shed 600,000 Medicare Advantage members this year, upcoming. So there's going to be plan pullout. There's going to be people losing their coverage that they may have had for years. Now, I will say on that front, I don't anticipate United Healthcare's desire to drop their plan having that big of an impact here in the Pittsburgh market. But this is a huge market adjustment. This is going to have a factor in the way other insurance companies work. So we really have to pay attention to what the market is looking like so that you're able to, address your health concerns and your health needs while still being budget friendly as we move forward. So as always, a lot of information there. I told you this was going to be a heavy show, and I do apologize. I just want to give you the news as we learn it so that you can be prepared. The best consumer is an educated one, so we just want to get good information into the airwaves. Of course, we will be tracking all this information that we're learning as we get closer to the annual enrollment period in October. MediConnect is here for you, as Rob talks about all the time. No cost, no obligation, just great information. That's what we're here to do, provide Medicare made simple so you don't have to feel the weight of what potentially could be impactful to you.
And remember, we always have those live advisors doing the show right up until noon, 888-818-6334. Congratulations to Dawn of McKees Rocks. Our winner gets the $15 Get-Go gas card. So the question and the winning answer.
What was the nickname of the bomb that was dropped on Nagasaki, Japan this day back in 1945? The nickname was the Fat Man. And you would have never known that, you said.
Mm-mm.
Which is incredible because you're a history buff. I would have never. They would have called me that a couple years ago, though, myself. So
I will tell you one thing. My father was actually off the coast of Japan in case it didn't work.
Whoa.
They were going to invade, I guess, the country of Japan.
My goodness.
Or that was the game plan, or so they say. But thank God, cooler heads will prevail. That's long in the rearview mirror.
Yep.
And we all learn from history and continue to pray for better days ahead.
I would totally agree with you there. And before we head to break, one more announcement. Again, this new to Medicare seminars upcoming. If you're new to Medicare within the next year, these are must-attend events, free to attend. We do need you to RSVP so we bring the right amount of information for our audience. August 12th, we're going to be at the Hampton Inn in Bell Vernon. August 19th, Hampton Inn in Butler. August 26th at the Cranberry Library. 888-818-6334 to register, or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab.
All right, before we go to break, we're going to kind of run through those seminars again in a little bit. We're going to give you a chance to let them sink in, but I just want to talk to them about a couple of other things before we head to the break. You being out in the community now more than ever and being involved in the community, we have a chance to talk to Laura about it, have a chance to talk to you about it. Just talk about what you're doing to get out in the communities a little bit.
Yeah, as I just mentioned a moment ago, we feel like education provides a better consumer. We want to make sure that everybody who's within earshot of where MediConnect is, you're able to be a better consumer. So we want to bring education to you in a simplified format. So we're doing a ton of group presentations out in the community. If you are somebody who is a part of a group, it could be your bowling league, your church group, you're in a senior center. We're very active in those communities. Your neighborhood group, whatever it might be, if you're a part of a group of people that are on Medicare, you're worried about the information I just went over and some of the information I'm about to go over in the next segment, and you need help understanding this, please feel free to call into MediConnect. You can reach me directly at 412-265-4404 or just call the 888-818-6334. We want to make sure that you have this information easily available to you, because we put the information in your hands. Whatever you decide to do with it is completely up to you, because there's no obligation for our services. But again, this is going to be a turbulent market, we do believe. And we don't want anybody to fall through the cracks and be unaware of what potentially could be impactful to you. Again, we think there's going to be some big changes with drugs and the coverage. We think that there's going to be some changes with premiums. There's going to be plans that are going to be leaving the market. If you're worried about any of this whatsoever, we're here to address that and protect you from feeling that anxiety and that nervousness around already a very confusing subject matter in Medicare. We know it's overwhelming.
Would you tell the majority of people, because of things that are going to happen, even if you haven't had a review in years, you should really do yourself a favor and get a review?
I would say that to anybody who is on Medicare.
Okay.
Whether they had the review last year, they've gone 10 years without. I'm always an advocate for, you want to test the market on a yearly basis. Look, when you're doing your retirement investing and so forth, you don't just put the money somewhere and let it sit there without much oversight. You don't just let it keep doing whatever it does based off of what happens in the market. I don't recommend doing that with your Medicare plan either, because things are changing consistently. 5, 6, 7 years ago, whenever the two giants of our healthcare systems here locally were arguing with one another, there was a market adjustment then where people were putting out fantastic plans, or insurance companies were putting out fantastic plans. Things have kind of corrected, and we're moving towards, again, just a lot of change happening, and change can be for the good, but let's dissect that. Let's make sure that's your reality.
All right, so run the seminars again, please.
Once more, and these are big. Again, we're going to be at the August 12th Hampton Inn in Bell Vernon, all the way down south. We love coming down there. Hampton Inn in Butler, and then Cranberry Library. So it's going to be August 12th, Bell Vernon, August 19th, Butler, August 26th, Cranberry Library. Again, please RSVP so that we can bring the right amount of folders and materials for you to take home and have that information available.
All right, 888-818-6334. We have advisors until noon standing by. 888-818-6334, MediConnectInsurance.com. Rob Taylor checks the news in a couple of minutes, and we're right back at it today on KDKA.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western Pennsylvania. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as a 4 out of 4 stars ranking on Charity Navigator. You can become a Folds of Honor wingman today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad Les and my sister Sarah. It's a big summer for golf here in Pittsburgh, and it was exciting watching the pros at Oakmont. The most exciting round I ever watched in my life, though, was back in 1992 when my dad got to play the opening round at Nevillewood with Jack Nicklaus. There was a gallery of thousands, and I knew Dad was nervous. On number 10, he hit his drive into a sand trap. His next shot landed in another trap beside the green. I was 12 years old, and my heart dropped to my stomach. I remember Dad saying that morning that his number one goal that day was not to make a fool of himself in front of Nicklaus and the club membership. I then watched Dad blast it out of the sand right into the hole for a birdie. The crowd roared. Dad finished with a 73 to Nicklaus's 72. I was so happy and proud. My dad's always been a guy who stays positive and focused on goals. Those qualities make him a fantastic financial advisor and a role model for me. Find out more about our family-owned firm at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much angst and anger these days that, you know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com.
Get Marty is presented by Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Levin Furniture, UPMC Health System, CNS Construction, John Keefe Restaurant Group of Oakmont, and by Robert Pierce and Associates. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 73 degrees Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. A man is in custody this morning accused of crashing a stolen vehicle into a Pittsburgh police cruiser. This happened Friday night around 8:30. Police say a car stolen out of Wilkinsburg was located in East Hills in the 8000 block of Bryceland Street. When Pittsburgh police tried to stop that vehicle, the vehicle crashed into a police vehicle and then crashed at Bryceland Street and Wilkinsburg Avenue. That's when the alleged suspect was arrested and treated for minor injuries. Well, of course, coming up at 9 o'clock tonight, Parkway East will close in both directions, and that will be at the Square Hill Tunnel and the Edgewood-Swissvale exit in between those two areas. Closure will begin, as mentioned, at 9 o'clock, last till Monday morning at 5 a.m. This is due to crews demolishing and replacing an overhead sign structure. On the Big K Morning Show, State Senator Jay Costa, who lives in the Forest Hills area, is asking people to stay calm.
I think they just got to stay cool, figure out what the alternative route's going to be, and more importantly, recognize that this is going to be what's in place since early part of 26. So we need to get used to it, but I think at the end of the road, the end of the day, I should say, the benefit is well worth the wait to be able to get done what needs to be done.
Traffic will be detoured. PennDOT recommends avoiding the area if possible. KDK Radio News Time, 9:32. Next updates at 10. I'm Rob Taylor, the voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio KDK.
Don't let summer slip away. Your last-minute summer adventure at Deep Creek Lake is here. Upgrade your getaway to a luxury SWAC Vacations Lodge with its own private indoor pool, a hidden speakeasy, even a private lazy river. Book any 3-night stay before Labor Day. Get $500 off. That means more money for your family trip to Myrtle Beach, a luxury lodge in Deep Creek, a massive Outer Banks house with room for everyone, and many more great destinations. Visit swacvacations.com. Use code LAKE500. Claim your $500 discount.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
August 23rd, experience a celebration of unity, creativity, and community with Building Bridges Day on the Roberto Clemente Bridge. Help paint a collaborative mural and enjoy live performances, family yoga, kids activities, and more. One bridge, one day, countless connections. Details at whammo1073.com. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. Imagine growing up without seeing a ball game, visiting a museum, or exploring a zoo. For thousands of kids in our community, the cost of admission makes these experiences impossible. Tickets for Kids changes that. Donating tickets to under-resourced youth through schools and social service agencies. Give the gift of experience. Learn more at ticketsforkids.org.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Pittsburgh's annual Little Italy Days. This Thursday through Sunday. Authentic Italian foods. Entertainment from over 30 acts. The region's largest heritage festival. Little Italy Days in Bloomfield. Free admission. Learn more at littleitalydays.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The start of the weekend brings the start of a warmer stretch, and that means more sun than clouds today, with a high getting up to 88. For tonight, it's looking clear to partly cloudy with a low of 65, followed by more sunshine and more warmth for tomorrow, high 89. Then a hotter day for Monday under sunshine with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is what we call our round table. Questions and answers are welcome. You give the question, he'll give you the answer, or what you need to hear, I should say. So give us a call, 866-391-1020. Hospital stay, prescription drug prices, you name it, in-network, all the things that you need to know, particular aspects of surgery and more. When it comes to Medicare, they know better than anyone. They are the biggest and best in this area at what they do. And how do you get a hold of them? 888-818-6334. Set up an appointment. There is never a charge for their services. But if you want to talk in real time to our expert, a very knowledgeable Sean Horn, anything on Medicare, 866-391-1020. So why are so many things being taken away, do you think?
Well, I mean, Medicare and Social Security have a drop-dead date that isn't too far away from now. And there's always adjustments that are happening to try to keep the program alive a little bit longer,
right,
until they can figure out what they can do to facilitate extending the program. The trust is for both programs is not etched in stone forever, unfortunately. So as time goes on, as medical costs become more expensive and everything else that happens in the markets, they're trying to do what they can to just extend the life of the program until they come up with a solution. So we're seeing adjustments happen in market corrections to try to adjust for that prior to, what could be, the drop dead date. So I think that has a lot to do with it. But there's other components to Medicare that are we don't talk about it a lot because we don't have a lot of solutions for. And this is probably one of the biggest ones. So this conversation I'm about to have with the audience right now, we're happy to guide and advise, connect you to, but quite honestly, there's no sales piece to MediConnect for what I'm about to discuss right now. But it is something that is impactful to many more people than it was just 10, 15 years ago. So we are going to talk right now about skilled nursing facility and long-term care, which is another couple big curse words of Medicare, unfortunately. So let's talk about, how does Medicare cover post-hospital care relative to either nursing homes or skilled nursing? Not very well, which is a common misnomer. Many people in our audience probably think, no, wait, Medicare covers something there. Let me talk to you about what actually Medicare is providing coverage on. So in order to qualify for Medicare to cover any piece of long-term care, you have to meet some prerequisites. There are some certain boxes you have to check. And a few of them are, you need to have been a recent inpatient. You need to have had a recent inpatient stay for 3 consecutive days, not including the day of discharge. So you have to be in a hospital for effectively 4 days to even have a shot at Medicare covering your skilled nursing. After that, you have to be admitted to skilled nursing or a nursing home. You have to be admitted within 30 days of leaving the hospital. And lastly, a medical professional has to certify that you need the skilled nursing care. Now, why this is important, that last component, a medical professional has to certify this for you. It's not a one and done process. When you're admitted, they will certify that you need that care. But there are going to be consistent checkpoints on your condition to see if you are improving. If you are not improving in your health, Medicare will stop coverage, which then forces all responsibility to the patient from an out-of-pocket perspective. So let's dig into that a little bit, folks. When we're talking about meeting this criteria, if you have, again, 3 consecutive days in a hospital, not including day of discharge, so really 4 days in a hospital, you are admitted within 30 days of being released from the hospital, and constant recertification from a medical professional saying you need it. If you meet that criteria, Medicare will cover the first 20 days of skilled nursing care. 20 days. After that, there can be a daily copay that is administered to you. And for this year, for 2025, you could be responsible for as much as $209 per day. That's days 21 through 100. Okay? Now, if you do have a Medigap plan, it is capable of covering 21 through 100 as long as those prerequisites are checked. Okay. What's really important to know in this capacity is that after day 100 of you being in the long-term care or skilled nursing facility, all costs fall on the patient. There is no Medicare plan that will cover you from day 101 on forward, meaning that 100% of those inpatient costs for skilled nursing home are on you. And this is where oftentimes the Medicaid spend down applies, where nursing home will start accessing your resources. And they go from most liquid to least. Most liquid being your checking and savings accounts, your life insurance cash value, and then they move all the way through till they get to your real estate. And this is where people unfortunately lose their homes because they had a fall and illness and injury that landed them in skilled nursing, and you had to go through the Medicaid spend down, and all of a sudden now you're a ward of the state is paying for your skilled nursing care, but you have no real assets or resources left. They leave you with $2,000 on a monthly basis as far as your asset count that you can have. Everything above $2,000 per month, the state will take. So why this is important to talk about is because years ago, long-term care insurance was a thing, and it was a big thing, and it was wonderful for many folks. So I will tell you, if you have long-term care insurance and you bought it 10, 15 years ago, never let that go. Even if it gets more expensive, never let that go because they are gold. They're worth way more than the paper they're printed on. Over the last 8 or so years, there's been a correction there as well because the actuaries realized that these long-term care insurance companies, that they were not taking in enough premium dollars to cover the claim dollars. So what does that mean, Rob? It means it is now far more expensive to get long-term care insurance, and it's harder to qualify for your in terms of your health, because you have to be healthy enough to qualify for long-term care insurance. You have to basically be in the health of an Olympian. I mean, top-notch physical condition. And again, if you qualify now, it's going to be more expensive. So away from that, because it's becoming more of a dinosaur to have long-term care insurance in your portfolio, what we strongly recommend at MediConnect, again, not something that we can help you with internally so much, but what we can help you with is connecting to financial advisors, estate planners, Medicaid spend down experts, and specifically those folks who work in the trust era of retirement planning, because if your assets land in a trust or other aspects of coverage, you may not be as susceptible and can still, pass on your assets to your loved ones further down the road. So I strongly recommend, if you have a financial advisor, you have an estate planner, even if you have a life insurance expert that you work with, you can get life insurance coverage that adds in a skilled nursing element that probably more beneficial than long-term care insurance at this point. But I strongly recommend connecting with the experts who can help you better plan, because otherwise that Medicaid spend down is not fun. It's not friendly. And with the way that it looks like the Medicaid budget might be decreasing in future years, well, this could have a negative impact on that planning. So I strongly recommend touching base with those experts that you lean on so heavily. Touch base with them soon to get yourself covered against something that unfortunately Medicare does not have an answer for.
Run the seminars, please.
Absolutely. Sorry for being long-winded there, but
yeah, it was well done.
Thank you. The again, new to Medicare seminars. If you're going to be new to Medicare in the next year, come and check us out August 12th at the Hampton Inn in Bell Vernon, August 19th, Hampton Inn in Butler, August 26th, Cranberry Library.
All right, the best way to get those reservations, and by the way, they are free seminars, but you have to reserve your space. You can call now. We have live advisors till noon. Tell them you want to be at what particular venue, or maybe a few of them. And the number is 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334, or you can go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the Seminars tab. Coming up, News at 10 with Rob, then the True Value Home Improvement Show. Caitlin Seigan is here today with AAA Central's Talking Travel, and then we wrap up our marathon Saturday with Dr. Dawn Spalla, who's spending the weekend at Virginia Beach, but she'll join us on that Metropolitan Window video screen, talking all about helping people with neuropathy from Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Lots more to do before we're done today. Your Pratt Pack until 1 on KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Amazing August specials underway right now at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Boneless, skinless chicken breast or breast tenders, $2.98 a pound. Chambersburg, Pennsylvania peaches, 99 cents a pound. And Essential Everyday Awesome paper towels, 8-count packages, $4.99 each. Additional savings in our meat department. Bone-in country-style ribs, $1.99 a pound. And dinner-cut tuna steaks, 10-ounce portions, $4.99 each. In our produce department, locally grown zucchini or yellow squash, 99 cents a pound. And locally grown sweet corn, 6 for $3. In our deli department, plain or garlic Eckrich bologna, $4.99 a pound. And Silver Star Italian-style hot ham, $9.59 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper, 24-pack 12-ounce cans, $9.99 each.
So get into Coons Market for the amazing August specials. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, your neighborhood grocer. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, final segment with Sean Horn before we move on to some true value home improvements. So, Sean, it's all yours. Go ahead.
I don't know what I want to talk about this segment, actually.
Well, I can help.
Yeah, please. I mean, and the reason why I say that, Rob, and I'm not trying to be unprofessional in that comment, but I hit the audience with a lot of...
Well, that's why you have me.
I know. But there's a lot of big information that I just put out.
Here's the biggest one of all. Not to say that you missed it because you're the professional, but you know what I hear from people on the street who are my age who listen to this show, what they're most concerned about is prescription prices.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Obviously, the donut hole, a lot of people kind of looked over, and even though we told them to check it out and get ready for the deep dive, many of them, by the time March rolled around, went, well, this has really gone up. What's going on here? And I need this drug. Don't they understand? And then they're trying to call certain carriers and this and that and whatever. Bottom line, we said it was going to happen, but let's talk about how people need to maneuver that's why Cal McCormick, Blueberry Pharmacy, will be back on with me this Tuesday night. There are ways, but this is what MediConnect can do for you. It can help you navigate those rough waters when it comes to prescription drug coverage.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing that up, because that is a relevant subject that I think could be helpful to our audience in kind of understanding why there could be such significant change in the annual enrollment period this year. So let's get back to the donut hole. Obviously, part of the Inflation Reduction Act from a few years ago from a previous administration went into law finally January 1st of this year. Well, prior to it going into law, the insurance companies were not really given guardrails by the government on how to navigate providing coverage over and above that $2,000 limit that everybody is now adhering to. So, with that much freedom to run, some companies, unfortunately, did not do a good job of planning around how to cover those medications over and above $2,000. So, in a matter of 8 months' time, now it being in August, in a matter of 8 months' time, all of these billions and billions of dollars worth of insurance companies go, oh my goodness, this hurts. covering all of these prescriptions for everybody over and above $2,000. This is painful to us, and we need to make adjustments. And it's going to be widespread across the market. So, by and large, is what it's sounding like. So it's going to impact all at once, almost no matter what insurance company you have. But think about that. Here are, again, our listening audience that are on fixed incomes that unfortunately have to take life-saving medication that is expensive or brand name drugs. And they've had to cover this medication. As far as I've been in the Medicare business for 16 years now, that responsibility was on the patient to cover the largest chunk of the out-of-pocket expense for prescriptions. All it took was 8 months for insurance companies to go, yeah, this sucks. We don't want to do this no more. And they have the resources. So again, they're trying to get creative in how they shed some more responsibility back onto the patient. And I think the deductible for Medicare Part D as a result is going to be more widely implemented. And I want to be very clear with the audience. I don't agree with this tactic. I hate that because you worked your entire life to get to this point. Here you are wanting to just enjoy your life's work. Have your little bit of fun in retirement as you should, because you worked your entire life to get to this point. And now all of these insurance companies are trying to band together to find a way to put more of that financial onus on you. So we're going to look into every little detail, find any caveat we possibly can to help our clients navigate through this upcoming market. And the reason why it's so impactful, by the way, is because prescription drugs touch everybody every day. You have to take them, you have to pay for them. If you don't take them, you get sicker, oftentimes. So as a result, because it's something you touch every day, it's going to have a widespread impact on you as a Medicare beneficiary, and it's also going to have the same impact on the insurance company. How it's being managed, however, again, from a market perspective, I don't agree with, which is why I'm so passionate about doing whatever we can as a company to make sure that we're helping every single person we can effectively get to shore safely instead of trying to navigate these treacherous waters on their own.
When you think of the whole prescription drug thing, there's a lot of things happening. Obviously, the big story has been Rite Aid closure, Mark Cuban jumping in with Giant Eagle and Kroger across the border in West Virginia, what Cal McCormick is doing locally, Blueberry Pharmacy, absolutely love him. And in my opinion, look no further than what they do in Westview. He'll be back with me on Tuesday night. I can't recommend him enough. But I think people are just afraid because they look at these drugs and should as life-saving.
For sure.
When they get them in their hands, it's a sense of security. It's that comfort that they need to be able to say, hey, look, I have my medication. And the fear of not having medication can cause a lot of mental anguish. And then you start looking at, do I eat? Do I have a roof over my head? Or do I get these life-sustaining drugs? Nobody in America should have to wake up like that every day.
Nobody. Wholeheartedly agree with you.
Especially people who've worked their entire life. We owe them that.
You've paid into the system 40, 50 years now at this point. And you paid heavily into the system to have this retirement that you can enjoy. And because of a condition that you don't plan for, now it's going to pull away at everything you work so hard to attain. That makes no sense to me. I totally agree with you. So again, we're going to do everything we can if there's state pharmaceutical programs that you might qualify for, because you'd be surprised how many people do. There could be assistance programs through the manufacturers. There's all kinds. We can use Cal and Blueberry Pharmacy, Acor Pharmacy. We go to all lengths to make sure that every dollar that we could potentially save you for your life-saving medication, we're going to exhaust that. So if you are on, some expensive medications, historically, maybe they've been pretty well covered this year. Moving forward, probably going to look a little bit different. You would probably need to start paying hardcore attention to what's happening in the market. So pay attention to what's coming when it comes to your adjustments and your changes with your health plan. You'll be getting that notification in September. Every week here at MediConnect, we will be bringing you the most up-to-date information for what we're seeing in the tea leaves with what's coming in this market. As much information as we can give, I promise you we will do.
I've never met anybody who really cares about the community like you do. I mean, all the other hosts are great, but their job is helping people get the Medicare that's right for them. You're out amongst the troops, if you will, the everyday person, hearing on the front line what they're dealing with. And let me just tell you something. When you helped me sign up for Social Security, which I was going to wait till 70, but got some advice to do it now, and you're the one that helped me really navigate everything after we had an incredible representative in studio from them. I'll tell people all the time, it was a game changer for me because I've been able to save extra money for retirement because I'm still working. And every time I bring it up, you know what somebody says to me? That's your money. You earned it.
You did.
And you were the one that made me believe that because I when I first signed up, I realized I've been paying since 1976.
Yep.
So I did earn it. And the thought now of somebody who did the exact same thing that I did, and that's all they have to live on, and now they're dealing with things changing when it comes to their health care coverage, and it's going to even take more money away from them. I don't like that.
No, you shouldn't. Again, this is an entitlement. But it's an entitlement that you worked for. Everyone who is on Medicare worked to have these benefits that you are entitled to. It should not be pulling more money away from your fixed incomes, if at all possible. So we have to manage the market as best as we can. Again, there will be adjustments that are out of our control, but we will do everything imaginable to keep your planning as congruent as we possibly can so that you're not left without the care that you need. We want to remove the barriers to healthcare, if at all possible.
All right, listen, if you could go to sleep tonight and wake up anybody you'd want to be from Pittsburgh tomorrow, who would it be? Just for a couple of days.
Just for a couple of days.
Go to bed, wake up that person tomorrow.
Oh, man, that's a really good question. I would probably say...
It's got to be a hockey player.
Yeah, I would say Sidney Crosby.
Paul Skeens.
So here's why I would say Sidney Crosby real quick.
Why?
And I was just talking about this with a couple friends this week. What he has done for the Pittsburgh community and growing the hockey market. I mean, there are NHL players coming out of this community now more than ever.
It all started with Mario, but what I really would love, nothing against the Boston Sports Group, I'd love to see Mr. Burkle and Mario get back
Me
there.
too.
All right, and by the way, Paul Skeens without the mustache. I never look good in the mustache.
That's fair.
Have a great day. You did a great job.
Thank you. Same to you.
All right, coming up, so I'm going to nail down some home improvement with the guys from True Value next.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridges Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridges brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Get ready to go bananas at the Robindale Great American Banana Split Celebration, presented by Dole Foods and Giant Eagle Markets, August 23rd and 24th in downtown Latrobe. Enjoy live music on 2 stages, a climbing wall, and tons of activities. Savor delicious local foods and, of course, authentic banana splits. Special guests Punxsutawney Phil and the Pittsburgh Mobile Glass Blowing Unit Saturday afternoon. Gene the Werewolf headlines Saturday night on the Robindale stage. And prepare to be amazed by the Hawaiian Fire Show Sunday. For a full schedule and more activities, visit bananasplitfest.com.
There are things in this world that are just a bad combo, like morning rush hour on the Parkway and an empty stomach.
Well, folks, it looks like today is going to be a doozy. Be safe out there.
But you know what's actually a smart combo? Upside cash back with your credit card rewards. That's right. With Upside, you can earn cash back every time you fill up or grab your morning coffee at hundreds of nearby gas stations and restaurants in Pittsburgh, like GetGo, Circle K, and Dunkin'. The best part? You can combine Upside with your credit card perks and loyalty programs. It's like double dipping your rewards with an extra side of cash back. Download Upside, and for a limited time, get a 10% bonus on your first purchase with promo code PITT39. That's promo code PITT39 for an extra 10% cash back bonus. See why millions of Upside users have racked up almost $1 billion in cash back earned. Next time you're filling up or fueling up, choose the smart combo with Upside. Don't forget to use promo code PITT39. Upside. Cashback smarter. Offers vary by user and location. Terms and conditions apply. Go to upside.com for details.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 74 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. The Parkway East will be closed in both directions this weekend between the Square Hill Tunnel and the Edgewood Swissvale exit. Closure begins tonight, 9 o'clock. Lasts until Monday morning at 5 due to crews demolishing and replacing an overhead sign structure. Now, earlier on the Big K Morning Show, State Senator Jay Costa, who lives in the Forest Hills area, is asking people to remain calm.
I think they just got to stay cool, figure out what the alternative route's going to be, and more importantly, recognize that this is going to be what's in place since early part of 26. So we need to get used to it, but I think at the end of the end of the day, I should say, the benefit is well worth the wait to be able to get done what needs to be done.
Traffic will be detoured. PennDOT recommends avoiding the area if possible. A multi-vehicle crash on the Route 28 this morning sent at least one person to the hospital. Crash happened right near the East Ohio Street exits. I know no word on the condition of that person who was taken to the hospital. Route 28 had a lane restriction earlier this morning, but it's since fully reopened. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a teen girl was found shot Friday night in East Hills. Happened around 10:30 in the 200 block of East Hills Drive. That girl was found shot in the leg. Right now she's in stable condition at a hospital. Right now no suspects have been arrested. A man is in custody accused of crashing a stolen vehicle into a Pittsburgh police cruiser. This happened Friday night around 8:30. Police say a car stolen out of Wilkinsburg was located in East Hills in the 8,000 block of Bryceland Street. And when Pittsburgh police tried to stop that vehicle, the vehicle crashed into the police vehicle and then crashed at Bryceland Street and Wilkinsburg Avenue. The suspect was arrested and treated for minor injuries. Well, in KDK Sports, you may have heard, Steeler football is back. And the first preseason game is tonight in Jacksonville. Here's KDK Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn with a preview.
He might be the easiest player to judge during the preseason game tonight at 7. Steelers rookie running back Caleb Johnson says he's excited as Mike Tomlin will likely give him a number of carries.
I love his general demeanor regarding to get better. He's a work in progress like a lot of young runners in terms of blitz pickup. Not only recognition on the NFL level, but technically. He's been really impressive in that he's a young man that doesn't run away from things. He runs two things, and so he's getting better in all areas.
Bob Pompiani and Charlie Batch on the call in Jacksonville. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDK Radio News Time 10:03 and the AccuWeather forecast next.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey folks, Marty here, Voss TV and Appliance. You'll find the best prices and selection, name brand TVs and appliances. Third generation family business that's built on relationships, not commissions. From sales, installation, at Voss, Rick, Matt, the entire Voss team are experts who know appliances and TVs inside and out. They won't leave you hanging after the sale. Visit Voss, South Hill Showroom, 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. The best prices guaranteed.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh announces its 25-26 season at Heinz Hall. 7 events will broaden your perspective and deepen your understanding of the world around you. Featuring Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, former National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster, and National Geographic photographer Christina Mittermeier. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a good deal of sun to start the weekend and warmer conditions with a high of 88, leading to a clear to at times partly cloudy night tonight with a low of 65. Then more warmth for tomorrow under sunshine, high 89. Monday looks to be hot and sunny with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
R.C. Walters & Son. Paul is front and center. And, of course, Metropolitan Window video screen. Click on KDKRadio.com and KDK Watch. And, hey, it just wouldn't be the True Value Home Improvement Show without Mr. True Value from EV True Value Rental. Mike Broniszewski, parts unknown, enjoying the weekend, back with us next week. But here's the drill. It's time for you to think about fall fix-up home improvement projects because August is here and it won't be long before the kids are back in school and Labor Day will be in the rearview mirror. So give us a call, 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. Before we get to Paul, is it the time of year where you simply tell your yard, I've done enough?
Rob, that's a really good question. And, it could be that point, but with the temperatures getting hot again next week, it's going to be a struggle. But I have a lot of people that don't want to give up on their yard, and they're watering their yard because we haven't had the rain in the past week, even though all of May, June, July was just absolutely tons and tons of water. But no, I don't ever like to totally give up on the yard. Last year was maybe one of the few years I did. But you could still put down some organic food. You could still be overseeding if you want. But, it's more prepping and getting ready for the fall planting season, which is the biggest time of year for really taking care of your yard. But there was a lot of the dead spots, brown spots in yards right now, and it's mostly from the red thread and the different fungicides that have attacked the yard, from the extreme heat we had to the moisture to the steam to everything. And the fungus was spreading, and a lot of the fungus was spreading because of how people cut their grass even. This was one of the few times ever that after our grass was being cut, I would disinfect the lawnmower. And you really need to be catching the grass, not just blowing the grass around the place. Because with the fungicides taking over the yard, the red thread, and a lot of people join the summertime like to just mulch the grass, and you're cutting that grass, but all what you're doing is spreading the fungus throughout the yard. And if you're catching it, at least you're encapsulating it, and then you're bagging it and not composting it, you're throwing it away. But what I was doing is after I would clean the bottom of the mower and the bag, I would take a bottle of Sniper and I was spraying the bottom of the mower and the mower bag to make sure that fungicide that was attacking the yards was killed and not sitting there for you to cut the grass the next time and spread the fungus from spot to spot. And if you are trying to take care of those brown spots that have died up, what I suggest to people do is you're digging those spots up, but don't just rake the dead fungicide grass into good grass area. You're picking it up off of the yard and disposing of it, putting it in garbage bags and actually disposing of it. So you're once again not spreading that fungus throughout the entire yard itself. So yard care is very temperamental right now. But if you feel you want to take care of those dead spots and put a seed down and put a starter type fertilizer, and because it's still a hot summer, I'd be using an organic food even over the seed starters but it's going to take the water. So you can do it. It just takes a little more effort in doing it compared to October type of complete planning season. But it's funny you mentioned back to school. Paul and I were just talking before the show. We've seen a very big spike in sniper sales just this past week going into back to school stuff. And whether you're going to college, to dorm, to apartments, or even want to buy your teacher something special for elementary schools or high school or something, that's where the sniper comes in. You know, going back to school, as soon as the kids are back in school, the end of August, early September, then you're going to start seeing another spike in sneezing and coughing and colds. And what better thing to use than the sniper disinfectant for a hand sanitizer, or misting down a classroom, or misting down your apartment, or misting down your hockey bag, your baseball bag, your apartments, your dorms, your air conditioning, your filters. It is a true hospital-grade disinfectant, amazing product for killing germs and helping to prevent you from being sick. And I'll even forewarn, or not forewarn, but I'll even give you a little clue here. Do not go and buy that sniper today. Not that I want to not sell you a bottle of sniper, but Tuesday and Wednesday, all the stores in Pittsburgh got together. Look at that face of Rob Pratt. He's sitting there, Andy, what are you talking about? But all the stores, we got together last week, and we decided we're going to run a 2-day sale on sniper on Tuesday and Wednesday. So on Tuesday and Wednesday, if you go to your True Value store, you could pick up a bottle of sniper at 20% off. So if you really, really have to have it today, the stores are very well stocked, getting ready for the sale. And, you know, if you want to ask them, that's up to the individual store if they want to have it available earlier. But Tuesday and Wednesday at your participating True Value stores, all the sniper products are going to be on sale 20% off. It's a heck of a deal. And we wanted to do that just for back to school and kids going to colleges and dorms and, you know, some of the elementary schools and high schools and so forth. But Tuesday and Wednesday, participating True Value stores, sniper will be 20% off.
All right, Mike's not here today, so you have to work, Paul. You're going to talk on this show.
I'm going to try to.
I'm going to make you talk.
Okay, I don't mind.
I want you to talk. So let's talk. Let's talk about your store. Let's talk about sniper. Let's talk about yard projects winding down and getting ready for the fall.
Well, the one thing you got to remember is the college kids are going back in 2-3 weeks. I mean, I got to take my...
They're going back this week.
Well, I'm taking my daughter back in 2 weeks.
Okay.
So she goes to Purdue, so she's going back in 2 weeks. So, but, you know, to keep in mind for your kids going back to school for college or whatever, remind them of all the stuff that they touch that everyone else touches. Keyboards, phones, doorknobs, you name it, it's out there. I mean, you go into a classroom, even a high school kid, they go into a classroom and they're using a keyboard that the last 5 classes all did it and hasn't been cleaned since the night before.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, those are all things that you keep in mind if you're working in an office. The phones, wipe off the phone. I mean, someone might have been sick last week. You know, you don't want to catch that. Right. I mean, that's an important thing to do.
And that's where that 4-ounce travel bottle comes in.
Perfect.
Sniper. It's TSA approved, so you can take it on an airplane. But more importantly, it can fit into a purse, a backpack, whatever. Then the students carry them around all day long. They don't sit there without anything. But take that 4-ounce travel bottle and use it. Don't be afraid to use it. I use it on airplanes. I use it when we're in hotel rooms and travel. I spray down, the bedding. I spray down the doorknobs, the remote controls, and I also spray down the HVAC units that are in hotel rooms on it. I mean, I'm not a germophobic. I just am realistic. The germs are everywhere, and I don't like getting sick. I got sick this past winter. That was the first time in probably 5 years, and boy, it knocked me for a loop, and not too happy.
All right, there's all kinds of different stuff to going back to college. If your child has never been to college before, don't forget they need a small toolkit, like a 6-in-1 screwdriver. They may not use it that often, but they need it. We also have a new product out there. I don't know if you stock it in your store, but I do. It's called Hammer Fist.
Yep.
And it looks like an exercise weight, but it's great for pounding nails.
Oh, cool.
And I'll have to bring one in and show it to you. That was a new product we got at the market, which we happened to get because of my daughter walking around at the market last year with her Purdue shirt on. And here, I guess the engineering for it was done at Purdue. So you know where the conversation went.
How did she end up? That's a cool school. How did she end up going to Purdue?
She wanted to be an engineer.
Wow.
And, you know, every school she applied to, they all accepted her. But, you know, she went to Purdue and she kind of fell in love with the place. It's a beautiful college.
It is. It is.
And it's very, very well respected.
You may not know this, but you remember that quarterback that played for the Miami Dolphins, Bob Greasy, was from Purdue. But his center, longtime head coach at Cal U, of course, none other than Coach Luckhart. So Purdue's got some local connection to it, too. But that's an awesome school.
Yes, it is. And she really wanted to go into, try to get a NASA for engineering. That's like the best school in the world for NASA. A lot of astronauts went there.
So I can tell you one thing. The only way I'm getting into NASA is with a bucket and a mop. That's the only way they'll let me in there. All right. And that would be an honor to do that. Those folks work hard. All right. We'll take
Yes,
a
they
short.
do.
We'll come back. We got Kathy in the Rocks. We're going to talk to her. All of you, any question you have in the way of home improvement, call us 866-391-1020. Paul's here. Andy is here. And your Pratt Pack is here till 1 o'clock on KDKA.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
If you're turning 65 this year, review your Medicare Part C options now. You need to know the difference between Advantage plans versus supplement plans. Contact locally owned and operated Need Part C today for a free consultation. That's Need Part C. Beat the annual enrollment rush. NeedPartC.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, we're going to go to the phones. We'd love to hear from you. 866-391-1020. Here's Kathy in McKees Rocks for Paul and Andy on the True Value Home Improvement Show.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Kathy.
My question is, I have a friend, and you hear this, but it really is my friend,
Sure.
who has a flea problem
Okay.
in her home. I hate the thoughts of her putting a flea bomb off.
Okay.
And I was wondering, could I use Harmony? Would I be able to buy that?
Sure.
And apply it like to her carpeting?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, she does have 2 cats.
It's all right. You can spray the cats too if you want with Harmony.
Okay, so I will be out to get it, and it's safe, and just spray her. She's away right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought I would try to do something at her home before she gets back.
No, we've been very, 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 very happy with Harmony. Harmony is, those who don't know, Harmony is a true organic insect killer, 100% organic. So it's safe on pets, safe on fabrics, safe on humans, safe on everything. It does fleas and ticks and ants and spiders and mosquitoes and everything else on it. So, but you can spray the carpeting, you can spray the upholstery, you can spray the cats, the dogs, the litter boxes. You could spray anything you want, and it has a very good 60-day residual, so it will continue to kill and help long term. But spray anything and everything you want inside the house and outside the house. And we have a lot of vets that are using it, and a lot of ranchers are using it on their cattle and pigs and horses and everything else. And we've been extremely pleased with the product. So, no, you're on the right track. That Harmony Organic Insect Killer is a lot safer and easier to use than a flea balm.
One more quick question.
Sure.
I have back-tur bug still left at my house.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Go ahead and use it.
I can use it. It's a similar product,
Right.
and I could use that the same way on the carpeting. And
Absolutely.
okay, I'll see how much I have left, and I will proceed from there. Thank you, guys. I listen every week, and I've learned so much. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
And if you need more, remember it's on sale on Tuesday and Wednesday.
866-391-1020. There's a guy near and dear to my heart. Never forgets a good sale when he sees one. 866-391-1020. Susan, she joins us next on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I know you probably talked about this a million times already this summer, but 1,000,001, please. Can you guys give me the 101 on power washing and staining my deck so that I do it correctly?
Absolutely. Paul?
Yeah. I mean, when you pressure wash your deck, you want to be careful you don't put the nozzle too close to the wood because you will actually damage the wood fibers. So I do recommend using some type of chemical cleaner. You mix up with the water you put on, you lightly use a broom lightly into the wood and then pressure wash it off. But like I said, you don't want to get that pressure washer too close because it will hurt the wood fibers. Then the most important thing after that is allowing it to completely dry before you put your stain on.
Okay, and completely dry means 100%. The biggest failure of people doing decking is they wash the deck and they apply the deck stain or the deck paint too quickly. And what happens is the wood continues to dry. It pops the new stain or new paint right off of the deck itself. So generally, you're washing the deck one day and then letting it dry at least 24 hours on a nice, hot, sunny day, and then applying your product the next day, because that deck does have to be 100% dry when doing it. And then, once it is dry, then you're just going to go ahead and pick. My favorite brand of product is Ready Seal. I think, Paul, you like the Ready Seal also.
I also do use a Ready Seal, yes.
The Ready Seal is a goof-proof, and that's one of the reasons I'm such a big fan of Ready Seal, is because it's goof-proof. So you can do it at any kind of conditions, and it sticks and bonds and holds very, 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 very well. It only comes in 6 colors, but those 6 colors are, your most popular, from cedar to clear to redwood to walnut stained finishes and so forth. But so you clean it, whether you're pressure washing it or just scrubbing it down and rinsing it. You have to make sure it's rinsed very well. And then you have to let it 100% dry. And then you go ahead and apply your product as to whatever products you've picked, from a stain to a solid color to, whatever brand or whatever like that. And then just make sure it's curing 24 hours before you use the deck. And it's a great, great, great time of year to be doing your deck. So it's a good weekend to do it.
And one more quick question. What's your favorite product to clean it with when you power wash it?
How long has it been since it's been finished before is the first question. Is there a finish on it still now in places?
It's been several years.
Okay. I mean, it is important with most of the stains that you use that the old finish is completely removed. And it's generally not a problem in the part of the deck where you walk all the time. It's more of a problem in the corners around the fence or around your railing posts and the corners and stuff. Those are the areas that you don't get the wear as much. And therefore, you have to use some type of stripper to make sure that is cleaned off. Otherwise, you're going to have a problem with your stain going over top, either coming up or not looking uniformed in color when you're done.
Okay.
So I do recommend the stripper. I knew Woodsman sells one.
Woodsman,
Ready Seal sells one also.
Mm-hmm. There's quite a few.
There's quite a few of them.
On the brands of the deck cleaners, I'm not as critical on those because they all have the same chemical-based type substances for it. So whether you're using the Woolman's, whether you're using the Ready Seal, whether you're using whatever brand of deck cleaners, I don't really have a favorite because they all pretty much work about the same. But there's a huge difference in the top coats, whether you're using the The Ready Seal, or whether you're using Woolman's, or whether you're using Woodsman, or whether you're using Cabot. I will say the only one of the deck stains that please don't use is going to be the Thompson's. Thompson's is not a very durable stain, so I'm sure I'll get a nasty gram from them like I have in the past, but it's just not one of the better brands to use. My favorite is the Ready Seal. My second favorite is Cabot on the deck stains itself.
Well, thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to get a break in here, then we're going to come back, and we're going to talk to Kurt. So why don't you tell them about that special coming up this week, Andy?
Okay, the stores got together, and this is just your Pittsburgh-based True Value stores. There's 7, 8 of us, and we're going to have all the Sniper products and the Harmony. I'll make sure they all know to have Harmony also on sale. So this Tuesday and Wednesday at your participating True Value stores, and these are your EV True Value, Pipe for True Value, Slippery Rock Hardware, RC Walter, Sarver True Value, CNI True Value, Daniels True Value. They're all going to have the Sniper and the Harmony on sale Tuesday and Wednesday at 20% off.
Can't beat that.
No,
Okay,
good deal.
Talk a little bit about your store. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're RC Walters and Sons. We're located in Boston, PA, which is just south of McKeesport, right on the Boston Trail, the Yacht Trail the bike trail, hiking trail. I think that runs all the way to Washington, D.C. on the old trail lines. We try to be as helpful as possible to our customers, get them in and out, get them what they need to then get their jobs done. We do have some things coming up. It is back to school time, as we keep talking about. Remember, we need if your kids are going away to college, they're going to need stuff to hang stuff in their dorm rooms. Whether it's fun tack or whether it's the 3M removable tags, whatever it is, the hooks.
Mm-hmm.
You need all that kind of stuff. I do know the kids now are, they like that accent lighting in their rooms. I've seen it. When when I went and picked my daughter up, I don't know how many of her roommates had those accent lightings in their rooms. They change the color with their phones. I mean,
Christmas lights.
Well, they're kind of stuck if you think about it. They're in a little room. They got one light up on the ceiling and maybe a desk lamp. So that is their way of changing decoration without doing anything.
You think for the tuition you're paying, you could have a couple of lights.
Well, that's true. You would think so.
All right, we're going to get a break in here. On the other side, we want more calls. So let's go. Spring into action, even though we're headed to fall. So call us 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Rob's got a news update 2.5 minutes away, bottom of the hour. Next hour, Caitlin Seigan is here. Tour of the week, cruise of the week, AAA Central's Talking Travel. She has been on the road a lot of late, and we'll get caught up with her as far as some of the places that she has been, and also some of the things that still lie ahead for a fantastic finish to the summer in the world of travel. And then, speaking of being on vacation, Dr. Dawn Spalla, Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, is on the beach in Virginia Beach, and she'll join us on the Metropolitan Window video screen. She's going to zoom in here and do her show. We're going to be talking about neuropathy, all still to come today with your Pratt Pack on KDKA. Good morning.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan
Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 30% and get 18-month no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 75 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a teen girl was found shot Friday night in East Hills. It happened around 10:30 last night in the 200 block of East Hills Drive. A girl was shot in the leg. She's in stable condition at a hospital right now. No suspects have been arrested. At least one person was injured in a multi-vehicle crash this morning on Route 28 near the East Ohio Street exit. No word on the condition of that person. Route 28 had a lane restriction or so earlier this morning. It has since fully reopened. KDKA Sports, Steeler football is back in preseason game number 1 tonight in Jacksonville. Here's KDKA Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn.
Steelers will rest most of their starters tonight, but 4 of the 5 first-team offensive linemen will play against the Jags on KDKA TV. No injuries kept them from being together as a unit until Sunday, as Mike Tomlin said of their progress.
I think with each passing day, man, I'm seeing signs of growth and development, but that's to be expected. I like their general approach. I like their level of conditioning. I like their commitment to continued conditioning. I love the way that they're communicating. It's a work in progress, but so far so good.
Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson are the quarterbacks, with an outside shot of new Steeler Logan Woodside playing. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 10:31. Next updates at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Hi, this is elder law attorney Carl Zachariah. Betty called me last week because her mother's in a nursing home and had given her $30,000 2 years ago. I told her that 5-year look back will not apply. We can get it fixed. Call Zachariah Brown at 724-942-6200 or visit PittsburghElderLaw.com.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want while you sleep. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. Wake up to your friends, weekday mornings on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The start of the weekend brings the start of a warmer stretch, and that means more sun than clouds today, with a high getting up to 88. For tonight, it's looking clear to partly cloudy with a low of 65, followed by more sunshine and more warmth for tomorrow, high 89. Then a hotter day for Monday under sunshine with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
Phones are filling up, and that's what we like to see. Here's Kurt, who has a deck question. Kurt, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Rob. Just for you, I'm sitting underneath the Monaca Railroad Bridge with my dog.
Nice. Nice.
Question I have is my grandfather really overdid everything, and we have a deck that's probably 12 by 24, and it probably has 12 posts.
Okay.
It's not going anywhere anytime soon. How often do you have to replace those posts? Can I just put on some like the vinyl decking or something like that to replace it?
Well,
because the wood on top is getting kind of iffy.
Right. As far as the support posts and the trusses and the part going in the ground and so forth, you're going to get 20, 30, 40 years out of them unless you get termites or something that causes wood rot and mold. If you have something that is deteriorating the wood, then you need to address it if properly cared for. I mean, you're going to get a long life out of it. Now, the surface decking generally wears a lot faster than any of your supports for it, but that's because it's normally open to the weather and it gets the wear and tear and the warping and the splintering, and that's when people generally go ahead and replace that. So if the base structure is still fine and getting an inspection, whether it's just you inspecting or you want to bring an engineer to inspect it, but they're going to look for the same things as far as the density of wood and looking for termites and looking for sawdust around and looking for rot and deterioration. If you're seeing that, then you're replacing ground up. If not, then you're just replacing the decking of it. And the decking, whether you're going to any of the composite decking has come a long way in the last 20 years to where it's not a whole lot more than your better grade womanized lumber. And just depending on the style, the brand, Trex, or whatever you are putting down on it, whether it's the tongue and groove or just the straight boards, and you're fastening it on, then you're into a situation you don't have to worry about sanding and finishing. You're just looking at cleaning it. So if the base unit is fine, then go ahead and change it. But I would highly recommend you looking into any of the composite decking, and if it's in your budget, do it.
My general question is, what's the lifespan? I mean, this deck has lived for probably 30 years. Okay. So what's the lifespan of composite versus just plain old wood?
My womanized deck at my house in Bethel Park is 42 years old. And I seal it every 4 to 5 years. And I have no plans, none whatsoever, of changing it. It is still structurally sound. I've never even changed the color when I've resealed it. My wife has stamp of approval on any colors picked ever in our house, from window trims to wall paint to carpeting to shingles. I may do the work, but I sure don't pick the color of it. But I'm 42 years into it, and I plan on getting another 20 out of it. So, but I understand one thing. I do have a covered porch. So it is open to elements, but it is covered. So I'm going to get a lot longer life out of a covered deck than an uncovered deck. An uncovered deck, unless you're sealing it every year or every other year, I don't know if you would get that longevity out of womanized wood, because it'll weather, it'll warp, and it'll crack. So you take a lot into account.
Does it depend on what side of the house it's on? Now, this one's on kind of like the north side, so it's not getting
as much. Yeah,
but it also doesn't get the sun as much on the north side either. So that falls into there too, and the water's the biggest factor. I have to agree with you, Andy. I mean, we have a covered porch at our house, And for the most part, it's about 30 years old. I've had 3 boards I've had to replace 2 times right in front of the door. The rest of it's original.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's hard to say what your life expectancy is going to be. It's all in how it's taken care of, how it's maintained, and things like that. I mean, if the board's bad, replace it.
Yeah, but, Kurt, I would be looking at the as far as the longevity difference between a composite deck and a womanized deck. That's the difference is going to be your maintenance. Where on a womanized deck, you're probably looking at maintenance every 2 to 3 years. On a composite decking, there is no maintenance other than cleaning it. So there's going to be a lot less money throughout the life of the deck in sanding, pressure washing, fixing, changing, tweaking warps and staining and stuff like that, where composite decking, the only thing I've ever seen anyone really needing to do, unless they goof, is to just clean it. And that's one of the beauties of a composite decking over a regular womanized decking is maintenance type of stuff. So, but, said 42 years and counting, and I'm not changing my deck anytime in the near future. Okay.
All right, Kurt, thank you for the call. Let's go to Rick. This is for you, Paul. And go ahead, Rick. How are you?
Hey, you guys are doing another super fantastic, excellent job. 2 questions.
Sure. Thank you.
A little bit taller grass in the yard. My wife seems to label it as pasture grass. Where's it coming from? How do you eliminate it?
Well, the little bit taller grass, I mean, if your grass is growing, that's great this time of year. All that means is you're going to have to keep it cut down. I mean, if it's too tall, if it's growing too fast, you could have a crabgrass center, which is actually too late to deal with. It could also be a type of fescue, which is a little thicker that can get in there also.
Could be onion grass too.
Onion grass too.
Bob.
Well, that's probably
miniature corn.
Yeah, that's probably what they call onion grass, and it's just a weed that's blown in from your neighbors. Whether your neighbor is an open field or whether it's just a regular house, but it's a weed. It's a little different than your broadleaf weeds. It can be controlled. The Bonide makes a product called Weed Beater Ultra that would kill it without hurting your regular grasses itself. Or you can just leave it go, and it's an annual. It's not a perennial. So just like crabgrass at the end of the season, going into the winter, it will die out. But if you wish to do something with it besides weekly cutting of the grass, get a bottle of Weed Beater Ultra and either spray the whole yard, or you can just spray with a ready-to-use quart bottle, and it'll kill that onion grass, which is just a type of a weed, not really a broadleaf weed, but it's I would put it in the same family as crabgrass.
Yes,
it's a weed type
Andy,
of grass.
Second question: grass is brown.
Yeah,
really brown.
Yep.
Yes.
Lack of water. We all know that.
Yep.
Is this the time that I should do a preventative and put a bag or some Grub-X in areas which I've had grubs before?
No.
And the pH is definitely 7 everywhere.
Oh, good for you. No, that's good. The Grub-X is useless to use this time of year. You're wasting your money putting Grub-X on. Grub-X is a season-long preventative. It does nothing this time of year, and it does nothing if the grubs actually appear. If, in fact, you have grubs, and you would be easy to tell by just the grass that is either dead or green, just lift it up like a toupee and see if you can see the grubs under it. If you do, you have to use a 24-hour grub killer like Bear, or Triazicide makes a 24-hour killer, or Jonathan Green makes a 24-hour killer. Bear's probably the most common one. But most of the brown spots are either 2 things. They're either the water, lack of water, even though we were flooded out for months, or you have a fungicide. And a fungicide, you're going to see some discoloration of the green grass turning red, and then it turns to brown. Or you can actually see some white mildew substance building up in the grass that is causing it to go brown. Now, if it's a fungicide issue, you have to treat it or you will lose the whole yard. and you need to get, whether it's the Jonathan Green or the Scotch, you need to get a lawn disease control product, not a lawn disease preventer, but a lawn disease control, putting it on to kill that fungicide, or there's liquid versions of it if you want to spray it. But then from that point, fungicide is a product you have to apply every 2 weeks. It's not a once and done type of product until everything is under control. And then from there, come September, you're scratching up, removing dead grass, replanting, and putting the Jonathan Green Black Beauty Ultra down and seed starter and starting the whole process over again. So it's going to take a little bit of investigation to know exactly what your causes are.
All right, Rick, I got to get to a break. Hey, that means we have lines available. So if you want to get in here and talk to Paul from RC Walters & Son or Andy from EV True Value, EV True Value Rental, now would be a great time to call 866-391-1020. Your Pratt Pack, Saturday morning, KDKA.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Life's unpredictable and full of unknowns, but your vehicle shouldn't be. No one wants to face an unexpected repair that could derail their plans and budget. That's why we're introducing CarShield, the ultimate way to future-proof your ride. We're not just about fixing problems, we're about preventing financial surprises. You can get a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan designed to save you from out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Imagine driving with complete peace of mind, knowing that if something goes wrong, you'll pay almost nothing for covered repairs. Included in every plan is free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. This protection plan is at an all-time low, making it accessible to any driver. Don't wait for a breakdown to realize you need coverage. Invest in the future of your vehicle and your wallet today. Call CarShield now for your free quick quote. Call 800-908-8646. That's 800-908-8646. Future-proof your ride. Call CarShield now. 800-908-8646. 800-908-8646. Again, 800-908-8646.
At Baths R Us, we believe home improvement is life improvement, and that starts with the team who brings your vision to life. Our installers aren't just skilled, they're experts.
This is who we are. This is what we do all day, every day.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement, or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate, or go to bathsrus.com. 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, I've got a couple of minutes left. I want to let these two gentlemen talk amongst themselves. If you have a question you want to get answered, call us. We've got lines available, 866-391-1020. Final segment now, this week's edition of the True Value Home Improvement Show from EV True Value, EV True Value Rental, Mr. True Value, Andy Amron. Andy.
Yeah. You know, Paul, one of the other great projects for this time of year is driveways.
Absolutely. The driveway sealers, yes.
Yeah, your concrete, your blacktop, the whole bit. It's it seems to be it's something that people forget about. And then you get closer to winter, your October and November, and it gets difficult to be doing those kind of projects when it gets too cold because the products don't work quite as well.
Well, you have to remember your driveway, whether it's concrete or asphalt, you have to treat it like your lawn.
Yeah,
it's prep. You got to do it ahead of time. When the damage is being done, it's too late. I mean, we just had that phone call about the grubs. He was concerned about grubs. It's actually right now you got to deal with the grubs for next year. The damage that they did in the spring is done. There's nothing you can do. Yeah. I mean, they destroyed the yard in the spring, and when it gets dry and out, that's when it shows up. Some of your driveways the same way. I mean, you need to do that now so that you don't get the popping and the cracks don't expand and all that other bad stuff that happens in the winter with the freeze and the thaw. You got to take care of it beforehand.
Yeah. So driveways are important. So, Rob, what if we try and squeeze in a couple more of these calls today?
That sounds good. Let's say hi to Carol. Carol, you were on the True Value Home Improvement Show. Hey, Carol.
Hello. Would the gentleman please walk me through repainting a rusted wrought iron porch chair? It's just a small one.
Sure.
Okay, well, the most important thing for the rust is remove all the heavy rust off of the item first. You don't want to, scrape it or wire brush it to get the heavy stuff off. Then the next step you're going to do once that's done is we do have some products out there that are made by Rust-Oleum. It's called Rust Reformer. It's a product you paint on. It chemically alters the remaining rust that's there. But like I said, you have to make sure you get the heavy stuff off because it won't penetrate through. It'll just take what's rust there and it chemically alters it to a primer that you can then paint over and paint over top of it. With a good quality top paint, you should be fine. It's just a process you have to go through, of removing the heavy rust, putting the right prep on next, making sure it's clean, and then putting a top coat on, whichever you would prefer.
Okay. Can I do that all in one day, sir?
Most of it you can. Sure. There, as far as the Rust Reformer, that takes a few hours to dry. I'm probably going to say it's more of a 2-day project. You're going to be able to scrape it to 1 day and then put the prepping product on first. Whether you're going to use the Rust Reformer or a regular, what's the other one they have out there? I can't remember the name of it right now.
No, the Rust Reformer is the good one.
Rust Reformer is a good one. You put that on now. That takes some time to dry. It'll go from a milky white color to like a grayish color as it dries. Once it is totally dry, then you can put your top coat on. And I'm going to say doing it in 1 day might be a little bit of a push. I think it's going to be a 2-day project.
Yeah, the dilemma, Carol, is these are all oil-based products. Your Rust Dissolver and your Rust Dissolver, Rust Reformer, the different names. But the top coat is a product called Exo Rust. And the Exo Rust is what they call a direct-to-metal paint. And both of these are oil-based products, so they take longer to dry in the hotter, humid weather. And you're in summertime, so they're great summertime projects, but it's all determined by the weather, the temperature, and the humidity, whether you can squeeze it all in on 1 day or whether it's going to take 2 days or even 3 days, depending on the drying times. So watching the weather, watching the humidity, and you never want to rush your last step with your second steps, your primer drying to your top coat, because if the primer aspect of it isn't dry, then you're putting your top coat on it, then you're going to have a real mess on your hands to clean up. So just don't rush it and just make sure the products are dried each step of the way. And even your final coat, sometimes it can dry in 6 hours, sometimes it takes 48 hours. It's just all dependent on the temperature and humidity that those oil-based products are. And I don't recommend the latex-based products on what you're doing, because all the prep work and all the work you're going to do, and with the latex-based ones, they're just not going to last. So these are one of the very few instances where I'm a huge fan of using the oil-based products, the direct-to-metal products, over any latex versions of it, because they're just not going to be durable. You use the latex, in a year you're going to be doing it again. So use your oil-based, and you're going to get 5 to 10 years out of it. So
is Rust Reformer a spray?
It comes in spray and brush.
Right.
Yeah, either way, brush or spray, whatever you're comfortable with. And same with the Exo Rust. You can get it in sprays or you can get it in brush on, whatever you're comfortable with.
Okay, I thank you very much.
Sure.
Have a great day now.
All right, let's go.
You too.
Bye-bye. Let's go to Beth. Hey, Beth.
Good morning.
Morning.
So our lawn looked great until probably the end of June, beginning of July, and now it's just crabgrass.
Yeah.
And we did the Magical
Yep.
in probably May.
Yeah.
But any solutions?
Wait till spring.
Yes.
Crabgrass itself, and I know it's not the answer you want. Can you kill crabgrass? Absolutely. But you go killing that crabgrass, you're not going to have much of anything left. Crabgrass is really, really hard to kill, but it's super easy to prevent. And to prevent it in spring, you have to use that crabgrass preventer. Even though you're using the Magical and Love Your Soil and all the products that make your yards look super, super great, crabgrass thrives on drier, hotter temperature. And crabgrass is a seed that germinates when it's hot and dry. But if you use a crabgrass preventer in April, early May, you are putting down a product, although it is chemical, it's not organic, because there's no organic way of preventing the crabgrass. But putting that crabgrass preventer down is, and I only recommend that for people that get crabgrass. You put it down and it prevents the crabgrass seed from germinating. And a lot of time that crabgrass seed will just sit in your soil for all of May, all of June, until it gets super hot outside, and that's when it germinates. But at this point, I hate to say there's nothing to do, but there's really nothing to do. It'll die itself this winter, and then keep using your Magical, but in spring, make sure you put down the crabgrass preventer this spring.
All right, we got to get out of here, guys. Got about a minute left. Andy,
okay.
you first. Go ahead.
No, absolutely. Thank you, everyone, for listening year after year after year to our show. You can reach me throughout the week at 412-835-5780 or shoot me an email, eveyhdw@gmail.com, and your Harmony and Sniper products are going to be on sale Tuesday and Wednesday at all your participating True Value hardware stores. Stop by.
And thank you for listening. This is Paul from R.C. Walters & Sons down in Boston, PA. Phone number is 412-751-5500. Open 6 days a week, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Come down and visit us anytime. And we also have your Harmony and your Sniper products on stock for you guys to come down and get.
15 seconds. Most famous thing other than you out of Boston, PA. What is it?
Oh, I have no idea what that could be. The bike trail is the only thing I can think of.
I'll take it. All right, stay with us. News coming up next.
All righty.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridges Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridges brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic?
Get in your box
Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
If you're turning 65 this year, review your Medicare Part C options now. You need to know the difference between Advantage plans versus supplement plans. Contact locally owned and operated Need Part C today for a free consultation. That's Need Part C. Beat the annual enrollment rush. NeedPartC.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 79 degrees now at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A multi-vehicle crash on Route 28 this morning sent at least one person to the hospital. Crash happened near the East Ohio Street exit. Right now, no word on the condition of that person at the hospital. Route 28 had a lane restriction earlier this morning. It is fully reopened. Well, the Parkway East will be closed in both directions this weekend between the Square Hill Tunnel and the Edgewood-Swissvale exit. The closure begins at 9 o'clock tonight. It will last until Monday morning at 5. It's due to crews demolishing and replacing an overhead sign structure. On the Big K Morning Show, State Senator Jay Costa, who lives in the Forest Hills area, is asking everyone to stay calm.
I think they just got to stay cool, figure out what the alternative route's going to be, and more importantly, recognize that this is going to be what's in place in the early part of 26. So we need to get used to it, but I think at the end of the road, the end of the day, I should say, the benefit is well worth the wait to be able to get done what needs to be done.
Traffic will be detoured. PennDOT recommends avoiding the area if possible. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a teen girl was shot Friday night in East Hills. It happened around 10:30 in the 200 block of East Hills Drive. The girl was found shot in the leg. She was taken to the hospital in stable condition. Right now, no suspect descriptions. A man is in custody accused of crashing a stolen vehicle into a Pittsburgh police cruiser. This happened Friday night around 8:30. Police say a car stolen out of Wilkinsburg was located in East Hills. In the 8,000 block of Bryceland Street, when Pittsburgh police tried to stop that vehicle, the vehicle allegedly crashed into another police vehicle and then crashed at Bryceland Street and Wilkinsburg Avenue. That's where the alleged suspect was arrested and treated for minor injuries thereafter. State police continue to investigate a fatal officer-involved shooting in Mercer County. 46-year-old Tyler Askernies of Farrell was killed in the incident when Mercer County Sheriffs and Shenango Township Police were trying to serve a warrant at the Park Inn by Radisson, that's in Middlesex Township, on Thursday. Troopers say Askernies refused to surrender. That's when shots were fired, killing Askernies. KDK Radio News Time is 11:02. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-240-1465. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now, 800-240-1465.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-240-1465. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-240-1465 or oxcarcare.com.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a good deal of sun to start the weekend and warmer conditions with a high of 88, leading to a clear to at times partly cloudy night tonight with a low of 65. Then more warmth for tomorrow under sunshine, high 89. Monday looks to be hot and sunny with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You know, it not only pays to work for AAA, but it pays when you work and get all the same perks that we all get when you go on a vacation, whether it's work-related or not. Here, there, and everywhere. We were just commenting before you came into the studio. I said she's been on a whirlwind tour. Nashville with her friends, and then on the road a little bit more in Arizona, getting ready to take off for Dallas because of work. Caitlin, have you been living out of a suitcase?
More or less. It is literally this morning. I have a couple friends that are staying with me, and they were looking for something. I said it's in the suitcase on the floor. So honestly, I mean, it's always partially packed. I'm either coming back from somewhere or heading somewhere else. So it's nice to be able to travel so much and kind of squeeze in every adventure possible on the weekends.
Listen, you're not the only one, but guess what? We're about running out of daylight when it comes to summer, but never fear, all sorts of great destinations are ahead. But when you look back at the summer of travel, being the manager of the AAA East Central office on McKnight Road, talk about some of the hot spots and those, how I spent my summer vacation.
We see a lot of the same big destinations that we've seen year after year. You know, Italy, Ireland is really popular, but we've also seen a lot more maybe off the beaten path trips, a lot of Japan and South Korea, people really traveling to different destinations. And then, of course, that domestic destinations as well, going to Disney World, Disneyland, all of those beautiful beaches up and down the West and East coasts. You know, so it's really, and of course, the all-inclusives in the Caribbean are very, very popular, but those are such a nice year-round destination. But we've definitely seen, Italy and Ireland have been some of the biggest ones. And then cruising is very, very popular now. That convenience of not having to repack your suitcase, unpack once, and visit all these different destinations. So a lot of European cruises have been very popular as well.
You know, we talk a lot about the mouse, as in Disney, and how much I love Disney. And, of course, the big news, purchasing the NFL network and doing all this other stuff. It's amazing what that little mouse has done, huh?
It really is. It's, we were speaking recently at the office about just how they're always innovating. And it's so, like, the level of creativity is just mind-blowing.
Never ending.
Never ending. There's always some changes, always something new. So, we see these people that we have these repeat clients. They come back and they go to Disney year after year. And they have a completely different experience because they are always innovating. And there are still those, those key facets that the reason you go to Disney, but then you still come back with another surprise, something new, something to tell your friends and family about. So it is amazing how innovative they are.
And when we started doing this show years ago, over 3 decades, we were already talking about Disney World. And the thing that amazed me more than anything was the fact that they are still building, evolving, and there's still so much more real estate that can be developed. So Disney will evolve for 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the road. It'll always be moving into the future.
I am sure that we will always see different things the hotels will be changing, the different resort properties. Everything will be innovating to follow with their new films that come out. And it's just really neat to see the evolution of such an iconic park.
It is an iconic park, but there's so many other things to get to. It's also been a big year for cruising. You mentioned it earlier, but it seems like everybody I know every other day, I'm going on a cruise tomorrow. We're leaving on a cruise tomorrow. Just got back from a cruise. Cruising is big.
It's really big. Like I said, it's really nice to be able to unpack once and see all these different destinations. And, you know, whether you want to see different spots in Europe and do a Mediterranean cruise, or you're looking to maybe do a little bit of exploring in Northern Europe, or of course the Caribbean, you love the beach. All of those beaches are gorgeous, that blue water, that white sand, but they're all a little different. So it's really neat to be able to cruise and visit 4 or 5 different beaches on your week-long cruise versus going to just one maybe for a whole week. So it's really neat to be able to get to see those different sites, and it's nice to be able to travel from place to place without having to do the driving or the, you know, you can explore all the amazing facets. And again, just like Disney World, the cruise industry is always evolving as well. All of these ships are getting bigger and better, and new activities that you could do on board that you don't even realize that you're on a ship.
Dr. Dawn Spalla coming up next hour. She's been at Virginia Beach all week with her son and her husband. So I said, you got to zoom in, do the show, Metropolitan Window video screen, so I can promote AAA again. So she'll be live from the beach. But man, it's an exciting time of year. And, you know, you live vicariously through your friends and obviously all the things that she posts. I love it so much. And obviously Dr. Spalla with her young son, you know, your kids grow up, biological clock gets them, they go on their own way, this, that, whatever. But because I get to see all this stuff on social media that AAA posts and my friends post after booking trips with AAA, I get to relive all of that stuff.
Yeah, it's amazing. And that is the beauty of social media, and really getting to, you know, you get that inspiration every morning.
But you really, listen, and I have such respect for all of my co-hosts, but you really work that social media. And that's just so nice. I mean, from the food to the background to a little commentary, you know, influence as far as music is concerned, culture is concerned, the travel as far as getting there, the accommodations. It's just such a good tool.
It's amazing. I would say it's amazing just like how inspired you can be when you see a picture. And you know, I can't even tell you the number of times that I'll be scrolling through Facebook or Instagram or something, and I'll see a picture and I'll be like, I need to know more about this. Where is this? Literally just yesterday on Instagram, I found a list. I think it was from, I can't remember what travel magazine, but it was the one dessert you had to try in every state. So now I have a new bucket list. I have to go back to all 50 states, and I have to try this dessert in every place. And I started looking up, you know, for my upcoming trips where I can get these certain desserts. And it's really just amazing what a tool that can be, and just how inspiring and how it can really determine your whole itinerary or really reshape what you want to do.
That's a sign that you're heading towards even more adulthood, because you go from trying a drink that is famous to trying dessert, and that's a good thing. You got to try a drink, though. That's another thing that you do. I mean, fine wine and good spirits, you show the cocktail of choice, margarita, whatever it may be, martini. It's such a flavor that you get to see, and it's also a tool that gives you an idea when you call AAA some of the things you may want to inquire when you sit down with your travel professional.
Absolutely. You know, whether it is, you know, a food tour, a wine tour, we have these, you know, river cruises that are really delve into these different wine regions throughout Europe. If it's something, you know, you love food, or you want to learn to cook something and bring that home with you, that's like the souvenir that keeps giving. If you go to a cooking class, you can come and show your friends and your family what you learned, whatever it may be, whatever your passion is, whether it's animals, architecture, anything, we can really customize that in the trip type that you're looking for, your destination and your desires, and really shape that so that it's the perfect trip for you.
You look like you had a really good time, though.
It was amazing.
You were smiling on that. That's a good thing. All right, 800-354-8761. When we come back, we have a lot to get to. We're going to talk Southern mansions and melodies. Just give us a quick once-over, and then we'll come back and talk about it.
Yeah, so it's actually amazing. It is a trip from Memphis to Nashville, which is perfect. I was just in Nashville. Gets to talk about some amazing spots in Memphis that I visited a couple years ago. It's a really great featured vacation through our East Central featured vacations department. It is a great time to visit this time because it's in the middle of November, and it's a 4-night tour, and it's really beautiful. The Southern charm, those mansions, the old plantations. it's an incredible little getaway. So I can't wait to talk about it more in the next segment.
One thing about me, heat has never turned me off as far as vacation, but I got to ask, how hot is it in Memphis this time of year?
I mean, it's pretty hot. With having just gone to Nashville, we booked it maybe 6 weeks ago, and when we were looking at that point in time, it was about 99 degrees each day.
Nice.
And I was like, are we sure that we want to go to Nashville then? Thankfully, just recently, it was in the mid 80s, so it's not bad. Memphis is a little hotter. It's probably closer to 90 daily right now. So that's why November is a perfect time. It's nice. It's, fall-ish, but not like it is here. So it's a nice little getaway.
Remind them to get a membership if they don't have one. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So if you don't have a membership, they are 65% off right now. We have all these discounts available. Whether you're looking to do anything in the branch with insurance, auto, home, or life insurance, we also do, notary services, DMV services with license and registration. And then, of course, the travel. Even if you're just looking to get something like driving directions, get that triptych, get those maps. You never know, when you might be driving and that cell service is spotty. It's nice to have that backup. And even if you're looking to go, you've planned something and you just want to supplement it with tickets, that membership, the discounts we have on tickets, the membership pays for itself in just one instance. Even if you're going to like Kennywood, the discounts on those tickets is incredible.
I could enjoy some Kennywood today.
Exactly.
Absolutely. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. Caitlin Seigan is here, manager of the AAA office on McKnight Road. Lots to get to, so don't touch that dial. We'll be right back.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
Now is the time to start thinking about a getaway before the holidays. The perfect way to get into the holiday spirit. Join AAA on one of their exclusive motor coach tours, departing from the Pittsburgh region. Travel with family, friends, and new travel companions you'll meet on board a tour to some of the most festive holiday destinations. How about a 3-night holiday escape to Bethlehem and Lancaster, PA? Or a 4-night favorite, my old Kentucky home for the holidays. Try AAA's ever-popular Nashville tour for a country Christmas. Or head to New York City for one of AAA's 'Tis the Season getaways. And see the Rockettes. Every getaway includes deluxe motor coach transportation, hotel accommodations, some meals, exciting sightseeing, and services of a AAA tour manager. Visit your local AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 for all the details. Don't wait. AAA's holiday adventures sell out fast. 1-800-354-8761.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Southern Mansions and Melodies. Here we go.
Yes, so this is an amazing featured vacation departing November 17th through the 24th of 2025. So it's great to get out before that holiday rush, before you start getting busy with Thanksgiving and the other winter holidays there. It is a 4-night tour, including airfare. It includes 16 meals. You start in Memphis, and you get to stay at the beautiful guest house at Graceland. So if you're a fan of Elvis, you can go and see all of this beautiful property and these beautiful amenities. One of my favorite points of this trip is you visit the Peabody Hotel. The Peabody Hotel is in Memphis, and they have a duck march. They have ducks that live on property, and they have this big fountain in the middle of the lobby. And the ducks do they march down these gilded steps with the red carpet, and the ducks. There's literally like a grand master. It's like such a once in a lifetime experience, such a unique thing to see. And so it's really cool that this tour includes that. The ducks march down the steps, and this grand master looks like he could be one of the king's guards in England. And the ducks splash around in the pond or in the fountain there in the lobby, and you get to take pictures. And they have certain they really jazz it up. You get like a cocktail with like a little rubber duck floating in it. It's really just such a cute little thing. So that's a really neat stop on this tour. You also get to visit Natchez, Mississippi. So really getting to see those old mansions there of the Antebellum Trail. You get to see they have quite a few different mansions and plantations that you get to visit. And so if you appreciate that architecture, this is really an amazing tour to see that history that, we don't always think about in our own country. So it's really amazing to see. There's beautiful gardens, and you really get to explore Memphis, Natchez, and then end in Nashville. So you really get to see, if you're into music, going from Elvis to the music of Nashville, really an incredible experience. And this tour includes airfare. There's AAA member pricing from all of our major gateway cities, but looking at Pittsburgh for AAA members, looking at a single occupancy room, $6,065, double occupancy, $4,925, and triple occupancy, $4,595. These are all prices per person. That includes the airfare from Pittsburgh. That includes the hotels. That includes all of the different luggage handling, attractions, the tour manager. So this is, you get 2 nights in Graceland, 3 nights in the Natchez Grand Hotel in Natchez, Mississippi, and 2 nights in downtown Nashville. So the tour is really jam-packed, but it also allows you a lot of time to go and explore other parts of these cities. So it really is a great experience. Nice way to relax before the busyness of the holidays.
So there are certain places that have always piqued my interest, and I was a big fan of Elvis. Still am a big fan of Elvis, but I was there when he was the real deal. And I've always heard about Natchez. So have you been there?
I have not yet. It's on the list. It always is, But so I've heard such good things because a lot of the Mississippi River cruises stop there. Like it's a very key point there in the South. And the architecture, the history there is just so rich and amazing. So it's a really nice way to get to see this, getting to explore.
Here's the great thing about working with AAA, because you get to that time in your life when you finally realize that I'm probably never going to see the Mississippi River. But my whole life, I've always had this affinity towards it. My dad was born on a farm in Missouri. So you've seen the Mississippi River, I'm sure.
I have, yeah.
Is it just like massive?
It is. It's mind-blowing, and it's very interesting. Because there are obviously so many cities that popped up around the Mississippi, and each city has such a different flair. So, some of the big cities, of course, you've got New Orleans there at the Delta, you've got St. Louis, so it's just such different influence that the river has had on these major metropolitan areas. It's really amazing. So it's really cool that you get to see it with a tour like this as well. It's a really different experience to get to stand alongside the bank and really just watch it.
And all of you have a certain skill set, and I admire all of you that host this show, but you really are about America. You have done so many road trips with your mothers. You've gone the back streets. If anybody needs to know anything about America, you're the person to talk to.
Well, it's amazing. The country is just so big, and there's
so much to see.
So much to see, and so many different cuisines and architecture styles, and really just the different influence. Because the country is relatively so new, we've had all these different influences from the French and the Germans and the English, and it's really just neat to see all of these different. The way that everything kind of mashes together. And it's, I love a good weekend trip. So there's so many direct flights with the new airport almost ready to open up here.
Incredible.
So, it's nice to be able to take a little jaunt away and kind of explore all that this country has to offer.
Like, if you're in Chicago, you got to get pizza. New York, same thing. Italy, you got to get pasta. Obviously, we talk about all the Wiener Schnitzel and stuff if you're in Germany at the Christmas markets. But if I ever go south, I've got to get some biscuits, gravy, and fried chicken.
Absolutely. Being in Nashville last weekend, the Nashville hot chicken was so good.
What's it like?
So it's got like almost like a oily like dip that it's like dipped in.
Okay.
So it's not like almost like a buffalo sauce. It's more of like but it's a peppery blend that oil that is dipped in. And you can get different flavors. They dip it once, they dip it twice, depending on how hot you want it. And it's just like the crispiness that it's amazing. And it's just like any, whether you go to Philly for a cheesesteak, there's all the different competitors. Same within Nashville, there's Hattie B's, there's Prince's, like you really, every local will have a different opinion on what's best. So you have to do your research. You have to try a little bit from each, right? That's kind of, that's the whole point.
Listen, now, Philly cheesesteaks, Geno's has been like the biggest and best forever, but there's this brand that has been branded by a former guy who had some questionable moments in his life, but he's good now, called Skinny Joe's. And I've had people tell me it's the best cheesesteak they've ever had. And it's only been, and these two gentlemen who started it have a little bit of history as far as Atlantic City. So the one went back to Atlantic City for a vacation, and they were posting stuff. You know, who wouldn't want to go to Atlantic City? I mean, why not? Jersey Shore, Virginia Beach. There's so much in this country. As much as we want to travel elsewhere, and that's cool, you can hop a flight at the Pittsburgh airport and be on a beach in an hour.
Absolutely. Exactly. I mean, our flights to Nashville last weekend, you know, Nashville is an hour behind, but it was an hour and 10-minute direct flight into Nashville.
That's it.
That's it. So it's so easy to, you know, it was a 6 a.m. flight. With the time difference, we were off the plane by 6:35 local time there in Nashville. You know, had to go get a coffee, of course, but you're really able to hit the ground running and make the most of your days. And, you know, there's multiple direct flights a day to so many of these destinations nationwide that it's really nice, even if you know, maybe you've already gone on your big vacation, you've taken all your vacation time, you have a day or two here, you're looking to do something little. That's where AAA comes in. You know, even if you are going with relatives, you could do fly and drive packages so you can rent a car. All those little things, regardless of destination, there are so many different opportunities and experiences out there to enjoy.
Listen, and this price, we're going to give it to you. Once again, we're going to give you the information how you can get a hold of them. She's going to run through the itinerary. We've got a couple of minutes before the break. This is a golden opportunity to truly see some of the most historic things that this country is all about as we approach our 250th. And I was just thinking, Caitlin, we're all going to be together going into the 250th. There's going to be a lot of places you're going to want to book now to go see during that 4th of July. Maybe you want to be really patriotic and, you know, go someplace like the nation's capital or something. Now would be the time to start booking that
Absolutely. So not just the 250th, but also it's the 100th year anniversary of Route 66 as well in 2026. So there's so much, you know, that you can start already planning for next year and really get that on the books, because all of those, you know, having been in Arizona a couple weeks ago, Flagstaff is on Route 66. We stopped, you know, looked at that. Everything's already decked out for the 100-year anniversary. So they are ready. They're ready to have you and come and enjoy these new experiences. It's now is the time to start planning.
I was in Ohio last night with the daughter of a dear friend of mine who recently passed away, who actually took the old Route 66.
Wow.
Loved it. And her son, Tommy, actually went with him on a magical summer. They basically traveled every ballpark in Major League Baseball.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, that ties right into our other tour of the week that I'm sure we'll get to in the next segment.
I get it.
That's
And by the way, there's a very nice AAA office in East Liverpool, and I know the folks behind it. So if you're in Ohio, they're good people. They're AAA. All right, run through this again, please.
Yes, so Southern Melodies and Mansions explore the South's musical meccas, Memphis and Nashville, along with the Antebellum Trail in Natchez, Mississippi. You're looking at November 17th through 24th of 2025. There's flights included in this tour, and there's many different departure cities, but looking at from Pittsburgh, AAA member price for a single occupancy, $6,065. Double is $4,925. Triple, $4,595. These prices are all per person. And of course, like I said, there are additional departure cities available. It includes the round-trip air, round-trip transfers, all the hotel stays, 16 meals, different attractions and gratuities for the tour guides, and of course, you'll have a local tour manager and local guide. So it's an incredible getaway before that busy holiday season starts. Take advantage of it now.
Could you go out on the balcony at like the Peabody Hotel and hang out?
Yeah, a lot of these mansions and things and these hotels that you're getting to see, they're essentially open. You can really get to explore and see, you know, if you appreciate that architecture, have that great lookout and really just appreciate all these little niche once in a lifetime experiences that are right here in essentially our backyard.
Like all those weeping willow trees and stuff.
Exactly.
All right, good stuff. You see, she teaches me so much. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. More with Caitlin Seigan on the other side of the break. This is AAA East Central's Talking Travel. Still to come today, Dr. Dawn Spall, Allegheny Health Physical Medicine. We're going to be talking neuropathy. She is on the beach at Virginia Beach, but she'll zoom in and join us on the AAA. Of course, the AAA Talking Travel show is until noon. She got her trip through AAA, and she'll join us in the Metropolitan Window video screen. You can click on KDKA-radio.com, KDKA Watch. Caitlin and I coming back with more in just a moment on KDKA.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob! Bob's Discount Furniture.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
The Hybrid Operating Room, the most sophisticated surgical environment in medicine. Bob Pompiani here. At Independence Health System, the Hybrid OR opens new horizons in minimally invasive surgery for patients needing aortic valve replacement or treatment of cardiac artery disease. Its technology allows for shorter procedures, reduced post-operative recovery time, and less risk for complications. All of this is placed in the hands of some of the region's most accomplished heart and vascular specialists. Independence Health System, expert care here.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 80 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 11:30. Rob Taylor. Multi-vehicle crash this morning on Route 28 sent at least one person to the hospital. That crash happened around 5 o'clock this morning near the East Ohio Street exit. No word on the condition of that person sent to the hospital. Route 28 is fully reopened at this hour. Beginning tonight at 9 o'clock, Parkway East will be closed in both directions between the Square Hill Tunnel and the Edgewood-Swissvale exit. Closure will last until Monday morning at 5. This is due to crews demolishing and replacing an overhead sign structure. Earlier on the Big K Morning Show, State Senator Jay Costa, who lives in the Forest Hills area, is asking those to stay calm.
I think they just got to stay cool, figure out what the alternative route's going to be, and more importantly, recognize that this is going to be what's in place in the early part of 26. So we need to get used to it, but I think at the end of the road, the end of the day, I should say, the benefit is well worth the wait to be able to get done what needs to be done.
Traffic will be detoured. PennDOT recommends avoiding the area altogether, if possible. KDK Radio News Time, 11:32. Next updates at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
Americans spend $66 billion on weight loss products and services each year. And you know what? Right here in our hometown, Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff has helped thousands of people do just that. Lose weight, keep it off. In fact, he's been helping people take back control of their lives for more than 20 years here in Pittsburgh at the PA Hypnosis Center. You have an opportunity to do the same. Are you battling anxiety? So many people are. He can help you with that. If you want to quit smoking, Dan Vitchoff is the call you should make at the PA Hypnosis Center today. Schedule your pre-consultation at 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446. Dan can help you reach your goal with a 98% success guarantee. 724-934-8446. Call now.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. My wife Barb and I celebrated our 50th wedding anniversary with a Florida family vacation. The intense August heat prompted me to share a story with my grandkids about working my first job as an assistant golf pro in my early 20s. I earned $2.10 an hour and was thrilled when I found a great pair of work shoes for only $7. They were injection molded plastic. Even the stitching was plastic. I felt like I'd hit the jackpot with those fine-looking shoes. That was until I was teaching a golf lesson on a hot summer day. When standing on the tee, I felt my feet burning up and realized my shoes were literally melting onto the grass. I suddenly realized why they'd been such a bargain. Remembering times like those make me appreciate the journey of my life. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
If you're turning 65 this year, review your Medicare Part C options now. You need to know the difference between Advantage plans versus supplement plans. Contact locally owned and operated Need Part C today for a free consultation. That's Need Part C. Beat the annual enrollment rush. NeedPartC.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The start of the weekend brings the start of a warmer stretch, and that means more sun than clouds today with a high getting up to 88. For tonight, it's looking clear to partly cloudy with a low of 65, followed by more sunshine and more warmth for tomorrow, high 89. Then a hotter day for Monday under sunshine with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
So tell me why I always start talking food when I talk travel. Now I'm thinking fried chicken, I'm thinking cheesesteaks. What is it with travel and food? Is that, I guess?
I don't know. It's such an integral part of it. Probably doesn't help that the show is from 11 to noon, but it is such an integral part of travel, really getting to experience that local cuisine. I mean, you could name any destination and there's a food that iconically just comes to your mind. And so it's so deeply tied in there, like something that you can't miss. You got to try. Even when we were in Nashville, we weren't hungry, but we needed that last Nashville hot chicken before we left, just to kind of, you just want to experience it. And that's such a great way. It really invokes such great memories as well.
So speaking of great memories, so I had to go on a bit of a pilgrimage last night to spend some time in Ohio, and hadn't been there in a long time at this destination near Lisbon, Ohio. And I said, you know what? I'm going to turn the GPS off and I'm going to do it the old-fashioned way. Well, needless to say, I got lost. And I ended up in some farm, like in a dead-end street with these Labrador retrievers circling my car, and I'm just sitting there. But you know what, Caitlin? It was just nice to be off on the beaten path.
It's still an adventure, right? It's still,
it is. And I'm looking out over these massive fields with cows and bulls and all sorts of farm animals and corn as far as the eye can see, and the silo in the distance and the white barn. And I just thought, America's a really cool place.
It is. I say, that was what, 2 hours away? Probably not even.
Not even.
And it's just so different from the city here, and that is such an amazing thing that you can really explore everywhere.
As I was washing my car at 10 o'clock last night, I'm on this dirt road and I'm traveling in these massive trees, and there's like nobody around, nothing. And then all of a sudden, this little barn pops up out of nowhere, and these dogs, there's like no owners, no nothing. And I went, I'm glad I got lost.
Yeah. I say it's that kind of, and that'll be something that you remember. It's interesting, these little things that you don't think are maybe like that mind-blowing experience.
That's why
they really are.
When you go back to the roots of AAA and the motor club and those right. hotels and motels, if you will, and the triptychs you could get, and the families that would just get in their car this time of year and go on those vacations, and just see America.
Exactly. I say it's really such a diverse country because it's so expansive. There's so many different things, but there's a destination that really would listen, check everything off the box. Really.
I was literally an hour and a half from my house, and I thought, my goodness, this is just an hour and a half away from my house. All this beauty, because
feels worlds away, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. All right, now speaking of worlds away, we got Greece, Italy, and Turkey. So let's talk about this.
Yeah, we have an amazing cruise of the week with Greece, Italy, and Turkey on board the Celebrity Ascent. This particular trip is an 11-night cruise round trip from Civitavecchia, Italy. So that's right outside of Rome. The dates are October 20th through the 21st of 2025. It visits Crete, Greece. It visits a few spots in Turkey, including an overnight in Istanbul. It visits Santorini and Mykonos and finishes off in Naples before you head back to Civitavecchia to fly back out of Rome or extend your trip. Spend a little bit extra time in Rome. There's some sea days intermixed in there, so you really get to enjoy all of the wonderful amenities that this ship has to offer. Celebrity is an amazing brand, really great restaurants, great entertainment. This particular trip, for an interior room, you're looking at $1,393. Ocean view, $1,493. A sunset veranda, so a balcony room, $2,264. And a sky suite, $5,784. All these prices are per person, including taxes and fees. There is an a AAA East Central special offer, not just on this cruise, but with Celebrity. So book now to August 29th and sail by the end of this year, so by 12/31 of 25, and receive $100 of onboard credit for veranda and higher rooms and $50 of onboard credit for ocean view. So you can use that for the spa, you can use that for the specialty dining, you can use it for excursions. So it's really nice to have that added bonus in there. So if you've been, this is not just for this cruise, this is for all Celebrity sailings. So from now until August 29th, book something that is sailing from now until the end of the year and get that additional onboard credit.
This ship is, I'm looking at a picture right now, AAA.com/radio. It's incredible. But the amazing thing, talking about the immensity of the world, these ships are small when you think of the ocean.
They are. They really are. But you really don't realize that when you're on them.
No,
you know?
they're
I mean, half
massive.
the time, if you're somewhere that you don't see a window, you don't even realize you're on a ship. And they're built, you know, they're getting bigger and bigger. So they have the stabilizers that, you know, motion sickness really isn't even a concern anymore. There's so many amazing venues that, you know, there's always like a jazz bar and a piano bar and you know, you can go and see a musical or a live show. These ships are just unreal.
And the great thing about them, they're so safe.
They are. They're very safe. Everyone's highly trained. They're, you know,
Yeah.
it's very, very safe.
And some of these vacations you go on, you got to spring for your own food and certain things you have to do on a cruise ship. But for the most part, there's a lot of free finger food laying around.
Oh my gosh. The Celebrity Ascent itself has 32 different restaurant venues on it. So, you know, whether that's
32.
Yes, I know. I had to double check when I was doing my research on this particular ship. I was like, that can't be right. Yeah, so that's, you know, they've got the buffets, they've got the dining rooms, that, you know, so it's really nice that you can go and grab something from the buffet or go and grab something. They've got like a little burger and hot dog grill out on the pool deck, you know, little things like that. Or you can have that nice, you know, go to the pool all day on a sea day and then dress up. Go get your pictures taken. They have amazing photographers on board. Get that picture for the Christmas card or that keepsake, and then go and have that nice, you know, 3-4 course meal in the dining room. And again, all of that stuff is included. There are additional specialty restaurants that you can pay upcharges for, but like you said, so much of it is included that it's an incredible value.
And really, let's face it, the reason why so many people cruise because it is affordable.
It really is. It really is. I mean, you know, it's not necessarily all inclusive, but you get to see all these different destinations, and you can add those things like the beverage packages and things like that to make it more, you know, pay for everything up front. So it is more of an all-inclusive experience. And a cruise like this is amazing because, you know, you're flying into Rome to get to the port of Civitavecchia. So you can really expand that trip if you want to go, you know, see a couple of those, spend a day or two seeing the Colosseum and the Trevi Fountain and all those amazing things while you're over there. And this is such a great itinerary because you really get to see a few destinations in Greece, a few destinations in Turkey. So you really, it's not popping around, you know, you can really say that you've seen the culture and the cuisine and whatever it may be, the architecture and all of these amazing destinations.
Here's what's amazing. We were just talking about her friends and people she has met along the way, and she said 25 countries connected to one friend, and I went, how many? And I'm like 40 years older than this young woman. So just give me 5 of those destinations, or maybe a little bit more, and what you loved about them, some of those countries that you and her spent time in.
Well, Italy, so one of my friends that is visiting this weekend, we studied abroad in Italy together. So we studied abroad in Sicily, but we started out the trip in Rome. So really like that, you know, we spent such an extensive time there, a summer together. And so that's a destination that will always be near and dear to my heart. I've been back to Italy multiple times since then, but it's an incredible destination. There's so many great ones. Cambodia is something that is a little off the beaten path there, but it's amazing. It's affordable. The history, the architecture, Angkor Wat is beautiful. Temple structures that they have. So, it's a little bit further of a flight, but it's a beautiful, beautiful destination. Same with Vietnam, right there in that same neighborhood. Amazing cuisine, very affordable. Those hotels are beautiful and incredible. And it's so neat to just see that different culture.
Just think of the places you've been.
I'm very, very fortunate that I've gotten to travel as much as I have.
And how many languages do you speak?
Sometimes I say I can't even speak English fluently, but I can get by in probably 6 or 7.
You get by in Italy?
Yeah. I minored in Italian.
Excuse me.
I don't get to practice as much, so I'm not sure. But it's nice to that's an incredible thing when you travel as well. Even if you just learn, thank you, hello, the look of shock and joy on the locals' faces,
and they appreciate.
So much so. When you drop a little thank you in the language of destination, like. It's incredible, and that's something that really sticks with you too. The way that their faces light up.
Well, listen, what you have to do, you realize what's next weekend. Little Italy, Bloomfield.
I know.
You'll love it.
I know.
It's
That's
great.
Always one of my favorites.
I'm telling you, no one does it like Little Italy in Bloomfield. It's
true.
Oh, and great stuff. All right, short break. You guys, well, not too far. East Liberty, right down the road.
Yeah, so not far at all.
Motor Square. Maybe I'll have a place to hang out next week.
There you go.
All right, we're going to get a break in here. We're going to come back, continue to dazzle you with great travel stuff. And speaking of travel, she's on vacation down in Virginia Beach, but she's going to join us. Metropolitan Window Video Screen. Dr. Dawn Spalla, Allegheny Health Physical Medicine, coming up. That's our final hour today after a long Saturday on KDKA. But we still got more to do, so stay with us. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Now is the time to start thinking about a getaway before the holidays. The perfect way to get into the holiday spirit. Join AAA on one of their exclusive motor coach tours, departing from the Pittsburgh region. Travel with family, friends, and new travel companions you'll meet on board a tour to some of the most festive holiday destinations. How about a 3-night holiday escape to Bethlehem and Lancaster, PA? Or a 4-night favorite, my old Kentucky home for the holidays? Try AAA's ever-popular Nashville tour for a country Christmas. Or head to New York City for one of AAA's 'Tis the Season getaways. And see the Rockettes. Every getaway includes deluxe motor coach transportation, hotel accommodations, some meals, exciting sightseeing, and services of a AAA tour manager. Visit your local AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 for all the details. Don't wait. AAA's holiday adventures sell out fast. 1-800-354-8761.
Hey folks, it's Marty. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader. Wow, they're good. They continue to exceed customer expectation. For instance, Charles from Bethel Park highly recommends NASCO. Charles was pleased with NASCO's exemplary customer service and the quality of their work. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Charles. Now's the time to get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO, NASCO.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chevy.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Caitlin Seigan is hosting today, and before she goes, we'll go through the trip cruise of the week. But little house cleaning, anything on her mind. She's the manager of the McKnight Road location. So whatever's on your mind, little house cleaning, and then we'll do our getaways again. Go ahead.
I did bring one other tour of the week with me too, actually. So Pittsburgh versus Washington and Washington, D.C. So an amazing opportunity to see the Pittsburgh Pirates on the road. I was lucky enough to go to the game last night and see them win. They've won 2 in a row now, so hot streak. Want to get take this opportunity to see them on the road in Nationals Park. It includes club level seats, and of course you get to see some guided sightseeing there in Washington, D.C. So it's coming up. It's a 2-night motor coach tour, September 12th through the 14th.
Nice.
It includes a hotel. It includes the club level seats for the baseball game. It includes taxes and gratuities on included items like a brunch in Georgetown, including some bowling. So really a neat experience. Yeah.
Nice.
So some really, really cool experience on the on the last day before you head back to Pittsburgh. So really neat. Get to see the National Mall and have some free time there, experiencing those beautiful sights and that architecture there. So this again is September 12th through the 14th. AAA member pricing, you're looking at $1,339, double $949, triple $819, or if you're going quad occupancy for 4 people in a room, $759. These are all prices per person, including those club level seats for the baseball game, the round trip chartered motor coach transportation, and of course you'll have a AAA manager and local tour guide. So this is another really cool tour that we've got. We've got so many of these unique motor coach and air inclusive tours that are focused here in the region that it's a really great experience. Like we were talking about earlier with my friends that are here visiting, it's amazing the people that you can meet on some of these trips as well. You'll meet, the number of people that will go on a trip and then they'll come back with more people in their group because they met them on this tour and they want to continue to, they have that same vibe, the same energy on vacation. So they want to continue to travel together. It's really amazing. Or I've had clients in the past that, oh yeah, we have to coordinate with our friends that live down in Mississippi, that live over in Seattle, because they've met someone and they, cruise every year together or whatever it may be. So take advantage of some of these little trips, even if you're just looking for a little getaway. The September 12th through the 14th trip is coming up quickly, and it's a really great opportunity to kind of take a little break, enjoy some baseball, enjoy our nation's capital, and really
just walk around amongst the Washington Monument in your Pirates gear.
Exactly.
That's
really great little getaway there.
So what else is going on? The Motorist is out. I was looking at it again a couple of times over the last few days. Lots of great trips, but also all sorts of that license plate peeling. They take care of that and all sorts of good stuff.
Absolutely, yeah. So our DMV services, we've got those in-branch events to get, if you have those peeling license plates. I'm seeing less and less of them. We actually have the plates that if you're doing, they're starting to be in circulation, those new style of plates with the Liberty Bell on them. So that's something we just got in the North Hills branch. They're going through, we have to finish out the current stock and we're going through things, but that is something new that we're getting in the branches.
I want one of those.
I know. I say people are really, really excited about that new design.
I did a little blog from home. I try to give you guys a shout out every once in a while. And I said, the thing I've noticed, you can have a pristine, clean car, the one that you get like the toothbrush and do all the vents and what have you. And then you walk around it to admire your work after a fresh coat of wax, and you see that ugly license plate.
Right. I would say, so it's really nice to take advantage of getting that new plate, have everything, nice and clean, and make sure that you don't risk getting pulled over or any issues with Easy Pass, whatever it may be. So we also have some events coming up here later this month with Princess Alaska Cruises. So check out the Motorist for the different dates and times in your area, but there are so many different events that you can kind of come and learn if you have some questions. It's a really great experience. They always do a really great slideshow with the bald eagles and the whales and the dog sledding and the cuisine, of course. And so it's really neat if that's something that's been on your bucket list. Come and learn. And we, of course, will have different promotions exclusive to those events. So there are multiple all throughout the Pittsburgh area. Take a look at the Motorist for dates for that. And in the coming months, we're going to have some more events like with Rocky Mountaineer and the Canadian Rockies. And they also do the adventures here in the American Southwest. So some of these different travel events that you can kind of come and learn more about it, take advantage of special promotions, and book that trip. It's never too early. I was getting emails, I think 2027 and 2028 cruise itineraries are starting to come out here soon. So, if you're a planner and you want to book something in advance, or you might have something special, a milestone, you want to make sure that you get on the books right now. It's never too early to start planning. And as you mentioned earlier, between the 250th anniversary of the nation, the 100-year anniversary of Route 66, there's a lot of cool things coming up in 2026 that you definitely want to get on the books.
And you can get a great rate on auto insurance. But, a thing I've been thinking of doing, and I don't need it, but you just want to give the family a little extra. I keep getting this stuff about life insurance, and I've been really looking into it. Some incredible rates that could really go a long way just to have a little bit of a cushion.
There are, absolutely. And I'm sure if you've gotten some of the mailers, there's a phone number on there. But some of our branches do also have life insurance agents in them, including the North Hills branch. So, if you want to sit down, you'd rather sit down face-to-face and kind of talk out some of the options, that's definitely an option in many of our area branches.
Here's what I'm going to do, because my children are a lot younger than me. I had them later in life, and I'm not ready to go yet, but I'm thinking of getting a nice little bit of insurance from AAA and then instruct them in my will to book a trip with it through AAA when I'm gone.
There you go.
So they can get the most out of their old man. Hey, listen, before we leave, I want to run through this incredible itinerary. Lots of stuff to get to. Dream It, Plan It, Book It, 800-354-8761. This first one, if you really want to get a rich history lesson about who we are as a nation and really some of the early days of our nation, go back in time, you're definitely going to want to look at this. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's Southern Mansions and Melodies, departing November 17th through the 24th of 2025. Explore the South's musical meccas, Memphis and Nashville, along with the Antebellum Trail in Natchez, Mississippi. It includes round-trip airfare into Memphis and out of Nashville. It includes airport transfers, hotel transfers, luggage handling, different attractions, including the Peabody Hotel, including some of these private songwriter session in Nashville. If you're a music lover or an architecture lover, or you want to get a little bit of both, this is the perfect trip for you. That, again, dates are November 17th through the 24th. It includes 16 meals. It includes airfare. You're looking at $6,065 out of Pittsburgh for single occupancy, $4,925 for double occupancy, and triple occupancy is $4,595. These are prices per person with that airfare from Pittsburgh. If you're looking to depart from other cities in the area, we have that available. We have that pricing. So definitely something to take advantage of before that busy holiday season starts. Get the beautiful time of year to be in that South area. All right. And if you want to see her in person, she's out there at that McKnight Road location working hard with her great staff, but we always love having her in studio. She is Caitlin Seigan. Of course, everything we talked about on today's show, you can read along at home by going to AAA.com/radio. Hey, it's a tradition, and it should be in your family, too. If it isn't, get that membership. It can do so many things. It's the only piece of plastic you carry that actually pays you money, and it will save on just about everything. You just simply have to ask. And I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. Stay with us. News coming up next. Caitlin, thank you. Thank you so much.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridge's Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridge's brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 82 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Beginning tonight at 9 o'clock tonight, Parkway East will be closed in both directions between the Square Hill Tunnel and the Edgewood-Swissvale interchange, and the closure will last until Monday morning at 5. This is due to crews demolishing and then replacing an overhead sign structure. Earlier on the Big K Morning Show, State Senator Jay Costa is reminding everyone to just stay calm.
I think they just got to stay cool, figure out what the alternative route's going to be, and more importantly, recognize that this is going to be what's in place in the early part of 26. So we need to get used to it, but I think at the end of the road, the end of the day, I should say, the benefit is well worth the wait to be able to get done what needs to be done.
Traffic will be detoured, and PennDOT recommends avoiding the area if possible. State police continue to investigate a fatal officer-involved shooting in Mercer County. 46-year-old Tyler Askerny-Safaro was killed in the incident when Mercer County Sheriff's and Chenango Township Police were trying to serve a warrant at the Park Inn by Radisson in Middlesex Township on Thursday. Troopers say Askerny refused to surrender, and then shots were fired at him. Well, a man is in custody accused of crashing a stolen vehicle into a Pittsburgh police cruiser. This all happened around 8:30 Friday night. Police say a car stolen out of Wilkinsburg was located in East Hills in the 8,000 block of Bryceland Street. When Pittsburgh police tried to pull it over, vehicle crashed into the police vehicle and crashed at Bryceland and Wilkinsburg Avenues. The alleged suspect was then arrested and treated for minor injuries. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a teen girl was found shot in East Hills. Happened Friday night around 10:30 in the 200 block of East Hills Drive. The girl was shot in the leg. She's in stable condition. No word on any suspect descriptions. A gunman opened fire near Emory University in Atlanta, just outside the CDC offices. Here's CBS News correspondent Dave Malkov.
Police say when it was all over, the gunman and 33-year-old DeKalb County officer David Rose were both dead.
We don't have any civilians that have been shot in this active shooter incident. Thank God for that.
Officers responding to the incident heard gunshots at a nearby drugstore.
We later found the shooter on the second floor of the CPS. He had been struck by gunfire. We do not know at this time whether that was from officers or if it was self-inflicted.
KDK Sports coming up 7 o'clock tonight. It's the Steelers at the Jaguars. Preseason game number 1. Jeff Hathorn, KDK Radio's sports director, with the preview.
He might be the easiest player to judge during the preseason game tonight at 7. Steelers rookie running back Caleb Johnson says he's excited as Mike Tomlin will likely give him a number of carries.
I love his general demeanor regarding to get better. He's a work in progress like a lot of young runners in terms of blitz pickup. Not only recognition on the NFL level, but technically. He's been really impressive in that he's a young man that doesn't run away from things. He runs two things, and so he's getting better in all areas.
Bob Pompiani and Charlie Batch on the call in Jacksonville. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 12:03. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a good deal of sun to start the weekend and warmer conditions with a high of 88, leading to a clear to at times partly cloudy night tonight with a low of 65. Then more warmth for tomorrow under sunshine, high 89. Monday looks to be hot and sunny with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Metropolitan Window video screen where you can see and hear her right now. KDKRadio.com, KDK Watch. Of course, KDK 100.1 FM, AM 1020. And on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. It is a free app downloaded on your phone. She's Dr. Dawn Spaller, Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. They may be on vacation, but you can still get yourself a spot and let them help you dealing with neuropathy. We're going to tell you about that as we move through the hour. But I want to talk to you about how I followed you all week long. You brought me so much joy because I've been burning a lot of daylight, sleeping very little. And so I plug in for my daily dose of that vacation with Zach and little Wyatt and you and just really creative stuff that you did with the camera. But this is what I was thinking as we were moving along. Somebody who is seeing this, maybe even not a friend, just scrolling, thinking, I wish I could go on vacation. I wish I could walk on the beach with no shoes on. I wish I didn't have the problem that is neuropathy. Maybe, just maybe, when you posted you were going to join me, they put 2 and 2 together and said, maybe she can help me. Maybe Dr. Zach can help me. And I'm not saying that you think about this all the time, but because I'm a little older now, I do think of this stuff. Imagine how many people would love to be what you're doing right now, but can't do it, Doc, because of neuropathy.
Funny, because I had that same thought. Like when we got to the beach and kind of walked out there for the first time, that was almost like one of my very first thoughts about how many people I've seen that have come in and said, it feels like I'm walking on sandpaper. I can't stand to walk on the beach. I can't stand if a little pebble is in my shoe because it's absolutely excruciating. Gabapentin doesn't work for me. Lyrica makes me feel funny, and all of these very simple things that people cut out of their lives, and enjoyment that people cut out of their lives because of the debilitating effects of neuropathy.
I was also thinking about you earlier today. I do a Medicare show, and we were talking about the donut hole and what's been happening with prescription drug prices and how a lot of people are going without drugs. Just imagine if Neurontin and others go in the wrong direction to where people can't afford them as they once did. Imagine what life would be like with nothing. So you may be their only hope. And if it pushes them to go to the Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine location, then I think definitely it's a good thing. But there's a lot of things that people are dealing with out there that they don't need to deal with. And as you have said many times, no one should go through life, if it's for one day, a week, a month, a year, dealing with pain. And if it is neuropathy, they should make the call, set up an appointment, and get that review to see where they can go moving forward with you and your staff.
Yeah, I think if we look at the problem of neuropathy and we see that a fair amount of people with neuropathy are above the age of 50, are within the realm of Medicare, you only have a very limited treatment option of neuropathy when it comes to medications. And we can kind of go into that conversation, right? There's always a time and a place for medications and for specialists and for people to get in there. But the big difference on what we do is, having neuropathy and picking the medication route, you're now into a lifetime long medication trial. There's never really a time that they say, oh, well, gabapentin has healed your neuropathy. You're done with it. You're good to go. That doesn't happen. So once those medications are prescribed for neuropathy, which does not treat neuropathy, and it does not prevent neuropathy from getting worse, and we know that it gets worse, we see a lifetime kind of taking of those medications, and the dosages also going up with time until we've reached the max dose. And your answer is, what do we do next? It's like, it is what it is. And I want people to know that our office, we don't treat neuropathy with drugs or injections or surgery, because we found a solution where we go through the treatment, we're getting a 90% success rate of people who improve not only their symptoms of neuropathy, but gain back function, which also increases quality of life.
I've been noticing a lot. I was at the grocery store the other day in the parking lot, was driving to work. I'd seen a person walking with a cane who I haven't seen in 5 years since the pandemic hit, and got to go to a neurologist, got this issue, got that issue. And then I just start talking. And more times than not, guy putting his groceries in that trunk of the car kept losing his balance and hanging on to the cart, chit-chatting a little bit. I got to believe that a lot of these folks who think they've got neurological issues because of balance, many of them are dealing with neuropathy. Not all. If you got to get checked, you got to get checked, and I respect that. But I don't think people understand how much neuropathy affects your balance, and I've learned that from you, and that's one of the biggest issues that people my age are facing. And they either say it's your vision, it's your equilibrium, something you need to go see a neurologist over. But a lot of times people are walking around with neuropathy and not even realizing they have neuropathy.
For sure. Myself, my husband, and our team, we're chiropractors. But we all are certified specialists with treating neuropathy outside of the realm of medication. And we know that not only neuropathy affects balance, but stenosis affects balance, degenerative disc disease affects balance. Even having, a bad knee, a bad ankle that all affects your balance. And when we look at the different things that we do in our office, we're here to promote function, whereas most medical routes, sure, we can do some medications to help with pain. Sure, we can do some temporary PT to help with muscles. But if we're not doing something to actually propel us in the future of function, we're not working on balance, we're not working on longevity, we're not working on any of these other kind of lifetime functions, then overall we're seeing an increase in consuming medication and a decrease in overall function, which is not a good place to be for anybody.
Well, we're going to get into neuropathy. What is it? What's the cause? What they're doing? We're going to do all of that stuff coming up. But even though she's on the road, there are people manning the phones, and you're going to be able to either call or text this number to schedule appointments. 724-224-2224, 724-224-2224. In a minute or so before the break, what happens after they make the call? Go ahead. And they can do it today. Get that information in. Go ahead.
Yep. So you either call or text that number. We need your name, your phone number, and then we're going to be contacting you either within the hour or directly on Monday to help schedule your first initial free consultation.
Listen, before we go to break, why you guys are all so near and dear to me, you took a real Pennsylvania vacation to where you're at. I mean, it was just so nice. It's like, finally, somebody gets it. You don't have to go far to get sand between your toes. You're having a good time, though?
We are. Yeah, for sure. Wyatt's sad that this is our last day here.
Yeah, I know. That's the worst. When you're a kid and you're heading back as opposed to heading out. Oh, I get it. But he looks like he's having a whole lot of fun. How did you take the one picture in the sand? How did you do that? You know what I'm talking about?
I dug a hole.
It's cool.
I dug a hole in the shape of a heart. And then I stuck my phone down in the hole and set it on a time camera.
That was really cool. Very, very Andy Warhol-like. I like that. Very creative. Very creative. We got to keep the Pittsburgh theme.
Good.
All right, we're going to come back. Okay, let me remind you. Again, you can call or text. Do it right now. Don't put this off. Don't deal with this stuff any longer. You need to go on vacation. You need to live your life. 724-224-2224. 724-224-2224. Text or call that number. Leave your name and a phone number back later today or first thing Monday. They will get a hold of you. We'll come back with Dr. Don Spalla, Allegheny Health Physical Medicine. More on this Saturday afternoon in a moment. Stay with us.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
ABC Transit is urgently hiring for CDL and van drivers. Current sign-on bonus for Class B with S&P endorsements is $2,500. Van drivers get a $1,000 sign-on bonus. Complete their CDL program and earn up to $1,000 in additional bonuses. Safety and attendance bonuses available. You must be able to pass all background and clearance checks, must be drug-free. 9 locations in Allegheny, Beaver, and Butler counties. Apply in person. Call 724-831-8500.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Dr. Dawn Spalla here, Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. So let's talk about what neuropathy is. Go ahead.
Neuropathy is a progressive neurological disorder, which has quite a few different causes of it, but we can touch on the main causes today. What happens is that some type of inflammatory process takes over the nerve endings, either from the toes and working their way back up the feet and the legs, or it starts in our fingers and it works our way back through the forearms. It's a lot more common to get neuropathy starting in the feet and working its way up, and it's progressive. So when we say progression, it may get severe in 2 to 3 months. For some people, it doesn't really progress for sometimes 3-5 years, and it's slow. So it depends on what is causing it. So most common cause of neuropathy is diabetes, either type 1 or type 2. But if we see historically, the diagnoses of prediabetes and type 2 diabetes continues to rise, especially among younger people. So this means that people are either going undiagnosed or they're having this inflammatory process start in their 30s or even 40s and developing an actual diagnosis of neuropathy as young as, 40s, 50s, 60s. What it does is it starts to decrease the blood flow to the nerve endings. So now they're kind of starved for nutrition and they're starved for energy. When we don't have energy or nutrition going to those nerve endings, they go dormant. They quit working. And that process can be tingling, numbness, increased sensitivity, decreased sensitivity, difficulty healing, right? If we let neuropathy go far enough, we see amputations and we see wounds and wound care. If it works its way up our legs, we see decreased balance, decreased function. We see the ability to not use the legs. So it can get very severe, and unfortunately, it can get very severe quickly. Now, when we talk about the treatment for neuropathy, we kind of went over those medications already. And those medications work on pain centers in the brain to make us perceive like we're not having, weird sensations or pain going on in the feet or the hands, but it does nothing functionally. So we're not gaining function with taking those medications. We're just kind of numbing the effects of the different sensations that can happen with it.
When I think about it, it seems so complicated, but you guys are so quick to be able to determine whether you can help someone or not. And really, in a very short time, people will notice a difference. And the thing about neuropathy, even if you get a few percentage points leaning in your favor, it can really make a world of difference, can it?
Yeah. I know it's kind of different with me not being there in the studio today, but I know sometimes I've come in there and I've been like, Rob, what do nerves control?
Okay.
What do they control? They control everything.
Yeah.
They control everything. And so when we look at neuropathy and the fact that they're controlling the nerves in our feet and our legs and everything else, that can be a pretty dangerous situation if we don't, stay ahead of it. So we have diabetes as a cause, low back injuries. So anybody with degenerative disc disease, stenosis, you can have neuropathy as a side effect to that. We have heavy metal toxicity. And unfortunately, for a few people out there, there's something called idiopathic neuropathy. And that just means we have no causative factor on why you have it.
So let me ask you something, and we've never talked about this, but one of the things that we're dealing with in this country, a lot of adolescent and childhood obesity. I've never asked you point blank, can obesity be a cause? And we know you can get diabetes eventually, but can obesity be a cause for neuropathy?
Indirectly, yes. So when we're obese, we increase our risk of having spinal damage. We increase our risk of type 2 diabetes. And that's the thing. Medically, there's this threshold that puts you into either pre-diabetes or full-blown type 2 diabetes. When it comes to neuropathy doesn't care about if you're either pre-diabetic or full type 2 diabetic. As soon as your numbers go into that pre-diabetic range, your blood work is now showing information for why you're holding on to extra inflammation. And that extra inflammation is already doing its damage. So from my perspective, there's a big difference in between diabetes and no diabetes, right? There's just there's just a threshold of you either are or you aren't. If you're pre-diabetic, then you're at risk of neuropathy and poor health conditions. So yes, obesity can play one of those kind of causative factors of why neuropathy is there or why it's worsening for sure.
You know, when I think of how many people just stay the course by taking the prescription drug, it's like anything that you take, you build up a tolerance, so you're going to need to have it changed or moderated or added to, or a completely new drug. There is no end in sight. We just have to let people know you're getting prescription drugs. That's a Band-Aid. It's not going to repair or cause you to get relief because you're healing. It is not going to cure it, right?
Yes. So if you're somebody sitting out there and you have the burning, tingling numbness in your feet, and you've been given the gabapentin, Neurontin, Lyrica, Cymbalta, things to help decrease the pain, my biggest question to you is your function better? And usually that answer is no, because we're not doing anything to actually wake those nerves up and get them out of that dormant stage and help you to become more functional, which is what we do in the office. So if you're listening, if you're sick and tired of being told, take more gabapentin, or we're increasing your dosage, or there's nothing that we can do, or you're maxed out, call, please, 724-224-2224. Stephanie, one of my assistants, is at our office today actually taking names and numbers, but you can also text that number with your name and phone number so that you can grab one of those free consultations that we're giving away the month of August.
The other thing that I want people to know, you and Doc and your entire staff, we want to focus on neuropathy because you've had such success. But if you just need a good chiropractor, or you need good chiropractic care, or you want to start having those every 6 weeks to 2 month visits, you do all of that stuff too, right?
We do. We're chiropractors or specialists. I think people sometimes have the wrong idea of what chiropractic is, and they're thinking, well, if I book a chiropractic appointment, they're going to, bring me in and lay me on the table and, do some flying elbows and cracking things. That's not how we are. A lot of the times we're getting, these consultations that people are requesting today are 60 to 90 minutes long. I don't know when the last time you went to your PCP and had an evaluation that thorough, but we're very thorough in what we do because 1, what we do is very safe. 2, what we do is very effective. And 3, we want to make sure that we get you good results. And the only way we can do that is with a very thorough exam and lots of information.
All right. Again, I want you to stress to them how they can either call or text the number you're going to give them, their name and phone number, and somebody will be getting back to them very shortly. And that first visit, to get in to get that consultation, that 90 minutes that you discussed can change someone's life. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, 724-224-2224. Call and give Stephanie your name and number. She'll help get you scheduled for one of those consultations. Now, 60 to 90 minutes with either myself or one of our doctors is typically a $250 charge. So if you call from the radio show today, you are getting that for free. We're literally giving away those free sessions. I believe there's 5 to give away in the month of August. If not, if you're calling outside of the radio show, then we book that consultation, but it is a $250 charge. We are standing by the phones. You can also text us your name and phone number, and we would be more than happy to get you scheduled for an appointment to get your life back.
Absolutely. And to save $250, that's a good deal, too. So here it is, 724-224-2224, 724-224-2224. Call or text, and if you say radio, I heard her today, you'll get it for free. Speaking of getting your life back, you think you could get my life back for me? Because I feel like all I do is work. Everybody's on vacation.
You should come on vacation with us.
You guys look like you had so much fun. You really did. And to see that smiling face. And let me tell you something. Your son can do a British accent. It's off the charts. This kid is...
That's because of me.
Listen, he's a star in the making. And that mind, imagination, he's on the ship and this, it reminds me so much of me as a kid. I couldn't do the English accent. I don't even know if he was going for that. But he's a little Spitfire, that kid. I love that kid.
Yeah, he's definitely a joy to be with all the time, but especially on vacation. It's been fun.
Most important thing, the mother of my children, God bless her, kindergarten teacher, now second grade teacher, imagination is everything. And that young man's got an incredible imagination. He's going places, probably to the Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine location that he'll take over when you two retire. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. She's the best. Much more to come today on KDKA.
With so many options, choosing the right funding solution for your small business can be confusing and complicated. LendSeek makes it easy. Our AI platform instantly matches your business with over 100 funders to find the perfect fit up to $1 million in as fast as 24 hours. Recently, a business owner needed $100,000 that same day to beat new tariff pricing and avoid a 3-week shipping delay. LendSeek got him funded in just 2 hours. He locked in pre-tariff pricing, kept shelves stocked, and steered clear of the storm. And because LendSeek continually evaluates new funding options for your changing needs, it's easy to see why 90% of our clients come back for additional funding. If you've been in business at least 2 years with annual revenue of at least $500,000, qualifying is easy, with no collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, and no hassle. LendSeek is open for business. Apply now with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com, LENDSEEK.com. LendSeek. You seek, we lend.
Summers in Pittsburgh are great, but you don't want to spend it painting, so do what Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
Well, the home was built in 1948. Paint on the aluminum siding was peeling, and I couldn't find anyone who would repaint it until I called Rhino Shield.
Rhino Shield's better than paint. And the crew?
Painted all my aluminum siding, and I've got a front porch that runs the whole length of the house and all the pillars. And once they were gone, I couldn't even tell that they were there.
And right now, you can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price. Plus, there's more great news. Rhino Shield has partnered with Green Sky Financing to offer affordable monthly payments with 0% interest loans to qualified customers.
Well, I've told a lot of people, do the Rhino Shield. It's really a great product, and that would be the way to go.
And here's Rhino Shield's Shane Smith.
Call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint. Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 81 degrees Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a teen girl was shot Friday night in East Hills. It happened around 10:30 in the 200 block of East Hills Drive. The girl was shot in the leg. She's in stable condition at a hospital. Still no word on any suspect descriptions. A reminder, the Parkway East will close at 9 o'clock tonight in both directions between the Squirrel Hill Tunnel and the Edgewood-Swissvale exits. Closure lasts until Monday at 5 a.m. This is due to crews demolishing and replacing an overhead sign structure. Earlier on the Big K Morning Show, State Senator Jay Costa, who lives in the Forest Hills area, is asking people to stay calm.
I think they just got to stay cool, figure out what the alternative route's going to be, and more importantly, recognize that this is going to be what's in place in the early part of 26. So we need to get used to it, but I think at the end of the road, the end of the day, I should say, the benefit is well worth the wait to be able to get done what needs to be done.
Traffic will be detoured. PennDOT, though, recommends just avoiding the area if you can. KDK Radio News Time, 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
This is attorney Christine Brown Murphy with the law firm of Zachariah Brown. If you have a loved one in a nursing home, we need to talk. Give our office a call at 724-942-6200 or visit our website at pittsburghelderlaw.com.
Colin Dunlap on KDKA.
There's not a whole lot of people when you say my name. They're like, all right, he's just what it is. Some people are like, man, I really like that guy's show. The other opinion is, I hate that guy. I hope he gets hit by a Pat bus. I'm okay with that. If I've got this far in life expressing exactly how I feel, why would I change now?
Weekdays 2 to 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The start of the weekend brings the start of a warmer stretch, and that means more sun than clouds today with a high getting up to 88. For tonight, it's looking clear to partly cloudy with a low of 65, followed by more sunshine and more warmth for tomorrow, high 89. Then a hotter day for Monday under sunshine with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Yeah, Vacation Virginia Beach winding down for the family, but they already have people in the office, Stephanie, today, and they'll be back bright and early beginning next week. But we have an incredible offer on the table for you right now. You're going to save $250 to get that review if you call today, say you were listening on the radio, or you can even text this number. Just leave your number and your name, and they will return that call. 724-224-2224, 724-224-2224. She joins us on the Metropolitan window video screen, zooming in today, kdkradio.com. Click on KDKA Watch. And we have a lot to get to as we're talking neuropathy and the Allegheny Health Physical Medicine doc. She is Dr. Dawn Spalla. So let's talk about the symptoms, because there's always somebody listening right now who's going to realize they are probably dealing with neuropathy and are starting to realize they should have made the call a long time ago. So talk about some of the symptoms, especially where people are noticing something, but they can't quite put their finger on it. Doc.
Yeah, I think that's kind of one of the beginning symptoms of people saying, well, I don't know, I can't pinpoint what it is, but it just feels different. A lot of people saying it feels like they have almost like a puffy sock, or a padding on the bottom of their foot where it isn't, or some people say they feel like they're walking around with a balled up sock underneath their foot and they're not. Some people will, step on a crumb in their kitchen and it just makes them fly through the roof, as far as pain and sensitivity goes. Going to bed at night, the sheets kind of touch your feet and make them burn or make them tingle. At night, almost like restless leg symptoms where you can't stop moving the feet, or they can't calm down, or they're just tingly, or feel like, pins and needles or bugs are crawling on them. So that's a lot of the things that can happen. Chemotherapy, radiation can also cause neuropathy symptoms. So I remember my dad, when he was going through chemo, his weakness was always ice cream. So I guess that's where I get it too. But he had finished, I think, his second chemo treatment and went to the freezer to grab some ice, and he touched it. And he like jumped back from the freezer and he's like, ow. I said, what's the matter? And he goes, that ice felt like it burned me. So altered sensations, feet feel abnormally cold, or they're burning, feeling like it's constantly walking on sand. It's just extremely debilitating. And then as we get through, those are some of the beginning symptoms. They start to creep their way up the legs. So decreased muscle in the calves, the muscles start to shrink, decreased balance, pain that increases when you're on your feet, radiating pain, just extremely debilitating. I wouldn't wish it on anybody.
Okay, now this is what separates you and what you're doing so well, laser therapy. Talk about the laser therapy and why you're getting incredible results.
Yeah, so I'm very blessed to be able to offer laser to our patients, and myself for this guy
I
right now.
I want to get an update on that. So it is broke. It was broke. Okay.
It is broken. Yeah. But why, the good Lord stuck a vacation week in here. So a little bit of R&R for that. But laser has been being used for about the past 20 years to increase circulation, and increase the ability for your nerves to heal. It's not a therapy that many people have around the area. And we're looking at treatment for neuropathy. It's the superior treatment for neuropathy compared to anything else. So we look at the box that we have of mainstream medical treatment, which are medications. And we know that those things cover up the symptoms of neuropathy and don't really improve our progress or our function. And then we have what we do. So laser, right, is within the realm of kind of LED or light therapy. But we know that study after study shows that laser, class 4 laser, which is what we have, beats the progress of LED or light therapy every single time. And I know that there's some programs out there that offer boots or offer LED therapy for neuropathy. And I mean, I'm getting a lot of patients coming to me after the fact and saying, I didn't notice a difference, or I don't think it really worked. LED and red light therapy can be very beneficial for some, but when we're talking about neuropathy, class 4 laser is the best option that you have for recovery of that. And that's what we offer in our office.
Well, I want to remind everyone, this is the offer that we have on the table today, and you're going to want to take really a hard look at making a call like right now. But if you want to wait until, we're done with all this information or we go to commercial break, that's fine too. But normally this is a 90-minute review. This is a 90-minute exam, $250. But if you call today and tell everyone that you heard her on the radio with me, you're going to get it for free. And all you need to do is to either call or text this number and leave your name and a working number that they can reach you either later today or first of next week, 724-224-2224, 724-224-2224. A couple of minutes before the break, then we'll do the review at the end. What's it like when you see people actually get results and for the first time in their life, they can feel the ground under their feet again?
It's very rewarding. I mean, having, not myself, but having had family members that went through this, and years ago, 10, 20, 30 years ago, sometimes medication wasn't even an option. People just had to sit there and suffer. And even if we're on medication now, those medications aren't greatly effective for, taking away those symptoms. So being able to give people hope and life back is huge. I do want to mention too, this upcoming Tuesday in Sarver, at 1:00 p.m. is our neuropathy workshop. So if you were on the fence about scheduling an appointment, or you want to come in and meet the team and be able to ask some more questions before you actually schedule, 1:00 p.m. this coming Tuesday. I believe it's August 12th in Sarver. You can also text us your name and number, and we will reserve a spot for that as well. Our workshop always fills up every month, so we know that there's limited spots available for that. But if you call or text today, we can save you a spot for our workshop as well.
So you and your husband, both very young, in the early stages of this incredible journey, what would you like to see 4 or 5 years from now with the Allegheny Health Physical Medicine? Helping more people, of course, but what's the big plan here? Because obviously from the very first time I met you, I knew you were passionate about it from that first handshake, and I know you have plans on helping a whole lot more people.
I'm hoping that the next time we talk, I'll kind of have an announcement to make as far as our practice goes. You know, we're a small practice. We're husband and wife owned. For goodness sakes, I'm doing this radio show on vacation because I don't have a huge hospital staff full of doctors or PR people to do this. This is just about being passionate and here to help people feel better. We're not owned or operated by Allegheny Health Network. We're independent, like I said, just me and my husband. But I am on a soapbox, and I will fight anybody who says that chiropractic isn't needed. Every single patient that we see, their life is better because of chiropractic care. Every neuropathy patient that we see, their life is better because of the specific therapy and attention that they are receiving. You know, if you don't feel heard, if you don't feel listened to, if you feel like your visits into your doctor, your specialists, it's just you talking and here's a slip for another pill. Get out of that cycle. Make an appointment with us.
Okay.
There's literally nothing to lose.
I got to tell you, my mind works in mysterious ways. So last night I tried the old-fashioned way. I had to go to Lisbon, Ohio, to see someone that family member that your husband would have known because of his connection to Jim Render in Upper St. Clair. Maybe Jim's best friend, Frank Dawson, who recently passed away. His daughter, Belinda. We had a little event at the farm, so I made the trip, and I said, you know, I'm not going to use the GPS. I actually got lost, and I ended up in a cornfield. And I literally was in a cornfield. And listen, I swear to you, I said, it must be something to do with Dr. Dawn Spaulding from Nebraska that I'm here. But I sat for a moment, and even though I was lost, I thought, she saw this every day of her life. And beauty really is in the eye of the beholder. You love being at the beach, but I absolutely love being in that cornfield. Field of Dreams. It was really special. Just to see the silo, the barn. It was very rewarding. And then I thought, and we can talk about this the next segment, you know, a lot of people, it's not just about enjoying retirement or, you know, going on vacation. Some people in their 50s who have neuropathy have 15 years of work ahead of them, and they're either a farmer, they're either a steel worker, a contractor, a carpenter, and they need to get their feet underneath them because they got to make a paycheck, Doc.
Yeah, it's really scary when it starts affecting work. I mean, we have patients where it's affecting their ability to drive. You know, they can't feel those foot pedals below them, so they don't necessarily know if their foot's on the brake or their foot's on the gas, which can be a really dangerous situation, not only for them, but for, you know, the community around them. And so gabapentin doesn't check people for those changes, and it doesn't get that function back. You can be on as much gabapentin or Lyrica as you can be, which it does max out, and you're still not getting that function of driving or walking or even being able to go to the bathroom on your own. You're not getting that back unless you're doing a functional program or having something built into it. And that's exactly what we do. It's tailored to what the person needs.
All right, we're going to take a short break. We're going to come back, wrap up the hour. But again, $250 you're going to save if you get this 90-minute review absolutely free. You'll get it if you say you heard her on the radio and you either call or text this number, 724-224-2224, 724-224-2224. And don't forget, workshop this Tuesday, August 12th at 1 at Sarver. That's free, but you got to reserve your space, and you can do that as well by calling 724-224-2224 or texting that number. Back with Dr. Dawn Spaulding in just a moment on KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Is your car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait, you pay nothing on repairs, Ox gets it fixed, free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance?
Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies.
The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-240-1465. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-240-1465. 800-240-1465. Or go to oxcarcare.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, it's all about family, and that's what they do every day, trying to make people be happy and healthy and be able to get the most out of life. You realize this vacation you took, I've lived my life vicariously through folks like you, because it wasn't that long ago that I had my little ones who are now adults and on their own, doing their own thing, and obviously traveling without their father. And it can get tedious at times, but you understand these Kodak moments with you and Wyatt and Zach and obviously your mom, and it doesn't last. So I'm sure you're going to try to do as much as you can to spend time with that young man, right?
Yeah. We went to Virginia Beach for a couple of days because I had some family from Nebraska there. And then we're actually in Atlantic Beach, North Carolina at the moment.
Nice.
And yeah, but we're here. My mom, my in-laws, my brother-in-law, my husband's 2 uncles are here. Their kids are here. All the cousins are here. So it's like a Smith family reunion, but at the beach. But Wyatt has his little cousins that he's playing with. And it's just been a really kind of breath of fresh air and nice to get away. I'm very lucky to be able to take a week or carve a week out of my busy time, but I can't wait to get back and try to help some more people with neuropathy. It's definitely something that's in my heart of what I want to do.
Well, listen, it's a calling, and I know people who do what you do, and you have that same calling, that desire to help holistically, holopathically, and it's a good feeling, but it's something that it never leaves your thought of consciousness. And I know just seeing one person must make you feel good, but when you see all the people that you have all helped get their life back and maybe who are now on vacation for the first time in a long time enjoying it, it's got to be a great feeling, and it's hard to turn that off, isn't it?
It is. It's very hard to turn off kind of things that are going on at the office. But that's the other thing. It's myself and my husband and our other two amazing doctors. We have an office on Mount Washington. That's our office with the gym. That's where my husband's at most of the time. We have our office in Brackenridge, and that's myself and my husband and Dr. MJ. And then we have our Sarver office, which is myself and Dr. Zach Petrak. And we are all certified in treating complex low back situations, so degenerative disc disease, stenosis, et cetera. And it's not just about adjustments. Adjustments are very important and they're crucial for everybody's health and wellness. But, we're paying attention to mobility. We're paying attention to function. We're paying attention to what people need. It's not a cookie cutter type of situation. So, all I'm asking is that I know there's people out there listening where, they've had low back pain for the past 5, 10, 20 years, and they've tried other things, or they've tried chiropractic and it hasn't worked. Give us a call. There's literally nothing to lose besides getting more information, reviewing MRIs, reviewing CT scans, x-rays to see what other specialty therapies there are. Using laser to your benefit. Laser isn't just used for neuropathy. It's used to help improve healing rates. Right here, I've been lasering this puppy every single day so that I can get back to, adjusting patients and doing what I love. But, there are options for you if you're sitting at home and wondering, can this work for me, or does this work for me? So call the number. Stephanie just told me that we only have one voucher left for the month of August. So definitely call, reserve that spot, or reserve a spot for our workshop.
That's pretty cool. Hey, we're getting some results. That makes me feel good. I love, in a small way, I like to help, and I feel like I am a small part of it, and that's a good thing. Listen, before we go, I think the best thing you can tell folks, look, you deserve better, and there is hope. And again, you have nothing to lose and everything to gain. And to get an opportunity to get a 90-minute review absolutely free by just making a phone call or texting 724-224-2224, definitely worth it. 724-224-2224. Your mission, who you are, growing the brand, just in the infancy. The sky's the limit, but you've already climbed so many mountains, Doc. I mean, just in the time that I've got to know you, I know where your heart is. So do me a favor, last minute or so, it's all yours. Call to action. Tell people, look, it's time that they make the call and get back to life. Go ahead.
Yeah, tingling, burning numbness in your toes, in your feet, working its way up the legs, or even in your hands. You can't button your shirt. You can't hold a cup of coffee anymore. It doesn't have to be that way. Whether it's neuropathy, whether it's stenosis, whether it's degenerative disc disease, you have practitioners, myself and our other doctors included, who actually will listen and will explain the process of what's going on and if and how we can help. And, our mission is to help as many patients as possible. And so if you're sitting there wondering, should I call? Should I make that appointment? Just think of what other differences have been made, either just from medication or getting more testing, and realize that there has been no functional improvement for you. And we're here going to be working for you to get those improvements and just help get your life back. 724-224-2224. Give us a call.
But a lot of people don't realize what this can do, this chronic pain, to your mental outlook, and cause, moments of, not just moments, but days upon weeks of depression. You might be also surprised the attitude adjustments you'll get once you get either adjusted or get this thing fixed. So getting out of pain, it's like a burr under the saddle. A horse feels a whole lot better when there's no more burr under that saddle, correct?
Yes, for sure. I'm smiling at the fact that you said, an attitude adjustment, because attitude adjustments are free with spinal adjustments at our office.
I like it. So how do you, I got 30 seconds. How do you plan on spending your final day on vacation?
I'm going to go to the beach.
Nice.
We'll probably do dinner, and Wyatt's going to paint some seashells with his cousins.
Wow. Memories that will last a lifetime. You'll have shoe boxes full of those Kodak prints, so keep
Oh,
it.
my goodness. You can say that again.
You'll definitely enjoy it. Listen, hey, looking back, have a great rest of your day and a great rest of your trip, and we'll see you on September 13th. But I hope the listeners don't wait that long, and I hope they make the call right now for this free 90-minute evaluation. Normally $250, but today she's giving it to you for free. Just say I heard her on the radio, 724-224-2224. You can call that number. You can text that number, 724-224-2224. Doc, thank you. Have a great day, and we'll see you real soon. All right, there
You too. See ya.
Appreciate you. All right, listen, 724-224-2224, 724-224-2224. Call or text that number. Say you heard us on the radio today. Normally a $250 evaluation. They're going to give it to you for free. You'll never know unless you make the call or text, 724-224-2224. Leave your name and number, 724-224-2224. Till tomorrow, it's your Pratt Pack. Enjoy your day.
The proceeding was paid for by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridge's Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridge's brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Pittsburgh's annual Little Italy Days, this Thursday through Sunday. Authentic Italian foods, entertainment from over 30 acts, the region's largest heritage festival. Little Italy Days in Bloomfield. Free admission. Learn more at littleitalydays.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 83 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A reminder, the Parkway East will close in both directions tonight between the Square Hill Tunnel and the Edgewood-Swissville exit at 9 o'clock. Closure will last until Monday morning at 5. This is due to crews demolishing and replacing an overhead sign structure. On the Big K Morning Show, State Senator Jay Costa, who lives in the Forest Hills area, is asking everyone just to stay calm.
I think they just got to stay cool, figure out what the alternative route's going to be, and more importantly, recognize that this is going to be what's in place in the early part of 26. So we need to get used to it, but I think at the end of the road, the end of the day, I should say, the benefit is well worth the wait to be able to get done what needs to be done.
Traffic will be detoured, and PennDOT recommends avoiding the area if possible. A multi-vehicle crash on Route 28 earlier this morning sent at least one person to the hospital. That crash happened near East Ohio Street, the exits. No word on the condition of the person who was taken to the hospital. Route 28 had a lane restriction earlier this morning. It since has fully reopened. Pittsburgh police are investigating after a teen girl was shot Friday night in East Hills. It happened around 10:30 in the 200 block of East Hills Drive. She was shot in the leg. That girl is in stable condition at the hospital right now.
and no suspects have been arrested. A man is in custody accused of crashing a stolen vehicle into a Pittsburgh police cruiser. This happened Friday night around 8:30. Police say a car stolen out of Wilkinsburg was located in East Hills in the 8,000 block of Bryceland Street. When Pittsburgh police tried to stop the vehicle crashed into the police vehicle and then crashed at Bryceland Street and Wilkinsburg Avenue. That's where the alleged suspect was arrested and treated for minor injuries. KDKA Sports, Steeler football's back. Preseason game number 1 tonight, 7 o'clock in Jacksonville. Here's KDKA Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn.
He might be the easiest player to judge during the preseason game tonight at 7. Steelers rookie running back Caleb Johnson says he's excited as Mike Tomlin will likely give him a number of carries.
I love his general demeanor regarding to get better. He's a work in progress like a lot of young runners in terms of blitz pickup. Not only recognition on the NFL level, but technically. He's been really impressive in that he's a young man that doesn't run away from things. He runs 2 things, and so he's getting better in all areas.
Bob Pompiani and Charlie Batch on the call in Jacksonville. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time 103, the AccuWeather forecast next.
Hey folks, Marty Griffin. I go back years with Rob Pierce from Robert Pierce & Associates. One of my go-to guys. They've been at it more than 40 years. Clients are never charged unless the case is won. That remains the foundation of this firm's work. Led by managing partner Rob Pierce, this family-owned firm dedicated to helping friends and neighbors in the fight against negligence, wrongdoing, and abuse. I've seen it, folks. Skilled professionals, professional injury attorneys, and legal professionals. The firm provides compassionate and experienced representation to injury victims and their families, from personal injury and nursing home abuse to medical malpractice and Social Security disability cases. Robert Pierce and Associates been serving communities around this city, state, and the region for 40 years. Committed to ensuring full and fair compensation. Call them right now for a no-obligation consultation. 412-214-7477.
Amazing August specials underway right now at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Boneless, skinless chicken breast or breast tenders, $2.98 a pound. Chambersburg, Pennsylvania peaches, 99 cents a pound. And Essential Everyday Awesome paper towels, 8-count packages, $4.99 each. Additional savings in our meat department. Bone-in country-style ribs, $1.99 a pound. And dinner-cut tuna steaks, 10-ounce portions, $4.99 each. In our produce department, locally grown zucchini or yellow squash, 99 cents a pound. And locally grown sweet corn, 6 for $3. In our deli department, plain or garlic Eckrich bologna, $4.99 a pound. And Silver Star Italian-style hot ham, $9.59 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper, 24-pack 12-ounce cans, $9.99 each.
So get into Coons Market for the amazing August specials. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, your neighborhood grocer. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
August 23rd, experience a celebration of unity, creativity, and community with Building Bridges Day on the Roberto Clemente Bridge. Help paint a collaborative mural and enjoy live performances, family yoga, kids' activities, and more. One bridge, one day, countless connections. Details at whammo1073.com. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. Imagine growing up without seeing a ball game, visiting a museum, or exploring a zoo. For thousands of kids in our community, the cost of admission makes these experiences impossible. Tickets for Kids changes that. Donating tickets to under-resourced youth through schools and social service agencies. Give the gift of experience. Learn more at ticketsforkids.org.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a good deal of sun to start the weekend and warmer conditions with a high of 88, leading to a clear to at times partly cloudy night tonight with a low of 65. Then more warmth for tomorrow under sunshine, high 89. Monday looks to be hot and sunny with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Net Worth Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
We divide the days by hours.
Some are dedicated to hard work. You gotta earn that paycheck.
Some are dedicated to family, because family is important.
These hours are worth your time. But how many hours do you plan for the future?
When can I retire?
Do I have enough money?
Will my money last?
There's no time like the present to spend this hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors, LLC. We believe your retirement is worth it. This is the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews.
Welcome to our show, everyone. I'm here today with Beth Andrews, founder and president of Net Worth Advisors, and we're glad to have you along for our show today, the Net Worth Financial Hour. Our number, 800-725-2988 is the best way to reach out to the team here and get on their calendar. Start working with them towards putting together your net worth retirement GPS. On the show today, we're going to dive into a topic that's been dominating headlines. Political tensions and domestic conflicts could potentially, of course, have a ripple effect not only on the economy, but more importantly, your financial future. So Beth is going to take us through that today on our show. Once again, 800-725-2988. Beth, how are you today?
You know, Amy, I am the happiest person I know. So as always, I'm very happy to be here.
Fantastic. I know you have kind of an update on a very familiar person to a lot of our listeners you wanted to share with us today.
Yes. So as almost all of you, I think, know at this point, our advisor, Scott Hefty, has left Net Worth Advisors. And Scott has been an advisor that I've been working with for years and years, teaching him how to be a leader. And so now he is a leader in his own firm. He has left Net Worth Advisors to move to Texas and start up with a partner who's a friend he's known for a long time. Scott leaves Net Worth Advisors with my blessing, and we know that he's going to be very successful there.
Well, yes, we absolutely do wish him success. I always enjoyed speaking with him around the office and here on our radio show. So, all right, fantastic. So back to our topic. Beth, one example of this conflict that's kind of been dominating headlines of recent, maybe people will be aware of this, is that recent tension between President Trump and Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. These kinds of conflicts do often leave people wondering how they might impact their investments, their retirement plans. Can you help us kind of unpack why this does matter to our listeners?
Well, yeah, the Federal Reserve has kept interest rates higher to combat inflation, while President Trump has argued for significantly lowering them to spur economic growth. This kind of tension between political leaders and the Fed isn't new, but it can create uncertainty in the markets. For retirees and those nearing retirement, this uncertainty can feel especially unsettling because it can directly impact your investments. Keep in mind, you have to focus on things that you can control, not things that you can't control. These things are going to happen, and so making sure that your retirement plan is not upset by these events is the key to retirement planning.
There is a lot of uncertainty. A lot of retirees probably wondering, how does this affect my retirement and what should I be thinking about right now? What are those points to be made? Beth?
Yep, uncertainty in the economy definitely affects the markets, and that's exactly why having a solid retirement income plan is so important. You know, you can't control what happens in Washington or at the Federal Reserve, but you can control how prepared you are for market ups and downs. A good income plan where your income is coming from accounts that do not get affected by these market fluctuations is what you need to cover your retirement income, so that no matter what's happening in the economy, your retirement plan does not get upset by it.
Okay, this income plan, tell us what actually goes in. What does it actually look like, a retirement income plan?
Yeah, retiring can be quite complicating, and it's kind of daunting. It makes people nervous, and making sure that they want to see that they're doing the right thing. So it starts with understanding your income sources like Social Security, pensions. Do you have more than one Social Security in the household? And then also your personal savings. Then we create a strategy to turn those savings into income. Just because you have a pile of money doesn't mean that that's going to be a solid income plan to supplement pension if you have it and Social Security. So we use methods like systematic withdrawals, and maybe we might use annuities, we might use dividend paying investments. The key is we want to have your income come from a source that's really solid so that when these economic factors do come into play, it doesn't harm you. The goal is to balance growth and preservation so your money can last as long as you do. Everyone's retirement plan is different. We at Net Worth Advisors create a custom plan so that your income is coming from solid sources, not from market accounts where they can be affected by anything really that shows up on the news. And so you can do things in retirement like enjoy your grandchildren, be with your family, travel. I like to spend a lot of time traveling and also spend a lot of time with my friends. I don't want to worry about what's going on in the market while that's going on. In fact, I probably don't want to turn on the television, but I'm sitting on the beach in Barbados or someplace like that.
No.
I want to know that my vacation is paid for and my bills will be paid for when I get back home. Get that certainty of having that solid financial plan in place when everything else around you is uncertain. We at Net Worth Advisors make it very easy to come and sit and talk with one of our advisors. You can talk with us by phone. You can just make an in-person appointment, come and sit down at no cost for the meeting, or you can come to one of our events. We have educational workshops. We have dinner seminars. The number to get any of those into the calendar is the same, 800-725-2988. You can also click on our website to set any of these up, networthadvisorsllc.com. You can even get a copy of our book written by our advisors on the website. That number again is 800-725-2988.
Here today with Beth Andrews, founder and president at Net Worth Advisors. I'm Amy Sharp. You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour. And once again, that number, 800-725-2988. You can go to the website as well, networthadvisorsllc.com. Let's talk about Social Security for just a moment, Beth. With all the economic uncertainty, how can retirees make the most of this benefit?
When it comes to Social Security, timing is really key. Claiming your benefits at age 62 versus waiting until age 70, boy, that really means a big difference in your monthly check. We help clients figure out the right time to claim Social Security based on your unique situation. Social Security is just one piece of the puzzle. It's important to integrate it into your overall income plan, but it's also important to integrate it into your survivorship plan. Because remember, when one spouse in a household that's married filing jointly passes away, the remaining spouse keeps the higher Social Security benefit. That's definitely something to factor into your Social Security decision. And also, we, as always, as a CPA, we got to make sure that we understand how it's going to affect our tax plan. Remember, Social Security is not fully taxable income in retirement, even if you have other income. Now, Social Security is partially taxed. Anywhere from 0 up to 85% is claimed as taxable income on your return. To make sure that you work in all of these factors when you elect your Social Security benefit, we at Net Worth Advisors, we can definitely help.
What about market volatility, Beth? A lot of retirees worry how these ups and downs could impact their income. Not everybody has a stomach for it, to handle that roller coaster, if you will. What can they do to help protect themselves along the way?
Yeah, first of all, knowing how much of that up and down you can tolerate. So some people are okay with, say, a 5% or a 10% up and down in the market. And we do the math and we find that they would be okay with that if they lost that amount of money in the market. It wouldn't impact their financial plan. But some people are okay with much bigger fluctuations, maybe up and down by 50%. And so there's the emotion of it, and then there's also the math of it. So you can protect yourself by being in the right risk profile. Diversification is crucial. Don't put all of your eggs in one volatility basket. Consider having a mix of growth investments as well as safer options like bonds or annuities. We also recommend having a strong cash reserve to cover about a year of your expenses. I like having cash in the bank. It makes me feel secure so that you're not forced to sell off investments during a downturn. The rule is don't take income from an account that goes up and down. Or stated another way, only cash out of investments when the market is up, not when the market is down. Set yourself up so that you are in that position. We at Net Worth Advisors, that's what we do for our clients.
Okay, for those listening right now, everybody loves to know kind of what is my first step to create this retirement income plan. Where do I begin?
Yeah, so talk with us. Talk with us about understanding your expenses. It's surprising how many people don't really know what they'll need to cover essentials like housing, healthcare, and food, and then adding discretionary expenses on, like for my favorite thing, travel, but also for spoiling the grandkids. That's one of the biggest things that people need to make sure that they factor into their retirement income. Work with our company to map out your income sources and create a strategy to fill in any gaps. Our plan and process is called the Net Worth Retirement GPS. We named it after the GPS in our car because it does exactly the same two things that your GPS does for you with your driving directions. The Net Worth Retirement GPS measures where you're at right now. It tests your current plan to see how good you're doing and to see how efficiently you're planning on using your money. And then we tell you step by step what to do to make your plan work for you and be more efficient. The goal is to have a plan that gives you confidence and reassurance no matter what happens in the economy, so you don't have to worry about that when you're hanging around with your grandchildren. We at Net Worth Advisors, we manage money for and with our clients. That's because we want to make sure that you're taking all the right actions, and instead of just saying, here, go do it this way, we do it for you. We talk about it in our meetings, we agree on the planned path, and then we execute the plan for and with you. We send your requirement distributions directly to your bank account, and we withhold income taxes for you. We like to call it the easy button. If you'd like to get that sense of security, if you'd like to get that easy button to have your financial plan taken care of for you, right while you're meeting with the advisor and meeting on what to do, how to implement, call us at 800-725-2988. You can also request our book by calling that number or clicking on our website, networthadvisorsllc.com. Talk with one of our advisors. It's really easy for you to get started. The number again is 800-725-2988.
The headlines may be unpredictable, but your retirement doesn't have to be. Thank you so much, Beth. We're off to a great start. Much more to come here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. Stick around. I'm back with Beth Andrews, founder and president here at Net Worth Advisors, right after this.
Find out more about the retirement process at Net Worth Advisors. Go to networthadvisorsllc.com to find out how Beth Andrews and her team can make you feel confident that you have a plan in place for the future. That's networthadvisorsllc.com.
It's Uncle Sam, and he wants some of your retirement money. Like it or not, you're going to owe taxes on your 401k. When retirement comes knocking, so does the tax man. The good news is you may be able to reduce your tax bill with some strategic planning. Beth Andrews and the team at Net Worth Advisors are here to help. You'll work together to craft a plan that's designed to help make sure you don't pay a penny more than you should, because you deserve to keep as much as possible of what you've earned. Taxes are historically low right now, and we all know they probably won't remain this low forever. So call Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team before this tax-saving opportunity is gone. 800-725-2988. That's 800-725-2988. It's time to preserve the retirement you deserve without giving more than necessary to your favorite uncle. Call Beth Andrews and the team at Net Worth Advisors now to schedule your 401k tax review. 800-725-2988. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor. Firm does not give tax advice. You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews. To request an appointment with Beth and the Net Worth Advisors team, call 800-725-2988 now.
Welcome back to our show. Amy Sharp alongside Beth Andrews here on the Net Worth Financial Hour, 800-725-2988. We encourage you to use that number. There's so many different topics we cover during our hour each and every week here. We know if you are nearing retirement, thinking about retirement, you have questions. 800-725-2988 or click on the website networthadvisorsllc.com. We spend decades preparing for this, saving in our 401ks, watching our account balances grow. But how do you actually transform those savings into reliable monthly income? It is a shift from earning that paycheck to creating your own retirement paycheck. What makes this transition, as we've talked about income already so far, Beth, on the show, what makes this transition from saving to spending so challenging for so many retirees? It's emotional, isn't it?
It is. Retiring is definitely an emotional transition. And you end up doing the opposite of what you've been doing for all these decades. You've been putting money in, hand over fist, hoping that you save enough for retirement and that the market compounds and it grows. Now you're doing the opposite. You're taking money out. So without regular paychecks, many retirees struggle having the confidence to spend their retirement savings. It's like, well, I put it in all these years. How do I take it out? And so this determining a reasonable withdrawal rate that won't deplete your savings prematurely, it's a complex calculation, and it's one that needs to be adjusted constantly over time. This is what our advisors do. We have a financial planning team that builds your individual unique retirement plan for you to get this done. Many people lack a specific plan for funding their retirement dreams and aspirations. So maybe you never do that bucket list or take that family trip somewhere that you've been dreaming out. From accumulation to distribution, it can be jarring. And if you don't get it right, you can run out of money or end up having a lot less to spend or pass to your family.
For years, Beth, many financial professionals recommended following that 4% rule for retirement withdrawals. I think this approach may no longer be adequate in today's economic environment. Is that correct? Why might these rule of thumb strategies maybe fall short for today's retirees? Because things have changed.
Yeah, the economy is different. Interest rates are dramatically different than from when that rule was formulated. And, interest rates go up and down. I'm not talking about short-term fluctuations in interest rates. I'm talking about long-term interest rates are much, much lower than the sustainability rate required to get that 4%. And we run an analysis for all of our clients that shows you the yield that you're getting on your portfolio. Oftentimes, it's dramatically lower than that 4%. A longer lifespan means retirement savings need to last longer than in previous generations when that 4% rule was created. And there's also a lot more market volatility. So market volatility and inflation can significantly impact these withdrawal strategies in that 4% rule.
A lot of retirees are surprised by how taxes can impact their retirement income. How should tax considerations factor into someone's retirement income strategy?
Well, there's good news and there's bad news. So the good news is in Pennsylvania, your retirement withdrawals, like your pension and withdrawals from your IRA, are not subject to state income tax. That's the good news. Some of the bad news is many retirees have fewer deductions than in their working years. Because remember, you used to be able to deduct that state, it was called SALT, state and local income tax. So we have that now, but it's limited, and you also have much less to pay into that because you're not paying state taxes. Also, up to 85% of Social Security benefits could be subject to taxation depending on your other sources of income. And all that money that you've been shoveling into your work retirement plan through your employer or just your regular IRA, all that money that you have deducted, that could and most likely will be subject to 100% taxation of that benefit. So you saved $1 million. You take out $100,000 a year to spend, or maybe $50,000 a year, whatever tax bracket that puts you in when combined with other income like Social Security and pension. That's all taxable for federal taxes still in the state of Pennsylvania. There's a lot of complex factors to consider when you are planning a retirement plan. Think of everything that goes into baking a cake. There was everything all the way back to going to the store and buying the flour. And then there's everything back to the farmers growing that flour and the dirt that it grew in and the fertilizer and the pesticides that they use in this. There's a lot there. And that's the way building a financial plan is. There's a lot of interacting factors. We can sort it out for you and with you. Call us at 800-725-2988 or click on our website, networthadvisorsllc.com.
Happy to be here today with Beth Andrews. We are taking a deep dive, if you will, into just the value of having that income plan in place, what income can do for your confidence in retirement, and then just factors to consider as you put that together. It can be very overwhelming for sure. 800-725-2988, once again, is that number. This is the Net Worth Financial Hour. You talked about those factors, Beth, that you have to really take into consideration as we're creating a retirement income plan. How are you and your team helping to bring clarity to this complex process when someone walks into your offices here at Net Worth Advisors?
Well, there's good news on this as well, because we are the easy button for our clients. We literally take all of the planning and put it together for you, and we do it in a way that's really, really simple. So our job, simply put, is to take a very complex situation and make it simple for you to execute. So not that we don't want to educate you on everything that's going on. We'll educate you down to the most minutia within the retirement accounts, the wealth accounts. But when it comes down to being able to communicate to you, we make it very simple and we make it very clear. We show you step by step what to do. And here's another thing that's kind of difficult, but we do it. We're very honest about when you are making mistakes. So we identify mistakes, we clarify what's going on, and we help you to take the best action. It's your money. We manage money for our clients, but at the end of the day, you are in control. It's kind of the beauty of financial planning.
The future is certainly unpredictable. None of us know. We wish we had a crystal ball, Beth. Wouldn't that be amazing? But when you're planning for decades of retirement, people are living longer. These retirements are lasting longer. How can someone help ensure that their retirement income plan will remain, I'll use the word resilient, even when faced with unexpected challenges along the way that could come up and that none of us predict?
Yeah, the only constant is change. The laws, the economy, the world is always changing all around us, and unexpected things do come up. So I can remember going camping and having my dog there, and my dog playing around with one of my friend's dogs, and all of a sudden that dog didn't like my dog going up to the food bowl and bit my dog.
Oh, wow.
The plans kind of went out the window. So, the group of friends did the cooking, and me and my husband took the dog to the emergency room, and everything was okay. It was just, a little bit of a stressful situation.
Mm-hmm.
We had to be able to make adaptations to our plans so that we could take care of priorities. These things happen in life all the time. My father passed away. My mother ended up having dementia and going to a nursing home. And good for them. My mom and dad did financial planning with me years and years before all that happened. So they were in a really good situation. And other people have come up to me and said, "Oh, Beth,
I'm in a really terrible situation right now. Something has happened, or I lost my job, or somebody got sick or something, and I've never even talked to an advisor before, and I'm kind of frightened about it. That's okay. Our team works for you. That's our job. So we build financial choices into your overall financial plan, and we help you evaluate the choices that you have. If you don't have a financial plan, we'll still work with you. It's not your fault if you haven't gotten a plan together. There's a lot of people that talk with the broker guy, or maybe it's the insurance guy, or maybe they're doing it themselves. Maybe they have the ultra least expensive funds, those Vanguard funds that are very aggressive and very volatile, but they are very cheap. But they don't come with a financial plan. So creating choices within your financial plan so that when these situations come up, it's clear what choices you should make, and having a financial coach to guide you when that happens. Get started. It's really easy. We walk you through the entire process. Our number is 800-725-2988. I find that when you show somebody what will happen under these circumstances, we tell them what's next in the process, we tell them what could happen in their retirement plan, it makes it easier to deal with. Click on our website, networthadvisorsllc.com, or call us to get the conversation started at 800-725-2988.
Coming up next, we'll explore specific strategies for creating reliable mailbox money that arrives month after month, regardless of those market conditions. Right here on the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, right after this.
You're listening to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews. To learn more about Beth and her team, visit networthadvisorsllc.com.
The following program was pre-recorded.
The following is paid for by Net Worth Advisors.
With retirement on the horizon, ensure your financial future with Net Worth Advisors. Beth Andrews offers customized financial strategies using various investment tools. Plan confidently for the lifestyle you deserve. Call Beth and her team at 800-725-2988 or go to networthadvisorsllc.com to find out more.
Having a great conversation today here on our show with Beth Andrews. I'm Amy Sharp. We're so glad you're along with us for this very important topic. The prospect of retirement brings excitement and concerns for many people, but with today's longer lifespans, one worry that stands out above the rest, as we talk about a lot here, is the fear of outliving your hard-earned savings. Many people think, I'm not going to live this long. My family didn't live this long. My genes aren't this way or that way. But none of us know what tomorrow will bring. And there are strategies, though, right, Beth, that retirees can use to help create these reliable income streams that we talk about so often that can last a lifetime.
Yeah, one of the things that I say repeatedly to our clients is do fun things while you're young and healthy. And I think that, time is precious, and you just want to make sure that you enjoy your retirement and that you're looking forward to it and that it's fun for you. With that said, you want to make sure that you do have money left for the future years. So you can do this with the help of our team. By building a retirement income strategy that creates a sustainable income for your base monthly expenses. So that might include Social Security. It might include a pension. It might include certain insurance products, but you know that you're going to get that check deposited in your account every single month. And, you want to consider how things like your Social Security works together with your insurance strategies, like annuities pay out income. That's what they do best. But you want to also have some growth in your portfolio, so you create a balance between income and growth to help combat inflation. Because remember, your sustained income this year is not going to be able to buy the same amount of goods and services, 10 or 15 years from now. So have our team build a plan for you that's unique and easy to execute with our help.
Tell us about different factors that we need to be considering when we are evaluating these different income generating options for our retirements, things we need to really consider.
Yeah, so, as a CPA, my favorite topic is how does tax affect your income? So each income source has different tax implications that impact your retirement income. And, we talked about Pennsylvania has no state income tax at this point for retirees that are drawing things like pensions and IRA distributions, taxable IRA distributions. Maybe you have some sources of retirement income that are tax free. How should you blend that with your taxable income in the most efficient way? Market volatility really affects your income sources differently. So if you've got something that you're drawing money out of that is volatile, it's going to be way more affected in up and down market than a fixed income source. You also want to consider how each option addresses longevity risk. So some of those accounts like annuities last longer, the income lasts longer than the principal of the account does. Some of them, when it runs out, it's out. And then, like I always say, you want to have the flexibility to make adjustments to your income as your needs change, as the world changes, and, as tax laws change throughout retirement. We help you build that in.
Many retirees are looking, Beth, for ways to enjoy their retirement years without constant worry about market fluctuations or running out of money. So how can a comprehensive retirement income plan, for you, it's the Net Worth Retirement GPS, how can it help provide that financial confidence and then a sense of reassurance too?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is this is a document. It's a solid book. There's a lot of documentation in there for everybody that likes details. But at the end of the day, it is your financial plan. It's some pieces of paper. What really makes the difference is meeting with a financial coach year after year after year. So we use the plan as a tool to help you spend confidently, because every single year where your income's going to come from. And as things change, we make adjustments by meeting with you and talking with you. We also build proper diversification into your plan to help protect against various economic conditions. Well, what economic conditions are there? Well, higher taxes could be one of them. Accounts that are taxed more heavily than other accounts are another one. So having regular reviews, making adjustments to help ensure your plan remains on track despite life changes. And then having a contingency strategy in place for market downturns or unexpected expenses. Meeting with your advisor can really be a fun experience. It's easy to click on our website. So if you don't want to pick up the phone and talk to us, you can type in networthadvisorsllc.com, and that will let us know that you want to schedule an appointment. Or you can call us at 800-725-2988. We do workshops, we do dinner seminars, or you can just come right in and talk with one of us. Our number is 800-725-2988.
Here today with Beth Andrews, founder and president of Net Worth Advisors, and this is the Net Worth Financial Hour. Reach out to the team. They are ready to get to work for you. They have years of experience. They would love to sit down, have a conversation, hear what your goals are, your hopes, your dreams for retirement, and then they'll get to work on that Net Worth Retirement GPS that they have crafted for each individual who walks through the door, and they're going to make sure that the math works for that plan they put together. It seems clear, Beth, that creating that comprehensive retirement income strategy requires that tailored knowledge and tools. How do you help someone determine if their current retirement plan is optimized for reliable income?
Well, what we do when somebody does have a plan in place is we test it to make sure it's going to do what they think that it's going to do. One of the worst things that can happen to you anytime preparing for retirement or in retirement is that your plan works in an unexpected way or just totally doesn't work the way that you thought it was going to. So one of the things that we run across kind of frequently is that people think they're going to depend on dividends for their retirement income. Okay, that means you've got most of your money in stocks. It means you've got enough money in stocks to generate the income that you need. The problem is when you go into retirement, most people become less and less tolerant of risk. And so making sure that you know what you can stand risk-wise, because if the market goes down and you pull your money out of the market, that's not a good way to manage your retirement savings. And that's what happens if you don't know that to expect that, and it happens. And so if you've got your portfolio situated around so that you've got enough income covered from sources that don't go up and down with the market, that's the best case scenario. And then how do you do that? Well, our advisors are all CFPs. They're all very well educated. I'm a CPA, and so I've educated my team on how to make it tax appropriate for someone in retirement. We want it to be really efficient. Every week in our office, we have consultations with the advisors about each of their cases, and we also do an educational meeting for the advisors, and we do one for our team as well, to make sure that we're all up to speed on the best retirement strategies as things change over time. We talk about market conditions, we review cases, we make sure that we're current with our investment portfolios according to what we're doing in the market. And so we're very highly educated. We distill that down for you in a financial plan that's simple and easy to execute.
Beth, as I think about how important this topic is, and we can't really end this conversation without considering the fact that there are some people out there listening that they're just unsure if they're not on the right track with their retirement planning. And it's always important, I believe, to kind of emphasize the fact that seeking a second opinion on their current strategy could help provide that clarity and confidence that we've been talking about for a large portion of our show today.
Yeah, if you don't have confidence, retirement's not quite as fun. And so having a second opinion can, give you more confidence so that you can have more fun. One of my friends that's a financial advisor, his name is Tad. This is what he says, and I totally agree with him. If you're a do-it-yourselfer, so in other words, if you don't build retirement plans as your profession, then it's very likely that your financial plan for retirement is the first one you've ever built. And how well do we do the first time we do anything? Not very well. So this is a really important decision. You make these decisions every day when you take money out in retirement. And it's very important to get it right. It's not as much fun. I've had husband and wife come into the office arguing about whether they were going to do something expensive because they weren't sure if they could actually do it or not. Well, having your financial plan gives you that clarity. It tells you if you can, buy that second house, go on a huge vacation, buy a car, do things to the house, make it nicer. Knowing that you can do it makes it more fun doing it because you're not hurting yourself in the process. It really is easy to talk to our team of advisors. We're at 1-800-725-2988. You can look on our website. You can see all of our pictures. You can read our bios. You can read about our process. It's very well laid out and planned by clicking on Net Worth Advisors. LLC.com. We're located all over Pittsburgh. We've got 3 locations surrounding the city. We're constantly doing events. So if you call or click, you can request an invitation to one of those events. Don't wait. Don't procrastinate. We make it easy for you. Call us at 800-725-2988 to get started.
We've got one more segment to go here on the Net Worth Financial Hour, so don't go away. We'll be back with Beth Andrews, founder and president here at Net Worth Advisors, when we come back.
Confidence in retirement starts with Net Worth Advisors. Beth Andrews provides financial planning tailored for you. Call 800-725-2988 or visit networthadvisorsllc.com to start planning for your retirement future today.
Wherever you want to go and whatever you want to do in retirement, Beth Andrews and the team at Net Worth Advisors can help you get there. You do the dreaming, they do the planning. It's your retirement, but you need a guide to make sure you're on the right path. And once you're on it, they'll help you stay on course, because the retirement trail is riddled with risks, taxes, investment fees, market risk, long-term care. The team at Net Worth Advisors can help you think through these challenges so your retirement has as few unexpected turns as possible. Call Beth Andrews and the Net Worth Advisors team today at 800-725-2988. They'll help you create a retirement roadmap that's tailored to your dreams, lifestyle, and long-term financial goals. Call now at 800-725-2988 to get started. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Did you know Beth Andrews has a book? Net Worth for Retirement will provide you the information you need as you plan for retirement. Get your free copy today by calling 800-725-2988. That's 800-725-2988.
Welcome back. Time now for us to dive into our mailbag segment. We call it that. That may be getting a little outdated, Beth. I mean, with all the technology we have today, this is just an opportunity for us to take a look at some retirement-related questions that you all have that have either come in through a conversation here at the office at Net Worth Advisors, maybe a phone call, a client meeting, things like that. And this gives you an idea of how the team would approach these questions. So, Beth, I know you're going to relate to this first one. It says, my mom and dad both needed nursing home care in their later years, so I'm really worried about needing it myself. I'm 63, and long-term care insurance seems really expensive at this age. But should I go ahead and get it for my peace of mind, if nothing else?
Yeah, peace of mind, that's a really good way to describe it. So there's no one answer that fits all. It depends on the rest of your circumstances. And so when we build a financial plan for one of our clients, we are efficiencying their money. If that's a word, we're making.
I like it. Let's make it a word.
Let's make it a word. We're efficiencying their money down so that we know that they have enough and they don't have to use all of the money. And maybe they have some money left to do other things. And maybe one of those things is to protect themselves and their spouse and their children by purchasing a long-term care strategy. And it really does, it gives the family peace of mind, as it did with my mom and my dad. So my dad bought a long-term care insurance policy, paid for it for many years, never needed it because he passed away really quickly. My mom's policy, on the other hand, has paid out many, many, many times what they both paid into their policy. So it was really very well worth it. It an evaluation of whether you need it and whether you can afford it as part of your financial plan, and then get the kind that doesn't go away if you pass away, like my mom and dad's did. My dad paid in all those years. Nobody got any money out of it. We don't use those policies anymore. We have better strategies. But some of the things that people don't like about it are, well, maybe you don't qualify. We can usually get around that. And they don't like it when the premium goes up. So we use the kind that your premium is locked in and cannot go up because the policy gets paid off in a shorter period of time. Ask our advisors. We have someone in the office. His name is Aiden. He specializes in these strategies and he'll help you out.
All right, next question. Should I start taking my Social Security as soon as I turn 62? I turn 62 next year, so I need to make the right decision. What factors are important in deciding to take it at that age, or waiting until 67 or even 70?
Yeah, there's a lot of factors, and Social Security can be taken a lot of different ways. So it depends on your health, whether you're married, and then also if you are your spouse's health. That really factors into this decision. So if I take two financial plans and I race them side by side, and one of them, both people in the couple take Social Security at 62, and in the other one, both people in the scenario take it at the latest possible age of 70, you run out of assets exactly at the same age. But wait a minute, Social Security has a break-even age. Yes, it does. And for a lot of people, it's mid to early 80s. And, maybe you've got more longevity in your family. Maybe you've got less longevity in your family. So what does it matter if you take it early or not? Well, there's factors like, are you taking money out of your retirement savings that you don't need to early on, that you can't replace? And then there's other factors like spousal survivorship. So if you wait and take your Social Security at a later age and you pass away and your spouse has a smaller Social Security, the bigger of the two Social Securities automatically stays. So it's also a survivorship strategy. So that's one thing that kind of tips the scales in favor of taking it at a later time. Another factor is the taxation on Social Security. Social Security is less heavily taxed. Even if you've got enough income to make your Social Security fully taxable, the highest amount of it that can be taxable is 85% in today's current tax laws. And so we want to build these strategies so that as tax laws change, that you are still in the most favorable position. And so there's some compromise positions in between taking it at the earliest and taking it at the latest. There's some definite reasons that you would take it earlier or later. One of those reasons is, are you working? And so if you take it between 62 or 60 if you're a survivor and your full retirement age, and you're making some money, there's limits on how much you can make before you start to lose that Social Security benefit. The good news is we do a Social Security analysis for everyone that comes to us, and we do it at no cost. That's right. The Net Worth Retirement GPS has no cost. Not that there isn't a ton of value there, but we don't believe in giving advice without proper documentation and planning. So we do the Net Worth Retirement GPS at no cost for all of our clients. And you can get started by calling us at 800-725-2988. Call us on the phone, set up a time to talk with one of our advisors, or just come right in or go to one of our events. The number's the same. Call us at 800-725-2988.
Here today with Beth Andrews, wrapping up our show here in just a few minutes here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. We got time for maybe a couple more questions. This one says, I admit that I'm a worrier and probably spend too much time fretting about financial matters. Can you tell me just a few things that I should be particularly concerned about as a single 62-year-old woman? I think I'll feel better if I can just worry about a few things instead of worrying about everything. That seems like a good way to put it. Just kind of compartmentalize it a little bit.
Oh, you know what? I get it.
We all could use that.
Yeah, it can be overwhelming, whether you're talking about my laundry list, my grocery list, or my retirement plan.
Right.
Yeah, I totally get it. So I do think that it's important to keep these things simple. So as a single woman, you probably need to take into account that you're not going to maybe inherit a spouse's income or assets, or maybe you won't inherit a family's assets. So your retirement plan is your standalone. You're responsible for your own money. Getting the guidance, of course, having that financial advisor to guide you step by step, but also not taking income from accounts that go up and down. So if your accounts go up and down by looking at your statements. So if there's sometimes when they're way up, but other times when they go down, there's your sign. Your accounts are going up and down. That's not a good one to take income from. So that's one easy thing that you can worry about instead of worrying about everything. If you got an advisor to hold your hand and walk you through it, they're going to give you advice on one or two things in each meeting, rather than giving you a huge, long, complicated list that you have no hope of ever executing. And that's what our advisors do. We have a rule in our office. We only do one thing in each meeting, which is kind of refreshing. And it's easy for us and it's easy for the client. We'll do multiple things, but we'll do it over time in a few meetings so that you can understand it, digest it, do it, and move on. So I would say worry about the things that you can control and don't worry about the things that you can't control, but plan for them.
Okay, this next question, our last one for our show today, says we never spent very much money during our working years, and now that we've been retired for a couple of years, we're still not spending much. So it seems that we're going to end up leaving a lot of money to our 4 kids. But I'm worried that some of the tax changes that they're talking about could really eat into what we want to leave the kids. What kind of planning do I need to do to avoid this?
Yeah, you're describing my mom and dad right there. They worked so hard all those years, and I'm sure that you did as well, and saved and was really careful with spending. My mom and dad used coupons all the time. And, they really didn't spend. When you spend a lifetime working, building habits that you're not spending very much money, most people don't transition into retirement and spend a whole bunch more. And so they end up with a lot of money that they're never going to use, which doesn't mean that they don't want it or need it, but, they want it to go to their family instead of going to Uncle Sam, and they want it to go to their family instead of going to a nursing home. So having these backup strategies in place. Once you've got your solid income plan in place in retirement, once you've got your tax plan in place, that's the base. Then you can do other things like, plan on paying as little taxes upon your death or throughout gifting throughout your lifetime to make it so that your children receive as much as your money as possible. One of the key things in this transition is having the appropriate legal documents in place. We're not attorneys, but we'll refer you to our attorneys who we've been working with for decades, or we'll work with your attorneys, and we work closely with them to make sure that the right documents are put into place, like powers of attorney. It can be devastating if something happens where you can't speak for yourself, and the person that is to care for you can't speak for you either. So getting those documents up to date. You know what? Let's just sit down and have a heart-to-heart conversation. It doesn't have to be really difficult. And it is a complicated, complex situation. There's a lot of factors that go into retirement planning, and it can be a scary transition. You're going from that weekly or monthly paycheck to now you've got to generate your own paychecks. And so make sure that you do it without making mistakes. Give yourself options, have a solid plan. Reach out and talk with one of our advisors. Our number is 800-725-2988. Our website is networthadvisorsllc.com. That's an easy conversation to get you started. Don't procrastinate. Don't wait. Call us at 800-725-2988.
Beth, thank you so much. Great insight today. As always, really packed a lot into our show today. And we hope now that you, our listeners, will reach out to the team, start that conversation. And we'll be back next week right here on the Net Worth Financial Hour. Have a great week, everyone. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is an independent financial services firm that utilizes a variety of investments and insurance products. Investment advisory services are offered only by registered individuals through Net Worth Advisors, a registered investment advisor. The opinions expressed by Net Worth Advisors on this show are their own and do not reflect the opinion of this station. All statements and opinions expressed are based upon information considered reliable, although it should not be relied upon as such. Any statements or opinions are subject to change without notice. Information presented is for educational purposes only and does not intend to make an offer or solicitation for the sale or purchase of any specific securities, investments, or investment strategies. Investments involve risk and, unless otherwise stated, are not guaranteed. Information expressed does not take into account your specific situation or objectives and is not intended as recommendations appropriate for any individual. Listeners are encouraged to seek advice from a qualified tax, legal, or investment advisor to determine whether any information presented may be suitable for their specific situation. Past performance is not indicative of future performance. This radio show is a paid placement.
The proceeding was paid for by Net Worth Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Heather Bosch.
Investigators might have uncovered why a gunman shot at the CDC headquarters in Atlanta yesterday. CBS's Anna Schechter.
Law enforcement sources told CBS News that investigators are working a theory that the suspect believed or perceived that he had been harmed by the COVID-19 vaccine, and that is why he was targeting the CDC.
The gunman and an officer died. 3 people were injured in a shooting in Times Square overnight. CBS News, New York's Christy Kalishian.
That 19-year-old was shot in the right foot. A 65-year-old man was shot in the left leg, and that an 18-year-old girl suffered a graze wound to the neck. They are all said to be in stable condition.
A 17-year-old is in custody. The sound of a shooting prompts a massive police response in rural Michigan.
Police in Jackson County in mid-Michigan alerted to a possible shooting Thursday night. All active units in the county rushing to a home in Summit Township. But when they arrived, no sign of anything wrong. Just a boy playing the popular shooter game Fortnite. Police say it appears the boy's phone accidentally dialed 911 while he was in the middle of a game. Dispatchers hearing audio either from the game or from the boy himself suggesting he might be in danger. All in all, police say it was a mistake, a misunderstanding, and thankfully nothing more than that. Jay Dennis for CBS News, Detroit.
Ukraine's president is sounding off about President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin's plans to discuss a peace plan for Ukraine. CBS's Christopher Cruz.
On social media, Zelensky said if Trump and Putin make a deal without Ukraine having a voice in the agreement, it will not bring peace. It will achieve nothing, he wrote. And he ruled out ceding territory to Russia. He said Ukraine's territorial integrity, enshrined in the Constitution, is non-negotiable.
Trump and Putin are set to meet Friday in Alaska. In the Pacific Ocean off California.
SpaceX copies splashdown.
A SpaceX capsule carrying 4 astronauts splashed down.
Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers, along with JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi and Roscosmos cosmonaut Kirill Peskov, are safely back home on planet Earth.
The crew just wrapped up 5 months on the International Space Station. The world's ugliest dog has been crowned, the BBC's Moira Alderson reports.
The title went to Petunia, a 2-year-old hairless French bulldog mix from Oregon. She's earned a cash prize, a trip to New York, and her own range of merchandise.
Petunia nabbed the title at a county fair in California. The competition said to showcase the unique and offbeat beauty of dogs and encourage rescue dog adoption. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
In the mood to do some shopping?
Summertime, the weekend, and...
Yard sale! Yard sale! Guys, wait!
Grab your dollars and change if you're in Michigan, because that state's longest garage sale runs through Sunday, stretching 200 miles from Detroit to New Buffalo along US 12.
How much is this? 50 cents. I'll give you a quarter.
You'll find everything from clothes to toys and more at homes, farms, businesses, parking lots, and fields. Remember, one man's junk is another man's treasure. Oh, and...
everything must go.
Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Americans are getting more than half of their calories from ultra-processed foods, according to the CDC. The average percentage of total calories from ultra-processed foods of those aged 1 and older was 55% from August 2021 to August 23. Low-income adults consumed more than those with higher incomes. Some of the top sources, sandwiches and burgers. I'm Heather Bosch, CBS News.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them.
I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a good deal of sun to start the weekend and warmer conditions with a high of 88, leading to a clear to, at times, partly cloudy night tonight with a low of 65. Then more warmth for tomorrow under sunshine, high 89. Monday looks to be hot and sunny with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Good jam to start out with. Well, hello. Saturday afternoon open forum. Michael Bartley here till 5 o'clock. I know. Settle down. We'll get there. I know you want to talk about the Parkway closing. I know you want to talk about Emiliano's and ice. Yeah, I know you do. I know you want there are worldwide protests today, pro-Palestinian protests, anti-Israel protests, because of the food shortage, starvation in Gaza. Anything you want to talk about is fine with me. But I wanted to just share with you, and I'm going to get to the Parkway stuff, because every time there's a major closure, people pretend they didn't hear about it. Well, I'm going to remind you again. And I'm a little concerned about it tomorrow. I wonder if you are as well. And, any hints, any good stuff you can share with us about both sides, inbound and outbound close from the Squirrel Hill Tunnel beginning at 9 o'clock tonight to Edgewood. 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. But. So I wanted to share with you, I've been very consistent about downtown Pittsburgh. And you know that I've said often, and I thought that, I know they had that violence there, the gunfire. Was that last week? The week before, I think it was. And I've been consistent in saying I've never felt unsafe downtown, and I go to a lot of events and dinners and stuff. I go out to dinner downtown. I like several restaurants downtown, and I live in the city, and it's close to me. So that all said, and I've said, I think some of the downtown stuff is overblown and this and that, and I might be changing my tune a little bit. Opinions evolve in life. So, but I recognize the problems and the police shortage and all that stuff. So a couple thoughts about this, because last week, well, technically this week, I had some stark observations. So I was in doing some work on Monday in a skyscraper downtown early Monday morning, and I drove past that new police station. I guess is that a satellite station? I don't know, on Wood Street. That would be between Forbes and Fifth. Yeah. Which is the heart of downtown. And that station looks great, and I noticed, everything was fine during the day. But I also noticed that there was no vibrancy in the middle of the day at noon like there used to be, and I know that's the case. I don't know why people haven't come back to work. I just don't understand it, and people do this 3 days at home, 2 days at work thing, and I guess that's the reality we're going to have to accept. It is. And it bugs me because I think it really gets under my skin. I don't understand. It's not my generation. It might not be your generation. I think it's younger generation of people who like to work from home, and I guess that's the reality, and that's post-COVID and a gazillion different variables, and I'm not judging anybody about it. I'm just giving you the reality that, pre-COVID, 10 years ago to, for years, decades, if you were in downtown Pittsburgh at noon, it was vibrant and Little New York, and we were once called a Little New York. I noticed last Monday it was pretty barren in the morning and into the afternoon. I really did. And I was down there for something else during the week, during the day. So that was 2 days during the day, and then last night. And by the way, I wasn't here Thursday evening because I had to do the Big K morning show yesterday, and I'm doing it Monday and Tuesday as well. But any event, so I last night I had very serious concerns when I left downtown. So I had to MC an event, a wonderful event at a hotel right off of Market Square. And Market Square is sort of, one of the flagship, if not the flagship locations of downtown. And, when people come home for the holidays and visit Pittsburgh, I take them through Market Square. And I know they're doing some work there because of the NFL draft, and we're all excited about that next April in Pittsburgh. It's going to be wonderful. It's going to be safe, and it's going to be wonderful, and we're going to be bragging all about our city. And I think it's fantastic. So, and I purposely parked last night. Market Square, Forbes Avenue. And so I parked on 4th, which is a block over toward, as if you're going toward the PPG Place, not PPG Arena, the PPG Place, which is the beautiful, plaza there that has the fountain, and then the wintertime has the Christmas tree and the ice rink. So because I wanted to park over there, so I didn't want to park at that hotel. I like walking through Market Square and seeing what's going on. And because I've always liked walking downtown. I've always liked being downtown, and I'm a defender of downtown. And did I recognize problems and a lack of police over the last few years? Of course I did. Did I recognize a homelessness issue? Of course I did. Did I give credit where credit was due to local politicians to deal with it? Of course I did. Did I criticize politicians, particularly progressive politicians who pretend there wasn't a problem? Of course I did. And they did pretend. And if you asked them about it, they looked at you like you had two heads because they didn't want to face reality. Did I defend liberal politicians and Democrats like I am as a ward chairman, a Democratic ward chairman? Yes, of course I did. Did I criticize Democratic politicians for ignoring it and screwing things up? Yes, I did. But more often than not, I told you that I felt safe and I had no problems, and everything you people were saying about people begging for money, I never saw it before. And you were overblowing it. Well, after last night, I have a different view. And I'll share it with you right after the break. 866-391-1020. Michael Bartley on a Saturday, my open forum. It's great to be back with you. And here we go.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Americans spend $66 billion on weight loss products and services each year. And you know what? Right here in our hometown, Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff has helped thousands of people do just that. Lose weight, keep it off. In fact, he's been helping people take back control of their lives for more than 20 years here in Pittsburgh. At the PA Hypnosis Center, you have an opportunity to do the same. Are you battling anxiety? So many people are. He can help you with that. If you want to quit smoking, Dan Bitchoff is the call you should make at the PA Hypnosis Center today. Schedule your pre-consultation at 724-934-8446, 724-934-8446. Dan can help you reach your goal with a 98% success guarantee. 724-934-8446. Call now.
Pittsburgh. Are you ready to relive the magic? Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen, is taking the stage at Rivers Casino on Friday, September 19th. Experience the look, the power, and all the legendary hits all in one place. From Bohemian Rhapsody to Another One Bites the Dust, you'll be dancing all night long. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. And don't miss Almost Queen, a tribute to Queen live. We'll see you there.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Pittsburgh's annual Little Italy Days, this Thursday through Sunday. Authentic Italian foods, entertainment from over 30 acts, the region's largest heritage festival. Little Italy Days in Bloomfield. Free admission. Learn more at littleitalydays.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Welcome back. 866-391-1020. Don't worry, I'll get to the Squirrel Hill tunnels and I'll get to the ice raids in a minute, but I had something on my mind. So So I parked on 4th Avenue. I was at an event. I had to MC the event. I didn't have to. I wanted to. I'm vice chair of the board of directors of this agency, and we were honoring women heroes in medical care. Great, great event. Phenomenal. So I wanted to park on 4th Avenue, okay, to walk. That would really be, I guess, let's say 2 city blocks through, like to the right of the PPG Plaza, through Market Square, okay, and over to Forbes, make a right on Forbes Avenue, and that hotel was right there. Nice venue, by the way. So, And people don't bother me. I love talking to people. People don't bother me at all. Listen, if I can handle MAGA people on my show yelling at me, then, and respecting their opinions, I can deal with anybody in downtown Pittsburgh, which I've been down there my whole life. Now, however, I think on my programs that over the years, I've said I thought that the people going on about being approached by people downtown was overblown, and I've said that. Well, I don't think that anymore. So I get to my table last night, and some of the young ladies, one young lady, I said, I've never experienced it before. And again, let me be clear. I'd go down there for dinner tonight. I'm a big believer in downtown Pittsburgh. I didn't feel threatened. However, I felt nagged. And I wonder if that bothers people. I think it makes people nervous. I don't know. As soon as I got out of my car, a young man, and this was all races, all age groups, all sexes, and a young man asked me for money. I didn't even have my door closed. I took a few steps. A man in a wheelchair, God love him, asked me for money. I went one single block, and a middle-aged woman asked me for money. By the time I got to the event, it was 5 times in a 1.5, 2 block walk from my car to this event where people asked me for money. And I said to the people at my table, who, pretty much like-minded to me, several of them had parked right in that hotel, so they didn't see anything like that. And they said that they had experienced some people came up to them. So I'm not indicting downtown Pittsburgh. I'm not. Listen, I used to do development for a homeless shelter. You know where my heart is, but I get it. I get the concern, and so listen. So I, when I left the event, and it didn't bother me, and it doesn't bother me. I'm just telling you. I think when I said that I thought the comments about downtown were overblown, I'm coming clean here today and saying I think I was wrong. I do. And look, as it related to the violence a while back, I told the story that, I dropped off some friends who lived on Liberty Avenue in an apartment building downtown. Police were everywhere. It was when 2 people were shot in the middle of the day. And and it's at the city county building, the city council. Nobody blinked an eye. Maybe a couple of people, the real, the law and order people blinked an eye. But the agenda about plastic bags continued, and that really got under my skin. Then I realized that progressives, because they can't manage a city, I'm not naming anybody here, but I asked certain political leaders about downtown and the increase in violence downtown, and they looked at me like I was a jagoff. And then I knew that progressives were so arrogant, progressive socialists were so arrogant that they would never address anything. Now, as related to last night, so then I walked out of this event and I went back to my car, and it was a beautiful evening. So I put the windows down and I put the moonroof open, and I proceeded up to up 4th Avenue, over Wood, up to Smithfield. I hope you guys understand what downtown, I think you do. Most of you do. I mean, if you live in Armstrong County, you probably don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm being general enough. But I wanted to get up to 2nd Avenue to make a right to get on the Parkway to go to this Squirrel Hill Greenfield exit. So I get in the car, and I never feel unsafe. I just don't, and So, but I tell you, there were groups of people like screaming and okay, I'm going to describe this wrong. I know it, but I can't, like screaming and MFing, all of that, MFing, all of that. And it was, I mean, I'm 63 years old now. When I was finished, I was finished. I walked out of there, I think, 10 after 9. I don't stay out anymore. I want to be home. But at 10 after 9, and I thought to myself, I kind of never saw that before either. All I'm saying is this. I understand the concerns now. I do. And maybe I was being an elitist and saying, you know what, you're full of it. You're overblowing this. But I kind of get it. I do. But I was glad to see, a bigger police presence downtown. Maybe there should be an even bigger one. I'm going to take my break. When I get back, okay, I see several of you want to talk about this, and we will, but I want to talk to my producer, Trevin, who lives right off of downtown, to see what he sees. And I all I'm saying is this. I'd go down there tonight for dinner, but I understand what you're saying. Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's creoninfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Did you miss this week's Allegheny Health Network Medical Frontiers? Log on to the Allegheny Health Network website to listen to your favorite Medical Frontier show. Visit ahn.org/Medical Frontiers podcast and look for your favorite Medical Frontiers show.
CBS News Brief. Gunfire at the CDC headquarters in Atlanta. Now, police are investigating whether the accused gunman took aim at the building yesterday because he thought the COVID shot made him ill. The suspect and a police officer died. Ukraine's president says his country will not cede any territory to Russia as part of a peace deal. CBS's Christopher Cruz.
Ukraine, he wrote, will not give Russia any awards for what it has done. Ukrainians will not give their land to the occupier.
President Trump and Russia's Vladimir Putin are set to meet Friday to discuss a peace plan for Ukraine. Off the coast of California.
SpaceX Dragon, splashdown. SpaceX Dragon, happy splashdown.
A SpaceX capsule returned to Earth. On board, a Russian, a Japanese, and 2 American astronauts. The crew spent the last 5 months at the International Space Station. CBS News Brief, I'm Heather Bosch.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we explore the EITC program, how it turns taxes into tuition assistance. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 and is sponsored by Sam and Judy Spanos and the Diocese of Pittsburgh.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The start of the weekend brings the start of a warmer stretch, and that means more sun than clouds today, with a high getting up to 88. For tonight, it's looking clear to partly cloudy with a low of 65, followed by more sunshine and more warmth for tomorrow, high 89. Then a hotter day for Monday under sunshine with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Back at it on Monday. We might sneak in a little bit of Steeler talk and everything that happened over the weekend. I'll talk to you first of the week, Monday, 2 to 6. Colin Dunlap right here, KDKA.
Thank you, Colin. And I'll be here 5:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday on the Big K Morning Show, in for Big Larry. Yes, indeedy. So let me, 866-391-1020. Frank and Robinson, David in San Francisco. I'm going in order, so just hold your horses there a minute. I want to get a couple more points in here. I don't know. What's the answer to this thing? What is it? There's no simple answer. I don't know. So just so yesterday, a homeless camp outside the 2nd Avenue Commons, which is a shelter downtown, the new one. That was one of the latest encampments to have been cleared, meaning taken apart and get out of there. Do you understand? They've been cleared since Pittsburgh formalized its policies, and they sort of did it. Okay, so advocates and outreach workers say that. Some people demonstrated they were upset about all that. So, and there was a demonstration by Our Streets Collective, I guess is what it's called. So, in a statement, the Allegheny County Department of Human Services said the clearing was necessary to ensure residents of 2nd Avenue Commons can safely access the building, which includes an engagement center, medical clinic, and single-room occupancy units. And they said that every person outside had been offered shelter. So they clear an encampment, they pop up elsewhere. And I don't know who approached me last night. I don't know who approached asking for money 5 times in a 2-block area. 2 blocks to get over there. And I don't know who was out there screaming at the top of their lungs, MFing. And it was at Smithfield and 4th Avenue. And I was thinking, I'm a city guy. I'm not worried about that. I'd get down there right now and have my dinner. I couldn't care less. And those people don't bother me. But all I'm saying is this. What you see and what you hear, I think, makes people nervous. And I have nothing against homeless people. I'm an advocate. I'm on the board of an agency that has a food pantry to feed the food insecure. Don't get me wrong. I'm not the enemy here. But we have to grow downtown. We have to get businesses in there. We have to get jobs in there. We have to make it vibrant again. What is the answer? I don't know what the answer is. I don't. This is a complicated deal. My producer, Trevin, reminds me that he lives near downtown. Trevin, you joining me here? You there?
I'm right here, sir. How are you this morning?
Fine. You asked me a question during the break.
Yes, I did.
What exactly happened to you downtown? I said Only because I want you to understand something.
Mm-hmm.
That I'm a big defender, and maybe I was defensive about. I thought people were making too much of a overblowing this thing about people begging for money downtown. But last night I got it. Now you tell me if I'm wrong.
Well, you know what? I wanted to ask you, Michael.
And don't worry about saying anything.
Yeah.
You know me well enough. Nothing you say is going to upset the apple cart in here.
Definitely.
Trust me.
I understand that, and thank you for that. I trust in that.
Do you understand that at the end of the day, I want downtown Pittsburgh to be the greatest city in the world? Do you understand that, right?
Understood. I've heard you before, and you love the city.
I do.
You grew up. You're from here. So you.
I don't want some lady to. I don't want a business from Apollo, Pennsylvania, or Bedford, saying we wouldn't go anywhere near that place. It's unsafe. But I don't think it's unsafe. I think it's good. But I want it to be. Maybe I'm naive and stupid. I want it to be what it used to be.
I think, if I may, in a sense, because you were born and raised here, you grew up here, you understand, you know the history. There's a little bit of a romantic in there, if I may say that. Not to insult you.
I'm not going. You're not insulting me, because I'm nostalgic too.
Right.
Like Lynn Hayes Freeland yelled at me about that once, and we're big buddies. She's like, Michael, you have to stop. It's never going to be what it used to be. I get that, but I don't want people to say I would never go there because of people begging for money.
Right. But also, I think, just in my personal opinion, we have to be real about things. We have to be real about life. We have to be real about what's going on in society. And poor will take over. Will choose anybody and everybody.
We're all God's children.
Understood. But my question to you is that, and I'll play the naive person here, is that during the time of day, or are you saying this is all day, every day?
I don't know.
Because I don't see it all day, every
My
day.
observations were very limited.
Right.
Because maybe it's the location of the restaurants that I go to that I never saw that before.
That may be.
And I meet friends downtown all the time, and at one point after COVID, some business acquaintances wouldn't meet me downtown. They wouldn't go downtown because they were worried about what was going on, the violence and all that type of stuff, which I understand, I get. But no, this was my first taste of. Maybe it was because it was that part of town. I don't know, but it was in the evening, and I got there at 10 after 6 and left at 9. I told you 9:15.
And that's why I asked you the question of what time of day. And I'm not saying that it's not there.
So you live right there, and
I live on the north side,
which
on
is
the North Shore.
On the North Shore. To me, that's downtown. I don't know. It's right over the bridge. So. And the North Shore I love. And North Shore, I'm there. I go there all the time too. So, do you experience what I experienced last night?
I don't experience people approaching me, but I see it. So I'm not going to act like I'm.
You mean
blind
people don't come up to you and say, "Sir, can I have $1.50 for something?"
Sometimes, but not often. So I haven't experienced that as often enough to where it bothers me. I love downtown Pittsburgh. I really do.
Me too.
And I think Pittsburgh, if I may. Not being from Pittsburgh, and I'll put that out there and be transparent.
Yeah.
But I've been here long enough to where I've been here for a number of years, double-digit years. Pittsburgh was one of the cleanest cities that I had ever been in. And I sincerely mean that. So the experience that I've had, me not being from Pittsburgh, and I say that to say this, someone who is from Pittsburgh sees the experience totally differently than I would. Because you know the ins and outs.
I don't think you're wrong about that. I don't. And I think someone who's from Pittsburgh might be jaded about, and someone maybe my generation. Honestly, I'm serious, Trevin. I think somebody my generation might be obsessive and obsessed about. We never had it this way. I never experienced this before. Blah, 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 blah. I guess I'll go to Shady Side for dinner. I guess I'll go to the South Side for dinner. I guess I'll go to,
of course,
all that. I guess I'll go to the suburbs. I guess I'll go to, this and that. So we do have yeah, I want to be relieved of that obsession too, but it's not for, just so you know, it's not about me. I'd get down there tonight. I would. I have no problems. I don't care if someone asks me for $1. I just say, if I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. I don't care. I don't. But I was thinking to myself, oh man, I get it. Someone from Butler County, Beaver County, they bring their kids down there and they get this 5 times before they walk into a theater or something. That's a problem. And my question is, what is the answer to it? And it's a very complicated, I don't know the answer.
We all have to work together, and that's
yeah,
my
we do.
answer.
Yeah, we. All right. I'll live with it. All right. Good job, Trevin. See? All right, I'm going to take a break. When I get back, Frank, you're up. Then David, then Cynthia. Here we go.
The KDKA Mobile News Fleet is driven by Jim Shorkey Kia, North Huntington and Wexford. JimShorkeyKia.com.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slapshot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, folks. NASCO Roofing, the region's roofing leader, continues to exceed customer expectations. Carol from Pittsburgh praised NASCO Roofing for their quality workmanship and the timely manner NASCO completed her new roof. She loved how friendly and easy NASCO Roofing was to work with. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Carol. Get NASCO on your roof next. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing. NASCO.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Okay, it's 3:30 coming up. I'm going to preview Joe Mystic's piece for tomorrow. It kind of ties into this deal. It really does. He spent the day with Tony Moreno, and there's some interesting stuff in here. You know, I preview his Sunday column sometimes, and boy, you all get going on that. All right, anyway, and I didn't mean to make this downtown thing a big deal, but I was wrong. I guess you were all right. I never was, approached nonstop for money. I walked 2 blocks last night and it happened 5 times. Nothing threatening. I'm not saying anything like that. Nothing like that. But it's true. It's true. We have a problem. And and I don't have a problem with homeless people. That's not what I'm saying. I want people to have confidence. I want downtown to be vibrant. I don't want people to be uncomfortable. I want people to get out of their cars and walk into a restaurant, a club, a bar, I don't care what, a theater, without being nervous. Do you understand? I'm not saying anything about homeless people. I'm on the board of an agency with one of my iconic heroes in life, a Catholic priest, who put me on that board, and we do Meals on Wheels, and we feed the food insecure. Don't start throwing arrows at me. Don't even try it. I just want to know what the answer is. I don't want downtown Pittsburgh to have the optics and or the image of being a place people don't want to go to. Being asked for money doesn't bother me. Being approached by someone to asking for money doesn't bother me. But I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. It bothers other people. Believe me, it does. All right, Frank in Robinson Township. Frank, you're on KDKA. Go ahead, Frank.
Hey, Robert. Good show.
Michael. It's Michael. Not, yeah.
Oh, Michael.
Yeah,
what am I saying? I'm sorry.
No, you're thinking of Rob Pratt. I just had a tough conversation with him.
Anyways, it is a big issue for me. And you want to know the answer?
Yeah.
And it's law enforcement. And they are so short-handed down there.
I don't disagree.
That is the issue. My number one point is I'm a vendor. I deliver bread. You mentioned Market Square. I'm in Market Square every morning at Permanis. Mm-hmm. And it's atrocious down there. They're curled up in buildings. They're laying on the side. They're urinating. They're defecating. They're doing whatever. And there's no law enforcement. It's terrible down there. I fear for my life down there every morning.
I don't know how people do business.
Well, you said you were down there in, what, the 9 o'clock hour?
No. I parked my car. It was 6 o'clock. I had to be there at 6 o'clock. I was 10 minutes late. I had to be there at 6 o'clock. It was the hotel. You remember where George Akins used to be? That's a hotel there now, right there.
Yes.
All right, you know where it's a beautiful building. And so I had to go up to a beautiful event space. Beautiful. Oh, my. Great food. Everything was nice. So, I walked from 4th Avenue over through Market Square. And it was fine. And when I got to my table, Robert, Frank, I'm sorry. Some of the young ladies who were there said that they had the same experience.
Well, you know what? I see it every morning. Like I said, you're down there a little bit earlier than me. I'm down there in the 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock morning delivering bread.
Wow.
And I get the, do you have $1? Do you have a cigarette? Do you have a loaf of bread?
At 2 o'clock in the morning? At 3 o'clock in the morning?
I'm a bread man.
Yeah, you're the bread guy. Yeah, I know. Wow.
We're out early, know.
My.
And it's been an issue. I come through the Fort Pitt Tunnel every morning. I just feel my blood pressure rising because I know I'm going to hit all this crap coming down there. And it's the police. They do the best they can. They drive around with their lights on. I don't know if you noticed that. They're not flashing, but they're solid.
Yeah, I
just
see
so
that.
They can be visible.
I have.
The red, white, and blue, which I do like that. But they are just so short-handed. Market Square needs a full-time police officer down there. I mean, just one. The police station is just right around the corner at the CVS. But it's somebody's going to get maimed or murdered or bludgeoned down there. And
I hope you're wrong.
They have security down there, but they walk around. I mean, they're not armed or anything, but it's scary down there. Like I said, when there's a couple other vendors down there, I feel a little bit more safe. The other morning, I had 13 juveniles walking around kicking a hacky sack with a wiffle ball at 2 o'clock in the morning. And my first thoughts were, where are your parents?
Frank, Frank, let me ask you something. So, when I got back to my car, and again, I don't. I didn't feel threatened. I just thought, oh, okay, well, all right. And I live in the city. I've been around the block. I mean, I've been around. It didn't bother me. Do you understand? But when I left, I got in the car, put the moonroof, put the windows down. It was a gorgeous night. Drove on 4th Avenue over Wood Street. You know where that is. Straight up 4th Avenue to Smithfield is the next block up.
Right.
I was at the light there, okay? And the screaming and the effing, MFing. Do you hear that? And when you're down there in the morning?
Constantly screaming. Like I said, children out there playing around. And like I said, it's scary. I'll be 62 next week. And like I said, it's out of control down there. My main thing is Market Square's putting a $14 to $16 million invention in down there to clean up everything. If you don't clean up the riffraff, you're not going to clean up anything. You could put $100 million in down there, and it won't matter. It's an issue down there, and like I said, law enforcement. That's the main thing, and I know they're so short-handed.
And my issue, you look, is okay. So I want the vibrancy back. Why can't I have that? I mean, why can't we have that? Why? I don't want to hurt homeless people. I don't want to hurt anybody, but
I don't either.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something, Frank. I'm going to tell you something, Frank. Something's got to give here, honestly. Honest to God. And
you're right. You're exactly right, but something has to give. Like I said, every morning I see this. It's constantly. Not every other morning, but every morning. I had a guy screaming at me in a wheelchair the other morning for a bottle of water, screaming at me, "Do you have a bottle of water?" at 2 o'clock in the morning. And there's no law enforcement around, nobody around. You feel threatened is what it is.
Do you feel unsafe there? Do you feel unsafe, Frank?
Very unsafe. I'm loading stuff out of the back of a truck, and there's nobody around except people walking around. You don't know who's doing what.
When you unload the bread in Market Square at 3 o'clock in the morning, there are employees at that business receiving the bread, right? And you talk to them.
Oh no, they're closed for the night.
Oh, so you put it in a drop box type thing, the bread.
Right. Well, I have a lockbox for a key to get in there.
Yeah.
But like I said, somebody's going to get seriously hurt down there, and it's a shame. My main point, I've talked with Marty a few times, was everybody talks about the homeless, and I understand that. They open the warming centers when it's cold. They open the cooling centers when it's hot. They have the food pantries, like you said you were involved with.
Yeah.
What about your everyday people going down there, working, paying their taxes?
And want to go out to lunch. Want to go out to lunch and don't want to be bothered.
They're getting harassed is what it is. It's harassment.
I get it. Yep.
And that was my main point. You're just trying to do your job and get done and get home safe to your family for the day.
Yeah.
And nobody said nothing about that. The mayor says, "Oh, there's nothing wrong down there." And you know what?
Yeah, and you know what? Then that makes me mad. The socialists, if you say something, Frank, I gotta take my break. I'm sorry about that. Thanks so much for the call. I appreciate it. Frank and Robinson, and it makes me mad that if you say something, you get attacked. That makes me mad. Open the windows and talk openly about this. What is the answer? I'll be back after news at the top of the hour.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridges Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridges brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team, discussing smoked, barbecue, and slow-roasted pork recipes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Studios,
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Heather Bosch.
Відповідь на українське територіальне питання є вже в Конституції.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says his country will not give territory to Russia as part of a peace plan and that any deal must be worked out with Ukraine at the table. This after President Trump and Russia's Vladimir Putin set a date Friday to talk about Ukraine. The BBC's Joe Inwood.
J.D. Vance, the U.S. Vice President, who's currently on a family holiday at evening with David Lammy, the UK Foreign Secretary, he has called a meeting of national security advisors of Ukraine, the UK, and lots of other kind of European countries. And it seems he's called this to try and allay the concerns that Ukraine and its allies have that they're being shut out.
There are pro-Palestinian protests across Europe as Israel plans to take over Gaza City and escalate its war with Hamas. Catherine Arms reports in London.
Hundreds of people have been arrested for protesting the ban on the group Palestine Action. The London police said anyone holding a sign of support was in the process of being taken in.
Gunfire in Atlanta. CBS's Dave Malkoff says it prompted alarm at a nearby university yesterday.
An alert sent to the Emory University community was crystal clear. Run, hide, fight.
First reaction is to freak out because something was telling me not to leave the hospital, and I left, and then to see this. But very shocking.
Police say a man opened fire near the school, hitting several buildings at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention headquarters.
Police are investigating whether the accused gunman took aim at the building because he thought the COVID shot made him ill. The suspect and a police officer died. Major League Baseball makes history, as heard on FanDuel Sports.
Jen Powell, the first ever female major umpire. On the crew for this one here in Atlanta this afternoon. She will be at third base for the back end of today's doubleheader, and she will have the balls and strikes.
She is also scheduled to be the home plate umpire tomorrow at the Marlins-Braves game. A rapidly spreading wildfire briefly forced evacuations for thousands near Los Angeles. CBS's Andres Gutierrez.
Canyon Fire is just one of 35 large wildfires burning right now across the country, most in the West, torching more than 1 million acres. In Central California, the Gifford Fire has pushed past the mega fire status of 100,000 acres. In Arizona, the Dragon Bravo Fire has wiped out a historic lodge at the Grand Canyon. The North Rim is closed for the rest of the season.
Gifford is the largest wildfire in California this year. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-0593. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-0593. That's 800-497-0593. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Plastic surgeons are weighing in on new shapewear for your face. CBS's Deborah Rodriguez explains.
It's doing its job, I gotta say.
Her fans may be raving about Kim Kardashian's new seamless sculpt face wrap, but doctors like Vinod Chopra in Fairfax, Virginia are raising red flags.
Is a compression wrap going to help slim your face like this? Probably a bunch of BS and not worth your money.
He's posted to TikTok.
The only reason to get one of these is if you had some kind of surgery on the face or the neck to keep the tissues compressed and lifted while you're healing.
Still, at $48 a pop, Kardashian's new shapewear for your neck and chin's already sold out. What gives?
She probably saw her mom wearing this after her facelift and figured I can make a few cents.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Americans spend more than $11.8 billion on aesthetic procedures a year. According to the American Society of Plastic Surgeons, we spend less on shapewear. I'm Heather Bosch.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Summer's in Pittsburgh, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Judy did. She called Rhino Shield.
After having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield's a ceramic coating specifically formulated for our unique climate.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
And right now you can get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price. Plus, there's more great news. Rhino Shield has partnered with Green Sky Financing to offer affordable monthly payments with 0% interest loans to qualified customers.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield and recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Here's Rhino Shield Shane Smith.
Call me at 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-RHINO-41.
Don't paint. Go Rhino.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a good deal of sun to start the weekend and warmer conditions with a high of 88, leading to a clear to at times partly cloudy night tonight with a low of 65. Then more warmth for tomorrow under sunshine, high 89. Monday looks to be hot and sunny with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I'm going to preview Joe Mystic's piece, his column tomorrow. It's an eye-opener. He spent a day with Tony Moreno, who's talks about homelessness, talks about downtown, talks about the progressive socialists in the city saying they make fairy tales into policy. He also says, I talk to people, not politicians. It's pretty, Tony's, I've said on the air here, I think Tony's a really nice guy. I don't think he has a chance in hell of winning, but he's a nice guy, and he's got some people to listen. His messaging, especially after the topic we're handling right now, believe me. All right, David in San Francisco, and listen, I got a gazillion calls, but 866-391-1020, I'll get to all of you, don't worry. David in San Francisco, go ahead, David.
Oh, thanks, Michael. I was interested in the cost of living down there, and you were talking about the homeless, but you also were mentioning something about the ICE raid. Out here in California, apparently the molester-in-chief, the child molester-in-chief, has sent ICE into the elementary schools of L.A. and tried to kidnap the kids, claiming that the parents gave permission. So the child molester-in-chief is trying to kidnap children. So keep that in for your ICE discussion. But
this president has. I'm sorry to interrupt you, David, but have you noticed a gazillion attempts at distraction lately? That I don't think people they're so used to him. They're not swallowing it. They're not. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, for good reason, because what he's doing to create more homelessness among children, more evictions in families, more lack of education in schools is going to create more prostitution and more opportunities for child molesters. And Donald Trump, I saw an economic discussion of this the other day. They said that potentially they could make $1 million for every kid they kidnap. $1 million. It's amazing. And I saw a piece just the other day about one of the ICE supervisors was stealing the IDs of the people that they kidnapped. So I've said it for 10 years. Donald Trump is organized crime, and he's using our government to sabotage the law enforcement agencies. The FBI has been sabotaged. The Security Exchange Commission has been sabotaged. Corporate crime can't be prosecuted. Pollution crime is being sabotaged by the prosecution of pollution is being sabotaged by ripping apart the EPA and then, of course, kidnapping children. But what I was going to raise, when you were talking about the economy and COVID, downtown before COVID, I heard you opening the show that way, that it was vital down there, and what was it, a potential New York bustling avenue. But since COVID, it's fallen apart. Well, if I look at the COVID stats, apparently it's at something like 6% for the district that includes Pennsylvania. And but the detailed statistics are no longer being kept. Donald Trump did so much to rip apart the statistics for both the state and the counties. They've defunded it and given no opportunity for the data to be shared.
Hey, if he doesn't like data, he fires the head of the agency releasing the data.
Right, and
if
so
that's not the move of an authoritarian, I don't know what is.
Well, it's getting people killed. And there's a famous old Edgar Allan Poe story called The Mask of the Red Death about the stupid king that looks over the parapet walls and sees that there's an epidemic down in the village below. And rather than do anything to help the people down there, he slams the door on it and has a party. And who shows up for his party? The Red Death. So, Donald Trump is just that stupid. And Edgar Allan Poe warned us about it 150 years ago. And it's, to beg the local economy to get vital again when Donald Trump is doing his best to sabotage it. See, that's the real issue. And I for one, am going out of my way to wear a mask when I climb on a city bus or climb on the BART system or whatnot. The idea of being able to interact freely like we did 10 years ago is fading fast because this guy is destroying the Center for Disease Control. He's destroying the local health departments, and then he's putting in saboteurs to be able to snap up the orphans.
David, thanks so much. I appreciate that. I got to take my break, and thanks for calling from San Francisco. Cynthia, you're going to be next. And my interview with Joe Mystic is going to be 4 o'clock, not 3:30, because I want to get your calls in here relating to the downtown homelessness stuff. And so I'll do Joe at 4 o'clock. And it's interesting. It's an eye-opening column, as they always are. But it's about Tony Moreno, who's running for mayor against Corey O'Connor in the fall. I don't think Tony has a prayer. I don't, to win. I'm sure he thinks he does, but quite a bit of his message is realistic, and I think he's a very decent guy. I do. And listen, I'm a Democratic chair. I'm not going to vote for Tony. I can't support Tony. Corey O'Connor is my man. I've known him since he was a little kid. But it probably is time for Corey to not continue the policies of Peduto and Gainey. You got to kind of jumpstart this and start this over, and bring back the vibrancy. I really do. And the one thing I like about Tony Moreno is he attacks that Department of Mobility and Infrastructure, those young people, relating to those things coming out of the ground and lines painted all over the place. You can't drive anywhere. I know it's to keep people safe. I'm fine with the speed bumps. I'm fine with those. But the other stuff that drivers can't understand what they are, you know what Tony Moreno says in this article about all that? This is stupid. Guess what? Tony Moreno's right about that. And you're hearing that from a Democratic Party chair. He's right. But they're too arrogant to admit that they messed this up, and they're messing it up. And every time they try to fix something, they make it worse. All right, Cynthia, you're going to be next. I'm going to break, and I'll be right back.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
At Baths R Us, we believe home improvement is life improvement, and that starts with a team who brings your vision to life. Our installers aren't just skilled, they're experts.
This is who we are. This is what we do all day, every day.
Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement, or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate, or go to bathsrus.com, 412-556-2284. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
It's the second annual KDKA Radio Kickoff Classic live at the Wolf Arena, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. The best high school football showcase to begin the 2025 season on Friday and Saturday, August 22nd and 23rd. North Allegheny versus Woodland Hills, Central Catholic versus LaSalle College on Friday. On Saturday, it's McKeesport versus Delaware Valley, Steel Valley versus Westinghouse, and Elizabeth Forward versus West Mifflin. $13 per ticket or weekend passes, just $25. Get your tickets at kdkaradio.com.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-240-1465. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now, 800-240-1465.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-240-1465. Ask about senior and military discounts. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-240-1465 or oxcarcare.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
It's Michael Bartley on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay. Here we go. Look who's on the phone. One of my favorites of all time, Cynthia in Florida. Hi, Cynthia.
Hey, Hi. Listen, I want to talk something about what David said. Trump has just asked the government to end protection for migrant children in custody. So where are these children going to end up? In sex trafficking rings or in organ donation rings? This is appalling. You can look it up. This was yesterday I read this. As to the poverty, Jesus said the poor will always be among us, but I'm going to talk about Dr. King. He said a nation who continues to spend money on warfare is a nation who is approaching spiritual death. And I'm going to cry. It's not just spiritual death, it's economic death. And there's a site called I'm Not My Dollars, because you mentioned Israel earlier, so I'm going to add this in here.
So much of the pain, so much of the pain in life is about money. It really is.
The love of money.
The love of money
is the root of all evil. Anyway, this site, it tells you how much your city pays to Israel, who offers them their citizens free health care, free education. And as you know right now, they're not taking anybody's advice on anything. They're going to continue to slaughter these people in Gaza. But go to that site. I read it, $23 million just from Pittsburgh. That money could go to poor people there. And years ago, my dad and mother used to always take us to New York City, different times of the year. And I could not pass, I was like 5 or 6 or something. I could not pass a homeless person. And so I kept asking my dad, I need to give him some money. So we went back to the hotel, and he tossed down some coins on a bed. And this is how young I was. I was stupid. I didn't know that a bigger coin was worth more than a dime. And so I'm like, okay, I'm going to give him the big one. And it was nickels. Every day we went down to the concierge in the morning, I'd get 2 pockets full of nickels. And my dad said, okay, when those are done, you're done for the day. And everybody that asked for money, I gave him a nickel, thinking I was doing something.
Wow.
But that guy that talked about the people that was down there screaming for a bottle of water, don't you understand? They're that desperate. Well, and I saw somebody on the side of the road one day.
My thing last night about, and I don't feel threatened. I'm fine with homeless people. I get it. I get that.
They're not going to hurt you.
Listen. I've been around the block. I've been around the block with homelessness and all that. All I'm saying is, I couldn't believe that I got not accosted, but 5 people and hold on, in 2 blocks asking for money. Number 1, number 2, the shrill screaming. I thought, do I call 911 when I'm driving at Forbes Avenue in Smithfield? I mean, it was and then I went up to another block and the same thing, and I thought, hold on. It's not about me feeling. Cynthia, I would go back down there tonight, and I probably will, to have dinner. I have no issues with this, but the only thing I'm saying is I get it when I hear people who are. It doesn't make me uncomfortable, but I understand it makes other people uncomfortable, and I get it, and I don't want to be naive about that. That's all I'm saying.
But the reallocation of our resources, they should not be being spent on a country abroad who doesn't respect our wishes nor the wishes of other nations in the world when they're going to continue the final solution of the Palestinians.
If I was in a wheelchair, if I used a wheelchair and I had no money and I was hungry, I would ask people for money downtown.
You're right.
No,
but where our money is misspent.
I don't know, and I'm asking everyone else, what's the answer here? I don't know what it is, and all I'm saying is this: the frequency of it, the atmosphere is messing up the core of our region. It is, and anybody who denies it is living in the midst of their own arrogance.
Look up this site called Not My Dollars, and you can look at every city in the country and see how much of our money is going to a genocidal state, and that's Israel. I'm not the only one saying it. Our money would be better spent to take care of our people at home. And, one day I stopped. There was a guy on the corner in the community I used to live in. And he said, I need water. I went and got a couple cases of water. And I'm like, where do you live? He lived in a little field. And there were a bunch of homeless people that lived in this little field. And so he carried the water back over to, I drove.
In Florida or in Pittsburgh?
In Florida. So I drove back over to the area where he showed me the little pathway.
Mm-hmm.
I gave him the 2 cases of water. Don't you know the police raided that little field not long after that and didn't let these poor people live there in peace?
Mm.
It's appalling. Absolutely appalling.
Wow.
We shouldn't be living like this. We shouldn't have our people. And you don't know how many of these people downtown Pittsburgh are veterans. It's appalling.
Mm-mm-mm.
So if you're sad that they're screaming at you, get over it. Imagine what they live with. They don't have homes. Get over yourself. Thanks, man.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you. Get over yourself. Hey, I value everyone's opinion. I do. I certainly do, and I do. I've nothing against homeless people. Nothing at all. I'm involved in an organization that tries to help homeless people. But don't throw knives at me when I say, and I'm not saying Cynthia is doing that, but can't we just open up the window and talk about this? This issue is not sustainable. It's hurting our core of the region. I'm sorry, but it's hurting us. It really is. And to be so arrogant as to pretend it doesn't exist and things aren't and everything's fine is ignorant. And you can ignore this at your own peril. We need to talk about it, folks. We need to do something about this. That experience last night was didn't bother me, but I know it would bother other people. I'll be back after news at the bottom of the hour.
Tune in to KDKA Radio every Saturday morning at 8 a.m. for On the Money with Secure Money Advisors. Brian Caranta has tips that will make sure your retirement and income plan is ready to help provide you with a comfortable, secure retirement.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Do you consider someone in our Pittsburgh area a hero? A hero can be your neighbor, a teacher, a church leader, or even your parent. Someone who has done something extraordinary. Once again, KDKA Radio needs your help as we honor 5 local heroes in our community. Nominate your hero for Larry Richards' Hometown Heroes event at KDKARadio.com.
Plan to meet Friday to talk about peace in Ukraine, but the chair of the Ukrainian Parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee has concerns.
We've been talking before about the need of ceasefire, unconditional ceasefire. But now we see that Mr. Trump's position is changing, but it's changing in the direction which is totally unacceptable from the perspective of our Constitution.
There's talk of Russia keeping Ukrainian territory. Jen Powell today became the first woman to umpire at a Major League Baseball game, as heard on FanDuel.
Certainly Major League Baseball hoping that this becomes more of the norm, as we've seen with other professional sports down the road.
A wildfire briefly forced evacuations for thousands near Los Angeles.
Fortunately, there's no wind. That was a blessing, because if we had wind, we would be in big trouble here.
The Canyon Fire has burned more than 5,000 acres. CBS News Brief, I'm Heather Bosch.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-311-9595. That's 800-311-9595.
Summer is here, and it's time to plan your style staycation with Bob's Discount Furniture, where you can find everyday low prices on the hottest styles. The comfiest Consumer Reports recommended mattresses, fast, friendly delivery, and flexible financing to fit your budget. Go to mybobs.com for details. So stock up and score everyday low prices, delivered on time all summer long at your nearest store or at mybobs.com.
Oh, my Bob!
Bob's Discount Furniture.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Sunday mornings at 6 a.m. on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, it's Tech Vibe Radio. Join hosts Audrey Russo and Jonathan Kirsting from the Pittsburgh Technology Council's Huntington Bank Studios as they bring you a front row seat to Pittsburgh's tech sector.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The start of the weekend brings the start of a warmer stretch, and that means more sun than clouds today with a high getting up to 88. For tonight, it's looking clear to partly cloudy with a low of 65, followed by more sunshine and more warmth for tomorrow, high 89. Then a hotter day for Monday under sunshine with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Back at it on Monday. We might sneak in a little bit of Steeler talk and everything that happened over the weekend. I'll talk to you first of the week, Monday, 2 to 6. Colin Dunlap right here, KDKA.
Okay, welcome back. Boy, we are rocking and rolling now. Here we go. Okay, Bishop and Denora. Bishop, you're next.
I'm so glad that you got me on.
Oh, good.
I'm going to make
glad.
some bullet points, and here we go.
Go ahead.
Let me just tell you, it's amazing to me when I see the homeless population down there right in front of the county jail. That's amazing. Right beside it. I forgot the name of Thomas or something. Unbelievable when you ride past there.
I know exactly
Now,
where the corner.
Listen, Corey is going to win, but he needs to start acting now per se until he gets in office, because that has to be cleared up. I'm hoping, and I'm seeing what I'm seeing right now, and I know the election is off, and then he gets sworn in January. He's not going to have enough time. I don't think the Pittsburgh area is ready, per se, in my opinion, for the draft, even though it's coming. I think the suburbs are, but the city of Pittsburgh is not. They got a lot of needs that has to be met. Now, but he's going to win. But he needs to start acting as if he's going to be the mayor. And I hope and pray day one of his swearing in that he announces a police chief, in my opinion. Okay, that's what I hope. Number two is this Gaza situation is it's been out of control. It's a world situation where the world needs to get in and kind of will their power to take over, to feed those people.
I agree.
In Gaza.
Somehow.
Now, I have a problem with Israel occupying now Gaza. Now, let me tell you the correlation. This president at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue wants to send federal troops into Washington, D.C., and he has made mention here recently that he wants to take over Washington, D.C. What do you call that? That's dictatorship. And the word that you used before that, I forgot the name.
Authoritarian.
I know what it is. Yeah, authoritarian. It's horrible. That's exactly what he wants to do. Now, let me just tell you this as a person of a scholarly personnel as I am. He almost has started a civil war between the blue states and the red, which most of them are down south, with this gerrymandering. The Democrats have to do this since he wants to have the red states to gerrymander. They have to match it.
Oh, I'm with you on that, because in California, New York, I think California, New York will do it. If they do this in Texas, the Democrats need to get some fortitude and start acting like Republicans and being as resentful and crazy as Republicans to match it. And then if they steal 5 seats in Texas, steal 5 seats in California or New York and all the other blue states.
Well, listen here. Listen to this one. Summer Lee has a huge district down here. They can actually gerrymander that, and she can still hold on. And the great mayor from Turtle Creek, Adam Fogel, who wants to run against her, he can get a part of that, in my opinion. Because if you look at her district, it is huge, and I can see where they can gerrymander that. And Adam Fogel out of Turtle Creek is a brilliant mayor, and he's running against her, but they could do that. Now, the other thing, this Alaska, with this bum having this idiot coming over, it's a disgrace to the American people. This guy is a war criminal. He's got warrants out against him.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to have him to come to our country. And by the way, Mr. Bartley, if you hadn't heard, there's Russian insiders who would like to get Alaska back. We don't know if this window dresser. Now, remember, this guy, Putin, coming over here, he is stringing Trump along. He was supposed to have sanctions against him. More Trump dropped
And
him
I'm sure
again.
the MAGA people are loving it because they can't stand Zelensky. They don't want Ukraine to succeed here.
Well,
they've stated that. I'm not making that up. They've stated it. They like Putin more than Zelensky.
Well, yeah, and Russia wants to doom this country to no end. And I just think that we're going in the wrong direction in every kind of way. And by the way, as I close, do you know that economists have been saying that there's red light blinking about the economy going south the other way?
Oh,
did you hear about that?
Oh, of course, and yeah, absolutely.
Well,
Yeah.
we're in some trouble. I'll talk to you.
Okay, all right. I'll be here Monday morning. Thanks so much. Ron in Hamilton, California. Ron, you're next.
Yes, sir. Been listening, and homeless is an issue that I looked at many, many years ago when we produced events to focus on homeless and the food banks in support of them.
Mm-hmm.
And as far back as the 70s, when we did a great deal, and then into the 80s, even 90s, at that time, the estimation was averaging around 50% of all the homeless in the city of San Francisco and the general California were veterans. And if you take those same stats and put them forward to today, you're in the same issue, sometimes a little more.
Mm-hmm.
And you're dealing with a primary cause of coming off and not receiving from Veterans Administration the proper kind of guidance throughout their civilian life, specifically in the areas of mental health, and basically, general support for maybe seeking a job or given support in an area where their capacity could be maintained instead of diminished to the point of being on the streets.
Mm-hmm.
That's an issue that's been out there that hasn't been reinforced. My concern, though, is the greater catastrophe amongst the general population, where we talk about the aspects of mother to child, transmission of the toxins in food and other environmental conditions, as well as the minimization of the rules on food disbursement, specifically highly processed, but basically even organic foods allow a certain amount of toxins in them, but at low levels, which are not labeled, which simply can bioaccumulate in the body and become a hazardous toxic substance. The real concern in my mind on all of this is going back to the principle of the population, feeding the population, and then at the same time bringing about health care, medication support, pharmaceutical overall, health care overall. It's almost like in the beginning we feed the population. I'm speaking generally as to the industries, clothe them and everything else, and government protect them. At the same time, you stab them with the toxins in the food. You transgenerationally from mother to child, as today's report out of Make America Healthy Again says that 40% of those from 0 to 17 have a chronic disease. And why are our generations to come, even the report on glyphosate, which was in that Roundup product that was put out by Monsanto, that report brings it to, and I think about 28 or so or less, that 1 in 2 children will be born with autism. So we're talking about feeding them. The old joke I heard years ago was, you stab them and we'll slab them.
Oh, wow.
So from birth to death, the industry's control. If you talk about we have to feed people, so we have to put these toxins in, but we even put toxins in that aren't required to be labeled even under the organic food status. Where are we in this country that we're so ignorant as a people that we're not demanding the real responsibility? Trump has given us one thing, and the most important thing in my mind, and the simplicity of it, is if it weren't for his actions and all this that's going on, we as a nation would been blind to the reality of the circumstance. He didn't invent any of this. He's just fast tracking it. It's a blitzkrieg to get it all done and packaged up for control. And on the bottom line of it all, we don't look out and we're complaining about everything. He'll say there's an insurrection nationally and go to what is it what they call the law going to the king in this country. What's the term? What is the term?
What is the term?
When you take over a country through the law, what's that term? What is it when you capture it? There's only one law in the country. All that's going on. All the law that exists has no longer power except for the one person having power. Martial law.
Oh, martial law.
When you put down insurrection completely, and all you need is a little fire here or a little fire there that he can claim it. He's trying to claim it in Washington, D.C. practically, in the area. So, and he has his private police out there with ICE.
Yeah.
So how much further does he need to go?
I don't know.
I think I mentioned it, and someone said, "Yeah." Go on, sir. I'm sorry.
We gotta. I gotta take my break, Ron. Thanks so much I appreciate that, Ron in Hamilton, California, who makes good points. I'm sorry. How far does he have to go? I don't know. I really don't. All right, I got to take my break. I'll be right back. Ruth, you're next. And don't forget, I got Joe Mystic coming up at 8 o'clock. But stay on the line. Pat and Ross, Mike, stay on the line. I'll get to you. Don't worry.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Amazing August specials underway right now at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. Save with your Coons Reward Card. Boneless, skinless chicken breast or breast tenders, $2.98 a pound. Chambersburg, Pennsylvania peaches, 99 cents a pound. And Essential Everyday Awesome paper towels, 8-count packages, $4.99 each. Additional savings in our meat department. Bone-in country-style ribs, $1.99 a pound. And dinner-cut tuna steaks, 10-ounce portions, $4.99 each. In our produce department, locally grown zucchini or yellow squash, 99 cents a pound, and locally grown sweet corn, 6 for $3. In our deli department, plain or garlic Eckrich bologna, $4.99 a pound, and Silver Star Italian-style hot ham, $9.59 a pound. And this week, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper, 24-pack 12-ounce cans, $9.99 each.
So get into Coons Market for the amazing August specials. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, your neighborhood grocer. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1248. That's 800-587-1248 today.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Unapologetic in his talk. It's Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Okay, we are rocking and rolling today. Oh, my. Okay, back to the phones, and they are jammed today. Ruthie in the South Hills. Ruthie, you are next.
Yeah, I want my own show. Cynthia and I and Tip, we need our own show.
You know something?
Okay.
You know what someone said to me last night at my event? Said, you know, Bartley, you know what I love about your show? She said, I wait for your regular callers, and I love new callers too, I do, but some listeners they wait to hear what you all have to say about what I'm talking about.
Okay. Well, I got something to say about your topic, because I consulted AI, my little genie that some people don't think is... Okay, so we do have a model. We have a very well-developed model in the United States of how to fix housing, and they've used it in Europe too, in cities in Europe, and it works effectively, so effectively that Finland cleaned up its problem, but other cities in Scotland, the EU and UK have used it also effectively, and it works. It's called Housing First. That's the model, and its policy is to prioritize giving people experiencing homelessness immediate housing, because you need that platform to work out your other problems. Don't require them to kick their drug habit, get a job, whatever, all these things. You give them housing stability first. Now, this is broken down into sections. One is rapid rehousing. That is for the newly homeless. And you give them 3 to 6 months. You pick them up off the street. You know, these are the newly homeless, for short-term help to get back on their feet before it becomes a long-term chronic problem. Also, there's a preventative aspect to this model, and that's to stop evictions as much as you can, eviction prevention programs. So when someone's about to be evicted, you don't aggressively help them get evicted.
I'm trying to think back when I'm in Dublin, London, I've been to Stockholm. I've been to Stockholm and Vienna and Paris. I don't know that I've seen homeless people. I don't
know. They're there now, though. Here. Okay, so eviction prevention. You help with the rent, utilities, or you mediate with the landlord if there's a problem, and you get them some legal help. Then there's the long-term homeless. You deal with them differently. And these are the people who aren't the hardcore ones yet, but they have issues. But again, you get them into housing and then you help their problem. And I think one person on your show likes to call these homeless people crazy, and I don't think they are. That's not a nice approach. And
there's some with mental illness, but that's not a nice thing to say. That's not a nice thing to say at all.
You know who probably said that? Okay, not you. Okay, so let me finish, because this is really good. Okay, for the young people, you treat them completely differently. You try to get them into foster homes for these young people, the teenagers and this and stuff. And you just have to treat them a little differently. And for the ones who are in the parks and out on the street, like they've been talking about, you do an outreach program. And you get somebody to go out there, and you don't have them go 6 different places to fix this problem, the other. You have one person to address all they need all at once. And again, you try to get them into a house. So it's about housing. Give them a foundation. And for those ones who are in the parks, it streamlines the problem for accessing help by having an outreach program. So we have a model. What we don't have, Mike, is the will. This is an American model, and it works. It's been proven.
What we don't have is the will to sit down and talk about it. Cynthia, thank you so much. I always appreciate your call. Mike in Mount Lebanon. Mike, you're up.
Hi, Mike. I hope you're doing well.
Fine, my friend, my man, Mike in Mount Lebanon. You're wonderful. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. What happened to you, Mike, is Ed Gainey's Pittsburgh. That's the reason why Ed Gainey got his rear end kicked by Corey, and we're going to have a new administration.
Well, Corey better not be making the same mistakes. I'm telling you that right now. I don't think he will.
Last Saturday, Mike, I'm walking up the Grand Street, and I pass an alleyway. There's a guy urinating in the alleyway, okay?
Yeah.
Okay? friend of mine works in a William Penn Hotel. A guy walks in there and defecates right in the lobby.
Oh, my
okay?
God.
He's arrested, taken away. A week later, the same guy comes back and defecates in the lobby.
God.
So that's what we're faced with. That's what we're faced with, Mike. And on another topic, Mike, thanks. The Democratic Party, Mike, I hate to say it, is a mess, okay? I refer you to the Wall Street Journal report.
It's a total mess.
Last week's Wall Street Journal report, the Democrats and the Democratic Party have a 33% approval rating, the worst in 3 decades. Okay,
I read that, but your buddy Trump isn't doing much better. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, the Democratic Party has no leadership, Mike. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris said she's not going to run for governor of California. The Democratic Party told her she's not going to run for governor. She was getting ready to be impeached when she was Attorney General. Josh Shapiro, the man can't even make up a budget. How's he going to run? Run a country?
You know that 6 out of 10 people are blaming your buddy Trump for inflation. He's done nothing on inflation. This is a disaster. And they more than 60% they say the economy is a disaster because of Trump. I'm not putting words in your mouth, Mike. I love when you call me and school me. But I think there's a couple. I think Andy Beshear with the Democrats is going to do pretty well here coming up. But I think at the end of the day, the Republicans are going to be sick of Trump, and Trump is going to end up being Democrats' best friend in terms of politically. That's all I'm saying.
Mike, you couldn't be more wrong. Okay?
All right, Mike. That's all right. We're going to agree to disagree. I love when you call me. Don't get the wrong impression. Go ahead. I got about a minute left, Mike.
Donald Trump is the Republican Party. Okay.
Oh, I know that. I know that.
They love him. If he can, he would get reelected in 2028. There's already T-shirts out, 2028 for Trump, you know? Mm-hmm. And I think it's going to be another landslide. The Democratic Party is a mess, Mike, and I'm going to close on that.
All right, Mike.
I love talking with you, brother.
I love talking to you, too. You call me anytime, Mike, honestly. I like Mike. I do. He's respectful. I totally disagree with him. I think Trump is a disaster. I think I think more and more people are saying that they are sorry they voted for him. I think in the end, at the end of the day, Democrats are going to have such momentum that we're going to be glad that Trump won. I do. His numbers are horrible. And he's going to screw up the economy, and he thinks he's going to be in a position not to report the data. I don't know about that. All right, I'm going to have Joe Mystic up for a segment coming up here right after news at the top of the hour, and his spending the day with Republican Tony Moreno, who listen. I like Tony Moreno. I do. I'll leave it there.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
For the first time ever, I want to introduce you to the first black-owned brewery. His name is Marcus Wyatt with Windy Bridges Golden Ale.
My plan is to flood Pittsburgh with as much Windy Bridges brew as they can handle. And in the future, we'll see the reactions I get from that. And in the future, we'll start looking at brick and mortar.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Planning a vacation can be fun, but don't get taken by service fees and processing fees. SWAC Vacations lets you book direct. SWAC owns its own properties. The price you see is the price you pay. Michael Bartley here. My friend Jeff is the owner of SWAC, and you can trust you're going to get the best deal possible. That means more money for your family trip to Myrtle Beach, a luxury lodge in Deep Creek, or that massive Outer Banks house with room for everyone. Book direct. Save at SWACvacations.com. That's SWACK vacations.com.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidsafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
New details on the deadly shooting near the CDC headquarters in Atlanta yesterday.
30-year-old Patrick Joseph White of Kennesaw, Georgia, is suspected of opening fire outside the CDC adjacent to Emory University. Investigators say DeKalb County Police Officer David Rose, a father of 3 who had not been on the force for long, was shot and killed as he answered the call Friday night. A motive remains unclear, but sources tell CBS News that investigators are working on a theory that the suspect believed or perceived he had been harmed by the COVID-19 vaccine. He was found dead in a building nearby. Tina Douglas for CBS News, Atlanta.
3 people were injured in a shooting in Times Square overnight. CBS News New York's Christy Kalishian is talking with the NYPD.
They say that a group of what appeared to be teenagers with hoods on were fighting. That's what we're hearing from witnesses. Police say a 65-year-old man was shot in the left leg, and an 18-year-old girl suffered a grazed wound to the neck.
A 17-year-old was taken into custody. In Tel Aviv, thousands are protesting Israel's plans to take over Gaza City and escalate the war. This man's brother is still being held by Hamas in Gaza.
Put forward a concrete proposal to end the war and secure the return of all the hostages this week, before the military operation begins.
President Trump and Russia's Vladimir Putin plan to meet Friday to discuss peace in Ukraine, but Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says there will be no deal if his country isn't at the table or if it must cede territory to Russia. The BBC's Jonathan Beale explains.
He is in a difficult position. That's why I think he's been phoning around European leaders. European leaders who, I should say, in the past have said there should be no decision about Ukraine's future without Ukraine. Will they live up to that promise? Will they stand up to Donald Trump if he tries to sign a deal which basically puts Ukraine in a very difficult position?
Major League Baseball history today when Jen Powell became the first woman to umpire an MLB game. Thumbs up from FanDuel on her first call.
2-2 to Liam Hicks. First chance for Jen at first. Aw, piece of cake.
Powell is also scheduled to be the home plate umpire tomorrow at the Marlins-Braves game. A SpaceX capsule splashed down off the California coast today. NASA program manager Steve Stitch.
We are thrilled to have the crew back on Earth and safely on the ship.
The crew, a Japanese, a Russian, and 2 American astronauts, were at the International Space Station for 5 months conducting experiments. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life.
Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bet you get 30, bet you get 20, 20, 20, bet you get 20, 20, bet you get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month. Sold!
Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
People with special needs often have difficulty finding a job, but that's not the case at the No Limits Coffee Shop in Florida.
The cafe brews opportunity for adults with special needs, like 20-year-old Peter Bradford.
Yes, my first job. I'm happy, appreciative.
No Limits provides employees a place where they belong and helps them gain confidence and independence. Kia Lopez owns a school for children with special needs.
The reason we opened this restaurant was because they were graduating and aging out of the system, and we noticed that there was a huge need for something for them once they enter into adulthood.
Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
Americans are getting more than half of their calories from ultra-processed foods. That's according to the CDC. The average percentage of total calories from ultra-processed foods of those aged 1 and older was 55% from 2021 to 23. I'm Heather Bosch, CBS News.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Tune in to 1020 KDKA Radio for Medical Frontiers with Dr. Gerald Pfeiffer from the Allegheny Health Network every Monday from 7 to 8 p.m. Dr. Pfeiffer and his special guests will cover the information that you want to know about your health and the latest trends in medicine.
Prescription products require completion of an online medication consultation with an independent healthcare provider through the LifeMD platform and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Individual results may vary. Additional restrictions apply at lifemd.com. Read all warnings before using GLP-1s. Side effects may include a risk of thyroid C-cell tumors. Do not use GLP-1s if you or your family have a history of thyroid cancer.
Confused on where to start with weight loss medication? See the lowest prices available with or without insurance for Wegovy, Zepbound, and more at trylifemd.com. 95% of LifeMD patients said starting their weight loss journey was simple. Listen to Tara's story after losing 42 pounds.
You just take your shot. It doesn't feel like you're on a diet. What I wasn't expecting it to do was to shut off the food noise. I've gone from 237 to 195. This was life-altering, and if I can do it, I feel like anybody can do it.
Get your free insurance benefits check in minutes right now at trylifemd.com. Nearly 96% of patients said they would recommend the LifeMD program to anyone who wants to lose weight. Get started right now at trylifemd.com. That's TRYLIFEMD.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a good deal of sun to start the weekend and warmer conditions with a high of 88, leading to a clear to, at times, partly cloudy night tonight with a low of 65. Then more warmth for tomorrow under sunshine, high 89. Monday looks to be hot and sunny with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
He's downright entertaining, and he's on the voice of Pittsburgh. Michael Bartley, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, I'm going to get right to it. You know, on Saturdays, and we have a blast talking politics and open forum from 2 to 5. So, but, you know, many times I preview Joe Mystic's column, Joseph Sabino Mystic's column in the Trib for Sunday. I get permission, don't worry, and it's a lot of fun. Joe, you there? My man Joe, and Joe joins me. Joe, you there?
Michael, it's good to be here.
Great. I'm so glad. And it's interesting. I'm talking today about my experiences downtown last night, and then I thought, oh man, this is perfect. And so this is a great angle for you, and I'm just gonna read just a little bit, okay, and then we're gonna talk about it,
sure.
Because I think it's fascinating, and I've said all along I There's some Tony Moreno Republican mayoral stuff, and he's probably not even a Republican anymore. I don't know what, but it ain't bad. All right, so here we go. It's easy to dismiss Tony Moreno and his chances in his current race for mayor of Pittsburgh. The retired city police officer is running as the Republican nominee, and the last time Pittsburgh had a Republican mayor was 1934. But for Moreno, it's not about political parties. He ran and lost 4 years ago as a Democrat, and now he's running as a Republican, but without the support of the Republican Party that nominated him. If you tell Moreno that some people think he has a better chance of being struck by lightning than winning this race, he smiles and says, "The only way I don't have a chance is if I'm not on the ballot. I'm a believer." After a couple of hours with Moreno at a sidewalk table at La Prima Espresso in the Strip District, my favorite place, even a skeptic could see how voters might become believers. He stood to greet a steady stream of people, most of whom approached him with some version of, "Hey, aren't you that guy who's running for mayor?" They were excited to see him, and he mixed it up with them. As Moreno says, "I talk to the people, not the politicians." Moreno believes that the timing is right for his message. 2 incumbent mayors were defeated in 4 years because the voters wanted change and didn't get it. Mayor Ed Gainey continued many of the failed policies of Mayor Bill Peduto, and Moreno says that Democratic candidate Corey O'Connor will do the same. O'Connor has already created some doubts about his willingness to take on the legacy of the Peduto administration. That administration created DOMI, shut down the police academy, and failed to act on numerous engineering reports about the imminent danger of a failed Fern Hollow Bridge. As the long odds Moreno faces, the former military police paratrooper sees himself as the underdog in a David and Goliath struggle against both political parties and powerful public officials. And he wants to do this. Remember how that turned out. So, Joe, listen, the traffic patterns with all the lines on the streets and the poles coming out of the ground, that's DOMI. People want it gone. Want it gone. People want more police. People want to stop this. They want a mayor to handle the homelessness and grow downtown. What the hell's wrong with that?
Well, DOMI was a creature created by the Peduto administration. The Peduto administration also shut down the police academy, which has left us with a shortage of officers, a greater shortage than we would have just naturally, to be honest with you, because there was no one in the pipeline for years. And they failed to act on those engineering reports about the imminent danger of Fern Hollow Bridge and other bridges that have since had to be closed because they just weren't maintained. Nobody in the town of Bridges, nobody in the Peduto administration or the Gainey administration, no one was willing to pay attention to the bridges. And it's baffling to me that in light of the fact that the voters have already denied the Peduto administration twice because of these things, and I say twice because Gainey went along with them when he became mayor, and then he lost because of it. It boggles the mind that an incoming mayor at this point would not be looking for major change, would be looking for someplace.
What makes you think Corey O'Connor
other
is
than
not,
those administrations?
What makes you think Corey O'Connor is not?
Well, Corey's doing what he's supposed to do at this stage. He's making the rounds. He's been to Harrisburg to meet with the legislative leaders. He's getting to know all the players that he will need to know as mayor in order to best serve the city of Pittsburgh. But he's been accompanied on these visits as he makes these rounds by the former chief of staff to Bill Peduto, which has some Democrats and non-Democrat people of Pittsburgh are just looking for change, a little bit rattled because the last thing they want is more of the same. And this is one of the guys in charge. I'm sure he wants the best for the city of Pittsburgh too. But maybe having people from that administration, those two past administrations, is really what's not best for Pittsburgh.
All right, I'm going to just say this to you, and you know that I'm an old-fashioned ward chairman, Democratic ward chairman.
Yeah,
I'm a law and order ward chairman. Okay, but of course, and I'm supporting Corey O'Connor. I have to support Corey O'Connor, and that's what we do. And Tony Moreno knows that. He's been on my show, and I would tell him that right to his face. But I got news for you. Tony Moreno and the hours you spent with him, he's a really nice guy, and he's not crazy. He's not... a lot of the stuff he says makes a lot of sense to stabilize the city.
Well, that's true. Now, anybody who puts their name on the ballot, this is a tough business. It always has been. I hear a lot about how tough it is these days to run for office, but it's always been hard. You're running the risk of having your reputation damaged, of having lies told about you, of being, at the end of the day, rejected by your neighbors. So anybody who runs deserves a great deal of credit, as does Tony Moreno. And even though he may not be a favorite to win, he does serve a public purpose by bringing up these issues and talking about them clearly and with evidence backing up his positions. When we talked about Domi in the videos he's produced, he's produced a number of videos because he has no war chest, but a number of videos on Facebook throughout the summer. When he talks about Domi and some of the ridiculous things they've done, he uses actual statistics from the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation. He actually uses facts that it seems like Domi at these public meetings, oftentimes coordinated with Bike Pittsburgh, to be honest with you, it seems like they can't counter that. They can't handle actual facts and figures in traffic studies. We have roundabouts at four-way stop sign intersections. Explain that to me. We have roundabouts in intersections that are so small that fire trucks have to mount the roundabout in order to get through the intersection.
It's the dumbest thing here.
If you look at my neighborhood,
people have had it. They've had it.
Well, if you look at my neighborhood, it looks like a miniature golf course. These white stanchions up out of the ground, these hieroglyphics painted on the roadway, and where we never had traffic jams, we now have a traffic jam every morning because of the way they've reconfigured the traffic pattern. So what he says is, look, Domi takes fairy tales and turns them into policy. That was his quote.
Yeah.
A pretty good quote. Because I think anybody who's lived in a neighborhood and seen some of their ridiculous decisions, again, a Peduto-created organization and empowered further by Gainey. Anybody who's lived in those neighborhoods is fed up.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, so you in your piece for tomorrow, and I invite everyone to go to TribLive.com tomorrow, or grab the printed version of the Trib for Joe's column, because I only read a little bit of it. You also mentioned that Tony Moreno says business owners and community leaders, he would invite them together to handle the homeless population and struggling mental illness and drug addiction downtown. And I don't know if you were listening when I was going on about what happened to me last night.
Yeah, I was.
Okay, yeah. but I'm not attacking homeless people, and these weirdos can try that against me. Try all you want. Give me you know what? Don't confuse me with somebody who cares, because I'm an advocate for homeless people. But do you understand me, Joe, that if you get out of your car and walk 2 blocks in downtown Pittsburgh and 5 people ask you for money, that doesn't bother me, but that does bother a young couple from the suburbs downtown going to dinner, making the city vibrant. Do you understand that?
Yeah, sure it does. And I've spent much of my life either worrying about or working to improve conditions in downtown Pittsburgh, because it's the economic engine of the entire region. And if we lose it, the whole region...
We can ignore it at our own peril. We can ignore it at our own peril.
That's exactly right. And, Tony Moreno, if you talk to him, he's had experience cleaning up Market Square at one point. He said he just needed 2 officers dedicated to help him down in Market Square, and they managed to clean that up in the days as we approached the opening of that new hotel, the Fairmont. He says, look, you don't have to be cruel. you just have to arrest the bad guys.
Yeah.
And if you start doing that, he said the word gets out. So he's been a tough cop, and he's a tough guy. He does understand that the homeless population and those who are struggling with mental illness and drug addiction need to be handled in a decent manner, in a decent and fair manner, and that their problems need special attention. And that and once we can do that, then we're on the road to cleaning up downtown.
Joe, I got to take my break. Thanks so much. You know how I know you're going to get a lot of play and a lot of reaction on this one tomorrow. Go to Trib Live. You know how I know? Since we started talking at the top of the hour, poor Trevin, my producers, had to turn people away. The phone lines are so jammed and lit up like a Christmas tree. So you're going to be prepared tomorrow to have a lot of reaction to this. Joe, thanks so much. Have a good night.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
All right, Joe Mystic, his column tomorrow in the Trib. Okay, so I'm going to fit in Dan in Mount Pleasant, Pat in Ohio, Joanne in Point Breeze, okay? All right, everybody stay there. I'm going to get you guys in, but I'm only here till 5, so I'm sorry, everybody. I can't take any more calls other than that. And those are the folks in line, okay? Sorry about that. I have 3 hours on Saturday, and I get jammed because we have fun. Okay, be back.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Lunch was great. Lawrenceville is such a fun spot.
Can we stop at a bathroom?
Are you all right?
I keep having stomach issues after eating, like diarrhea, gas and bloating, abdominal pain, and sometimes oily stools.
Sound familiar? Those stomach issues may actually be a pancreas issue called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. Creon pancrelipase may help manage EPI. Creon is a prescription medicine used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. Call 800-633-9110 or visit creoninfo.com to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
I'm asking my doctor about EPI and if Creon could help.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
With Progressive's Home Quote Explorer, you can easily find the right home insurance for you, even if it's not with Progressive. But if you don't choose us, then sure, okay, it's not going to work out. We're not going to cry about it or stay awake wondering what our future together would have looked like. We can't get emotionally invested, even if it sounds like we are. Progressive's Home Quote Explorer allows you to easily compare home insurance rates and coverages in one place, even if it's not with us. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy. I love you. I shouldn't have said that.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
You've heard the stories. Now talk about them with Michael Bartley. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I can't support Tony Moreno. You know that. I'm on the committee. I'm a ward chairman. I'm an old fat... And I would vote... And I supported Corey come hell or high water. Anyway, I've known the O'Connors forever. But all I'm saying is Tony Moreno's a nice guy. I've had him on the show. He's a law and order guy, and he can't stand how the socialists have screwed up our streets. They have, and they so arrogantly, when you ask them about it to make a change, they're so arrogant about it. They really are. And it's terrible. Now, I'm totally okay with those speed bumps. I'm all for them. I don't care if they're on every street. I really don't. I'm all for them. But what the Joe Mystic's right. Squirrel Hill looks like a miniature golf course. So does my neighborhood. So downtown, oh man, if you haven't driven, it's crazy stuff. Believe me. Absolutely insane. Okay, Danny Boy in Mount Pleasant. Look who's calling on a Saturday. Dan, I mentioned once, Dan, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Yep, I'm here.
I quoted you last night when you said what you said.
Oh, you really?
Yeah, I did. I quoted you because someone was saying, Michael, it's great to have you on a Saturday afternoon. Do you remember what you said the first time you called me on a Saturday? And you said, Michael, I'm so glad to know that the phones actually work at KDKA on a Saturday. Yeah,
that's right, buddy.
My friend laughed her ass off. Yep. All right, go ahead, big boy.
All right, Mike, I want to talk about the homeless for starters. Isn't it amazing that we have all this homeless in this country? We have all these wonderful social programs, Mike. We got Social Security. We got the minimum wage. We got food stamp programs, government-run education. We got student loan programs, Medicare, Medicaid, and yet these people still can't make it with all these handouts. Maybe the handouts are part of the problem.
I knew you were going to say that. Go ahead.
These illegals come in. Now, I don't know the full story. I'm going to assume, okay? But it looks to me in a lot of these cases, these people coming are being paid, quote, under the table. So they're not paying into a lot of these systems. What that tells me is that these employers can't afford to pay all those wonderful services like Social Security and the minimum wage, et cetera. So what they're doing is they're going around the system and they're paying these people under the table, and two things happen. That business succeeds and those people get some kind of a work. And I'm not saying they should stay there forever, but it seems to me a lot of these social programs work against them is what causes the damn problem. You agree?
I think you have a good point. I think you're making good points. Okay. I do. And Dan, I only have 2 minutes left in this segment. I want you to have your time. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll make it real quick, Mike. Take Social Security, for example. Okay, one of these homeless people decides to get up off the street, dust himself off. The hell with this, I'm going to go get a job. That guy doesn't have a roof over his head, he can't put food in his mouth, and he can't take a bath. How much money out of his first paycheck do you think should be put away for a retirement fund? I say zero. Yet Social Security is going to come and steal 12.4% of his wages and give it to the Social Security Administration.
Okay.
That's my point, Mike.
All right, Dan. Is that it? Oh, you were short today.
Well, I'll give you one more since you're giving me another minute.
You got 40 seconds. You got a bonus for 40 seconds.
Okay, the minimum wage. You guys like to complain about tariffs? That is exactly what the minimum wage is. That is a wage tariff. Again, take your homeless guy. His skill level's worth $2, $3, $4 an hour right now, living out on the street. You guys set that minimum wage tariff at $10 an hour. What do you think the employer is going to do when he comes to show up for a job? They're going to bypass him. That's what's going to happen. And these are what I'm pointing out, and these are part of the problems. These people don't have a damn job, and they could get a job and start working their way up the ladder.
But don't make it black and white. This is a great issue, Dan. You and I have had this discussion before. There are people with mental illness, veterans who have PTSD, all of that. It's case by case. Don't forget that.
I agree with you, and I'll leave you with this. It's amazing we can't take care of the veterans, which is about, 5 to 10% of the population. Yet we have progressives who want the damn government to run the entire healthcare system for all. My question to them is, why? You can't take care of 5% of the population. How are you going to take care of 95%?
Dan in Mount Pleasant. Boy, you're on fire today. Woo! Okay, Dan, thanks a lot.
Day, buddy.
You too have a good weekend. You have a good weekend. Okay, we're going to have news at the bottom of the hour. My last two callers are going to be Joanne, Patrick in Ohio, and then, I only have 3 hours on Saturdays. Don't forget, I'm here for Larry and the Big Game Morning Show, Monday and Tuesday. Okay, I'll be right back.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
August 23rd, experience a celebration of unity, creativity, and community with Building Bridges Day on the Roberto Clemente Bridge. Help paint a collaborative mural and enjoy live performances, family yoga, kids' activities, and more. One bridge, one day, countless connections. Details at whammo1073.com. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. Imagine growing up without seeing a ball game, visiting a museum, or exploring a zoo. For thousands of kids in our community, the cost of admission makes these experiences impossible. Tickets for Kids changes that. Donating tickets to under-resourced youth through schools and social service agencies. Give the gift of experience. Learn more at ticketsforkids.org.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series presented by University of Pittsburgh announces its 25-26 season at Heinz Hall. 7 events will broaden your perspective and deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Dr. Anthony Fauci, Malcolm Gladwell, historian Doris Kearns-Goodwin, former Russian political prisoner Vladimir Kara-Murza, and geopolitical economist Pippa Malmgren. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
From the Aetna Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Investigators are working a theory that the suspect believed or perceived that he had been harmed by the COVID-19 vaccine.
The gunman died in the attack. Jen Powell has become the first woman umpire in a Major League Baseball regular season game.
Ground ball to third. Pauly will come to the plate for one. Throw to first. No, not in time. Oh, they may want to look at this one.
It was the Marlins against the Braves in a call from FanDuel. The Bills and Giants met today in a preseason game featuring running back Ray Davis kicking for the extra point because the kicker was injured.
Davis, who's the running back, an emergency kicker, getting a chance here, and it's good.
The call from the NFL. CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
7 races, 7 dogs, and KDKA Radio. Colin Dunlap takes his show on the road in support of the Wiener 100 race at EQT Park as part of the Bark in the Park night on August 19th before the Wild Things game.
The race is on. The field is set. See you on the 19th in Washington, PA.
Hot dogs, baseball, the Wiener 100 race, and Colin Dunlap. Only on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It's the second annual KDKA Radio Kickoff Classic live at the Wolverina, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. The best high school football showcase to begin the 2025 season on Friday and Saturday, August 22nd and 23rd. North Allegheny versus Woodland Hills, Central Catholic versus LaSalle College on Friday. On Saturday, it's McKeesport versus Delaware Valley, Steel Valley versus Westinghouse, and Elizabeth Forward versus West Mifflin. $13 per ticket or weekend passes, just $25. Get your tickets at kdkaradio.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The start of the weekend brings the start of a warmer stretch, and that means more sun than clouds today with a high getting up to 88. For tonight, it's looking clear to partly cloudy with a low of 65, followed by more sunshine and more warmth for tomorrow, high 89. Then a hotter day for Monday under sunshine with a high of 90. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Back at it on Monday. We might sneak in a little bit of Steeler talk and everything that happened over the weekend. I'll talk to you first of the week, Monday, 2 to 6. Colin Dunlap right here, KDKA.
Michael Bartley on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA. Don't forget, it's Saturday. So, and I'm here 2 to 5 on Saturdays. But I want to let you know something. So next Saturday, John and Rachel, who, you know, the Jagoffs who are on after me, they do 5 to 9 on Saturdays. So next Saturday is the 16th, right? I think. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah. They are emceeing, John and Rachel are emceeing an event. So we're switching shifts. So they're going to do, they have an evening event. And so they're going to do 2 to 5. So don't get upset and crabby and all bent out of shape. I'll be here at 5. We'll do 5 to 9. And that gives us an extra hour to go into some stuff like we are today and the phone's ringing off the hook. All right? So there you go. All right. Joanne in Point Breeze. Joanne, I haven't talked to you in a while. I was on the morning show. I've been on the morning show. So, you know, I can't do nights when I do mornings.
Oh, right. Well, I called in the morning, but I didn't want to get on, but I do leave my message.
Oh, good. I'm
for
so
the
glad.
producer.
I'm so glad. Yeah. Oh, good.
Okay, so the first thing about this Tony Marino, do not vote for him. If you know his history, all of a sudden he could pick out everything that Peduto had done and didn't clean up his nonsense and everything that went on with Peduto, and yet he continued to let them blame Mayor Gainey, for all the stuff that Peduto left. So this is an example of who he is. But I could go way back, you know, Blue Flu and a lot more. So that's the good part. Now, I want to say anybody that thinks that this city is not going to be ready for the draft, they need to check themselves.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It is. Detroit, they had homeless. All these places have homeless. So
Detroit did a fabulous job.
Exactly. We will be ready. We will be ready.
Oh, and let me tell you something. Joanne. There is no, and you can ask anybody who works in network television, there's no greater shot of a skyline in America than a light plane or the blimp or from Mount Washington looking at our skyline. I mean, you know, it's the most beautiful city ever. Do we have our problems? Yes, we do. But the other big cities do too.
They do too. So that was, you know, I thought, no, we will be ready. The other thing, Mr. Trump, President Trump, he is go down as the worst president. He used the presidency for his show. Remember The Apprentice?
Yeah.
You're fired. You're fired.
Yeah,
And he played the fiddle. He played the American people with the fiddle all this time. How many people have he just said, you're fired, you're fired? He's home laughing like crazy at
And
him.
I'm going to tell you something. You know, this new polling that came out this week, 63% said Trump had a negative impact on grocery prices. 61% said he had a negative impact on the cost of living. I'm telling you, by the end of this Trump term, Republicans are going to run for cover.
Well, you know that because and people keep talking about the Democrats. We've had these Republican spineless wimps that went along with everything and did not care about their constituents. It was all about them and them trying to stay in the power. But this is a good one, and I'm not. This is the big one that I have here, and I usually call it like it is. I want to say. They talk about Trump and people hating and Trump hating. 99% in the state, in the federal, the politicians don't look like me. So what I'm saying is they can't come together with the state and the federal. They hate each other because there is no way that we would have what's going on, that they could not come together. They hate each other. So don't talk about anybody hating because they're not getting anything done. Now look at Texas. What are they doing? Sending the law out for the Democrats? These people in office hate each other. So
and you know what? And that you know, and I can't stand that governor of Texas, and
right.
I can't stand him. But you know, let them do it. Go ahead. Then we'll do it. Then we'll do it. I mean, you know. Then let Gavin Newsom do it. But you know what? I'll tell you. A lot of times, Joanne, and I know you think Republicans are wimps, and they are in a lot of respects, because Trump rolls all over them. But Democrats are wimps in a lot of respect. They need Democrats. The Democratic leaders need to toughen up and say, fine. Go ahead, take 5 seats, take 5 congressional seats, steal them through this gerrymandering. We'll take 10 out of California, and we'll take 10 out of New York.
I agree.
They need to toughen up too, and quit being little crybabies.
I agree with you because they used to be strong. They used to get things done. They used to work. I'm talking about Democrats and Republicans.
Yeah, and
they hate each other.
Back in the day when Bill Clinton when Barack Obama was president, he and John